Chapter 1. Seated at a table in the far left corner of the Devil's Den, Mr. Lachlan Latimer took in the salacious scene before him. A titillating, flexible ballet dancer who removed the filmy layers of her costume as she performed. A masked woman, in black leather, cleverly wielded a crop on a virginal beauty in white. The once great gaming hell, built by London's most lethal gangster, Mac Diggory, had since passed hands from the man's bastard daughters and adopted son, Broderick Killeran, to now, Stephen, the Earl of Dynevor. The tinkling of crystal, touching crystal as glasses were poured, and the ribald laughter filled the hall as it would any gaming establishment. But upon quick glance, the card tables were shy of full, and the patrons were few. The tables were scratched and stained in places. The flicker of candlelight danced on the unpolished surfaces, illuminating imperfections. Seated here, as he'd been the better part of 6 hours, Latimer had a fuller understanding as to the health of the Devil's Den. Since Diggory's death, or based on underground whispers, defection and Broderick Killeran's marriage some years ago, the Devil's Den had begun a slow descent into neglect. At least, when compared to newer, loftier, rival clubs, like Forbidden Pleasures and Lucifer's Lair. Here, the Pharaoh, Hazard, and Vigant Etuan tables never reached capacity. Lords played yet checked their timepieces as if eager to leave. The one thing to recommend the Devil's Den. The otherworldly beauty of the Cyprians engaged in wicked acts with the patrons throughout. There were not, however, enough of those lush lovelies to provide services to even half of the already small membership. Latimer's nape prickled with a sensation from his time on the streets. A delicate, perfectly manicured hand slid over his shoulders. Soft, plump lips touched his ear in a delicate kiss. "You're lonely, sir. Let me fix that, mate." As the bastard of some unknown whore and her unknown client, Latimer had been born alone, and preferred that solitary existence. But neither was he a man who didn't have a need to slake his lust, or hesitated to do so. That, however, wasn't what brought him here this night. "I've had my eye on you all night," the Cyprian whispered. The earthy, musky, spicy scent of saffron hung in the air as she spoke. "Have you, sweet?" he asked non-committal, while she massaged his pectoral muscles. Taking his question as an invitation, the woman slipped around and availed herself to a place on his lap. With her gleaming strands of fiery red curls, big breasts, big hips, and even bigger lips, the Devil's Den Cyprian was for certain a woman of great beauty, who could and surely did fetch a fine price. She nuzzled his neck. "It's hard not to notice such a big muscular man like you," she whispered throatily, between sucking and kissing his flesh. "And yet, I've been here 4 hours, and haven't had the pleasure of your company once," he drawled. Lust burned in the beauty's eyes. "Ariel has been a bad girl. I take it you're Ariel?" he asked dryly. She pushed her lower lip out in a very deliberate pout. "I've upset you." "Impossible, sweet." In matters of lust and sex and self-gratification, Latimer remained emotionally detached. Matters of business, however. A muscle jumped in his jaw. That was an altogether different story, and the most important one. "You must punish me." Ariel caught Latimer by his lapels, and with impressive force, drew him close so their lips nearly touched. "I want to be punished." In one quick move, she straddled him, dangling her voluptuous legs on either side of his hips so his cock was pressed against her cunny. The flimsy wisp of gossamer fabric she wore, and the fine wool of Latimer's trousers marked a small barrier between them. The sultry beauty began to rock herself into him. "I neglected you for too long," she rasped. "I must rectify that for the both of us." Before Latimer could politely decline, the skilled beauty already slipped deft fingers between his legs and gripped his cock. Her skilled touch got its expected result as blood surged to that randy organ. "You're hard all over," she whispered excitedly, like one speaking to herself. "Let Ariel help you." He arched an eyebrow. "Help me or yourself?" the eager Cyprian moaned. "Both." "One." Latimer chuckled, and even determined as he was to remain clear-headed, lust lent a rough quality to his amusement. He attempted to dislodge her eager fingers, which she now used to play with his ballocks. This time, as she humped him, her movements took on an urgency that couldn't be faked. This particular visit, however, had nothing to do with sexual gratification, at least, not for him. "As lovely as you are, sweet," Latimer said, at last detaching her hand from his balls. "I'm afraid I'm gonna have to regretfully decline." "For now," he lied, to soften the blow. She pouted. "Ooh, a challenge." As if impassioned even more by that incorrect assumption, she ground wildly against him. No, it really wasn't. When it came to matters of business, Latimer possessed a Herculean willpower. Not even the most skilled courtesan or stunning Aphrodite could make him lose focus. The auburn-haired beauty's eyes, glassy with desire, grew more heated. "You want to make me suffer because I neglected you," she said, her voice heavy with hunger. "Come to my rooms. Let me feel your wrath." She made to take Latimer's mouth, but he drew back, denying her what she sought. This time, he lifted the deft Cyprian from his lap and set her on her feet. "Some other time, sweet." He gave her a firm swat on her buttocks, giving her some of what she craved. She moaned, thrusting her hips at the air. "Please." Latimer tensed, feeling someone come up behind him. Too late. "That will be all, Ariel." Stephen Warwick, current Earl of Dynevor and future Marquess of Maddock. At the same time, the lovely Cyprian stole a peek at the figure beyond Latimer's shoulder, demurely lowered her eyes, and made to dash off when the other man stayed her once more. "Do not go far, sweet." Lachlan felt the young proprietor's calculated gaze on him while he spoke to Ariel. Ariel dropped a curtsy. "Yes, my lord." Doing the commanding man's bidding, she scurried away, leaving the two gaming hell proprietors alone. Latimer stood and turned to face the young earl. Both men sized one another up. An inch past or an inch shy of 6 feet. Dynevor, in black, bore the high-quality garments of a fancy lord. The hardness of his features and the icy glint in his eyes, however, told a different tale. "Dynevor," Latimer said. The gentleman's lips quirked up in a cold smile. "Imagine," he murmured, almost tauntingly. "Forbidden Pleasure's very own proprietor, Lachlan Latimer, here at my club. Tell me, Latimer, are things so bad at your clubs you have to visit mine?" Latimer answered, with an equally frosty grin, and a question of his own. "Afraid to find me here, Dynevor?" The man's hard mouth tightened. "Ain't afraid of anyone," he snarled. Just as sex hadn't brought Latimer here, neither had a desire for a good, healthy fight. He'd had enough of those over the past months, dissolving his ownership stake at Forbidden Pleasures. "Aye," Latimer conceded. "I believe that, Dynevor." He'd also learned the young proprietor may be fleet of foot, but he had a recklessness that matched his 18 years of age. Somewhat mollified, the Earl grunted. "Oh, he wasn't sure it was you. For a bit." "Ah. Which is why you sent your most skilled Cyprian." "She wasn't the most skilled." The Earl dangled that information like some irresistible temptation Latimer wouldn't be able to deny. When Latimer didn't elicit the desired response from Dynevor, the other man snapped. "Do you believe I'd waste my finest on the enemy?" Undaunted, Latimer looked the dead-eyed proprietor square on. "Are you going to toss me out, Dynevor?" "Why ever would I do that?" The Earl's cocksure grin returned. "I've been expecting you." He masked his surprise. "Have you?" "Yes." The Earl gestured for Latimer to sit. "I make it a habit of learning everything I can about my rivals," he explained after Latimer reclaimed his chair. Masking his surprise, he took advantage of a short quiet, while Dynevor availed himself of the open seat across from him. Struggling as it had been for years, the Devil's Den hadn't even merited his and his former partner's attention. "Didn't give my club any thought, did you?" the hard-eyed Earl asked, accepting an empty glass and new bottle from a big-breasted beauty. She put a new empty snifter before Latimer. "That kind of carelessness ain't good, Latimer," he said, when the plump woman had gone. "No," he acknowledged, cagily eyeing the proprietor. "You have the right of it there." Dynevor put all his attention into his pour. Latimer didn't believe that absorption for 1 minute. "For years I've been waiting for one of you or your men to send one of their lackeys here." He lifted his bottle of whiskey. Latimer quietly declined. Dynevor lifted shoulders, surprisingly broad for one so young, served himself a drink, and reclined in his chair. "I expected it'd be you, as our clientele is one you could relate to." "Because I'm street-born?" he said bluntly. "Yes, Craven and Argyll wouldn't dare sully their aristocratic roots in this place, which is why they sent you." Casually sipping his drink, Latimer swept his gaze around the still uncrowded floors. This place had the look of the lost city of Atlantis, once great, but now buried in decay. "Ah, you see the fade upon it," Dynevor noted. "I didn't say that," Latimer remarked. The Earl snorted. "You didn't need to." He pointed a finger Latimer's way. "That, Latimer, is what allowed you and your partners to stay in the dark while we studied you." He donned a grin. "Well, I'm here now." "Yes, I knew the day would come." Dynevor spoke contemplatively. "The question is why? Why now?" "Clever lad." He expected Latimer. The Earl wouldn't, however, have gathered his reason for doing so. No one knew of Latimer's separation from forbidden pleasures, nor would they until the split was formally authorized, and Latimer had his equity stake in hand. Dynevor stopped his drumming. "Could it have something to do with—" He dropped his voice. "Your split with forbidden pleasures?" Too impressed to be annoyed, Latimer inclined his head in acknowledgement. "You did your research." The young proprietor narrowed his eyes. "Let's not mince words. What do you want?" Latimer appreciated that blunt directness which was so foreign to the other priggish lords who ruled the world. "I believe we would make each other good partners, Dynevor." "I don't want a partner," the Earl snarled. "I'm rebuilding this club in my vision." That deep, guttural statement bore the harsh quality of one who'd survived more fires than a cat, and his voice told the grisly tale. "And I certainly don't need you." Latimer kept his features impassible. "I believe you almost believe that, but I also know you're far more clever than prideful, and want to hear what it is I'm proposing." Dynevor gave another one of his grunts. Taking that as leave to continue, Latimer went on. "You and I weren't raised by the peerage. The whole world knew the story of Dynevor abducted as a babe, raised by Mac Diggory, the most feared gang leader in England, only to be discovered and returned to his father, the Marquess of Maddox. Yes, you were born to it," Latimer continued, "but we both know you spent most of your years, thus far, in the harshest streets. Your being an earl isn't the same as Argyll, Craven, and Rutherford, who were born with a silver spoon in their pompous mouth. By that admission, why would I need you to guide me on the debauched experiences the peerage craves?" Dynevor asked, more curious than angry. "You can't offer me something I don't already have knowledge about." "No," Latimer agreed. "On the surface, I can't." "Go on," he said. "In my case, I've been taking orders from 3 dukes. In your case, you're taking over something that's been established by your brother-in-law, Broderick Killoran. Killoran, who the world over knows sought to build a grand gaming empire for the nobility, and my former partners, who were nobility, and who offered clients the same services and pleasures they enjoyed." Encouraged by the intent way Dynevor attended him, Latimer dragged his chair closer and pushed the best point of his cell. "Killoran is like us, but you and I." He motioned between the two of them. "We have all the street's sins in our souls. Our club's my former one," he amended, gritting his teeth at the reminder of that still fresh betrayal. "The Devil's Den. Both focus exclusively on carnal pleasures. We can bring them that which they clearly crave, and more. Events and activities associated with London's underbelly." An eager light blazed to life in the young man's eyes. Following his train of thought, Latimer finished for him. "Fighting. Tattoos. A music hall. Ritualistic shows. A place where the nobility with a taste for sharing their partners can happily do so, and have the audience they crave." The Earl of Dynevor practically drooled. Catching Latimer's eyes on him, the young man transformed his features into a scowl. "What's to keep me from taking your idea and building it all myself?" Not unlike Latimer once had, the young man's tones moved between Cockney and King's English. But then, Latimer had about a decade plus more of practicing his speech. "Because in addition to sizable wealth I have in hand from the success of my club, I have even more funds coming in once the sale of my portion of forbidden pleasures is finalized. Money which we can use to fund the vision," he said matter-of-factly. "Which would be helpful as your father, the Marquess, is not permitting you to invest his vast wealth in businesses such as—" Latimer looked about this. Dynevor stared at him for a long while, and Latimer couldn't make out what the young man was thinking. "I'm not reliant on the Marquess," he finally said, without anger, and only a boy would be insulted by Latimer's statements of fact. "Oh?" I'm Senyum Tersen. There's a woman who's investing in me. In you? Not in that way, Dynevor barked. His cheeks went red. I'm not a whore. The younger man visibly struggled to rein in his volatile temper. Lord Dynevor gave his midnight black lapels a tug. She is a sort of friend of the family. A lady. He added that last part almost reluctantly. A lady? He asked, seeking clarification. She is an earl's daughter, the earl added with clear reluctance. Latimer's interest flagged. Not interested in doing with fancy ladies. Or lords. Hence the reason he'd sought out this knob raised on the streets. She's not like other fancy ladies. Latimer snorted. He'd heard that before. 2 of the times being from his former friends who'd sold him out for their fine-mannered ladies. Latimer stood. You have your mystery, lady. You don't require a partner. Dynevor scrambled to his feet. I didn't say that. The earl had tipped his hand. The mottled flush splotching the young man's sharply too-defined cheeks said he knew it too. Dynevor explained after they'd both sat down again. She cannot openly fund the investment. Ah, Latimer sneered. There wasn't a thing in the world worse than a bloody knob, except a fine lady. Too fine and fancy to dirty her fingers. Too loyal to my bloody family to openly go against their wishes, the young man muttered. That's why the Devil's Den fell from its once great, but very brief, reign of glory. Your siblings at the Devil's Den all married respectable and cut ties with the world they were born to. How typical. Not all of them. Dynevor didn't offer anything more than that, about which of his brother or sisters remained with their foot in the dials. As for your nameless lady, Dynor, given the fact you didn't let me walk out, I take it to mean she doesn't have the amount of money you require to fix the state of disrepair. He didn't say it. They'd already established Divinor's club needed saving. Insulting the man on the cusp of becoming a partner didn't do Latimer any good. No, but she's loaned me a good sum. How deep is your debt? Latimer probed. There was, after all, no point in taking on a sinking venture. If I ceased accepting monies from her, I'd be able to repay within a fortnight. I just need to reduce my liquor purchases by half, for 2 months. That's sizable. But I'd have a way, Divanor said. If I wanted it. Does she have a stake? Latimer asked bluntly. There was also no point carrying on if he'd become a third partner, because I'm not looking to play the third wheel. He'd already played third and fourth, and it had brought him to this humbling moment. She isn't a formal partner. She wouldn't, the Earl clarified. Ah, your family connections. Exactly. If the lady were joined in marriage to a proprietor of the Devil's Den, then there'd be an understanding and acceptance of her involvement. He narrowed his eyes. Given you aren't yourself already married to the lady, I'm going to have you state what exactly it is you're proposing, Divanor. You don't need me to state it, the young man rejoined with a matching directness. You know. You'll marry the lady. Latimer was already shaking his head. The hell it'd benefit us all. I'd get the funds needed to restore this place to its once great glory, while also inheriting a partner with not only a skill of the business but a fortune to his name. You'd build the club of your vision. I'm not interested. Well, in fact, he'd rather tie a noose around his neck than tie himself to one of those fancy ladies with their golden twats and sense of superiority. Come, Latimer, Dynevor said impatiently. We both know how easily business alliances fall apart. That the only thing to hold them together is through forging actual alliances, in the same way all the most powerful emperors have since the beginning of time. I'd rather slit my throat than marry a lady. The Earl chuckled and gave a wry shake of his head. That's a rather strong take. It's the only take. We're at an impasse, Divanor. I don't think we are. The young man let that dangle there. I'm not looking to play games, Latimer warned. This lady might be more appealing than you are thinking. His ears caught something in the Earl's tone. He nodded slowly. Go on. This silent financier is a duchess. The Duchess of Argyll. Latimer sat up straighter. Argyll's stepmother, near in age to her stepson. Latimer hadn't bothered to learn the details of the late Duke's remarriage to a young beauty, or end of all mention of the young Duchess after Argyll's father passed. I see I have your attention now. Dynevor tossed back his whiskey in a quick swallow. Impressively, the young man didn't even flinch while it went down. I'm listening, Latimer grudgingly conceded. The lady's stepchildren were less than welcoming, or for that matter, kind to the new wife. After her husband's death, Argyll forbade her from the main ducal grounds and estates. He offered a cottage in Cotswold she could retire to, and the lady built herself up enough in various ventures to end all reliance on Argyll. Now tell me, Latimer, if you were building a gaming hell to not only rise above forbidden pleasures, but one powerful and successful enough to drive Argyll and Dumans into the ground, what better way to do so, and have some revenge, than to wed the stepmama he banished? Divanor had him. The cocksure lad knew it too. But Latimer would be goddamned if he gave this man, or for that matter, any person that kind of satisfaction. As such, Latimer made the cocksure lad wait and pretended to contemplate the proposal. Latimer, unlike his partners, wasn't so plebeian or weak as to suffer from high emotions, not irrepressible rage, not sorrow, not jealousy. None of it. He was a master of his self-control. Although he loathed pampered peeresses, he could see past his disdain as long as he stood to benefit. The unions couples of all stations entered into his former partners included were nothing more than business arrangements. Most just deluded themselves into thinking it was something more. No, Latimer wasn't a man to let his restraint slip because of some woman. He'd been born without family, and lived an even colder existence to know the sentiment known as love was pure shite. Those pathetic fools plucked it from the clouds like spun sugar. Now, power, strength, wealth. All that, however, he did crave. Latimer nudged his chin. Depending on the terms, I'm in. He opened his mouth to suggest they discuss the details somewhere else, and sometime later. Dixk, Dynevor interrupted. There'll be time enough later to negotiate the details. What else would there be to discuss? He asked coolly. Not discuss, per se. The younger man looked around his fading empire. At least not with me. Latimer stared at him. What was he on about? Please, let me invite you to try one of the Cyprians here at the Devil's Den. He snorted. I'm not a lad who needs to have his lust slaked, Dynevor. Neither am I, the other proprietor replied. I'm a master of restraint. In some areas, Latimer believed. Despite the Earl's younger years, Dynevor possessed a cold, jaded, emotionless facade that couldn't be pierced by baser urgings or feelings. I took you for a more thorough man, Dynevor remarked. Before we enter into an official arrangement, I'd expect you to do a thorough evaluation of all the club. Don't you wish to experience for yourself what the Devil's Den has to offer? On clear cue, that pretty beauty, Ariel with auburn tresses and curves in all the right places, and a tall, slender woman with chestnut hair, sidled up to Dynevor. The exquisite beauties flanked him on either side, giving him the look of a barbarian emperor who'd invited a guest to feast on his offering. You found the number of Cyprians here wanting and took that as a sign of weakness. The women here, he explained, draping an arm around each siren and lazily stroking their breasts. The women at the Devil's Den aren't desperate souls like the ones employed at your previous club. I've visited and poached the ones who crave sex. These are experienced, lustful women who don't see sex as a chore or necessity, but who crave it the same way they would food and water. Maybe more so. The Earl slapped them each on nearly identical curved arses. After they'd gone, he spoke. If there's a woman for every man, or woman, well, where's the fun in that? He drawled. Or demand. Latimer took the Cyprians flitting about in a new light. Them and the solitary, inebriated fellows longingly eyeing those tempting and touching the other patrons. Supply and demand, he mused. Dynevor inclined his head. It was a surprisingly clever way to come at the offerings available to the Devil's Den clients, and also what set the hell apart from the rest that catered to the debauched. As I said, I didn't send my finest before, the Earl said, as Latimer took in the lustful sights around them. Dynevor crooked a finger. In an instant, an even grander beauty than Ariel materialized. With unbound red-tinged brown curls, enormous breasts, a thick waist, and even thicker hips, she had the look of a fertility goddess. And by the sly glint in her darkly lined, cat-shaped eyes, the boundless, wild lust of Venus, too. Ariel didn't succeed in seducing you, Latimer. I wager you won't manage the same restraint with Venus. Ah, Venus. Latimer chuckled. Apt name. Free. You have no idea. The Earl flashed another cynical grin. But you will. Venus looked to her employer for approval. Like a benevolent lord, he motioned for Venus to carry on. It's business for you, Divanor noted, as the lush beauty leaned over Latimer and pressed her big breasts against his chest. But for Venus here, it's all pleasure. Both of your needs will be met. He wagged his blonde eyebrows. In your case, all of them. Venus bit the shell of Latimer's ear, rough, as he'd always liked his bed sport. As such, he couldn't stop his breath from increasing slightly. Enough for the other man to notice. Go. Take her. I'll. This time, Latimer let Divanor's beauty take him by the hand and lead him through a nearby door. Just as they made to leave, the Earl called over. Tough work, isn't it? He asked, laughing. A short while later, in one of the private suites, with Venus kneeling between his legs and working magic with her mouth upon his cock, he noted this was anything but work. Latimer's breath grew ragged. He tangled his fingers in the seductress's wild curls and set the pace he loved. Now, he understood the power of what Dynevor was selling. His ballocks tightened and his eyes slid closed. Before he emptied himself into Venus's throat, he had but one thought: this empire would thrive again, and Latimer would be at the helm. Chapter 2. Rain slanted down against the carriage window with such force, in such blinding sheets, it was a wonder the panes hadn't shattered, long before now. The unrelenting deluge and remorseless wind, battering the conveyance, could only portend death, or a certain other doom, which, given the journey Miss Livian Lovelace currently made, proved hopeful. Not, however, when considering, she currently journeyed to meet her future husband. Or, find a future husband, she muttered under her breath. For that would be the most accurate way to describe her current circumstances. After all, the sole reason for her even attending a dreaded Tun house party was so that Livian could meet a gentleman to marry. All the lords who'd be in attendance were aware of the purpose of the gathering, and whether Livian liked it or not, for better for worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, until death did part them, she'd be bound to a powerful peer. Until death did part them. Shivering, she rubbed her trembling hands together hard. Or maybe it won't even come to that, she morbidly reminded herself. Given the way the plodding conveyance jolted and swayed from left to right, and bounced violently in deep holes and puddles, Livian's surviving the trip remained anywhere from dubious to doubtful, to unlikely to impossible. A jagged streak of lightning ripped across the night sky. This particular strike hit so close, the slow-moving carriage rumbled. Heart racing, Livian jumped, squinting hard to catch sight of anything outside and failing. Livian pressed her forehead against the chilled window pane. In no world where this storm existed could a person make heads or tails of where one traveled. That included her brother-in-law Malcolm's reliable but young driver, Mr. Bennet Driver. Suddenly, the carriage veered to a hard left. Screaming, Livian went flying across the bench. That dodge. She hit the wall with such force, it sucked the gasp of pain from her lungs. Tears stung her eyes. Heart racing, she scrambled to seat herself. Before she could catch a hold of the underside of the bench to keep herself upright, the conveyance skidded to the right. Livian slammed hard against the other side. Bloody hell, she rasped through the pain. Bloody ha. The wind swallowed the rest of Mr. Driver's curse. Livian's heart pounded, and fear turned over in her belly. Since the Duchess of Argyll agreed to help Livian secure a match, Livian had spent all her days pining for the love match she'd given up on, and the impending, cold, unfeeling union she'd have to make. All the nights where sleep eluded her, she'd stare overhead and lamented a fate worse than death. Perhaps death by violent carriage accident was to be the hefty price paid for Livian having ever dared make that analogy. The carriage hit an enormous trench that knocked Livian's grip on the bench loose. The moment the barouche came out of the cavity, it sent her flying some several inches from her seat. When she landed, her buttocks caught not the plush, red velvet, upholstered padding, but the wood at the very edge of the bench. Silver pinpricks of pain dotted her vision, and an anguished moan slipped out. Livian gripped tighter for dear life. As the coach rocked and swayed, so too did the red velvet curtains. That luxuriant fabric fluttered open and shut, and gave a glimpse of nothing more than the rain which had gone sideways. Crack. Unblinking, Livian stared wide-eyed at the fissure that had formed in the window beside her. "This is not good," she whispered. As though he'd heard her from atop his box outside, Mr. Driver raised his voice low enough to make himself heard over the raging tempest. "Hallel, Miss Love, say, looking for... stop for thee." She only picked up on every other one or two of his words. She clutched the seat until her fingers hurt. Her sister Verity warned her not to go. She tried to swallow, but her throat apparently lost its previously reflexive ability to do so. "You were right, Verity," she said, between chattering teeth. Even as the two carriages were being loaded, and Verity prepared to climb inside one of them, Verity and her beloved husband, Malcolm, looked on with worry. She'd wrung her hands together and urged Livian to remain behind. She'd warned the weather was too treacherous to set out in. The thick, ominous storm clouds overhead portended what eventually come to be. Her sister had known. Older sisters always knew. The echo of Verity's voice whispered around her mind. "It can always be worse. It usually is," Livian mumbled. "Livy." Sighing, Livian played the game she and Verity always had over the years, only this time, alone. Livian did a glance about. How could it be worse? How? So many ways. Which one to choose first? The carriage hasn't crashed or broken. Good. Livy. Yet, Livian added, effectively, but not intentionally drowning out Verity's always more positive outlook. The carriage sped on ahead at a dizzying rate. Whimpering, she summoned among Verity's many assurances over the years. "We always hope, and in all things it is better to hope than to despair. It can always be worse." Livian took a deep breath and tried again. "It's not... snow?" she ventured, with a hesitancy that tipped her statement up into the form of a question. If it had been snow, she stood to freeze to death. She troubled her lower lip. Except one could die from a freezing rain. She'd come close enough several times to know. Not helpful. Not helpful. She brightened. The window didn't break. That moment, an enormous ball of hail struck the fractured pane. It exploded in a sea of shards and splintered glass raining all over Livian and the carriage floor and benches. Rain streamed inside, pummeling her face, stinging her eyes, but washing her free of those sharp remnants. "That is helpful," she said, rivulets of water streaming into her mouth. Livian's shoulders shook wildly with amusement. For if she didn't laugh, she'd cry, and never stop. It could always be worse, she reminded herself, needing to hear the sound of her own voice so she could forget she was alone on the road. The ride that seemingly went on forever ended as abruptly as it started, and not in any way that was smooth or natural. Livian's carriage came to such a sudden stop. This time, she went flying across the opposite side of the carriage. Her head slammed against the gilded wood, and she collapsed onto the floor, dazed. Well, that game is ended. Aside from dying, this was absolutely as bad as it got. "Or you hope," she muttered, and promptly regretted having spoken as her skull throbbed in response. The door exploded open, blasting rain and ice inside. Livian gasped. Highwaymen. She'd forgotten the peril of highwaymen on these roads. Except, a soaked Mr. Driver stood wringing his drenched hat, the same way Verity had wrung her hands when Livian boarded the same conveyance. Lightning struck Miss Lovelace. His booming voice matched even the greatest round of thunder that had followed them these days. He paused and furrowed his wet brow. "What are you doing on the floor, miss?" "Oh, I'm just inspecting the interior of the Earl's conveyance." He cocked his head. "Really, miss? Now doesn't seem the best, Mr. Driver," she gently redirected him. "I'm taking it we've arrived?" she ventured hopefully. The young man shook his head. "No, no, Her stomach fell. "No? As I was saying, a branch split, and it's fallen across the road. Smaller piece here," he loudly explained, pointing a finger to some unidentifiable place outside the carriage confines. "And a bigger one, behind us. Closed off the road it has." "Closed off the road?" Livian closed her eyes. Bloody hell. Squeezing past Mr. Driver, Livian jumped down. "Miss Lovelace," he cried out. The young driver caught her by the arm. The same moment her boots sank several inches deep into gluey, black mud. London. All the while she attempted to jerk her left boot free and move it forward. Mr. Driver wailed. "His lordship will have me head, he will. Ye canna be out, here." With a satisfying splat, Livian managed to pull free and trudge herself right out of the ditch of racing waters the old Roman road had become. Mr. Driver followed close. "What are you doing, miss?" His speech dissolved more into the Cockney he'd carried into the Earl's employ from the days he'd been on the street. "I'm inspecting the situation," she called, squinting past the rain running in rivulets down her eyes. Ignoring the young man's protestations, she managed to open her eyes enough. Her heart sank. Good Christ. And hers was a prayer. "The smaller branch?" she cried. Mr. Driver reached her side. "Aye." The smaller branch happened to be nearly 5 meters wide, and inconveniently blocked their forward path. "The big branch is behind us, miss," her driver informed. As if to add further salt to already gaping wounds, a harsh gust of wind whipped Livian's bonnet backward. She spun quick, only to watch the wicker article Verity's son had given Livian for her recent birthday go flying several feet down the lane, before it got tangled in the larger branch. The larger branch. A giggle built in her chest and climbed higher and higher until it burst from her in an enormous, snorting laugh. Poor Mr. Driver cast a worried eye over Livian, looking at her like she'd cracked. And if there'd ever been a moment to crack, this was decidedly the one. "Mr. Driver," she said, through her panicky amusement. "That is no branch but the better part of a tree." She measured the object in question with her eyes. A yew tree, some 10 meters in height, and near that, in diameter. "Aye, an old tree. It is." The driver angled his head, and then gave his wet brow a scratch. "I'd wager hundreds, maybe even close to 1,000 years old." Considering their discussion over the felled yew tree, Livian suspected both she and poor Mr. Driver were both gone mad. "It's not all bad, miss." "Oh? Hum." Livian attempted to wrestle her foot free. "I am hard-pressed to say how it could possibly be any worse," she said dryly. Mr. Driver gestured to the front and back of the carriage. "The wrong time, by a fraction of a second, miss, and neither of us would be here discussing the yew tea tree." "It could always be worse," Livian mouthed that reminder, this time believing it. The voice of her old nursemaid, Bertha, whispered in her mind. "Remember, me girl, trees are sanctuaries. If you know how to speak to them, you must also listen and learn the truth from them too." "What is the tree trying to tell me?" she whispered. "Miss L. Lovelace?" The driver's worried query cut through her musings, the very same time the driving wind and rain broke past her previous panic and terror. "Never mind, Mr. Driver." Livian swept her gaze over the countryside. "And Miss Billy? And Mr. Giles?" she asked after the carriage that had departed ahead of them. "Can't say, miss. I suspect even the previous tracks and the lead they had on us at the last stop, and the point at which the skies opened up, Livian stopped paying attention somewhere around Mr. Driver's next. Undoubtedly, if she could reverse course, she would do so. The universe, the Lord, Mother Nature, all were hollering in her head to go back to her family. That rushing off without their knowing to marry a man she didn't even know would bring only the greatest of regrets. "So I'd venture they've probably gone on far enough ahead to have found a coaching inn," Mr. Driver was saying. "Oh, or, depending on the trajectory of the storm, they could have missed it entirely." He tipped his head back and peered through narrowly slitted eyes at the passing rain clouds. Hard to see. Mr. Driver's teeth had begun to rattle with the same intensity as Livian's, but he continued prattling on. But there." He pointed up at the sky. I'd say that they may have been fortunate enough to dodge." Livian gave thanks for that measure. It was bad enough poor Mr. Driver was going to perish on this journey. Livian had dragged them on. It could always be worse. Hugging her arms around her middle, Livian braced against the pummeling rains. We are stranded there." They'd not survive. Not in a carriage that, if the waters continued to rise, was swept away. "The fortunate thing, miss," he bellowed into the wind. "There's an inn not far from here." Livian closed her eyes and sent prayers skyward. After all, failing to heed her big sister's warnings and dying for it would be the ultimate "I told you so" she'd face when reunited with Verity behind those golden gates. It could always be worse. How far, Mr. Driver? Perhaps a mile or so. It could always be better, too. On a sigh, Livian opened her eyes and looked to the young driver. Which way then, Mr. Driver? He pointed north. Very well. They'd walk then. Yanking her heavy, muddied hems from the sodden earth, Livian trudged over to the carriage and climbed inside. Best idea, Mr. Driver called in as he reached up to shut the panel. Get out of the elements, miss. Get out of the elements? Wind and rain continued hammering through the broken window. A laugh nearly escaped Livian before she noted the seriousness in the optimistic servant's eyes. Before he could close her in what would certainly become her black lacquer casket if she stayed, Livian grabbed her valise and handed it through the opening. After Mr. Driver took the floral embroidered bag in hand, Livian jumped down. The servant gawked at her. Steadying her footing, she managed to tug her foot free of the sludge with greater ease than before. Thank you. And Mr. Driver, she said, relieving the slack-jawed young man of her bag. He dropped a low, respectful bow and headed over to free the horses. While he set to work, Livian, satchel in hand, started north. The weight of her skirts would stall her, and Mr. Driver would easily overtake any progress she made. Thunder rumbled. Miss Lovelace, the servant cried out. There came the slap and splash of Mr. Driver's boots, flying through the sodden ground. What are ye doing? He begged when he'd caught up. Ye can't be doing that. Jay, just what am I doing? She managed her first real amusement of the day. Walking, he exclaimed. In this weather. Yea, you'll see catch your death. At that, see carrying your own bag. And Mr. Shies. Driver, be it you and I both, or me alone, if we remain here, it is highly doubtful we'll survive, she calmly explained. You have our responsibility to your team of horses. He dug in. Ladies don't carry their own things. Perhaps. But she wasn't a lady. Given the way her brother-in-law, the Earl of Maxwell, and Levin's sister, Verity, pampered her, one would never know. They most certainly do, she gently said. My sister, the Countess, does so every day. Granted, Verity did because she knew how ridiculous it was to not do things for herself. The young man cocked his head. All the while the storm raged around them. Mr. Driver, she called loudly enough to make herself heard over the increasingly violent and loud winds. Either we remain here, in the middle of a storm chopping down the wood, needed to build an ark so we might survive this deluge. Standing here debating what ladies do, and not do, and get knocked to death by falling debris, get swept away. Or I carry my own bag, and begin walking while you see to the H-horses. Mr. Driver doffed his hopelessly drenched hat and scratched it over his head with a puzzled brow. Can't go about building an ark, miss. Don't have the necessary equipment or manpower. Not for the first time. Torn between laughing or crying, Livian briefly closed her eyes and prayed for patience. I'm jesting, but among my suggested options which makes the most sense? The latter one? Like one who thought he'd been handed a puzzle, the driver's voice tipped up into a question. The latter one. An eternity later, Livian and Mr. Driver and two horses, close to freezing, made it to the brightly lit inn doorway. The chimney sent voluminous smoke, pouring as if in welcome. We've done it, Mr. Driver, she said between tears. Sure we did, Miss Lovelace. As the driver went off to care for the horses, Livian let herself in the boisterous, cheer-filled, and more importantly warm inn. Yes, her sister was correct. One situation could always be worse. This particular night had just become a good deal better. Chapter 3. This godforsaken night couldn't get any fucking worse. The downpour that had stalled Latimer's travels to meet his future wife hadn't bothered him. After all, rain, more rain, and even more rain seemed to be the only variation in English weather. Hell, he'd welcomed any delay of his inevitable but valuable fate of becoming the husband of a widowed duchess. But this was a bloody bridge too far. Soaked from head to toe, Latimer wrestled with the burden tucked under his right arm. As he made his way through the deep puddles covering the cobblestone path, Latimer dodged the tiny fists of fury pummeling away at him and continued his determined approach to the George Inn. "Quit your damned squirming," he muttered. "Put me down, you miserable son of a codsucker." The lad spat in return. If Latimer weren't so drenched, cold, and fucking miserable, he'd have grinned at the mouth on this one. Alas, as he pressed the old handle of the George Inn to let himself inside, Latimer couldn't muster a single damn. A warm rush of warm and cheer-filled revelry came up to greet him. The smaller and useless pair of villagers who'd gotten Latimer to help retrieve the boy trailed in slowly behind them. The moment the sheepish pair were inside, they scurried past Latimer and made for the bar. By their harried expressions and stunned eyes, they'd rather have faced the raging tempest than the raging, foul-toothed lad. In fairness, the scamp had been nothing short of a pain in the arse. "That's right," the child shouted with an impressive force that nearly penetrated their busy surroundings. "Better run, ye bastards." The angry boy grew in Latimer's estimation. Only for a moment. The scrawny child brought his foot forward and nearly managed to publicly unman Latimer. "Ye bloody fucking bastard," Latimer grunted. I'm all those things. And more. Wah. But you're an ungrateful little shite. Let me go, you daft bugger." The drenched boy wrestled to be free. "Told ye and those other two sods enough times. I need to be out there looking for me master's carriage." Sharp teeth managed to pierce Latimer's wool cloak, jacket, and shirt, and Latimer cursed. "Would you stop your blubbering?" he growled, and then set his burden down on his feet. Latimer expected the scamp to run. Instead, he marched right over until the tips of their both fine surprisingly on the lad's account leather boots touched. "Blubbering? Blubbering? Oi, ain't some lad." He slapped a fist against his narrow chest. "Oi've got 15 years on this miserable earth." He gave him a look over. Aye, waif, thin, undernourished. The lad had London streets imprinted on every part of his gaunt, cynical features. "You've got some loyalty to the master who left you behind." "He didn't leave me behind." Rage tightened the boy's hard mouth. There were 2 bloody carriages. The boy stuck up 2 digits and waved them angrily. "I was travelin' with her ladyship's younger sister. When we stopped at an inn a ways ahead, and the other carriage never arrived, she became all distraught, wanted to go back and search. I volunteered to take a mount with my brother, head to this inn, and look. If she wasn't at the other, she'd be here." It was actually an even greater testament to the lad's devotion to his employers that he deigned to answer Latimer, a man whom he'd happily send to the devil. And the other driver didn't think to double back. Latimer drawled. "And leave the young miss unattended, or put her in danger." The loyal lad looked at him like he'd sprung horns. "Ye ain't too smart, are ye?" This from the boy who offered to wait outside, in the pitch black, in the middle of a tempest, to try and flag down a carriage that might or might not be coming by. "Fuck ye." An equally frail, but slightly taller boy came stampeding over. "There, here, Caleb." "Arrived." They did more than an hour ago. A muscle worked in Latimer's jaw. Over an hour? The pair of like-coloring and like-looking boys ignored him outright. Mayhap closer to 2, the still nameless lad clarified. "You were out in those hellish elements over 2 hours?" Latimer growled. "Bloody saints in heaven be praised," Caleb whispered. Relief, the first emotion young Caleb had shown other than rage, washed over the sharp planes of his face. Latimer, on the other hand, felt a fresh stirring of fury. "You're praying over the wrong people, lad," he advised. Caleb's vitriolic hate returned in full force. "You're expecting my gratitude, fair hauling my arse back." Latimer smirked. "I wouldn't hold my breath." "Who is this?" That whispered query came from the more well-spoken boy, brought Latimer's attention over. "I take it this is your brother?" he drawled. "Aye. One." The boy nodded. "Edric, Omi." "Don't answer him," Caleb exploded. "He's a goddamned bastard, he is." Without a backward look, the littler brother grabbed Edric's hand and tugged him away. Latimer cupped his hands around his mouth. "You're welcome," he shouted after the pair. Caleb lifted a single digit high over his head. "Fuck ye, ye blighter." The bigger brother, cast an apologetic glance in Latimer's direction. The moment they'd lost themselves in the crowd, Latimer gave his head a rueful shake. Drops of water went spraying everywhere, which reminded him all over again he'd braved that godforsaken weather for a miserable shite who needed far more help than just being plucked from a storm. The balding, buck-toothed proprietor, Mr. Felchin, who'd enlisted Latimer's help, joined him at the entrance. "It's been quite the evening, Mr. Latimer," he gaily greeted, smiling as if he hadn't sent Latimer on a thankless assignment. "Why tonight I see you men bill rail to a war, so you like one shot of me away." Latimer shrugged out of his soaking wet cloak. "So many guests," Mr. Felchin continued, all too happy to carry on a conversation with Latimer, the last man to ever want a bloody conversation. The proprietor's smile deepened. "And so many surprises. Mr. Felchin grunted and staggered under the weight of Latimer's heavy cloak. "I want a bath readied." Without looking back, Latimer headed upstairs, issuing directives as he went. A bottle of brandy. A boiling pot of coffee. There came a solid thwack, and the rapid patter of the smaller man's footfalls as he struggled to catch Latimer. Yes, Mr. Latimer. You see, the only thing I need or want to see is my bath brandy and coffee." "No, Guy. Correction. My boiling pot of coffee," he amended, when he reached his rooms. Before he could enter, Mr. Felchin managed to squeeze his stick-thin frame between Latimer and the door, blocking the entryway. "I am afraid you cannot go in there, Mr. Latimer." "You mean, I can't go in my room?" he snapped. The innkeeper's head moved somewhere between a nod and a shake. "Oh, bloody hell. Rain broke through the ceiling?" he said, running a weary hand over his face. "It's fine." Why? He'd slept in far worse conditions than a room with a leaky roof. "I'll make no. Nothing as bad as all that." Mr. Felchin rushed to alleviate that worry. "Our walls and roof are quite strong, as you might recall when you arrived, and I showed you to your accommodations. The St. George's Inn has been around. I'm not looking for a history lesson," he clipped out. The small man's gigantic Adam's apple bobbed wildly. There. You see, given the conditions outside, the inn is even more filled than usual. Not that we aren't always busy here at the St. George's Inn, but this is to the point I've had to rent out the stables and my Felchin." The innkeeper spoke so fast, all his words rolled together. "In your absence, a new, highly distinguished guest arrived, and I had no choice but to give over your accommodations. Mr. Latimer," he belatedly added. Latimer just stared at the red-cheeked fellow. "You gave my room away?" Mr. Felchin gave a tug on a cravat, nearly 2 decades out of fashion. "I had no other choice. If this is some bloody jest, be warned, I'm not easily amused." No, Latimer wasn't ever amused. He'd been born angry and hard. Mr. Felchin drew back, like the thought alone was more offensive than his having given away the room Latimer had bought and paid for. "I'd never jest about anything as serious as occupancy at the St. George's Inn, Mr. Latimer." "Worry not. I took the liberty of moving your belongings to a very safe location." In my guttural growl started in his chest and rose quick to Latimer's throat. The color slipped from Felchin's cheeks, signifying the moment the daft bastard recognized both his folly and the danger he found himself in. Giving up his sentry at Latimer's now someone else's doorway, the galling proprietor edged himself along the wall and away from Latimer. "It was the right thing to do," Felchin whined, in tones as weaselly as the man himself. "Was it?" Latimer whispered. Failing to detect the ominous steely underlaying of his words, the stupid fellow stopped. "Oh yes. You will understand. This is an important guest, sir." "Unlike me," Latimer said, with a false sense of understanding. "Never tell me. Nobility?" "Yes." For the proud way in which Felchin drew back his shoulders and tugged on his lapels, the King of England himself may as well have been slumbering on the other side of Latimer's door. The lackwit continued on all too proudly. "Not every day we get high-quality folk in this corner of Hitchin. I wonder why?" Latimer jeered. "I do not know. We're a small village, but we have Mr. Felchin," gasped. "You cannot go in there, sir," he squeaked. Latimer turned slowly, and the frail-looking fellow's brief show of bravery faltered. "Who is going to stop me?" he asked casually. "Latimer," not taking his eyes off a quaking Mr. Felchin, cracked his knuckles. You? By the way the small man's trembling fiercened, one would think he'd been the one helping a small lad whose cruel employer had left him behind in the rain. Mr. Felchin's mouth moved like he wished to put up a protest, but then wisely closed it and hastened off in the opposite direction. When he'd gone, Latimer fished the rusted room key from his pocket and inserted the small bit of metal into the equally rusted hole. Hesitating, he leaned his right ear close to listen. The medieval oak boards, however, blocked out any hint of sound on the other side. After a moment, he let himself in. The same way the aged lock and key made a silent entry impossible, so too did the noisy hinges that had probably not been creased in the 900 or so years since the inn had been constructed. Still, for Latimer's best efforts at a stealthy entry, it should turn out, he needn't have bothered anyway. A deep, juddering snore filled the room. The bloody bastard, cozy, comfy, and happily dreaming in Latimer's goddamned bed, was dead to the world, not the room. My room? He muttered to himself. A healthy fury sizzled within him. That was the way of these bloody bastards. Be them knobs, who called themselves friends, or made themselves partners to men outside their lofty ranks. At the end of a long London day, they ultimately took what they wanted, and in this case, he sharpened his gaze on the mounds of covers this particular lord had availed his fat, lazy arse of Latimer's beds. He allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkened space. Latimer looked to the dwindling fire. The fancy guest Mr. Felchin had so proudly touted hadn't even bothered to stoke the bloody fire, which nearly gone cold. More likely, the bastard didn't know how. The small table in the far corner remained littered with the leftovers of the veritable feast Felchin welcomed him with. A glass of claret sat empty. The bottle beside it, half empty. Latimer's empty belly grumbled, recalling all the many times he'd been hungry over the years and had to steal and fight for stale and rotted scraps, tossed as refuse into the streets. Now this fat, drunken lord, with his corpulent belly full, lay dead to the world. Another loud, unbroken snore filled the quiet, the sounds of which breathed into Latimer a fresh round of hatred for all noble lords and ladies. This time, Latimer didn't worry about the noisy groan of floorboards as he approached the tosser who'd robbed him of a room and nicked his bed. When he reached the rickety wood frame, he stopped. Even with Latimer towering over him, the drunken knob slumbered like a babe. But then, why wouldn't he? Latimer's lip peeled into a reflexive sneer. While he'd been out rescuing an ungrateful lad, a lad who in hindsight was clearly employed by the gentleman, this bastard had gorged himself on wine and food until he'd collapsed into his present stupor. All in the comforts of Latimer's own rooms, no less. His fury welled. With fingers numb from the freezing rain, he snatched a corner of the stack of blankets that had been intended for Latimer. Wakey, wakey. You've stolen the wrong man's room, he snarled, tugging at the covers. Do you hear that, your royal? Hi. Latimer froze with the blankets halfway off the slumbering knob. The sleeping bastard wasn't a nobleman at all, but a delicate, modestly attired lady. Bloody hell. Chapter 4. Wakey, wakey. Livian attempted to blink the thick haze of sleep away. Wakey, wakey, sunshine. Verity hadn't woken her with that warm, maternal greeting for years. Only, this morning awakening hadn't been in her sister's light, airy tones. And it hadn't been wakey, wakey, sunshine, but wakey, wakey. Your royal high, royal? Livian slogged her way through exhausted confusion. That isn't Verity. Suddenly, a blast of cold struck her. Book. Dot. That vulgar curse brought Livian crashing back down to earth. Fully awake, she stared up at the living, breathing monster of a man in the flesh, bearing over her. Oh, God. Her heart hammered, and she made herself absolutely still. He'd entered the wrong rooms. This Viking warrior resurrected from the dead and haunter of her rented accommodations had gotten lost, and her belly contracted, which meant he was drunk. Livian took in the muscular stranger's stunned expression, and using the skills her brother-in-law taught, took advantage of his brief paralysis. When most anyone else would have rolled in the opposite direction, Livian rolled quickly toward him. Cursing the hem of her nightskirts which briefly hampered her movements, she managed to get her foot out in time. Her foot collided squarely with the dastard's member. A sharp hiss exploded from between his teeth, and he brought his hands up to cover himself. Briefly thrown off by the fact the stranger hadn't crumpled into a ball as Malcolm ensured he would, she drew her foot back again, and before he could cover his wounded organ, Livian delivered another, even more solid kick between his legs. This time, he crumpled to his knees. Even reduced in height as that disadvantage left him, the beast was still nearly eye level with her. Do not let up, Livy. Keep hammering him until he's out cold. Her brother-in-law's reminders about assailants fueled her movements. Bringing back her arm, she delivered a solid right hook. Instead of Livian's attack further staggering her assailant, his body tensed like her blows only made him stronger. Gasping and out of breath, both from the fight and fear, Livian struck him again. Would you quit, you bloody ruthless chit? He hissed. Livian's sinister assailant speaking only made him and his attack more real. Her terror spiraled. Never, she rasped. The moment he grabbed for her hand to intercept another assault on his face, Livian brought her knee up to catch him in the stomach. Those same large, punishing fingers she'd believed he'd intended to stop her latest punch slid lower, in perfect anticipation of her latest strike. He closed a punishing hand around her knee. Livian gasped. Who's in control now, you bloodthirsty wench? He muttered. His voice graveled and ragged, and worse, amused. Bloodthirsty wench? She raged. How dare you, you cur? Ted. Pity. You gone, Torty, and it is sure, one, I'm not to say. Diamond. There's Mathias. It torture. His grin and tone were equally cold. Here, I'd thought a lady who fights like a street tough would have the mouth of one, too. Then, he tightened about her knee, the same hand that held her. One that bore the size, scars, and stealth of any warrior. You bloody lobcock, she panted. There. His broad chest and even broader shoulders shook with laughter. That is more in line with what I'd been rearing her head back. Livian surged forward and spit in his smug, grimly chiseled features. Her nameless foe went ominously silent. Still, Livian's spittle dripped from his high, broad brow. Dread sapped the moisture from her mouth. Like the drop striking her window pane, her spittle wound between his cruel-looking topaz eyes and continued to the slight bump at the end of his blade-like nose. A nose with enough breaks to tell the story of a lethal past. Oh, God. Paralyzed with fear, Livian's entire body went hot and then cold. With a chilling deliberateness to his movements, her assailant withdrew a kerchief from his pocket. He gave that fabric a single, sharp snap. Livian recoiled. Not breaking eye contact with Livian, he wiped the moisture from his face. I went too far. Oh, I'd say somewhere around your second knee to my buttocks was the actual point of too far. Her throat lurched. Did I speak that aloud? About having gone too far? He asked. She nodded. Either that, or he leaned down so their brows touched. I read your mind, sweetheart. The peculiar conversational quality of their exchange only further muddled Livian Dia. Hearing that endearment Malcolm bestowed upon her sister hardly helped. Which one scares you more, love? Her captor mocked. His breath mingled with hers. His brandy or whiskey? Drunk did I. He's a drunkard. Malcolm's guidance whispered forward once more. The drunks are the easiest to disarm. Little Livy. Livian, using his haughty arrogance against him, brought her hand flying up with such force she cried out from the burn of pain upon her palm. He, on the other hand, didn't even flinch. The sound of her flesh striking his came followed by an ominous rumbling of thunder. Her assailant sharpened a lethal gaze upon her. Oh, God. In one fluid motion, he tugged Livian's calf and brought her to the floor and covered her body with his own. Livian's breaths came harder and faster. Her captor's enormous biceps and defined chest muscles unnecessarily highlighted his power over Livian. Her panic intensified. Let Dwight be me. Go, she rasped. He snorted. Why? So I can take another knee to the buttocks or one of your impressive right cuffs? Not impressive enough to have gotten myself free, she cried. Her voice broke on a sob. His dry amusement faded. Hey now, he said in soothing tones he might use with a scared child. I'm not going to hurt you. Her chest rose and fell violently. "You already are," she spat. "Am I?" His black eyebrows came together into a single line. "Because it seems like of the two of us, sweetheart, you are the only violent oomph." Livian connected her knee with his groin. "My exact point," he said drawly, his equanimity almost as enraging as his refusal to set her free. Livian put up her wildest, greatest resistance yet, bucking and thrashing and twisting. "Very well." The indomitable stranger sighed. "As you are, then." She squirmed frantically from side to side. Cool air slapped her skin, climbing higher and higher. Pinpricks of fear dotted her vision. Her night shift. Oh, bloody hell. She'd all but lifted her skirts for him. As if he were, in fact, the mind reader he'd earlier professed to be. Her captor's callous fingers brushed the side of her thigh. The pads of those long digits were coarse and harsh against her. Livian's eyes rolled back in her head. "I'm going to be ill," he cursed. "Would you stop moving?" he demanded, catching her hem, which climbed up around her waist. With another foul utterance, he reached between them, grabbed her skirts and yanked them. Don't!" Livian cried out. "Back into place?" "Wait a moment." He'd righted her nightgown. Confused, she tucked her chin into her chest and peered between the slight space between their bodies. "Would you rather I leave them up?" he drawled. "Given the monstrosity and quality of your night shift, I took you more as one who'd want them down around your ankles, but if you'd know," she rasped. He flashed another one of his sarcastic smiles. Livian drew back. Why, you're enjoying this," she breathed in horror. "This? I assure you, sweetheart, I can name a million other things I'd rather be doing than spending time with you." Livian didn't know whether to be offended or grateful. The latter. Ahamium. She was definitely the latter. Grasping on his disappointment with her, Livian at last eased her struggles. "If that is the case, Mr. Latimer." He'd truly just offered his name. Like they were two kindly strangers meeting for the first time. "You're mad. A drunkard and a madman." "I'm more annoyed than angry at this point," he muttered. "Even better." Livian managed to find a place of calm as she spoke with him. "Given you've both expressed an annoyance with me and an interest in finding a woman who suits you more, might I suggest you do just that?" His eyes went black. "For the both of us," she added on a rush. "You think I'm going to rape you?" he stated bluntly. As his wasn't a question, she opted to not answer. "No." His query threatened to bring them back to an uglier, darker place she didn't wish to descend with him. When she remained silent, he snapped. Well? Livian jumped. Never mind," he clipped out. Then, with a languid slowness, he lowered his frame the rest of the way until her breasts touched the wall of his built chest. She couldn't stop a whimper from escaping. Her captor, Mr. Latimer, wasn't done shrinking all space between them. He laid his brow against Raina's so their eyes met. "Let me tell you something, sweetheart," he whispered. "I don't rape women. The women I have in my bed are ones who beg to be there." That, she highly doubted, is very reassuring. With his aura of power and ruthlessness, he'd more likely rouse fear than desire in his bed partners. The hardened glint in his eyes indicated he'd caught her lie. "Don't believe me, my lady?" he taunted. "Bloody hell. I did not say that, Mr. Latimer," she said with all the calm she could muster. She'd never been good at prevaricating, which is why she'd always opted for silence when necessity required she fibbed to her sister. What had made her open her mouth this time? "Whether or not you believe it, fortunate enough for you, the last woman I'd ever make love to is a proper lady." This time, Livian wisely pressed her lips together and led him to his incorrectly drawn supposition about her birth station. "Despite the way you, with your genteel sensibilities, twisted this exchange," he said coolly, "I haven't shown you violence." He paused. "The only violence I show is the kind my lovers beg for." Women who wanted violence? Her throat convulsed. Oh yes, he was madder than a hatter. She truly did need to escape him. Mr. Latimer eased his form up slightly. He'd been waiting to see if she struck. Somehow, when every instinct within urged her to fight, Livian somehow made herself remain still under him, opting for a different approach with the marauder. In the end, she'd fought him as hard as she could, and proven unsuccessful. Having since fatigued, she would certainly be no match against him now. Her hopeful thinking paid off. Mr. Latimer eased himself off her frame. The moment she found herself freed, she scooted backward on her buttocks and heaved in deep, gasping breaths of air. He stuck a hand out. Up close, she eyed that hand that had so effortlessly restrained her. His fingers were the bronzed sort, calloused and raw from real work. They were the hands belonging to the man she'd secretly imagined herself marrying one day. Someone who was like her. Someone who knew what it was to toil, and didn't look down on her for having lived that existence, but understood, on every level, her and the life she'd known for nearly all her life. Mr. Latimer. The conqueror spoke, interrupting her distracted musings. Afraid to sully your hands, he remarked with more of that perverse humor. She blinked slowly, realizing she still stared intently at that purely masculine hand. Or, he said, bringing her gaze flying up to his, are you still worrying I'm going to lay you down and ravish I? Unthinking, just not wanting him to complete that horrifying possibility, Livian grabbed his palm and used it to tug herself up. The moment she was on her feet, however, she remained frozen. An improbable and explosive electric current rushed between the place, her flesh touched his. A tingling charge like the one she'd used to get as a girl, running for the first time across the Earl's plush Aubusson. Gasping, Livian ripped her hand back. Yea, better not touch a base-born bastard like myself, Mr. Latimer the Conqueror mocked. Though, I suspect your reasons for not touching me had a little to do with both. Not wishing to offend him and earn his wrath, Livian cleared her throat. Yes, well, now that we've sorted all that out, if you'd be so gracious as to leave my rooms. She attempted to appeal to whatever decency might exist in this savage creature. I had the most arduous evening, and had to walk some distance in the rain. Some distance, you don't say? She couldn't decipher whether he toyed with her or truly sought clarification, but either way, she gave a vigorous nod. It was quite bad weather. At once, she noted details she'd previously failed to establish. His close-cut brown hair, so dark as to almost be black, slick with water. His surprisingly fine black wool garments, equally wet. You were saying? He drawled, folding his arms across his broad chest. I believe. Something about the weather. Yes. Nervously, she traced her tongue along the seam of her lips. With searing intensity, his sharp gaze zeroed in on Livian's mouth. The glitter in his eyes transformed into some unfamiliar to her emotion. A heat, not like his previous annoyance and anger of before, and somehow more unnerving. The weather, she blurted. He stared at her in confusion. He couldn't very well kill her if they were of a shared experience and opinion. That is, I was going to mention the dreadful conditions. Given you also experience firsthand the state of the weather, you know firsthand. I said that twice. How miserable it is, and how very much a warm bee do not say bed. Accommodations in peace are on such a night. When she'd finished her ramblings, Mr. Latimer the Conqueror still stared this time, in an opaque way. Warm accommodations, he repeated, and peace? Livian gave a frantic nod. Her plait bounced wildly and flopped over her shoulder. And food, she quickly added. Unless you haven't eaten, and you really should. The rest of that suggestion, meant to send him rushing out, went unfinished as Mr. Latimer's unnerving gaze slid over to the table in the corner. Those undecipherable eyes revealing nothing, moved over the remaining scraps of her previously bountiful dinner. The small end of crusty breast, her half-eaten apple, 4 grapes, and a piece of cheese. Before he got it into his head to stay, Livian raced over, gathered the remnants into a cloth. Folding it as she walked, she stopped a full arm's length from Mr. Latimer. Here. Here. Livian stuck the offering out. In the event you don't have food, I don't have food, he said bluntly. Poor man. Though it was on the tip of her tongue to suggest he give up his drunken ways. Again, thinking better of it, Livian sprinted over to her valise. As she fished around, she felt the stranger's eyes boring into her back. Unnerved, she found herself fumbling about the contents. Where is it? She mumbled. Where? Where? Her fingers collided with the velvet pouch. Here, here, she exclaimed. She snatched the little bag out and gave it a jingle. Livian rushed to join the stoic marauder. "Please, take these," she said softly, pressing that gift and the food offering into his stiff hands. His fingers so tense that even expansive as his palm was, she struggled to close the digits around them there. Smiling widely, Livian scrambled back several steps. "Good evening, Mr. Latimer," she said, nudging her chin in the direction of the doorway, the one now blocked by his broad frame. He took a step closer. "Do you know why I experienced firsthand the conditions outside Mrs. Lovelace?" she blurted, inventing a husband for herself, and stopping the stranger as he spoke. She confounded him with her offering her name. One couldn't go about offing or harming someone whom they were familiar with. "Do you know why I experienced firsthand the conditions outside Mrs. Lovelace?" All her hopes sank like bricks to the bottom of the sea. "I was out there, rescuing the young lad Mr. Lovelace sent out in search of your carriage, and who didn't have the decency to inform the boy of your arrival." "Mr. Lovelace?" she asked, before remembering she'd invented a fictitious husband, herself. "Yes, the same," he sneered. "Mr. Lovelace who, even with a shortage of rooms that leaves other strangers in a storm without, wouldn't make the sacrifice of having to spend a night with his shrewish wife." Livian gasped. "How dare you?" she exclaimed, so indignant she forgot for a moment there wasn't a Mr. Lovelace. "I am no shrew." Mr. Latimer gave her an icy once-over. "Your mouth and actions this night tell a different tale, wench." A healthy rush of fury made her reckless or bold, or mayhap just both. "And tell me, Mr. Latimer," Livian got herself up onto the mattress, on her knees, to better face him head-on. The lumpy mattress, however, dipped and ruined that attempt. "How should I act toward a hulking stranger who invades my rooms, wakes me from a sound sleep, and tackles me on the floor?" "I didn't tackle you, darlin'," he bit out. "You're the one who charged at me at that, a dastard who invaded my rooms and assaulted me." Livian saw red. "Charged you?" she squawked. "Hi. Charged you? With the way you're echoing like a parrot, I can see why your husband Livian jumped unevenly to her feet and raced for the bastard. However, each step she took depressed the mattress. Livian lost her balance. Squealing, she went flying through the air, and closing her eyes, she tensed in anticipation of her collision with the floor. When the fall came, the air exploded from her lungs, sucking all the breath out of Livian's body. Running through a brick wall would have hurt less. Her body went limp, but she remained standing. The icy chill had faded from the floor, and left her surprisingly, but welcomingly warm. Livian, addled from the force of her collision, tried to understand what had happened. Strong, wide, but gentle hands came to rest upon her back. She cried out and tried to wrestle herself away. A smooth murmuring whispered against Livian's temple. "Whoa, darling." Those strokes, no, caresses, became lighter, gentler. "I've got you. I've got you." Unlike every moment that had built to this one, fear didn't hold Livian in its grip. Maybe she was the only mad one of their pair. For Mr. Latimer's husky promise combined with the quixotic massage played a new kind of havoc on her senses. Instead of fleeing, she closed her eyes and shamefully welcomed his soothing caress. "I've got you," he repeated, against her temple. She'd yearned to have a man make that promise to her. None had. None ever would. Out of respect for their employer, any of the men from her station she knew because of her brother-in-law kept a distance. The nobility with their weak spines, lily-white hands, and undeserved arrogance had never looked her way, nor had she ever wanted them to. They'd all left her feeling as out of place as a fish on land. Thought, at the end of the day, or more accurately, this fraught journey's conclusion, one of those lords awaited Livian. Tears threatened. Maybe it was exhaustion and the reality of what she was days away from doing, but she found borrowing strength from this stranger's arms. He, her captor, became her unwitting comforter. Livian buried her face deeper into Mr. Latimer's wet wool jacket. The cool of his garments didn't transfer the chill she expected, but instead, a peculiar heat radiated throughout her. Her throat worked spasmodically. Despite her sister's thoughts to the contrary, or complete lack of knowing, Livian had been as strong as, or stronger than Verity, just in different ways. Ways Verity didn't know. Now, she, who never cried, strangled on a sob. Here she stood, taking solace in the arms of a stranger, who might or might not be a thief or murderer, or even though he insisted he wasn't a rapist. If he were going to do any of those things, he'd likely have done them by now. All the while, she silently wept. Her unexpected comforter continued massaging her back in that soothing way. He did so until her body ceased trembling, and her tears faded. With a soft exhalation, she sagged against him. How peculiar. She felt somehow better from being held by this man. Mr. Latimer pressed his lips against her temple. All the shockingly discovered calm vanished. He is kissing me. His tender kiss resurrected the accelerated beat of her heart. Livian's pulse raced not from fear, but the mesmerizing quality of that. Are you looking for comfort? He murmured, his tone so singularly fierce as to never be mistaken for silky entranced Livian. I can give you that. He already was, and Livian wanted nothing more than to be held, even if it was by this dark stranger. Mr. Latimer's voice broke through her mind's confused musings. Or, that slight emphasis placed a suggestiveness to his next question. Are you looking for company? He whispered, trailing a path of kisses lower. I can offer both, darling. Mr. Latimer traveled his questing lips along the curve of her cheek. Livian stiffened. Are you attempting to seduce me, Mr. Latimer? The breathless quality of her rejoinder ruined any attempt at clear outrage. If you have to ask, I'm doing a poor job of it, sweetheart. He touched his lips to the edge of her ear, and his warm breath fanned her skin. I'm going to have to fix that. Immediately. A wicked promise hung on that last spoken word. Slap him. Run. Give some digat. Knee him in the groin. Everything Livian knew she should do, she couldn't. Her belly fluttered in such a way she remained motionless in this warrior's arms. Then, he drew the shell of her ear deep into his mouth and suckled the sensitive flesh. Her body went hot all over, and her eyes slid closed. She'd never been kissed, not once. Now to have her first, in this way, with a stranger sucking and nipping at that flesh, sent a sharp ache to that forbidden place between her legs. She moaned softly. His broad chest rumbled with amusement, and she felt that sonorous swell all the way through her being, as welcome and quixotic as his kiss. Imagine that, he whispered. It turns out I don't mind your choosing my bed over Mr. Lovelace's after all, sweetheart. Then he glided his enormous palms under her buttocks and drew her against the hard ridge of his shaft. Livian gasped. There's more of that, I promise. He tempted, taking Livian's shocked exhalation as the wanton eagerness of some tart. Mr. Latimer, she began pertly, but again her chastisement emerged solid as air. You, sir, do you have a name? He rubbed his enormous length in the same smooth circles against her belly. He moved his lips near hers. That is, other than Mrs. Lovelace. Other than Mrs. Lovelace? She squawked. Livian immediately brought her palms against his chest and made to shove him away a second time this night, which had contained an eternity of experiences. Should I take that as a no? He drawled huskily. With so much of his smug arrogance, the hypnotic hold he had over her broke. Shrieking, Livian shoved Mr. Latimer away and raced to the other side of the bed. How dare you? She hissed between her teeth. He eyed her with an infuriatingly crooked smile. Is this where you feel you have to show some modesty and act all aghast? Livian saw red. It is not an act, she gritted out. How dare you put your hands on me? His gaze darkened. I felt you trembling in my arms and heard those hungry little moans of yours. Darlin', she gasped. Why, I never have a care, wench, he said warningly. I've been patient. Too patient. There is no such thing as too patient, Livian pointed out. Are you making light of me? A smile coated his question, but the pinpricks of rage glinting from his eyes warned Livian she danced in dangerous territory. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the fireplace shovel and poker. I'm speaking the truth, Mr. Latimer. She somehow found the courage to say, inching carefully away. Patience is a virtue, as is charity, but you don't seem to give two shites on Sunday about that. That blistering accusation stopped her slow flight. Livian frowned. Just what is that supposed to mean? I didn't expect it would be clear to you. Let me spell it out, sweetheart, he said bluntly. I went about to retrieve the young servant your husband sent to wait for your carriage outside, and while I was off fetching the foul-mouthed lad, you availed yourself of my rooms." Livian opened her mouth and closed it, several times. Confused by all the incorrect statements tossed at her, she shook her head. Then it finally hit her reason. "This is why you've been so angry and rude, because you believe I stole your rooms?" He chuckled, and unlike his scathing, empty mirth of before, this laugh contained genuine amusement. "Darlin', you haven't even begun to feel my wrath." "Oh," Livian said weakly. She managed to find her voice. "I'd like to assure you, you accuse the wrong person of taking your rooms, Mr. Latimer. I don't have a husband." Livian stopped herself quick. She couldn't very well go mentioning the fabricated Mr. Lovelace. Livian cleared her throat. "I forgive your misunderstanding. So if there's no misunderstanding," he cut her off. "My belongings were removed, and I was slid out to make room for Mr. Felchen's esteemed guest, a fine noble lady." "A fine noble lady." Confused, Livian did a glance about. Mr. Latimer stared pointedly at her. "Me? He's referring to me. I'm not a lady." Again, she couldn't bring herself to say that either. She knew firsthand from her mother's history, men barely respected ladies, and did not respect, at all, women outside that station, women such as Livian. "You're not," he prodded. "Believing any of this?" Mr. Latimer reached inside his pocket. "Oh." A scream filled Livian's throat. He brandished a small, rusted key. Livian's cry for help died on her lips. Instead of Mr. Latimer marching toward her, he headed for the exit and drew the door open. "Lock it," he said, not looking back. Livian didn't need to be told twice. The minute he stepped outside, she'd already begun her flight over. By the time she reached the entryway, however, her nighttime marauder did Livian the favor of closing that panel between them. With unsteady fingers, she bolted herself inside. Click. Dot. Closing her eyes, Livian sagged against the door. "Safe." "Safe from what, exactly?" "He didn't harm you, and you were all too eager to be held and caressed by him," the devil in her head taunted. Livian drew in a slow, deep breath through her nose and let it out even more slowly through her mouth. Either way, she didn't have to think about her body's shameful response, or the way it had felt being held by a man, a big stranger who'd disarmed her as easily as he might have a child, for the simple reason this would be the last she'd ever click. "What? What?" The panel moved against her back. Before she'd even fully registered what was happening, Mr. Latimer unlocked the door, edged it open carefully enough to push her forward, but not knock her over, and slip as much as a towering figure, such as he could inside. Mouth agape, Livian stared at the enigmatic stranger. The same enigmatic stranger she'd only just assured herself she'd never see again. "What? I don't... How?" Wordlessly, Mr. Latimer held up his key, and then it hit her. "Oh, God," she whispered. "It is your room." Pressing her fingers against her temples, she wandered aimlessly about her accommodations, Mr. Latimer's accommodations. She'd shared her relation to the Earl of Maxwell with the innkeeper to ensure herself greater protection, but never had she sought to curry his favor, and certainly not to have some guest he'd already installed thrown out because of her. Stricken, she lifted her gaze. Mr. Latimer remained silent by the doorway. "I am so sorry," she whispered. He grunted. "Guy." How peculiar he appeared, more unsteady now than all the time she'd spent assaulting him. "Is Mr. Lovelace a man who needs a good beating?" he asked quietly. A vein bulged in Mr. Latimer's thick, strong neck, as well muscled as the rest of him. "Why, he's angry on my behalf." A beautifully warm, gentle heat unfurled slowly throughout her entire being. Here she'd spent the better part of, she knew not how long since his arrival time ceased to exist, fearing Mr. Latimer. He'd restrained her, but not hurt her. He'd ceased kissing her when she demanded he stop. Now, Mr. Latimer's bear-like growl filled the room. "No," she exclaimed. Mr. Lovelace. Livian struggled to wrap her mouth around the name. The only Mr. Lovelace around in her time had been a grandfather she'd never even known. "Is a fictional good man," she allowed. "Do you not wish to sleep in his rooms?" he asked with such directness she blushed. Apparently, Mr. Latimer hadn't been satisfied with Livian's reassurances. A wistful smile played at her lips. Mr. Latimer, are you suggesting this very room you and I have battled over, you'd now freely give if I tell you Mr. Lovelace is a monster?" He met her question with stony silence. As it was, he needn't answer. His penetrating expression said all too clearly, the gentleman would give up his chambers if Livian's husband were a brute. She cleared her throat. "Allow me to gather my things." Silent, he stepped out of the rooms. For a second time, he shut that panel between them and allowed Livian privacy. She quickly set to work gathering her belongings. As she went about tidying the handful of things she had out, she rapidly stuffed them into her valise. Livian shed her night shift and donned her simplest gown. Biting her lip, she reached behind and strained to fasten the handful of buttons there. A short while later, out of breath, and the muscles in her arms straining from having to contort herself, she found herself dressed. Bag in hand, she made her way over to the door. Livian reached for the handle, but something held her back. She cast a glance around the room. Perhaps it was the late hour or the wild exchange that had unfolded here. But as she took one final look, she had the feeling that something special had happened here this night. Shaking her head to free herself of those fanciful thoughts, Livian let herself out. "Good evening, Mr. Latimer," she murmured, dropping him a curtsy. He touched his fingertips to his forehead. "Mrs. Lovelace." While Livian made a slow walk down the hall to a room that didn't exist for her, she felt Mr. Latimer's gaze following her the whole while. When she'd reached the very end, and there was no other fake room to find, she stopped. Raising her fingertips, she gave Mr. Latimer a small wave and a smile. He bowed in return, and as she took the hall door handle in her hand, she heard the faint click as Mr. Latimer entered his rooms and disappeared from her life. Chapter 5. Lying on the lumpy but warm mattress in his room at the St. George's Inn, Latimer scowled at the ancient ceiling overhead. He had spent enough nights sleeping on England's grimiest, coldest cobblestones. Hell, he'd spent even more nights without getting a single knot of sleep. In his early years, all of his nights had been spent with one eye open to keep from getting a knife in the belly, or worse. As a man who'd made it out alive, he'd lived for his business. This night, neither business nor the threat of danger kept him from sleep. Rather, thoughts of the spirited, infuriating, and very delectable Mrs. Lovelace occupied every blasted corner of his mind. It took a good deal to impress him. But after his initial fury at being displaced by a knob who'd turned out to be a noblewoman, Latimer had found himself filled with a reluctant admiration. She fought with a skill most men didn't have, and possessed a quick and colorful tongue that even in the throes of his anger, he'd fought to keep from smiling over. With her doe-like eyes and pillowy lips made for all manner of wicked delights, he let himself imagine all the things she could do to him with that lush mouth. She'd be as unrestrained in bed as she'd been in a fight. She'd take a man's length, ballocks deep inside her throat. "Bloody hell," he said on a sharp exhale, through his teeth. In matters of sex, he'd always possessed a lusty appetite. Never, however, had he been a slave to his hungering. Latimer closed his eyes, and finally surrendered to the thought of them. He allowed himself to imagine sweet Mrs. Lovelace, who'd trembled in his arms, and the things he'd like to do to her, and with her. Against the dim lighting, the ridiculously modest night shift she'd worn to sleep left little to the imagination. Her breasts weren't the overly enormous ones he generally favored, but there'd been something just as maybe even more entrancing about her flesh, ample enough to fill his palms. It was like those gentle swells were meant for just Latimer's hands. The slowly dying fire cast the perfect amount of light over her, enough to reveal dark pink areolas and the stiff, brighter pink peaks at the center. A fresh swell of blood rushed to his cock. She'd wanted him too. She'd quivered in his arms as he'd held her. Her thirsting moans of desire weren't the sort that could be faked. They repeated in his mind. Given the way she'd gone toe-to-toe with Latimer, a stranger in her rooms, she'd be a fiery tigress in bed. There'd been a clear eagerness in each moan that eased past her lips, and in the way she'd rubbed herself against him, like a cat trying to climb inside its master's skin. His breathing grew ragged. Eventually, her ladylike outrage won out outrage that had put to an all-too-quick end of his plans, for he and lonely Mrs. Lovelace. But it was too late. The lady's eager body had revealed her truths. She'd been responsive to even Latimer's slightest touch. Would that same enthusiasm be welcomed by her pompous husband? Or did the lady feel compelled to suppress her innermost longings, which accounted for her response to being in Latimer's arms, which only served to remind him that just a short while ago, she'd lain on this very mattress, and with these same sheets and blankets draped over her delectable body. Now, he lay here alone, lusting for the lovely Mrs. Lovelace, whose first name he'd never know. She now slept in the arms of some fine toff, a real-life gentleman, stupid enough to take separate rooms from his glorious wife. At that unwelcome reminder, Latimer gritted his teeth. It was too late. Unwelcome thoughts slithered forward of the pale-haired beauty slipping into staid Mr. Lovelace's rooms. Was she even now riding the proper fellow? Her breasts dangling at his mouth, while he milked them, in a way Latimer knew she'd love. That unpleasant thought stirred a primal response inside him, something that felt damn near like jealousy. Jealousy? He choked. If so, the only reason was because the other man was reaping the rewards of Latimer's efforts. Cursing long and roundly into the night, Latimer abandoned any effort at sleep. He climbed to his feet and headed for the bottle of claret that had been left behind by Mrs. Lovelace. Ignoring the glass that had touched her lips, he made a grab instead for the entire damned bottle. Tipping it back, Latimer drank. And drank. Neither as strong, dark, or dry as he favored when it came to spirits, it'd do. With a grimace, he dragged the back of his hand over his mouth. Latimer snorted. The bloody irony, he said, absently taking in each spot where they'd tussled. He gave his head a wry shake. It should so happen a tart-mouthed, fearless lady such as Mrs. Lovelace would leave him sideways. He gave his head a wry shake. Not only that, but with Latimer stopped for the night on his journey to discuss and finalize a union between himself and the Duchess of Argyll, thoughts of the Duchess managed to completely kill the remnants of his lust for Mrs. Lovelace. He made to take another swig from the half-empty bottle, and stopped, with it halfway to his lips. Mrs. Lovelace. A frown formed on his lips. Not Lady Lovelace, but rather Mrs. as Latimer stared, his unblinking gaze fixed on the doorway. His body went absolutely still. Part of his exchange with Mrs. Lovelace repeated, in his mind. I was out there, rescuing the young lad Mr. Lovelace sent out in search of your carriage, and who didn't have the decency to inform the boy of your arrival. A little line furrowed Mrs. Lovelace's gentle brow. Mr. Lovelace? Yes, the same, he sneered. Mr. Lovelace, who even with a shortage of rooms that leaves other strangers in a storm without, wouldn't make the sacrifice of having to spend a night with his shrewish wife. Mrs. Lovelace gasped. How dare you? I am no shrew. Latimer slammed his bottle down so hard some of the remaining liquor sloshed over the side. Cursing all the while, Latimer jammed his feet inside his boots and headed from the room and downstairs to the tap room, already knowing what he'd find when he got there. Sure enough, the minute he reached the tap room, his suppositions proved accurate. A solitary patron occupied a table in the previously bustling, now silent bar. He narrowed his eyes. Seated beside the fire was none other than the spunky chit who'd put up an impressive fight. With her head buried in a book and her valise at her feet, she remained oblivious to Latimer standing there. Latimer scowled. Fucking hell. Repressing his irritation, Latimer folded his arms at his chest and called out to the lady. I take it Mr. Lovelace is a snorer? Gasping, the lady looked up quickly. Whatever she'd been reading slipped from her fingers and fell with a slight thwack upon the otherwise empty tabletop. His entire approach, Mrs. Lovelace gawked at him, and continued doing so even after he arrived at her table. Well, he drawled. The lady blinked the longest fringe of honey-blonde lashes he'd ever caught eyes on. Mr. Latimer? Latimer hooked his foot on the underside of the chair opposite her. Without waiting for an invitation, he availed himself of a seat. Do tell me, is Mr. Lovelace a snorer? Mrs. Lovelace's swan-like neck moved from the force of her swallow. At her silence, Latimer arched an eyebrow. The bold chit's timidity vanished. Bristling, she brought her shoulders back. I do not and will not discuss such intimate details about Mr. Lovelace with you, Mr. Latimer. Ah, Mr. Lovelace? Dear, respectable. Soundly sleeping in the very last room in the hall, Mr. Lovelace. Somehow Latimer managed to keep from snorting in her face. Rosy color filled her heart-shaped cheeks, but she wouldn't be baited. Flat out ignoring him, Mrs. Lovelace, grabbed the book he'd earlier startled her into dropping and snapped it open. Latimer tried a different approach. With the lady's head buried behind the smallish leather volume, he helped himself to her tankard. Then, tipping the heels of his chair back, he cradled the lady's drink between his hands. Burrowed as she was behind that book, he'd wager his entire proceeds coming from forbidden pleasures. She no more read whatever words were written there than Latimer himself did. His suspicions were confirmed a moment later. Mrs. Lovelace, like a turtle poking its head from its shell, stretched her lovely neck until her eyes appeared at the top fringe of that copy in her hands, and her gaze collided with Latimer's. Grinning, he held her stare. Then, lifting the lady's tankard of ale to his lips, he took a long swallow. At the unexpectedness of the contents, he promptly choked. The minx lowered her book. "Never tell me milk is too strong for you, Mr. Latimer?" she asked pertly. Latimer set her glass down hard. "I was expecting something stronger," he muttered. "Such as what, Mr. Latimer?" "No." She batted her extraordinarily long, silken eyelashes. "Lemonade, perhaps?" All the lady's attempts at guileless innocence were ruined by the devilish amusement that danced in the sparkling blues of her eyes. The wicked little chit. She couldn't have hidden her feelings had she slapped a blindfold on. Without taking his gaze from hers, he grabbed the tankard and took another long swallow of her milk. When he'd finished, he swiped the back of his sleeve across his mouth. The lady mused. "You'd thrown such a fit when you believed I stole from you, and yet here you sit stealing a woman's milk." Righting his chair so it sat on all fours, Latimer dropped his elbows on the table and set the tankard down between them. "Ah, and here I thought we were sharing tonight, darlin'." "Sharing?" Mrs. Lovelace leaned in and rested her arms in a like position as Latimer's. "Is that what you'd call kicking me out of my rooms?" This time, he couldn't muster any of his earlier anger and annoyance. "My rooms." He dropped his voice several decibels. "Though," he said suggestively, "I'd be all too happy to share my bed with you, Mrs. Love," she gasped. "You, sir, are no gentleman." Latimer laughed. "Now, on that, we can agree, darlin'. I'm not a sir either, as that would imply I'm a gentleman. Don't let my fine garments and speech fool you." The anticipated horror at finding herself besieged by a lowly commoner never came, but instead, a peculiar softening of the lady's features. She moved her gaze over his harder ones in a way that unnerved the hell out of Latimer. "Me? Unnerved? By this cheeky young miss?" Mrs. Lovelace motioned to her mouth. In so doing, inviting Latimer to feast his eyes upon that pillowy soft flesh. Bloody hell, how he wanted to teach her how to use that mouth on him. Her lips would get even puffier as she stretched wide to take all of his cock. "And your upper lip," she murmured. Her murmuring interrupted his dangerously lustful imagining. "His upper lip? You have some white here, from my tankard of milk," she instructed, making another general circular sweep of her mouth. Then, with a mischievous grin, she picked up her book and resumed reading. Startled, Latimer snatched a handkerchief from his jacket and wiped at the remnants. "To the left," she said. Silently cursing, he scrubbed your other left, Mr. Latimer, she added. His neck heated. "You didn't specify." "Yes, well, you didn't ask me to, Mr. Latimer." Mr. Latimer. The minx sounded so bloody entertained at his expense. Latimer didn't know whether to be amused, impressed, or turn her over his blasted knee. That latter thought caused his cock to harden, not for the first, second, or even third time this night, because of this spirited minx Cornwall. Latimer let her pretend her show of reading. "What are you reading, Mrs. Lovelace?" With the slight emphasis he placed on that form of address, the lady's hands trembled. At this moment, she never came out from behind her hiding spot. Coward. "I want nothing, Mr. Latimer." This time, she lowered her book. "Because I'm talking to you." Oh, the saucy chit. He'd hand it to the vixen. She'd quite the skill for prevaricating. He'd not, however, let anyone, certainly not a slip of a bad liar, get the better of him. "I take it by the way you've made this empty corner of the taproom your own, that you and the respectable Mr. Lovelace had a row." The triumphant glimmer in her eyes dimmed. He hid a smile. Not so mouthy now. Mrs. Lovelace gave a toss of her head. Never. Me. We never fight. Me. Mr. Lovelace is most attentive and loving. So loving and attentive as to leave his wife alone in the taproom while he sleeps. And given the fact he's more than comfortable leaving his beloved wife in some other man's company, I take it he is far from jealous? She gasped. How dare. Only, Latimer wasn't even close to done with her. Does Mr. Lovelace happen to have a first name? That gave her pause. Of course he does. And? He prodded when she still didn't elaborate. Latimer could practically see the wheels turning in her mind. Immensely enjoying himself now, he stared at her, while she took entirely too much time inventing the name of some fictitious Mr. Lovelace. Earl, she blurted. Earl? Ah, he echoed, amused. As in, he is an earl. Or his name is E.A., another rosy blush filled her cheeks. His name. Catching Latimer's knowing grin, she took a noticeable breath and spoke again, this time, in more even tones. His name is Earl. Mr. Earl Lovelace, then? Nodding, she nibbled at her lower lip. And damned with that, subtle but seductive move, she didn't secure the upper hand and get him even harder. Again, Latimer lowered his elbows on the table and leaned close. This time, he went in for the kill. What is it, darlin'? He asked in hushed tones. One's meant to needle. Is Mr. Lovelace the selfish sort who wouldn't share his rooms with his beloved wife? He should have known she'd not falter so easily. Mr. Latimer, she said on a huff, as one who'd been so determined to reclaim his rooms, I trust you'd far rather be there in the accommodations you fought me over than sitting here, drinking my milk and keeping me from my reading. Actually, she'd be dead wrong, 10 times to Sunday on that supposition. Latimer found himself enjoying their repartee more than he'd enjoyed anything in, hell, longer than he could recall. He looked with new interest upon that coveted item she held so close to her breast. What kind of tales did Mrs. Lovelace find herself reading? Given the attributes she designed a clearly fictitious husband, loving, caring, devoted, respectable gentleman, Latimer ventured she was a romantic and favored works romantic in nature. What an interesting volume, he remarked. Nor did his words emerge not as any part of banter between them, but rather born of an actual curiosity. One that doesn't even have a title or the name of an author etched upon the cover or spine. Latimer found himself reaching for the object in question. Flushing, Mrs. Lovelace quickly drew the book in, protectively close. She glared. Ah, I see. You, the lovely Mrs. Lovelace, unlike your esteemed husband, do have a problem sharing. Only with bothersome, meddlesome, grating fellows too arrogant to know when their company is unwanted. She spoke between tightly gritted teeth. Me? He asked, this time with the most false stunned surprise meant to shine through. Yes, Mr. Latimer. You. Speaking of unwanted company, he needled. May I venture a guess? She sighed. I'd rather you didn't. Upon discovering his delectable wife landed herself alone with a real man, Mr. Lovelace, cast you out? If the lady's cheeks grew any redder and hotter, she was going to catch fire and swallow Latimer up in that conflagration. He suppressed a grin. It wouldn't be a bad way to go. That is it, isn't it? He continued when she didn't take the bait. The stodgy fellow would have been able to tell from the flush on your body, when you came to him in your night shift, that it wasn't any fire responsible for that becoming color you wore. With every imagined vision, he painted with his own words in his own mind. His voice grew harsher. His cock grew harder and harder. And the golden-haired beauty before him, her breath too grew increasingly shallow. God, he wanted her. Aye, darlin', he said huskily. He would have known with just a single glance you enjoyed that one short moment, spent in my arms more than you'd ever spent in his in the end. It was those outrageous words that got the rise he sought out of her. His mystery woman soared to her feet with a speed that sent her chair flying backward, and just missed tumbling into the still roaring fires. Would you stop? Her cry echoed throughout the silent inn. As soon as it did, her panic-stricken eyes darted frantically throughout the room. But no one appeared. She and Latimer remained alone, while the whole world slept. The lady stared at him through worried eyes. For there could be no doubting this regal, composed until this moment, proud young woman was, in fact, a lady. As she dampened her plump lips in that telltale way he'd learned fast to note her unease, he went absolutely motionless. Latimer studied the beguiling chit, not with a gaze clouded by desire, but in a new light. He froze. What if those lips he'd spent the better part of the night thinking about, obsessing over, were in fact the innocent ones belonging to a lily-white lady? Fuck, thought. Latimer flew to his feet quick and rounded the table. Recoiling, the golden beauty backed up until the wall hit her back. Ow, he grunted. Here, he said, and righted her chair. All the while, the lady eyed him with deservedly wary eyes. After he had returned to his seat, she hovered there, silent, and still carefully watching him. Go, darlin'. Leave. With the regal grace of a queen, she seated herself. He should have known better than to hope or expect this defiant chit to do anything Lackland wanted. Latimer spoke quietly. There is no Mr. Lovelace. There was, she said. So indignant were Latimer, any another man than the cynical one that he was. He would have believed her. However, he is no longer with us. He eyed her dubiously. Are you expecting me to believe you are a widow? Please, be a young widow, he silently implored. The lady hesitated. No, she said, sheepish. I was referring to my late grandfather. Bloody fuck. She was a virgin. At that, Latimer had been locked away alone with a lady, and attempted to seduce her. No wonder she'd been shocked and indignant after their almost embrace. She was as unsullied as a fresh-born dove. If he were a man of her station, he'd have felt a proper modicum of shame. Shame that a fellow like he, street-born and street-raised, couldn't feel, or for that matter, have picked out of a bloody burlap sack. Cursing into the quiet, Latimer dragged his palms over his face. Good Christ, this would be bad for any eventual business. No one could ever find out. No titled men didn't have any problems tossing down their fortunes at a man like Latimer's gaming tables, but they would always, absolutely draw the line at letting one like him touch one of theirs. Latimer let his hands drop to the table and found the beguiling miss staring back at him with those big eyes. Those big blue pools that had previously intrigued him now scared the everlasting hell out of him. You got a name? He asked gruffly. She nodded. Latimer gave her a look. That is... one of your own? Her cheeks pinkened. It is Lovelace. Not Mrs., but Miss A. Miss Livian Lovelace, she murmured so damned trusting. For the first time in her presence, he found his feet twitching with the need to get the hell away from her. Latimer glanced about, eyeing the stairways, offering his escape. He made to take it, before he remembered. The woman whom he'd kicked out of his chambers, and sent her packing alone to the taproom, was some guile-eyed miss. What of you? She asked softly, snatching him from the edge of panic. What of me? He rejoined frantically, looking for absolutely anyone to come and collect her. Hell, he'd even take the pain in the arse, Mr. Felchlin. What of you? Do you have a name? I gave you my name, he muttered distractedly. Yes, Mr. Latimer. That is just one name. What the hell was she jabbering about? And? Unless Latimer is your Christian name, the chit mused. Which, given how it sounds, very well may be, in which case, do you have a last name? Or, maybe Latimer is your surname, in which case what is your given name? It took him a minute to untangle all that. Just as he did, she opened her mouth to add another thought. For God's sake. Lachlan, he snapped. He would have happily given up one of his lungs to shut her up. Lachlan Latimer. Lachlan Latimer, she murmured. Lachlan Latimer, she repeated several times, as though she wished to taste the feel of it on her tongue, and the sound of it from her lips. And goddamned, if another healthy rush of blood filled his cock, and left him hard at the sound of her repeating his name over and over. That seems familiar to me, she mused, tapping a finger against her lips in sweet, seductive contemplation. I doubt that, darlin'. One fine as her wouldn't know a damn about him or his career. Don't you have a family? Someone to claim you? Of course, I have a family, she said simply, with a God-forsaken innocence. Everyone has a family, Lachlan. He didn't. More importantly, where the hell is yours? Latimer made no attempt to mask his annoyance or anger, a fact which the lady, given her serene demeanor, either failed to hear or care about. "They are home," she murmured. "Home? Home?" She nodded. "Where are your servants?" "Well, 2 of them you met." Latimer stared incredulously. "The foul-mouthed lads?" She frowned. "I prefer to think of them as the loyal, clever, and courageous boys. But, yes." "And?" he demanded when she didn't add anything more than that. "Well, my sister." She tripped over her words. "She is in the carriage ahead of mine with the other driver." While she prattled, his head spun. Fortunately, she managed to continue her journey. "I did not fare as well in my travels. Unfortunately for me," he said under his breath. "The storm made the road impassable. A branch." He puzzled his brow. "That is, a branch made the road impassable. That is what my driver called it. But after inspecting the fallen debris, I concluded the branch was just that in name only. As it fell, a yew tree, so ancient, the limb itself could rival that of an impressive oak some 500 years old." Latimer stared at the rambling lady in growing horror. "Yes." She nodded, mistaking his horrified reaction for her telling of that tree, and not the bloody realization of just how innocent the lady was. It was enormous. The lady stretched her long, graceful arms on either side of her and attempted to display the estimated length. He scoffed. The garrulous chit wrinkled her nose. "No, it was far bigger," she said, glancing about, and then swiveling in her chair, she sized up the hearth. "It was nearly 2 times the length of this one." Fuck. How had he failed to see it the whole while? The lady was as innocent as the day. She'd entered the world. It had been there the whole time. The whole bloody time. Maybe you simply wanted to fuck her so bad, you let yourself ignore details you didn't want to see. The devil in his mind jeered. Well, when it came to this effervescent beauty, he had his head about him now. Latimer was done thinking with his cock. "And where are your bloody servants?" He clipped out, ending whatever it was she'd been saying about her journey to the St. George's Inn. She cocked her head. "In their rooms." "Their rooms?" he echoed, knowing he sounded like a bloody lackwit. "The stables were entirely too cold. As such, I had a room made available for my driver, which the boys will have known to share with Mr. Driver, as I advised you." At his raised voice, she shot her blonde eyebrows up. His temper rising, he managed to lower his tone. "You gave your room to servants?" he managed to calmly ask. "Well, they already had it, Lachlan." She wrinkled her nose. "It wasn't mine to take." With that bombshell, he drew back in his seat. Here, he'd stood over her bed and made all manner of accusations, calling her a self-centered, unfeeling, pompous lady, only to learn that after he'd thrown her out to join some imagined husband, she'd come down to an empty tap room to sit alone. Until what? The next bloody morning? Latimer spoke with a calm he didn't feel. "And what if some cad came down and you sat here? An image slipped in, of some drunken bastard finding Livian here, of that faceless, nameless shite, snatching her to her feet, bending her over the table. What if the same way I entered your rooms and ripped the covers off you? It was too much." He inhaled sharp breaths through his nose. Livian rested soft, gentle fingers upon his larger, life-hardened hand. He stared, fixed, on the top of hers. "Lachlan?" Livian asked softly. "Are you all right?" How bloody trusting she was. She'd place her palm atop the hands of a scarred stranger who'd invaded her rooms and who, before this point, spoke crudely to her. "Am I all right?" She wasn't his business. She wasn't his problem, period. The only business, and the absolute only thing he cared about, was revenge against his partners and the empire he'd built. Armed with that reminder, he spoke bluntly. "What if you had found yourself confronted as you were with me, Miss Lovelace?" Despite his best efforts, he couldn't get out all the horrifying possibilities, even if it would have scared her to her senses. "Given you proved a gentleman, and we're now sitting here conversing?" Livian smiled. "I believe I would be all right." Her eyes sparkled. Hell, he'd never known eyes could sparkle, and certainly he'd never known they could be this pure. Fuck. Chapter 6. When she'd been but a small girl, left in the care of old Bertha and alone with no children about for company, Livian discovered an injured bird. With her nursemaid's help, Livian had named the fragile creature Hope, and together, they'd cared for it until one day Hope's wing had been properly healed. Livian, a lonely child, cried the day it had come to say goodbye to the tiny animal who'd become a friend to her. Whereas, Hope danced back and forth on her tiny webbed feet along the crude perch in a cage made by Livian and Bertha. Hope squawked and nearly battered herself against the stick doorway in a bid to get free as quickly as possible. The minute Livian lifted the stick-made door, Hope took to the skies without so much as a backward glance for Livian. Right now, with the tension in Mr. Lackland Latimer's body, and the frantic way he surveyed the taproom, he put Livian very much in mind of her beloved Wren. "Are you looking for someone, Lackland?" He continued his scan of the empty establishment. Then, it made sense. The reason he'd been so chatty and bold one moment, and the next had the look of a man running from the Reaper. Livian removed her hand from Lackland's. "Ah, I see." And as the bastard daughter of a bigamist, Livian most certainly did. As she'd expected, that brought him frowning visage back to hers. "What exactly is it you think you see, darling?" Livian folded her hands primly and laid them on the table before her. "You are afraid to speak with me." He laughed in her face. For all the arrogant Lackland Latimer's amusement, she'd uttered a jest to rival the great bard. "Sweetheart," he drawled, "I'm not afraid of anyone." "I didn't say you were afraid of me," she clarified, "but rather, you are uncomfortable around me." He snorted. "Darling, there's never been a more ridiculous." Livian propelled herself forward in her seat, mimicking his body's earlier placement, and, in delightful reversal of roles, the big, fearless Lackland Latimer recoiled in his seat. Livian laughed. "Oh, Lackland." She gave her head a rueful shake. "The thing about it with you, gentlemen, I'm not a gentleman, is you believe young ladies are of a different species than experienced women. Just moments ago, you were all too happy to sit and converse with me and tease me, Lackland." All of which she'd enjoyed so very much. It had distracted her. He had distracted her from thoughts of what awaited her journey's end. Shaking those melancholic musings, she dropped her voice to a hush. "Let us be honest with each other, Lackland. The moment you determined I wasn't some young widow or a lonely, unhappy married woman you could hop into bed with," she said, finding entirely too much joy needling him, "you were ready to run." He narrowed his eyes. "Aye, darling, that's right, I was," he said bluntly. "I don't deal with virgins, and as a lady, I trust you'd understand that. Just as much as you no doubt understand married ladies don't talk to men who aren't their relatives, and they certainly don't go around calling male strangers by their given name." His words hit her like an arrow all the way through, and she winced on the outside and hurt on the inside. "I'm well aware of the stringent expectations placed on ladies," she said quietly. "I hardly require you, a man who by his own admission is not a gentleman, to tell me." As it was, since Verity's marriage to Malcolm, Livian found herself bombarded with those daily reminders. "Given, however," she continued with a calm at odds with the pain his words had wrought, "you seem just as schooled in propriety and the rules governing interactions between men and women. Then, I believe you would also note, you were the one who approached me, again." She placed that slight emphasis to drive home a reminder of how they'd first become acquainted. Bringing her shoulders back, Livian gave a toss of her head. "You are the one who took the liberty to seat yourself at my table, invade my space, and who can just as easily walk away as you did join me." "Pardon, he'd say. "Just piffed." "What?" she snapped. "Trust me, darling," he said dryly. "If I could leave, I've done so the minute you learned I was Miss Lovelace, and not Mrs. Nomloy." He winked. "Exactly." "Oh, you can most certainly go, Lackland," she seethed. "Do not let my virginal self keep you here." Wonder of wonder. In triumph of triumph, his cheeks went flush with color. Taking advantage of his being welcomely tongue-tied, she pressed on. "In fact, a short while ago, when you dragged me out of the same bed you could be sleeping in now, I observed for myself you possess the stamina to do far more with your legs." Lackland choked. His face reddened, and he struggled to breathe. She frowned. She'd apparently somehow gone too far. But how? When her table companion finally regained the ability to properly breathe, Livian spoke more evenly. You may go now, Lachlan. Livian grabbed her book and snapped it open. As she made to raise her volume and block him out, the smug lummox opened his mouth. Knowing exactly what he was about to say, she cut him off and denied him that choice. Be careful about instructing me anymore on not using your Christian name, she threatened. I have a whole host of far better monikers and names by which to call you that are a good deal more inventive and a whole lot less respectable than Lachlan. Livian made a show of reading her book as if she could actually read anything, or even remember with this powerful figure seated across from her. She did have the foresight this time to move her eyes slowly from left to right to put on a better show than she had before when he'd studied her in the same intent way he now did. It's not my legs that are the problem, he said. Livian forced herself to continue moving in her gaze along the page. You're the problem, darling. That really was enough. With a gasp, Livian slammed her book down on the table. I am no problem of yours or anyone's, you see, sweetheart, he said simply. That's it exactly. You're here, alone, without even the benefit of a room. You've got no husband, no brother, no uncle, hell, you don't even have a maid. You've got just 2 small lads and 1 incompetent servant who didn't have either the sense or loyalty to guard your door and keep you safe from any possible harm. Livian frowned. I'll not allow you to call the servants accompanying me into question. If you're looking to find fault, I told Mr. Driver I don't care if you told Mr. Driver to take a high-flying leap from the cliffs of Dover. With every word, the glint in Lachlan's eyes darkened, turning them to a shade very nearly black. Whatever protestations you made, whatever rest he may have needed or wanted, he had an obligation to guard you against any possible harm. He should have been willing to lay down his life for you, he said quietly. While he spoke, Livian found herself drawn deeper and deeper under some sort of spell he cast with his every low, sonorous utterance. Her eyes slid shut. This concern for her well-being and his worry about her safety revealed Lachlan Latimer to be a man who would guard with his life whatever woman he took as his bride. And Livian couldn't keep herself from envying whoever that woman would be. Or was. But he didn't. Livian, he murmured, bringing her eyes open. The way he spoke her name, not mockingly, but as if he'd claimed it for himself, compelled, it altered her heart's rhythm. For if he had, Livian? He asked. If he'd been there, Mr. Driver would have found me waiting, stopped me from entering. His harsh gaze locked with hers. He had included the very important detail Mr. Felchlin omitted, that the room's occupant was in fact a young lady. And then all of this, he slashed a hand back and forth between them, could have been avoided. This, as in them. To keep from smiling, she pressed her lips together. Did something I say amuse you, darling? He asked, like a perturbed child. Yes. Her directness appeared to knock him off balance. Livian pulled her chair close to the table. It's just, you're like an entirely different person than you were when you came down. It's as though you believe men and women are incapable of being alone in one another's company, she charged. That we are nothing more than animals who require handlers. She snorted. Next, you'll say you don't think men and women can be friends. He stared at her weirdly. Livian widened her eyes. You don't. I don't think that, sweetheart, he drawled. Oh, that is reassuring, Lachlan. As I was starting to take you for one of those stuffy, I know men and women can't be friends. Livian burst out laughing. When had she enjoyed herself this immensely? It felt good, so good, to just freely laugh, that it took a moment for her to register his graveness. Her amusement died. That is ridiculous. They most certainly can't, he finished for her. Ultimately, sweetheart, men are primitive animals who can't stop themselves from going to the carnal, and I managed to build a fortune based off that very accurate assumption. He built a fortune off women? He interrupted her, puzzling. They're no different. They just fight their urges. She should be more scandalized at the bold, wicked words he spoke than at his grim assumption that men and women were incapable of being friends. Yes, well, if you go through life putting women into the 2 categories of ladies too lofty to speak to, or women to bed, Lachlan, you certainly aren't going to go about making any friends. Livian gently patted the top of his hand. A warm current flowed from where her palm touched his naked flesh. Even as the power of this seemingly casual touch kept her paralyzed, A riot of sensations shot off like Vauxhall fireworks within her. Her heart beat as it had never beat before. All because I'm touching this beautiful stranger. She went all the more still. I'm touching this beautiful stranger? With a gasp, Livian snatched her fingers back and scrambled back in her chair. Lachlan curled his lips up in a slow, crooked, all-knowing half grin. A grin that said he knew very well the reason for her jerking away from him. Oh, the smug lout. She'd sooner lie to the Lord's face than give Lachlan Latimer the satisfaction of thinking he was somehow right. Which he most certainly wasn't. Is there a problem, darlin'? He drawled. None at all, she said, lying all too easily between her teeth. He quirked a dark eyebrow. Don't you mean not anymore? Livian frowned. What was he? His grin widened. That is, now that you aren't touching me. I wasn't touching you, she muttered, her cheeks ablaze. Or I was, but amusement sparked in Lachlan's eyes. Not that way, Livia exclaimed. Her unlikely table-mate gave her a peculiar look. Which way is that, Livian Lovelace? Inappropriately. Her cheeks went several shades warmer. Availing himself again of her tankard of milk, the bounder helped himself to another sip. And you feel that needs clarification, darlin'? He asked, setting the mug near her. She ignored it. At the very least, it seemed important to point out that detail. Lachlan Latimer. Lachlan rested his palms on the table, framing either side of her leather tome. And do you know why that is, Livian? Unnerved at his proximity to her treasured book, she faintly registered that question. She shook her head. Because human nature has proved time and time again, sexual needs supersede anything and everything. In a relationship between a man, she made a sound of protest, but in hushed tones, he continued over her. And don't pretend, sweetheart. You and I aren't both well aware of our response to one another. His gaze locked on her mouth, and a flash of desire darkened his eyes, leaving her all warm and weak inside. I felt your body tremble upstairs, Livian, and I've caught the way your lips quiver and your breath catches. This man knew all that? Livian's hands shook, and she lowered them to her lap to hide their trembling. It certainly makes sense, she said regretfully. As I said, it's human nature, darlin'. He lifted Livian's tankard and toasted her. Her face went hot. Again. Not that. She motioned to him. You. He paused with her drink halfway to his mouth. Me? Me? She nodded. Between Lachlan Latimer's charm, boldness, virility, and the ease and skill with which he'd handled Livian when he'd thought her a widow, he was a man who knew his way about women and seduction. You are a rogue, then, she said regretfully. He snorted. That's the conclusion you reached? Are you saying you aren't a rake, Mr. Latimer? She shot back. Yours would certainly be the first time I've ever had that accusation leveled at me. That's something a rogue would say, she felt inclined to point out. Lachlan chuckled. That's a fair point, darlin'. Truth is, I'm just a regular street tough who happened to build a fortune selling sex and sin. This man was determined to keep her painted in a blush. This time, he'd hit every corner of her body. You, she choked out, but couldn't get out the rest. Sex and sin. I own a gaming hell, Miss Lovelace. A very wicked, very scandalous, and very sexy gaming hell. Oh my. Chapter 7. That should send her fleeing. Any polite, respectable, decent lady, of which this one absolutely was, would hightail it away from Latimer as fast as her blue-stockinged legs could carry her. Hell, that had been the whole point of his bluntness, to send her running. The last thing he wanted in his life was a virgin. The last thing he needed in his life was a tempting, spirited, vixenish virgin eyeing him with those big, innocent, desire-filled eyes of hers. He waited for her to go. And waited. Several minutes later, he found himself continuing to wait. Instead, she sat peering at him, with a question in her revealing eyes that did an obvious and thorough search of Latimer. Her lips twitched. You're just saying that to scare me. His profession was the least scary thing about Latimer, or his past. Does it? No. She spoke so quickly he almost believed her. Liar, Dardenne. The lady lifted her chin and continued to hold his stare. Very well. Tell me about your club, Lachlan. His club. Forbidden pleasures. It had been his way out of hell. That club had been the only home he'd ever known, and had been built from money he saved as a street fighter. One chance meeting with Argyll, who'd observed him at a fight club, had changed the course of his existence. With Argyll and Dumont's recent betrayal, Latimer found himself trying to rebuild. "Either you're too much a gentleman to shock me with details, Lachlan," she said, misinterpreting the reason for his silence, "or you aren't, in fact, the owner of any such forbidden pleasures." He cut her off. She went big-eyed. "Oh." It was Latimer's turn to smile. "By your breathless response, I take it you've heard of it." "I have. Only as my sister has cover." She closed her lips and cleared her throat. "Collected newspaper articles about your establishment." "You mean gossip," he said dryly. Livian frowned. "My sister does not concern herself with gossip." Her brow deepened further. "Nor, for that matter, do I. Rather, we have an interest in those who operate outside the constraints of polite society." "Operate outside self-made men and women," she clarified. His fingers curled reflexively around the edge of the table. His nails left crescents upon the ancient wood. "I'd hardly call Argyll, Dumont, and Craven self-made men," he said, his tone biting. "And you are?" Her question contained not a challenge, but genuine curiosity. In every sense of the word he shared, and not with any small amount of pride. "I'm the only one of the group who put money into building the club that didn't come from the fortunes of some pompous ancestors. They may have fronted the majority of the investment. Latimer, on the other hand, received an equal share based on his overall business plan and model for the club. The trio of depraved lords who'd sought a partnership with him knew vices, but they'd not known the level of sinning and games that existed outside their respectable world." His skin prickled. Latimer found Livian carefully watching him. He grunted. "What?" "By the look in your eyes and the tone of your voice, it does not appear as though you hold your partners in the highest regard, Lachlan." Christ, ought. He'd let his guard down. Aside from his former partners, no one knew of Latimer's split from forbidden pleasures. But Dynevor knows. He donned a droll grin. "I don't have a look in my eyes, darlin'. I could, however," he dropped his voice to a husky whisper, "muster one just by thinking about our meeting earlier." Livian gave him an impish smile. "But you acknowledge you do have a tone?" she rejoined in a whisper to rival his own. He intended to throw her off instead. The sultry quality of her reply, coupled with the remembrance of the feel of her barely clad body, got him hard. With a smug satisfaction, the triumphant chit gave another toss of her head. "I see." "What exactly is it you see?" he asked quietly. "I'm correct on both scores." His desire flagged. Latimer clenched the back of his teeth hard. "I don't have a tone or look in my eyes." "In fairness of the two of us," she whispered conspiratorially, "I believe I'm better equipped to identify the state of your eyes, Lachlan." Livian must have seen something there, after all, for her playful air faded, and she grew solemn. "I'm sorry." He sharpened his gaze on her. "For I trust by your." Latimer thinned his eyes into slits and she shifted direction. "Something occurred between you and your partners." Christ. Do it. The innocent chit could have spearheaded and single-handedly conducted the Inquisition. Entirely too late. His suspicion reared its head. "Are you a goddamned reporter?" he asked frostily. She choked. "Oh. That seems like a pretty hasty, unconvincing denial." Color filled the lady's cheeks. "I'm not." He peered more closely at her, and an even more dark possibility slipped in. Had he revealed the imminent deal closing, it could have driven down the overall value of the club, and the amount his partners would be willing to pay for his ownership stake. They'd take a temporary hit, and Latimer would receive less money with which to rebuild his future. "Did someone send you?" he whispered softly. "Send me?" She wrinkled her brow. "Who would possibly send me to meet you, and for what purpose?" "Those seem like questions you're more suited to answer," he said coolly. "May I remind you you were conveniently given my room?" It made so much sense, too much sense. Do all women expecting a man to enter their rooms respond by physically attacking said gentleman, Lachlan? Her pert question gave him only a brief pause. "Then there's been you here, drilling me with questions." "Because I'm curious," she exclaimed, tossing her hands up in exasperation. "Curious about a sex club?" He jeered. Her blush deepened. "About you, Lachlan." Forget about me for a moment. I want to know about you. Nor did curiosity about his beautiful, spirited table partner drive that need. Bloody liar. Your desire to know more stems from far more than the place of self-preservation it should. Me? He nodded. You? Why? He sneered. That's a peculiar retort from a lady who, since I joined her, had nothing but questions for me. Yes, but you're interesting. He froze. There's nothing interesting about me, she said. How about you let me be the one to decide that, darling? All the while, she chewed at her lower lip. Latimer scrutinized the imp across from him, and attempted to discern whether she could possibly be as innocent as she let on. She sighed. Very well. I have 2 sisters, one who is married to a nobleman and the other who was aboard the other carriage. The other sister, he pressed. Who is she married to? Lord New Latimer acquired enough enemies through the years. She scoffed. Why ever would I divulge that? Why wouldn't you? He shot back. Oh, I don't know, she said dryly, sitting back in her chair. Perhaps because I don't make a habit of sharing details that can see me and my younger sister ruined and tarnish my family's name. You know my identity. No, I knew about your club, Lachlan. I did, in fact, share my name. You just didn't happen to know it. As such, it's not at all the same. Add barrister to the other potential work the lady would be deuced good at. Why? Latimer took his chin between his thumb and forefinger. Very well, darling. No titles then. What can you share about yourself, Livian Lovelace? As I said, there's nothing really interesting. And as I said, how about you let me be the one to determine that? Livian hesitated. I'm not really a lady, she confided on a hushed whisper. He laughed. I'm not, she retorted, bristling with an indignation that would have been better suited had he leveled such a charge at her. My mother was not born to the peerage. Another laugh built in his chest, but then he caught the tense white lines at the corners of her mouth and the strain of her features. His amusement faded. Oh, that doesn't mean you aren't a lady, darling, he said gently. I've seen the way you carry yourself and speak. Just as I've seen the way you do, Mr. Latimer. And yet you are adamant that you're not a gentleman. That brought him up quick. It's not the same. She arched a regal blonde eyebrow. Isn't it? Who was your father? Livian sputtered. I'm not. I don't need or want his name. I'm asking, do you know who your father was? She frowned. Given you mentioned your mother was born outside the peerage, and did not say as much about your father, indicates to me the fellow was in fact a peer. Those lines at the corner of her mouth deepened. I, on the other hand, Livian, don't know who my father or mother were. I was just some bastard born to a whore, who spent much of my early life in a foundling house. Oh, she whispered, her eyes bleeding with sympathy. Heat climbed his neck. I'm neither wanting or looking for your pity, darling, he said tersely. I'm simply pointing out your origins are not the same as mine. He looked her over. Your mother was some mistress to a nobleman, and you were a cherished daughter. Her mouth moved, but no words emerged. Livian picked up her tankard and took a sip. Nothing else to say, darling? Given you've already so quickly and so neatly sorted out my past, it doesn't really feel like you require much input on my behalf. He frowned. That sounds pretty evasive to me, sweet. You asked to know about me. She interrupted with a stern calmness, and then went on to fill yourself in on all the details of my life, Lachlan. As such, what else is left for me to say? She was right. Humbled by that realization, he coughed into his hand. I'm listening. Now, are you certain you aren't content with the background you yourself invented about me? Her lips turned up at the corners into a saucy grin. The tension he'd carried since his suspicions had been roused, eased. How about you tell me, and we see how close they align? Ah. Her eyes widened with some kind of dawning understanding. Ah. What? You can't bring yourself to acknowledge you were wrong. I was wrong. Now, if you'll continue on, Livian. She started. What? Didn't take me as one who can acknowledge when I'm in the wrong? Actually. No. Livian shook her head. No, I didn't. I'm not too proud to do so. That is on the rare times when I'm, in fact, not in the right. He winked. When his enchanting table partner laughed. The soft, exuberant, unrestrained expression of mirth devoid of artifice. And by God, if Latimer didn't find himself joining in. As he did, Latimer felt like he was trapped outside himself, watching some other man converse with Livian Lovelace. He'd lived the first 10 or so years of his life alternately enraged, afraid, and suspicious. And the ensuing ones, confident, capable, undaunted, and content. Never once had he allowed himself to sit and laugh with someone for the simple fact there'd not been a real reason to do so. Not with his partners, equally hardened by their own existence to also be incapable of genuine feelings that were anything other than rage, cynicism, and at best, an ironic amusement. The sound of Livian's voice slashed through his unsettled thoughts. Very well, she said, after they'd both regained control of their amusement. I'll continue, Lachlan, but only because you are a man who isn't afraid to acknowledge when he's in the wrong. My mother was hopelessly in love with my father. Her expression darkened. He was devoted and loving, but he was careless with his money. When our mother passed, there weren't funds. He helped my eldest sister secure work. Work? He asked dumbly. She nodded. I was too young, and as such my sister alone, for a very long time, supported us. It was a familiar tale of bankrupt lords who made unwise investments or lost fortunes, gambling, and drinking. Latimer had been the greatest profiteer of that profligacy. He'd always found the greatest satisfaction in getting rich of those respectable knobs' recklessness, until this moment. Fortunately, Bertha, the nursemaid who cared for Verity and I, remained with us and watched after me when Verity was able to work. She was 12. 12. Here, with Livian's speech, grace, and elegance, he'd pegged her for a lady who'd never so much as, or in any way, sullied her hands. When in truth, she couldn't be more different than the privileged ladies of the peerage. And your other sister? He asked quietly. Billy died. She has found family. As Bertha was. Bertha passed then? Livian's expression grew stricken. Forgive me, he murmured. He'd inadvertently hurt her with that directness. Livian shook her head, seeming to try and find her earlier train of thought. It is fine. And what of your brother-in-law? Did he need killing? I take it he's not interested in having his wife's kin about. She cocked her head. What would make you reach that conclusion? What? What? The fact you and your younger sister are out here on your own, without proper protection and security. My eldest sister recently had a new babe, Livian explained. The bloody sod. I see. What do you see this time, Lachlan? Livian rejoined with her patent humor. He didn't want his sisters-in-law underfoot. She stared at him, this time, with sadness. You are determined to see the worst, and expect it, in people, are you not, Lachlan? Throughout history, people, time and time again, have given plenty of reasons for a person to be less than trusting and more suspicious of others. She went on to explain. My brother-in-law is as devoted and loving as Verity. He was the one who insisted I learn how to protect myself, and personally instructed me on how to do so. He grunted. Given your display earlier tonight, he did an admirable job. Are you always this reluctant in your praise, Lachlan? I generally don't find many reasons to give people praise on account the majority of people don't deserve it. Despite himself, and despite the strong urge to hate the bastard for having let Livian go gallivanting on her own throughout England, he felt a begrudging respect for the gentleman's discernment. Livian gave him a long, pitying look. How sad. Latimer's skepticism remained strong. If your sister and brother-in-law are devoted and loving, as she insisted, then why did they let you go off? Let me? Another laugh erupted from the ladies. Full, beguiling red lips. Lachlan, do I strike you as a woman who requires anyone's permission? No. He'd allow her that. Verity and Malcolm would keep me about forever if I let them. I didn't want myself underfoot. So you just left? Yes. Livian gave a somber nod. With no destination in mind, no plan in my head, I left. He narrowed his eyes. Surely, she hadn't been so careless. Livian rolled her eyes. Of course, I'm not so careless. Latimer squirmed. I didn't say you were. She smirked. You didn't have to. For the 1000th time in less than a night, he found this slip of a beauty unnerving the hell out of him. Very well. He pressed his palms flat upon the table and peered more closely at her. Where are you destined for, darlin'? His brave, direct, spirited companion's courage flagged for the first time. She studiously avoided his gaze. It hadn't been his entry into her bedchambers, or the way he'd pinned her under him. It hadn't been when he'd stalked over to her table and called her out, or when she'd revealed there was no Mr. Lovelace. But rather, this question. Folding his arms, Latimer sat in patient wait. He had all night. Not that he'd need it. In a short time, he'd gathered enough about the chit to know her pride wouldn't let her avoid him forever. Sure enough, after her thorough sweep of the empty tap room, Livian brought her shoulders back and looked him in the eye. I'm going to meet my husband. Her husband? His entire body jerked erect. Not meet my husband somewhere. She was quick to clarify. My future husband. I'm not married yet. With that, Livian went back to sipping her milk. Yet, she'd tack that on for what purpose? To remind herself? To assure Latimer? If the intended goal was the latter, it had the opposite effect. Her speaking about the journey to meet up with some priggish, lofty lord sent dark fistfuls of rage through him. A nobleman didn't deserve, and wouldn't appreciate Livian's gumption, spirit, and boldness. Just the opposite. Your future husband couldn't be bothered to accompany you himself. He snarled, knowing he sounded like a bloody brute and unable to stop himself. Livian brought her shoulders back. It is complicated. Complicated is hardly a promising start to a happy marriage, sweetheart, he drawled. I'm also noticing a pattern in how you're treated by the men in your life. Livian slammed her tankard down. You know nothing, Lachlan Latimer, she snapped, all hot, breathless fury that sent his desire for her climbing. He kicked back on the heels of his chair. Give me a try. For an instant, he thought she'd not respond, and he'd be denied the answer to a question he, for some unexplainable reason, needed. It is an arranged marriage. It was a moment before he registered the brave beauty's quiet admission. Shock sent him and his chair tipping forward back onto all fours. Surely, he hadn't heard her correctly. An arranged marriage? Livian's hesitant, little nod confirmed he'd spoken his question aloud. You are entering into a marriage to some chap you haven't even met, he gritted out. She gave another nod. This one came steadier. A growl built within. Never tell me. A nobleman your devoted brother-in-law has connections to? No, she spoke with a calm. He somehow, for some deranged reason, couldn't manage. Because of her? A goddamn stranger. Even that sent his rage soaring. Suddenly garrulous Miss Livian Lovelace is all one-word answers and sentences, he clipped out. Because again? You're venturing guesses, she hissed, sticking her face closer to his. You aren't asking actual questions. You're just sitting there, inventing stories about me and my decisions and future, and then, as if that isn't pompous enough, you're judging me for them. I'm not judging you. With mocking eyes, she gibed him. You could have fooled me, mister. I know all the answers, Latimer. He did know all the answers. Perhaps that was why he sat so bloody confounded before this woman. He didn't have the answers for his maddening fascination with her. Latimer gritted his teeth. He's not a knob, then? She flattened those beautiful lips he wanted to kiss, suck, and eat up. He is a gentleman. There it was. He chuckled. This time, he forced out a jeering, cynical expression of mirth. The lady's eyes flashed fury and fire. You find that amusing? He cut off his fake laughter. I find it amusing you became so indignant and denied being set up with a knob when you are, in fact, marrying a gentleman. I didn't become indignant at that, you great big lummox. She tossed her hands up. I was annoyed you were continuing to make assumptions. The last one being that my brother-in-law is somehow behind my impending marital state, when in fact it is no one, not my sister's brother-in-law, or even God himself, behind my decision, Lachlan. She pounded a fist against her chest. Mine. Do. Either way, what business is it of yours? Livian's breath came fast. Her chest rose and fell hard. Was it security? Was it the desire for respectability she seemed to believe herself without? Because the origins of her birth? Why do you care anyway? Why don't you care more? He flung back. She shrank in her seat. For all the pain that glowed in Livian's wide-open, mournful eyes, he may as well have struck her across the face. The lady's wounded response lasted but a fleeting moment. "How presumptuous you are, Mr. Latimer." An impressive frost glazed her blue eyes, and she speared him with a deservedly hard, distasteful glare. Bloody hell. Latimer scraped a hand through his hair. Since when had he become a fucking bully? For that matter, what was it about this woman, a blasted stranger, that stirred this riot of emotions inside him? Chapter 8. Why didn't she care more? Livian wanted to throw her head back and rail and rage at the insolent man before her. How dare he? How dare he presume he knew a bloody thing about her, when he didn't? They were nothing more than strangers. Why then did his ill opinion and judgment hurt so blasted much? Why should she even care at all what he thought about her? Feeding her fury and drowning out the confusion swirling in her breast, she opened her mouth to deliver Lachlan Latimer the set-down of his life. He grunted. "My apologies." Her indignant rage faltered. For a second time, he'd owned his mistake and volunteered an apology. She contemplated him. What a peculiar man. In Livian's experience, all the men she'd known, Malcolm, Giles, Bram, Fowler, peers at house parties, peers at balls, they'd all been too proud. Why, in her brother-in-law Malcolm's case, pride had nearly driven him from Verity. Lachlan frowned. "What?" She shook her head. "You've got a strange look on me." And he sounded so very much like a disgruntled lad, she found herself smiling. "It's just, I'd originally been impressed by your ability to apologize, Lachlan," she said wryly. "In our short time together, however, I've determined you've probably a good deal experience with being in the wrong and as such perfected the art of mea culpa." "You'd be surprised," he mumbled. "Implying you haven't?" Amusement filled her. Yes, I would be surprised indeed by that discovery. He'd made so many assumptions this night about her. That together, with his volatility, deemed him undeserving of any further revelations. "You can have the bedroom," he said gruffly. Livian cocked her head. "It occurs to me the reason you've indulged me as much as you have is you're kind of stuck with me." Reaching inside his jacket, he withdrew the key and slid it across the table. "You can have the room and are free to use it, with a promise I'm not going to enter, darling." She stared dumbly at the old brass key. Panic set in. He was leaving. He was also offering her his rooms. That's what should matter most. No, that is all that should matter. Only, as he pushed his chair back and made to stand, she spoke on a rush. "That's not why I'm talking to you." Unlike before, when he'd been rash to hurl opinions, this time, he waited for her to explain. To give her fingers something to do, Livian took the key. She made a show of examining the metal piece before lifting her eyes back to his. She set the key down. "I've enjoyed speaking with you," she admitted. She'd never been one to blush. For some reason, she found herself in a perpetual blush with this man. Peers and lofty gentlemen, I don't know how to comfortably talk with, but you are easy to speak to." He snorted. "Said no one ever. Wah wah." Livian's lips twitched. "Said me. Now." Her smile slipped. "Noblemen. They judge women, all women, even the well-born ladies, and especially those born outside their elevated ranks. And when this journey is complete, the manner of man I'll find myself marrying." Lachlan drew her back from her bereft musings. "When it comes to men passing judgment, I wouldn't say I've been guilt-free this night. No, but you're a man who is like me, and it feels so nice to be with you." His expression grew shuttered. She ran her eyes over his face. "You believe I'm wrong." "I didn't say that. You didn't need to. Though, I appreciate you did not rush forth a denial, even though you clearly believe there to be one." She bowed her head. He inclined his. "Well?" She prodded. "Now, you want me to venture my opinions?" Lachlan shook his head sardonically. "Darlin', you're as contrary as they come." "Darlin'." The low, languid way he spoke that endearment did strange things to the rhythm of her heart. She dropped her elbows back on the table and stretched herself as far as she could toward him. "Given the ease with which you drop your opinions, I'd expect you'd relish the opportunity to tell me exactly what you're thinking." Given I made enough assumptions about you, Livian, I decided to keep that one to myself. She held her breath. As hoped, Lackland took her bait. But, since you're asking. He rested his elbows and leaned the rest of the way across so their noses practically touched. You and I, darlin', we're as similar as the night sky from the day one. Some mornings, she began softly, the sun and moon will both appear, and they're able to do so because they still share the same sky. Lackland tensed. His narrow-eyed gaze moved warily over her face. Your point being, we might be different in ways, but there is much we have in common, too. To be clear, because you believe we're alike in some ways, you don't mind me voicing my opinions about you? He asked haltingly, like he was trying to solve a complex riddle and the world's fate hung upon the answer he'd arrived at. She shook her head. No, Di. He looked truly confounded now. Those lords who judge me do so largely because of my sullied bloodlines, she explained. The conclusions you've reached about me this night have nothing to do with my bastardry. She continued. You haven't looked down your nose at me, or found me wanting because of my complete lack of decorum and ladylike ways. Darlin', believe it or not, in my line of work and with my connections to the nobility, I've come across my fair share of peeresses, and you're more a lady in just your single smallest finger than any of those haughty vipers. That. She jabbed a finger eagerly at him. He scrunched his brow up. What? You didn't judge me because of reasons beyond my control. Rather, you take exception to decisions I've made, or were about to make. She wasn't betrothed yet, and the knowledge of that left her giddy with relief. Lackland lifted a dark eyebrow. And that's a good thing. She nodded. He faced his palms up. I'm more confused than ever, sweetheart. You're honest with me, Lackland, she said. Oh, you might be frustratingly arrogant in the way you think you know things about me. Things you clearly don't, but you don't wear a polite smile, and you certainly do not pull back on what you are thinking or feeling. Odd. It began to make sense. Knobs, on the other hand, don't give a clue as to what they're thinking. Exactly. Yes. Well, in fairness, Latimer said deadpan, it remains doubtful whether the highborn lords are actually capable of truly thinking. He winked. Livian burst out laughing, and he joined in, and it felt so very wonderful. All right, he said after their amusement died down. We can both agree that we do share some similarities, many similarities, particularly in our aversion and ill opinion of the nobility. She nodded. Agreed. Which begs the question, why, Livian, he said somberly, and without his earlier mockery, you're going to bind yourself to one of those undeserving, priggish, pompous lords. Her joy faded. Yes. She swallowed around a ball of emotion. Though, I'm hoping he's kind. Hoping? He echoed flatly. She nodded, bracing for the same disdain he'd heaped on her. This time, it didn't come. Lackland edged back a fraction, and she stayed absolutely still under the assessing stare he passed over her. Why? You're a self-made man, she noted. Since hers wasn't a question, but rather a statement, he stayed silent. How did you come to be an owner at your club? Luck, he automatically said. Come, she scoffed. You're not modest or illogical? You're practical, Lackland. We both know luck is gold at the end of a proverbial rainbow. How did you manage to become a proprietor at one of London's most successful clubs? It's a gaming hell, hardly a respectable venture. That doesn't mean it's not profitable, she quietly reminded him. It also happens to be one that caters to London's wealthiest and most powerful. Why was he so determined to diminish his accomplishments, when to her, his having built himself up from nothing accounted for her appreciation for him and what he'd done? How were you able to become a proprietor at Forbidden Pleasures, Lackland? Truly. He considered her a moment. You'll be horrified by the truth. Try me. I stole. She didn't flinch. Anyone who hadn't been born to a life of privilege has, at one point or another, been forced to do so. Does that include you? Yes, she said, and promptly wished she'd held back her truth. He drew back. The sight of his shock and horror sent her insides curling up. I take it, I've surprised you enough that you're rethinking your earlier high opinion of me. Livian forced a smile that felt strained to her own lips. I'm thinking I'm even more impressed by you, darlin', he said quietly. Her defenses crept up. You're making light of me. I wouldn't dream of it. I don't make jests, and I certainly don't lie. She hesitated, gauging the veracity of his claims and finding only frank honesty and appreciation. Livian wetted her lips. When we were really struggling, and Verity was working, Bertha would take me out to beg in various parts of London. Begging was less lucrative. Sure is, he murmured. Livian nodded. Yes. You know. While I begged, Bertha scouted out lords who'd be easy marks for a little girl. Hunger and desperation will make you do things society tells us are crimes and sins. One corner of Lachlan's mouth lifted in a cynical smile. All the while, those moral zealots live their comfortable lives and don't give a single damn about the ones outside their ranks. We may as well be invisible. She gave an exuberant nod. Precisely. Nyeh. How very good it felt to be with someone who understood, and who'd not condemn her, even though she deserved to be. Livian drew in a shaky breath. I've never shared that part about myself, she revealed. Not even with my sisters. He chuckled. Do you truly believe me, of all people, would find you wanting? At that gentle query, Livian's heart both warmed and hurt. What? You'd show me grace, she murmured. And yet, you would not extend that same courtesy to yourself. Is that a question? Lachlan's expression gave nothing away. No, tongue. She shook her head. It is an observation. She held her breath, wanting him to say more, to share some piece of himself the same way she had, but he didn't. Instead, they sat in a comfortable silence. The crackling fire behind them lent a calm coziness to that silence. All the while they wordlessly passed the rapidly dwindling tankard of milk back and forth, each taking sips of the opposite side. Livian raised the pewter glass to take the final drink. I fought, Lachlan said, and she froze with the rim to her lips. I was part of a fight club. Unsteadily, she set her tankard down. Her mind raced. All society knew of the lost lords. They'd been children of the peerage who'd been abducted and sold to people on the streets. Her brother-in-law, Malcolm, had been one of those unfortunate souls. That was how Verity, a reporter, had met her now husband. Among those lost lords, there'd been ones forced to fight for the same organization Lachlan just mentioned. Savages Fight Society? She whispered. Ah, you've heard of it then. Her lips worked. Your sister's newspapers. She tried to find a hint of what he was thinking from his tone, but found none. Yes. He nodded. I saw the money they were raking in using me as a fighter, and got away real quick. I started a ring of my own on the street. Wasn't long before lords were coming to place wagers. I kept the profits, grew the ring, and then one day, happened to save Argyll's arse. The luck piece, she murmured. He'd once thought so. Yay. The luck piece. Fury tightened the harsh, angular planes of his face. They betrayed you, she murmured. He tensed, and gave her another one of those deep, unnerving, assessing looks. What makes you say that? There was a warning there. Bertha, Livian said softly. His brow dipped. My nursemaid, who was more a mother to me than my own. She disclosed the hurt that would never stop hurting. She believed my brother-in-law was taking advantage of my sister, the same way my father did our mother. She thought Verity was repeating all the same mistakes. In her attempt to protect us, Bertha attempted to separate them. In doing so, she hurt Verity in the worst way, and that was the last I ever saw her. Her throat worked. What did that say about Livian that, despite Bertha's machinations, Livian missed her still? Chapter 9. Livian didn't press him. Though curious, she appeared content with Latimer sharing, or not sharing whatever parts of himself he did. At last, Latimer discovered for himself the sincerity of his unlikely partner for the night. More comfortable sharing parts of herself than he'd ever known a person could be. Livian proved with her openness she wasn't the threat he'd begun to take her for. And the ease with which he'd already revealed far more than he ought proved dangerous in its own right. Latimer pushed his chair back and stood. Livian craned her neck to look at him. Such confusion and disappointment mingled in those mesmerizing aquamarine pools. He found himself besieged by an all-powerful yearning to remain. Which is precisely why you have to get the hell away from innocent Miss Livian Lovelace as quick as possible. It's late, he said quietly. That reminder more for himself than the innocent beauty before him. Yes. Reluctantly, she stood. Proving to be a coward for the first time in his life, Latimer avoided her gaze. Heading around the table, he reached for her bags, just as she meant to pick them up. What? I can carry them, he said, curiously noting the tattered valises with their old wood handles. With everything I shared about myself this night, Lachlan, I trust you can see I am more than capable of fetching my own things? The amusement in her voice brought his focus back to her. Giving him a pointed look, Livian stretched both hands out and crooked her fingers. Oh, I don't doubt it, sweetheart, he drawled. You're the one who's insisting on calling me a gentleman, and as such, I'm kind of feeling compelled to do the gentlemanly thing. Livian laughed. Her musical, lyrical mirth, scaring the everlasting hell out of him with how bloody good it sounded and made him feel. Very well, good sir, she said through his tumult. The enchantress sank into a flourishing curtsy. I will permit you to carry my belongings. Wrestling for equanimity, Latimer offered an equally flourishing bow he'd seen enough priggish lords deliver to other gents in his clubs. He and Livian laughed at the ridiculousness of it, and just like that, he found himself restored to an even plane. After she'd collected the key in her worn book, they headed above stairs. When they reached the door that had led to this curious night, Livian unlocked the panel. They lingered on the threshold. Latimer cleared his throat. I should set these inside and fetch my belongings if that is all right. Yes? Please. Of course. Her words came fast. I trust if you'd intended me harm, when we were strangers and not friends would have been the time to do so. Please. 1. He faintly registered the click as she closed that door. Friends. As he hurried to return Livian's bags, that particular word rolled around his mind. How bloody trusting. It was a wonder the world hadn't eaten her whole and feasted on her delicate remains. As for Latimer, he didn't have a friend. He'd thought he did in his former partners. He couldn't have been more wrong. If those three hadn't been true friends, then no one would be. While he packed up his stuff, he felt Livian following his each and every move. When he'd finished, he took one last glance about. His gaze came to rest on the bed where he'd roused Livian from her soundly snoring sleep. That charged meeting? Could have been a year. Hell, a lifetime ago. For how much that had happened, and all they'd shared, and not the mere hours it had been. This night had been one of insanity, one where time had stood still, and he'd let his guard down, and the reality facing him at the end of his travels were forgotten. You can stay. That was surely why Latimer even now heard that shy, softly spoken offer from Miss Livian Lovelace. He swung his gaze over to her. His head knew her offer pure, but that didn't stop his body from instantly responding to the idea of bedding her. Not in the same bed, she blurted, her heart-shaped cheeks bathed in their customary pink blush. She pointed past him. That is, there's blankets and extra pillows, and you can sleep there. Latimer followed her point over to the hearth. Or, I can sleep there, she stammered, her color deepening. After all, it was your room first. Every last purely primal, savagely male, urged him to stay, and do far more. He grunted. Of all the times to discover, he had more morals than he'd ever believed himself capable of. I don't think that's a good idea, darling. Why? She looked at him with unblinking innocence. If he told her the truth, she'd have launched another feisty attack his way. Sweetheart, you're going to be married. As am I. Both of those realities sent tension whipping through him. The latter mattered a whole lot less. He and the Duchess knew precisely the cold, emotionless arrangement they were entering into. But that some other fellow, a fancy lord, at that, would be the one to initiate the delectable, enthusiastic Livian Lovelace to sex left an acrid sting upon his tongue. You must think me forward, she whispered, mistaking the reason for his tense silence. Livian's face fell, and it was like she'd plucked the sun from the heavens and left the whole world dark. Forgive him, it's fine, he said gruffly. Do not beat yourself up, darling. It is a generous offer. Nothing improper about it. Just one that, if accepted, could lead to all manner of improper things. You know that isn't true, she whispered. Christ, She truly still didn't realize how much he admired her for carrying herself, different than the ladies whose company he was heading to after this interlude. Livian's features froze. "You're married." "No. Not yet. I know you and I are more practical than bothered by propriety, Livian," he said. "We both know what it is to be without a roof or food, and that's what compelled you." And yet, her voice dripped with self-abasement. "You were the one to not only recognize the impropriety of my offer and decline, whereas I thought nothing of, 'I'll stay.'" He cut her off. Livian's mouth remained open from the rest of her unfinished sentence. Latimer locked his gaze on hers. "Before I do though, sweetheart, there's something you need to know." He crossed over to the uncharacteristically silenced, wide-eyed minx. Latimer didn't mince words. "You called me a friend, but I'm not that, Livian," he said bluntly. "I'm just a hot-blooded man who, in our short time together, has had way too many thoughts about all the things I'd like to do to you, and with you." Near as he was to her, he caught the slight intake of her breath. He placed his lips close to her ear and whispered, "If you're extending that generous offer," he growled, nipping lightly at the satiny soft shell, "then you should know. I'm not a friend sleeping in the corner, but a real man who'd love nothing more than to have you in my arms." He waited for her impressive rush of fury and inventive curses, ordering his contemptible arse from her sight. "Oh. How?" As such, her breathy exhalation and riveted gaze sent the fire in him burning several degrees hotter. "Yes," she said weakly. "Well, I be believe with your latest display of honesty. I only trust you all the more, Lachlan." He edged back a fraction and ran his heated stare over her flushed face. "That's the conclusion you reached, love?" Livian nodded. How trusting, and how utterly wild, how potent that aphrodisiac was. His gaze slipped to her lush mouth, and in a flash, he painted 1,000 pictures in his mind of all the things he wanted to do with her Cupid's bow lips. All the ways he wanted to feast upon them. His desire soared, as did his erection. Not for the first time, he found himself starting to understand the madness that had compelled his former partners. "What is it?" she whispered, breathless. She didn't know the danger she found herself in. Latimer shot his right hand out and gripped her hip hard, eliciting a short, convulsive gasp. "I'm thinking if you don't head over to your bed this instant, I'm going to kiss you until there isn't a breath left in your body, darling." To emphasize just how much, he sank his fingers more deeply into her soft flesh. Livian, instead of running as she ought, or ordering him gone, bit her lower lip. Her lashes fluttered. I've never been kissed," she confessed. That susurration, a tremor of vulnerability in her voice, barely louder than the rustle of leaves in a quiet wind. "I've never been kissed." Latimer's pulse filled his ears. "Never?" She gave her head an unsteady shake. No, ein." Her unkissed state would end the moment she reached whatever destination she was headed to, and whichever lord who'd claim her as his wife. A red curtain of rage descended over Latimer's vision. A primal possessiveness to be the first to claim this unsullied, spirited, clever beauty consumed him. "Don't say you weren't warned," he said roughly. With that, Latimer buried her mouth under his. He kissed her fully, deeply, and without restraint or apology. Livian's slender, gently curved body went motionless, and then with a little sigh, she melted against him. The feel of her sweet surrender threatened to drive him mad with lust. The innocent, trusting way she surrendered to Latimer, however, terrified the everlasting hell out of him. "Like I said, sweetheart," he rasped harshly, against her lips, "I'm no gentleman. I don't kiss like one, and I certainly don't fuck like one." To bring home his point, Latimer filled his palms with her lush buttocks. Instead of the expected revulsion, Livian whimpered and bucked her hips into him, or she attempted to. Latimer kept a punishing hold on her, denying her and her hungry body the freedom to writhe, as it so desperately needed to. "Lachlan," she begged. He rewarded her pleadings by slacking his hold enough that she could rock her supple hips, but still kept her wanting. Her needy body squirmed, as she thrust wildly and desperately at the air. All the while, he slanted his mouth over hers, again and again. Livian, timid and uncertain, struggled to meet his potent demand, and instead of being turned off, his hungering for this intrepid woman only grew in bounds. Finding a prurient pleasure in being the first to taste of Livian Lovelace, he gentled his kiss, He took his time, teaching her and alternately, letting her learn from him. And God, how she did. Each small lesson he just imparted, she put into practice. This time, as he slanted his mouth over hers, she kissed him in return. Latimer massaged her buttocks. "Scared yet, darlin'?" he panted. "Stunned," she whispered, between each meeting of their lips. "I never knew a kiss could be like this. It wasn't like this. Not ever before." A mere kiss had never moved him, the way this woman's did now. He'd let himself deal with that terrifying thought later. Now, not even God himself could make Latimer surrender this moment. Climbing up on tiptoes, Livian wrapped her arms about his neck, squirming and fighting his hard grip, until she'd managed to press her body against his, and she at last got what she craved. She rocked her hips wildly and frantically. This time, her desperate gyrations brought her body flush with his aching cock. So beautifully uninhibited, Latimer found his unflagging, until now self-control flagging. A lust-filled groan built deep inside him. Livian instantly stopped. Her cheeks were bright red from their embrace and a glossy sheen to her skin. Indecision clouded her desire-filled eyes. Did I do something wrong? Strained, pained laughter rumbled past his lips. Livian, when it comes to making love, there's not a thing you could do wrong. That held true for her, and her alone. She brightened like he'd just delivered the prettiest compliment, closed her eyes, and leaned up, and in, asking with her body for him to continue. He tensed, and fuck it all. With a slight break in their embrace, reality reared its head. Letting a stream of black curses silently fly, he edged Livian out of his arms and took a step away. Her impossibly long lashes fluttered wildly, and when she managed to fully open them and look at Latimer, confusion filled their expressive depths. Latimer grunted. "If I don't stop now, darlin', the only way this ends is with me between your legs, and my cock buried deep inside you." If he were a better man, a respectable one, maybe he could have couched his vulgar language. But she belonged so far outside his league, he didn't even bother to try. Livian trembled. Her lips formed a soft mow. Oh. As anticipated, shock and gentle embarrassment met his crudeness. Latimer went, fetched his things, and headed for the door. She called out softly after him. "Where are you going?" He stopped in his tracks and cast a questioning glance over his shoulder. "You were going to stay." Had it not been for the nervous way she fisted her skirts and the uncertainty in her eyes and voice, he'd have believed hers an invitation of a different sort of one he really wanted it to be. Latimer managed to smile. "I think, given the recent turn of events, you'd have a change of heart, darlin'." She shook her head. "No? No. It's fine. You are welcome to stay. Run, and fast." Staying here could only lead to further complications, and the last thing he could afford in his life was more complications. And yet, he slowly nodded and prepared to settle in, knowing he couldn't help himself from making that very worst, terrible mistake. Chapter 10. Despite Lachlan's husky warnings following their kiss, from the moment he decided to share the room with Livian, he'd been nothing but a gentleman. When she'd unsteadily changed from her dress to night shift, he'd stood facing the wall. And when she'd collected a pillow and extra blankets to help make a bed for him, he'd taken them from Livian, and himself overseen the task. After he'd finished, he'd lain on the makeshift bed and kept his back to her and his face to the wall. That had been she squinted at the brooch timepiece Verity bought Livian for her last birthday, an hour and 21 minutes ago. While he lay perfectly still, silent and slumbering, Livian, for what had to be the 1,000th time, turned onto her side and punched her pillow several times. Releasing a frustrated sigh, Livian flopped onto her back and stared at the ceiling. How could he sleep so easily? How, after that embrace? Lachlan's kiss had been the one she'd always dreamed of knowing, and then resigned herself to also being the stuff of mere romantic books and girlish musings. In his broad, powerful arms, she'd felt more alive than she ever had before. He'd moved his strong hands over her with a skill and understanding of a man who knew just how to touch a woman to make her feel like she was all he wanted in the world, a mere illusion of every last hopeful woman, like herself, who'd enjoyed the pleasure of being in his arms for even just a moment. His kiss had set her ablaze, and she'd lain here, that fire festering within her. "If I don't stop now, darlin', The only way this ends is with me between your legs, and my cock buried deep inside you. Livian stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. She should have been horrified at his crudity, but instead, it had the opposite effect. He hadn't said the things he had to shock or horrify her. He was just a normal man who spoke plainly. He didn't put on airs, and that forthrightness, his ability to speak plainly, that when she'd ceased believing there was any man to do so, left her feeling, left her wondering, unable to sleep. Livian gasped, heart racing. She whipped her head sideways and looked over at the hearth. At some point, Lachlan turned onto his other side. He now lay with his shoulder propped up, and his head in his hand, facing Livian. No, she confided, bringing herself up onto her elbow so she matched his body's positioning. Bad dream? He ventured. No. Dee? No. I just couldn't fall asleep. Even with the dim lighting, she could make out the way he moved his gaze intently over her face. Why? She lifted her right shoulder. I don't know. His lips quirked up at a corner. Liar.e. Yes. Ah. Livian sighed. And apparently, a very bad one. That ain't a bad thing, sweetheart. She snorted. Not for the one who's looking for the truth from me. His even, white teeth flashed pearl white in the night. No dotty mature. That's true. They shared a quiet laugh, and then fell comfortably into a silence. The fire crackled softly, lending an even greater calm and sense of warmth to their exchange. So? Lachlan asked. She puzzled her brow. What is the truth? The truth, she echoed, dumbly, that she couldn't give him. Reason being, she should be afraid of sharing a room with him, a dark, formidable stranger. The reality, however, proved even more terrifying. She was twisted up inside at heading to meet a stranger who'd become her husband, while secretly relishing these stolen moments spent with a self-made man, who, in every way, was like the husband she'd dreamed of. Can I hazard a guess? He asked, intruding on her unnerving thoughts. You can to reservations about your bridegroom? Her smile slipped and her stomach lurched. His accuracy deserved to be met with honesty. Yes, that he, after knowing her so briefly, had known so easily her thoughts, set off a newfound wave of dread. Not because he had, but because she'd always dreamed of a sweetheart whose thoughts moved in synchrony with hers. Back in the tap room, you never did say why you were marrying, he remarked. He hadn't missed that. We got off topic. You got us off topic asking questions about my past. He all too accurately stated. Which you openly shared. Which I openly shared, he concurred. And given you clearly didn't wish to talk about the knob who'll be your husband, I let the matter rest. Clever man. Too intelligent for his, or, more accurately, her own good. He knew all that. You are a self-made man, she said. You secured the funds to build yourself and your club by fighting hardly respectable means. You didn't have to resort to selling your body, she said quietly. He frowned. Women, she clarified. Our options at making money and having careers are limited. Lachlan did. My sister did good, honest, respectable work. Even with that, we never had enough money for proper shoes with sturdy soles. We still couldn't stay warm or have enough food that our bellies didn't rumble. Restless energy thrumming through her, Livian sat up, and under the covers, she drew her knees into tailor style. Whereas you built a future for yourself, I'm not afforded the same ability. Your brother-in-law is a nobleman, Livian, he said, more like one trying to understand that patronize. If you don't want to marry, if I don't want to marry, I can be a poor relation, dependent upon the charity and generosity of my family. Lachlan sat up, and drawing his knees to his chest, rested his back against the wall. You'd give up your freedom then? You strike me as a proud man, Lachlan. Even if you had the most loving, devoted, wealthy sibling, let's say, a brother, would you want to be reliant upon them? Lachlan went silent. He didn't, however, say it was different, and she lost her heart to him for that. Having finally reached him, Livian didn't let up. And if that sibling had a family of his own, a wife, a husband, and 2 babes, how do you feel, sharing their household and lives? Would you not feel like a hanger-on? I understand that, he said somberly. He understood. Livian stared off into the flames swaying gently in the hearth. When it came to having someone to confide in, She'd been alone for so long, and aside from Bertha her entire life, really. Her sister Verity, her brother-in-law Malcolm, even her younger sister, Billy, in their own way, babied her. Lachlan saw her and spoke to her as an equal. Even in the way he challenged her or questioned her, he did so without velvet gloves. Livian? She pulled her gaze from the fire and put it on Lachlan. Yes? Is that enough of a reason to be miserable for the rest of your entire life? Lachlan put that quietly spoken question to her with genuine curiosity and more concern. I don't know, she confessed. Her gut clenched as she, for the first time, acknowledged, even to herself, her reservations. She chewed at her lower lip. Yes? He urged. I want to have funds I am free to use to help charities I'm passionate about, she said, and all of her heart's desires came spilling out. I want to be able to go into streets my sister and brother-in-law forbid me from visiting, to discover what the people there need, and provide them with actual help. And a family, she exclaimed. Children, she clarified. As soon as the admission slipped free, she felt somehow lighter, freed. Oh, it wouldn't be like her sister's family, but it would be a family of sorts. Nor was Livian delusional enough to believe she'd find love at the Duchess's house party. At best, I can hope for a kind, gentle husband who will give me those children, and I want that. When Lachlan didn't add anything, she peered at him. What about at worst, Livian? Stricken by that question, she stared at him. His arms folded around his knees, he waved his right hand at the air. You're imagining your husband will support your endeavors and fund them, but according to everything you've shared, you don't really know the gent. Hell, your sister doesn't even know him. I didn't say that. You didn't have to, Livian. Either way, the point is, the moment you say I do, you belong to the fellow in every way. You'll be no different than property. And though you're hoping for freedom, darling, you and I both know you land the wrong nobleman, and you're going to be a broodmare without much time for those honorable dreams and aspirations you have. She tensed. You're trying to talk me from my decision. Lachlan scoffed. Darling, I have known you less than a night, and even I can tell not even God himself could sway you if you believe in what you're doing. He paused. That is, if you even do really believe in what you're doing. Tears pricked her lashes, not from all the worries he'd raised, but for the admiration which filled his voice when he spoke about her, and the fact he genuinely cared enough to share his opinion, but not judge her. Livian fell once more onto her back, folded her hands together, and rested them upon her stomach. Why should he, this enigma, this stranger, who in the heart of a storm had come crashing into her life, be everything she'd given up all hope of ever having? My partners betrayed me. Lost in her own misery, it was a moment before Lachlan's hushed admission reached her. She turned her head back towards him. From where he sat, the fire left half of his handsome features illuminated, while shadows played with the other half. I'm head of security, he grimaced. Or I used to be. The deal isn't completely closed yet, he said. Understanding dawned. That's why you were suspicious of my questions. He nodded. Still am. Somewhat. But he was telling her anyway. Livian swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. Cold came up to meet her bare feet. Shivering, she headed over to her belongings and dropped to a knee. She proceeded to take out the same book Lachlan had come upon her reading and flipped through the pages. The entire time, she felt Lachlan carefully studying her back. She stopped on a particularly marked page and fetched the small folded sheet from within. Then, after carefully returning her cherished leather tome, she straightened. Paper in hand, she approached Lachlan. He followed her every movement with carefully guarded eyes. She stopped over him. Here, she said, proffering the page. Lachlan eyed it a moment. Wordlessly, he accepted the small scrap of parchment. It's a note. You can read it. Without hesitation, Lachlan unfolded the sheet and read. As he skimmed his gaze along the letter, she shifted nervously on her feet. When he'd finished, he looked up. There was a question in his eyes. It is from Bertha. She volunteered that unnecessary information, and grimaced. Which you can clearly see for yourself. And as you're one who has been betrayed before by people who were supposed to care for you, I'm not sure if this makes you further question my integrity and honor. She glanced down at the letter. But I loved her like a mother, and occasionally she will find a way to get a letter to me. And I write her back, and knowing that, her voice grew pitchy to her own ears, would break my sister's heart. And you now possess evidence of my greatest treachery, and it is yours as insurance. Then it struck her. I know I do not have anything of material value, but this is the greatest thing I possess, and the most dangerous information in my possession, and it is now yours, she finished awkwardly. Lachlan returned his attention to the first note Bertha had written to Livian after being sent away. Livian's breath came quickly, filling her ears and making her chest rise and fall fast. Wordlessly, Lachlan refolded the note along its well-defined seam. He stood slowly, unfurling all 6 feet, 3 or 4 inches of himself, and knocking her further off balance with his nearness. Unlike Livian, whose every nerve ending remained keenly alert of even Lachlan's slightest movement, he considered the confidence he still held in his strong, scarred fingers, while Livian's movements obviously remained an afterthought to him. Her mouth went dry, not with fear. Fear would be far less terror-inducing than these wanton yearnings stirred inside from nothing more than his body's closeness. They were like brothers, he said gruffly. She looked at him, waiting for him to speak, and giving him the space and comfort he needed in which to do so. Her efforts were rewarded when he continued. Not like? To me, they were brothers. I would have done anything for them, and I believe they'd do anything for me. I never felt judged by them for being of inferior birth, and to me, that was everything. So I never saw it coming. Saw what coming? Livian murmured. That I was, and would, always be an outsider. His features turned grim. They welcomed me into their fold, asked me to lead the way in establishing the club, tasked me, and trusted me with the entire security operation. His sightless, rage-filled eyes went all the way through Livian, and she knew the exact moment he ceased to see her, and instead played over and over in his mind the betrayal that had so hurt him. In the end, what did they do? A sneer pulled hard at Lachlan's mouth, a mouth that had both tenderly and passionately devoured her own. They went behind my back, and decided to bring on a new fellow to fill my role. A man who didn't have sullied bloodlines or dirty hands. He chuckled, that droll rumble bereft of any actual amusement. At least, not dirty in the same way mine were. He was a lord, and me? I was expendable, he murmured to himself. Her heart ached. He'd hate any apologies from her. He'd see them as pity, which she didn't. She was outraged, disgusted, infuriated, on his behalf, but never would she pity him. Lachlan Latimer was a proud, guarded man, who didn't trust easily. And well, maybe not even at all. But he trusted you with this, a voice whispered in her head. Selfish in the face of his pain, she couldn't keep back the lightness that filled her, and the indignant fury on his behalf. They didn't deserve you, Lachlan, she said simply, and his gaze found its way back to Livian. She took a small breath. And I know it's easier for me to say this and sounds like utter rubbish. It is better you learned who they actually were as friends and partners than spend the rest of your life with men so lacking in integrity. So arrogant, she said. Despite her best attempts, her voice grew more and more impassioned. So unappreciative and dishonorable they aren't fit to clean the boots you earned with your own hard work and skills. At that, ones you didn't have handed down to you like every last estate, pence, pound, and parcel of land in their lives. Lachlan opened his mouth to speak, but she couldn't make herself stop her rant if she tried. And for that matter, that club they welcomed you to invest in, the club crafted in your vision, they may have had more funds with which to put up, but those coins, too, came from their families' purses. Fury continued to course through her. Oh, and they no doubt hold themselves up as self-made men. She sneered. But had it not been for their titles, they'd have never had a single pound to contribute to the construction of forbidden pleasures. In fact, had they been forced to live so much as a single night on the streets as you did, they'd have perished like that. She snapped her fingers. That little click split the quiet of the room and also snapped Livian from her furious musings. Lachlan gave her a curious look. Her cheeks burning hot, Livian let her arm drop to her side. Flustered by her impassioned response, she cleared her throat. Yes, well, all that to again say you are better off, she finished weakly. Once I have my share, I'm investing in a new venture, he said. The unexpectedness of his latest trust in Livian broke through her embarrassment. She gave a firm nod. Good for you, Lachlan. Of course, hard-working, resolute, and driven, he would never simply roll over. It's another gaming hell, this one. Even more wicked, he said. Did he expect or try to horrify and shock her? Or maybe it was that he sought to dim some of her earlier praise and admiration for him, and what he did. He'd be disappointed by the truth if that was what he attempted to do. It was for naught. I'm entering into it with a new partner, but this time I'm doing so after having learned an important lesson. What lesson is that? Never trust a knob, he murmured, directing that admission to the folded letter in his hands. Yes, well, that is something we can both agree upon. They shared another one of the intimate smiles that came frighteningly easy to Livian. Without a word, Lachlan held Bertha's note out. She glanced from Lachlan to the page, and then back again at Lachlan. What? Ace? No. Right. I don't need your letter, Livian. I'm not looking for collateral. Because he trusts me. The unspoken meaning behind his words sent fresh waves of warmth cascading over her. Livian held her palms up. I still want you to have it. I don't need it. I know, she said at his insistence. I just want you to. Because giving him that small, important piece of her mattered. In his keeping it, there'd be a piece he'd carry of her, and in that, she'd be with him. That she wished to. Scared the everlasting hell out of her. Latimer, with a gaze opaque she could make nothing out of it, tucked her note inside the front of his jacket, placing the page close to his heart. And her own beat wildly in response. It's late, darlin', he murmured. We should get some rest. Rest? Yes. As if she could with him lying next to her, and everything they'd shared swirling in her mind. Except, curiously, the moment she climbed into bed, and rested her head on the pillow this time, facing Lachlan, and Lachlan facing her, Livian's eyes grew heavy, and a peaceful calm sent her into a deep, welcoming sleep. Chapter 11. The following morning, Latimer attempted to open his eyes. The moment he did, a flash of sharp, piercing light briefly blinded him. With a groan, he promptly shut them to ward the brightness off, but specks of white orbs specked his vision. What in hell? His mind muddled. Latimer scrubbed his hands up and down his face and pressed his palms against his eyes to get his vision right again. He let his arms fall to his side and attempted to open his eyes. This time, he did so with greater care. That still bright glare met him and proved to be nothing other than the goddamned golden sun. Big, bright, and high enough east to gather the late morning hour. Cursing, Latimer rolled his shoulders, stretching the tight muscles. Christ! He'd never had a harder time getting to sleep, which, given the miserable places he'd found himself resting throughout his life, was saying a lot. But then, when he'd finally drifted off last night, he'd slept like the actual dead. As such, he now found himself struggling to make sense of his surroundings. His bags rested next to him. A small table with a wooden plate, filled with eggs and crusty-looking bread, sat in the corner. His gaze slid to a perfectly tidied bed, one so immaculately made it gave no indication there'd been anyone to sleep there. Latimer went still. But there had been someone. Then the fog of sleep lifted, and it all came rushing back. Livian, Lovelace. First, the fight between them, then the taproom, and the night passed, speaking. There was no indication she'd ever been here, and for a moment, he wondered if he'd merely imagined the beautiful, spirited, proud minx. He jammed a hand inside his jacket and felt about. His fingers collided with an older sheet of parchment, and he froze. Real, guy. She'd been all real, unlike any woman he'd ever known, but very much flesh and blood, and decidedly the reason for his particularly painful morning erection. Frowning, Lachlan got himself up into standing and glanced about. She'd just left. Granted, that had been what she'd always intended to do, just as he had originally planned. And Latimer had just slept right through it. There'd been no goodbye. His frown deepened. Just as he'd intended to do, she'd slipped out, before anyone was wiser to the fact they'd shared a room. But not before, leaving a plate for him which he wasn't sure he'd have been considerate enough to do, because hell, he'd been looking after himself for so long, he wasn't accustomed to looking after others. Not that he needed to look after Livian Lovelace, or she him. But she had. She'd been the first and would be the only person in his entire life who'd thought to look after him the way she had. Livian's was a small but intimate gesture. Having never been a recipient of that care, he found himself grappling with the unlikely discovery of how bloody nice it actually fuck. Confounded, Latimer swiped his hands up and down his face. I need to get the hell out of here. Even more than that, he needed to purge Livian from his goddamned head. He had business matters to finalize, a marriage to see to marriage to a cool, haughty, pampered duchess. A fate that had already been unpalatable now left an appallingly bad taste in his mouth. Determined to put Livian from his thoughts once and for all, Latimer went about his daily ablutions, and even that casual task froze him in his tracks. 2, not 1, but 2, porcelain pitchers rested there. One empty, the other full. One empty basin, the other filled with filmy water. He reached for the chipped porcelain pitcher, and while he filled the bowl, his gaze remained locked on the one Livian had used. Did she rinse a cloth and wipe it over her face, or splash that cold water upon her? Latimer dunked his whole head under the freezing depths. Opening his eyes, he stared with blurred vision to the bottom of the bowl. What the fuck is wrong with you? He mumbled, more bubbles than sound releasing from his lips. Latimer remained that way until the only option other than air was death by drowning. At the last possible moment, he wrenched himself free from the water. Clutching the edge of the table, he puffed and wheezed for breath. Latimer gave his head several hard shakes, sending drops splattering and scattering. Stripping off his clothes, he tossed the rumpled garments aside, ignored the crisp, dry folded cloth in favor of the damp, and also perfectly folded one, beside Livian's pitcher. This time, he didn't let his mind dwell on why. He hurried through the rest of his morning routine. A short while later, clean, properly attired in new garments fit to meet his future wife, the Duchess, Latimer snatched the hunk of crusty bread and stuck it between his teeth. His old leather pack strapped on his back, and a saddlebag in hand, Latimer found his way to the taproom. When he arrived downstairs, he glanced about. Unlike the peaceful calm shared with Livian, the room bustled as it had when he'd taken refuge from the storm. The difference being last evening's occupants, as evidenced by the quiet in which they sat and the dearth of conversation among them, now sported the effects of their overindulgence. Latimer's gaze wandered to the fireplace. With his spare hand, he removed the bread Livian had left for him from between his teeth. He'd almost expected to find her seated at that same table with her book in hand. She'd look up this time, she'd wear that generous, even white smile on her lush lips, and would give him an exuberant wave. Only instead of that fetching sight, there sat a pinch-mouthed, bony-thin chap, sipping tea and reading a newspaper. Ah, good morning, sir. Latimer looked to the owner of that jovial greeting. Mr. Hitchin reached him. I trust you slept well, sir? Given the ease with which you gave my room away, he said dryly. Do you really trust that? The small proprietor gave a nervous laugh. Yes, well, the young miss indicated you were generous enough to give up your quarters, and took those initially reserved for her servant. As such, I'm happy to know it worked out for the both of you. He started. The clever minx had thought of everything. Can I have breakfast, Red? Mr. Hitchin's question faded off, and he tipped his head in befuddlement at the crusty bread in Latimer's hand. The lanky fellow scratched at his brow. To stave off suspicion from the suddenly not-so-simple innkeeper, Latimer reached inside his jacket for a purse. Even as his fingers set the coins a-jingle, they also collided with the note Livian insisted he take. As if burned, Latimer snatched his hand back and withdrew the purse. Here, he said evenly, giving the generous velvet sack over to Mr. Hitchin. All suspicion vanished, and the garishly clad man brightened. I'm happy you were pleased with your stay, he gushed, and quickly pocketed the gift. With the weather improved and the roads passable for most, I do happen to have many more rooms open. Latimer should be relieved as hell at getting out of this place, and would have, had the Duchess been waiting at the last leg of his trip. I have to be on my way, Latimer said. Mr. Hitchin bowed. Allow me to wish you safe travels. Please, visit again sometime soon. With the promise of more coins gone, the proprietor had already trained his eye on the others seated around his tables, whom he could get more money from. Latimer took one last look about. Alas, quick-witted, resourceful as she was thoughtful, Livian had indeed got a large jump on him. Latimer headed outside, and amidst the bright, sunny afternoon, went to collect his horse. He'd never intended to wed, and the only reason he would now do so at this juncture in his life was to build up a new, unrivaled, gaming hell, and establish a legacy that could not be broken by betrayal. But if he had ever married of choice and not necessity, it'd have been to a woman like Livian, as equally skilled at fighting, as she was gloriously proud and intelligent. "I need another blasted dunk in cold water." A young lad went running through the sodden, puddled ground, splattering and splashing mud about as he went. Only when the child reached Latimer, it became apparent. The small he was, in fact, a she, with blonde curls tucked under her cap. "Can I help fetch and saddle your horse, sir?" she piped in a small, sing-song voice. Normally, he'd attend his own mount, but the girl with her big blue eyes staring up at Latimer gave him pause and made him think of Livian as she'd reluctantly shared parts about her past. "When we were really struggling, and Verity was working, Bertha would take me out to beg in various parts of London. Begging was less lucrative. While I begged, Bertha scouted out lords who'd be easy marks for a little girl." In his mind's eye, Livian from long ago when this nameless waif got all tangled up. "Sir? The little girl asked again. He forced aside those aching imaginings of what Livian lived through. "Fortune is a big stallion," he explained. "Well-mannered and clever, but big enough to scare most men." "Men?" The girl pushed her lips together and blew. "I never met a horse I could not tame. Me da is the stable master," she explained. "Ah. Not." Latimer dropped to his haunches. "That would be most appreciated?" He left a question at the end of his sentence. "Moira." "Sir," she said, in an adorably sweet voice. Moira. Even. That's a lovely name. Upon his praise, the little girl's spine grew several inches. "I'm no sir, just a mere mister. But you can call me Latimer." He winked. Drawing out another purse, he pressed it gently into her small, calloused fingers. The little girl's eyes grew so round they could have rivaled the fullest moon. "There'll be more," he promised, giving her a little wink. "Gore, sir," she whispered, and then sprinted off in the direction of the stables. As he stared after the resourceful child, an image whispered forward of a small girl in Livian's exact image. He smiled wistfully. Without a doubt, any babes born to Livian Lovelace would be formidable imps, possessed of their mother's feisty spirit. That, if whatever bloody knob she married, tolerated sprightly offspring, while everything Latimer knew to be true of the nobility gave him all the answers he needed. Latimer's grin withered, and even more insidious, poisonous thoughts surfaced once with some cold, pompous lord visiting Livian's chambers. Without a doubt, she'd marry a fellow who insisted they be as decorous as all the peers and keep separate chambers because that's the manner of fools all those bastards were. The knob would bed Livian to get an heir and a spare on her. A dark, murderous rage rose up inside him. Then, that same stodgy gent would most likely pay a visit to some scandalous hell, maybe even Latimer's, and seek out the services of some skilled but jaded Cyprian. Not like Latimer. No, if she'd been his wife, he'd have spent every single night fucking her, and leaving the both of them sated, until they fell into a sex-induced stupor. There came a sudden rush of blood flow to Latimer's extremities, and he focused on breathing slowly in through his nose. It wasn't his business. Livian wasn't his business. That understanding didn't have any diminishing effects on Latimer's white-hot fury. His nape prickled. That same feeling of being watched wrenched him to the present. Coming slowly to his feet, Latimer turned and did a search over the courtyards. He stopped in his tracks. When he'd arisen to discover Livian gone, he'd believed that had been the last time he ever saw her. But here, as if he'd conjured her, Livian stood, some 20 yards away. The generous smile on her generous mouth was made even more generous by her cheerfully red cheeks. And last night came rushing back in a flash. The taste of her tongue, a sumptuous treat of sweet honey and spicy peppermint, that wine to you. The gentle swells of her buttocks in his large, coarse hands. The hungry, honest sounds of Livian's desperate desire which Latimer had swallowed and consumed. Then, Livian lifted her fingers and gave Latimer a happy wave. With a rapidly rising hungering, and some other sensation he couldn't pinpoint on account he'd never before felt, stirred inside his chest. A powerfully potent wave of emotion kept Livian paralyzed. She was not well, and never again would she be. For, until she drew her last breath, the sight of Lackland conversing so easily with the little girl in breeches would forever live in her mind. That had also been part of the great dream she'd carried, but inevitably would forsake upon the completion of her plans to marry. Lackland started over to her. Livian's throat swelled. She made herself shove aside regrets over what would never be. He is still here. She'd thought she would never see him again. As she'd arisen early and gone about her morning ablutions, all the while, she'd continued to look Latimer's way. He'd lain upon his back, with his right arm flung across his forehead. He'd emitted the occasional, slight and quiet, snore. She'd hoped he'd awake so she could speak with him once more, but had been equally comforted in knowing he found rest which he clearly deserved. But he was still here. A pervasive, radiant warmth flooded her chest. Then, Latimer reached her. Livian's heartbeat tripled. She tipped her head back to meet his bemused gaze. "We meet again, darling," he murmured. "We meet again," she confirmed. They smiled at the same time, and somehow, that synchronal happening carried with it an almost greater intimacy than being in his arms. Almost. "I thought you'd have been gone by now, darling," he remarked. Yes. Well. Alas, Mr. Driver's inspection of their carriage, and the conditions revealed it would be far quicker for him to return with the other conveyance. As such, he'd set out on horseback some hours ago. Yea. Lackland looked around the courtyard. Frown lines appeared in his brow, a brow far nobler than any lord she'd ever met. Before he could ask any questions, Livian cleared her throat. "I trust you are also on your way," she said needlessly, given the pack strapped to his back and in the other bag he set down beside him. Aye. Neither of them spoke. For Livian, profound, pained regret kept her from being the one to put their time together to its final and inevitable end. Lackland drifted a step closer and glided his gaze over her face. He froze. His black lashes dipped. He slanted a heated, narrow-eyed stare upon her mouth. Her breath contracted. "He's going to kiss me." Melting inside, Livian's legs went weak under her. "I wanted to thank you, sweetheart," he murmured, confronted with not the passionate embrace she craved, but polite, impersonal appreciation stole the last of the welcoming warmth within her. With her head clouded, she could only just look at him. "For the meal?" He held a large hunk of partially eaten bread aloft. "For the fresh what, there's no need to thank me," she interrupted, hurting inside. "I was happy to do so." To hide the husk of emotion that left her mouth dry, Livian cleared her throat. "You were kind and gentlemanly." She paused and made herself give Lackland a teasing smile. "That was, with the exception of our initial meeting." He flashed a sheepish grin. "Not my finest moment." A man such as he could never have a bad one. Livian clamped her lips down hard on the side of her cheek. Stupidly, she'd wanted his kiss. She wanted it still. No. She yearned for far more. She ached for what? A mocking voice in her head, taunted. For him to declare his love? Love? Oh. Reeling, Livian took a quick, frantic step backward. Concern radiated from within his eyes. "Livian, are you?" She panicked under the rest of the question coming. Fortunately, the high-pitched call of a child saved Livian from having to answer. "Here you are, Mr. Latimer." All of Lackland's attention went to the young girl, with the reins of his enormous black stallion in her small but capable fingers. Just 6 or so inches past 4 feet, and by Livian's estimation 10 or 11, the mount dwarfed the child, and yet she displayed not a fleck of fear. "Miss Moira," he welcomed. "Miss Moira?" He'd taken the time to learn a small servant's name. Livian briefly closed her eyes. "I'm never going to recover from this." In less than a day, she'd met a man who was perfect in all the ways Livian had wanted a sweetheart or husband to be. "He's a beautiful creature," Moira praised like a most skilled aficionado of horses. "Well-behaved and clever, just as you said." She gave the horse an affectionate pat. "And you're as skilled as you said you were." The girl grew another inch under Latimer's latest praise. "I've learned it all from my Mr. Latimer." Livian drank in the tender exchange. Lachlan removed an enormous purse and handed it gently to Moira. Well, if the time ever comes you're looking to care for prime horseflesh, you'll have a place waiting for you at any one of my stables." "Course, sir," she whispered. "I'd love that. I would." She paused. "If my Dea ever doesn't have a need of me, of course." "Of course," Lachlan said, all proper solemnity. Moira made her goodbyes to Lachlan and Livian and took off running. With the girl gone, and Lachlan partnered with his mount and bags, there was no reason left for him to stay. At least, we'll have a proper goodbye. She'd thought it'd be best to leave while he slept, but promptly discovered their meeting hadn't felt complete. They'd needed these last moments. At least, Livian had anyway. They spoke at the same time. Lachlan inclined his head. "You first, darlin'." "Darlin'?" I'll miss that tender endearment that he never even really meant as an endearment. She took a breath and held her hand out. "I wish you Godspeed and safe travels for the rest of your journey." "And you, Livian." Lachlan moved an inscrutable gaze across her face. "Just don't go stealing any other fellow's rooms." They shared one last smile. Lachlan hesitated. He stared at her palm a moment. Then, he took her hand in his, dwarfing her fingers with his longer, more powerful ones. She took in a slow, inaudible breath. Even with his leather riding glove acting as a barrier between them, an electric charge passed at the place where they touched. Her entire hand radiated with heat that traversed along the length of her entire arm. Then, all too quickly, he removed his hand from hers. All that delicious heat vanished, leaving in its place an empty coldness. "I should be going," Lachlan said. Still, he didn't make any attempt to go. "Yes," she murmured. "As should I." Several creases popped up on his noble brow. She'd inadvertently roused questions in the all-too-perceptive gentleman. Livian silently cursed. "If you'll excuse me," she said swiftly, taking a step away. "I must fetch my things. Mr. Driver will be wondering where I am." "Of course." Lachlan's tone revealed nothing. Although she yearned to stay here and prolong this moment with him, to do so would only invite further inquiries, ones that would likely lead to questions about Mr. Driver and Livian's carriage, and if he discovered she was in fact stranded here still, knowing him but a short while, he'd feel compelled to stay. And she didn't want that. He had business to see too, and she had a future husband to face. It was best for the both of them if it ended here, just like this. Mustering a smile she didn't at all feel, Livian gathered her muddied hems and headed in the direction of the inn. The entire time, her body maintained its heightened state of alert of Lachlan's every move, from the sounds of him packing his horse to the shift in leather as he swung himself astride. Only when the clean, rhythmical trot he'd set his horse to began to fade, did she allow herself a final look back at Lachlan Latimer. Chapter 12. Latimer made it nearly 2 miles down the muddied, old Roman roads before that niggling feeling interrupted his ride. That same feeling that had kept him from sleep last night. Something was off. Scowling, Latimer guided his mount to a slow halt and steered the creature back in the direction they'd just traveled. There'd been something strange about that parting between he and Livian. When with her, he got himself all muddle-headed. That alone should be reason enough to not only turn fortune in the opposite direction, but set him to an all-out gallop. Even as he made to do just that, Latimer found himself wheeling fortune around. She'd been evasive, but why? For what purpose? Latimer didn't know why the hell it should matter anyway, just that it did. His frown deepened. Perhaps there'd been something more nefarious about the lady and her intentions, after all. Perhaps it had been guilt. Or perhaps you're just looking for a reason to go back, he muttered into the early afternoon quiet. Fortune tossed his big black mane back and whinnied noisily. Traitor, Latimer groused. To soften his sullen rebuke of the loyal, but knowing creature, he leaned forward and rubbed Fortune's neck. The entire time, he searched his brain for what exactly it was that had set off this wave of unease. "I thought you'd have been gone by now, darlin'." "Yes." Well, there'd been no explanation. She'd not expounded further. For that matter, given the chill of both the water and breakfast she'd brought to his rooms, she'd have been up long before him. Latimer glanced over his shoulder and peered off in the distance. "If you'll excuse me, I must fetch my things. Mr. Driver will be wondering where I am." There'd been something all too familiar about that parting. Something reminiscent of when she'd given her room over to Latimer. He frowned. Furthermore, where the hell had Mr. Driver been anyway? His eyebrows snapped together. She wasn't leaving. That's why. Where was Mr. Driver this morning? The same loyal Mr. Driver, the driver who'd claimed a room for himself and slumbered peacefully without a worry for his beautiful, young, virginal mistress, a number of doors down. His mistress who'd also had a brutish stranger granted. It had been Latimer, but it could have been any other worse fellow invade her rooms, and not only disarmed her, but had her under him. That, when those drunken men in the taproom would most likely not have managed restraint, because, well, all men thought with their knobs and weren't to be trusted around any women. Forget the spirited golden temptress Livian love fuck. He snapped, sending startled willow tits flying from the trees overhead. Not allowing himself to think back on his actions, Latimer set Fortune into a full gallop toward the St. George Inn. The moment he reached the courtyard, an efficient Moira was already there to greet him. "Back already, sir," she cried happily, taking his reins the moment he swung down. Mrs. the woman I was speaking with earlier. Has she left?" The girl shook her head. "No, sir." No, Moira repeated. Fuck. He knew it. Fury and frustration formed a pebble in his stomach. Through gritted teeth, he spoke as calmly as he could. "What of her driver?" "The driver left some hours earlier, by horse," Moira informed. His entire mood blackening, Latimer slanted a furious look at the inn. He didn't know if the delectable, proud Livian Lovelace was brave, stupid, or a combination of the two. Growling, he headed to find the chit. By God, if she were sitting in the taproom with all those bloody men, won't find her there, Mr. Latimer, Moira called after him. Confused, he glanced over at the girl who now lovingly stroked Fortune's neck. Went that way? She did. With her spare hand that held the reins, Moira pointed west. On foot. Die. On foot? She nodded. What the hell was it about Livian Lovelace that had him repeating himself like a bloody stupid parrot? Right after you left, Mr. Latimer. Latimer suspected the young girl possessed more secrets and knowledge than all the London gossips combined. Moira's, however, proved far more helpful and valuable. He gritted his teeth. He scraped a hand through his hair and knocked his hat off. Bending down, he swiped it from the ground. "And she was alone, sir," she answered, correctly anticipating his next question. He fetched another purse from his pack and gave it to the little girl. "You're going to have me bankrupt before I'm done in this corner of England, Moira." Her laughter following behind him, Latimer set out in pursuit of the infuriating minx. At least, one of them found amusement this day. While he stomped across the courtyard and headed after Livian, he went over that first fateful exchange with the blasted chit. "I had the most arduous evening and had to walk some distance in the rain. It was quite bad the weather. I was going to mention the dreadful conditions. Given you also experienced firsthand the state of the weather, you know firsthand how miserable it is." When nearly half a mile later, and he still hadn't reached Livian, he found his ire shifting away from the bold beauty and turning inward. While he made the long, slow slog following her smaller footprints as he went, he considered the element she'd faced last evening. He'd all but jeered her over that revelation. He'd taken the lady's definition of some distance to mean she'd had to walk through the courtyard, while her servant saw to the team. But that wasn't at all what she'd meant, and knowing her a single day now, but having spent much of that time in close quarters, he should have taken a moment to realize what she'd in fact shared during their first meeting. The heel of Latimer's boot sank deep into a particularly muddy puddle. He wrestled his foot free and kept trudging on ahead. Latimer took in the broken branches and twigs scattered about, and brushes ripped clear from the ground. His self-disgust grew, as did his admiration for Livian. Any other woman would have sobbed over the conditions she'd endured late last evening. She'd not only survived an interminable walk through a raging tempest, while she'd slept, she'd found herself accosted by a stranger. At long last, he reached her. Livian maneuvered and carefully picked her way over an enormous tree trunk. That same fallen debris which had left the big, black barouche stopped and stranded. He made to call out, but stopped himself. As bastard, that he was Livian tugged her skirts up and heaved herself up, so she straddled the big branch. Oh, all Satan's sinners. His cock swelled, and his pulse raced as Latimer hungrily drank in the sight of her. She shifted and scooted to get herself over to the other side, but in his mind's eye he envisioned Livian riding him in that same wanton way, getting herself off, rubbing her sweet cunny against him. He groaned. That low guttural utterance alerted the lady she was no longer alone. Livian cried out, and promptly went tumbling over the felled branch. Christ! Did he? His erection flagging some Latimer bolted over to the lady. Don't you know a lady on her own can land herself in any manner of trouble? He snarled, like the beast the worry for this woman had transformed him into. I dare say, Livian drawled. The lady used the fallen limb to leverage herself back up to standing. If I hadn't before, given the fact I was knocked square on my backside, I do now. Latimer sprinted the rest of the way, bounding over the tree branch to reach her. I'm not amused, he said, his voice ragged and rough from both desire and exertions. Oh, you mean you do not find it hilarious that you startled me into falling into a patch of sticky, soupy mud? That gave him pause. Soupy? Nah. Like soup? She elucidated. Thickly wet. Never heard the saying, he said. Well, consider it something new you've learned this day, Lachlan. Livian smiled, that daffily charming, absurdly ebullient smile that stretched her flushed cheeks and set off a queer sensation in his chest. All too trusting, she reached for his hand. Latimer ignored her fingers. Rattled, unnerved, and bloody angry for reasons he didn't understand, his threadbare patience snapped. At least, one of us learned something in our time together. He caught Livian quick about her hips. The minx emitted a startled little squeak as he set her forcefully on her feet. Her smile fell. Oh, great wise one, do tell me what lesson you gleaned, and what exactly is it you think I failed to gain from your esteemed present what I gleaned? Latimer gnashed his teeth. Here he was, repeating himself, again. I've learned when it comes to ensuring you don't get yourself killed or from meeting some other worse fate, you don't have the wisdom God gave a hen. Have you ever had a chicken, Lachlan? That casually delivered question effectively stultified him. Livian bent her arms at her elbows and made a pecking motion with her chin. A chicken. I know what a damn chicken is, he snapped. Of course I've had one. Not to eat. Oh? Newman. This chit excelled in upending a fellow. Latimer found his footing. Like as a pet? He drawled. Livian nodded solemnly. The seriousness of that little bob at odds with the way she still maintained her chicken pose. Should I take your silence as a no, Lachlan? She asked when he didn't answer. Was she trying to drive him mad? Or did the skill just come naturally to the feisty chit? No, I don't have pet chickens, he said, exasperated. Livian gave him a pitying look. I assumed as much. He couldn't help himself. And I trust you have. Oh yes, she said, as though it were the most ludicrous thing in the world to imagine Lachlan himself hadn't. I only realized how great my father's financial struggles were when he arrived with a pair of chickens for us to make meals of. That reminder of her stark childhood tempered his earlier annoyance and grounded him with fury and regret at the hardships she'd known. Given her wide smile as she spoke, however, one would never gather she told anything other than the happiest tale. I cried at the thought of Blue Fairy dying. She paused. You didn't ask why I named her Blue Fairy? I trust she had blue feathers? He drawled. A dorking fowl. She snorted. No, Pawweed. Blue Fairy had the customary, beautiful salmon breast and silver neck hackles. I named her Blue Fairy as I told my sister and Bertha. She was a magical hen. I had the idea we keep her forever. She could be our pet, and in exchange, Blue Fairy would provide us eggs. And I pointed out that would last us far longer than a single meal. Clever lass, he murmured. Livian gathered her dress on either side and dipped an exaggerated curtsy. Fascinated, he didn't know how they'd gotten to this particular story. What he did know is she told a compelling yarn. And you had eggs then for years. She sighed. Alas, I fear not. Blue Fairy produced but 3 eggs each week on a good week. Given we weren't able to provide her with a proper diet, she underperformed. Livian brightened. Wa megaladatkolnoan, unturishums ak. But she was a lovely pet and member of the family. That sobering, sad turn, the expected reality for people like him and her, tugged at a corner of his chest that hadn't ever been tugged before. In my time with Blue Fairy, Lachlan, I learned a great deal about chickens. They're very self-aware and excellent problem solvers. Problem solvers? This time, he didn't even care, he repeated himself. Livian nodded vigorously. Whenever there was an obstacle in Blue Fairy's path, she could find her way around it. Why, she could even manipulate objects that had been put up to do so. The minx gave him a long, obvious stare, indicating she expected Latimer's input. He sighed. And just what objects would she? The door. My sister was adamant Blue Fairy not sleep in our room, on account chickens are not the cleanest. But Blue Fairy always found a way to reach me. His head spinning, Latimer struggled to get himself back to what the hell that had led them down, Livian's garrulous path. Then, with a pleased smile, Livian headed back down the muddied road. Which brought Latimer right back to remembering Livian. Livian pretending she'd had a driver for company and was leaving behind Latimer. Livian lying, and you're out here, alone, and we're talking about bloody chickens, he thundered. Livian turned back and scowled at him. Au contraire. At me? She's angry with me? Livian lifted a finger and wagged it his way. You were learning about chickens. I, despite your earlier insistence, have learned nothing from you. She paused. That is, anything of use. Latimer saw red, bright, fiery crimson. Just thinking about all the harm that could have befallen her had his temper flaring. You don't have the benefit of a bloody servant, he shouted. A companion, or feral cat, she narrowed her eyes in warning. Have a care, Mr. Latimer. Compare me to another animal one more time, and I won't be so forgiving. Knowing the fiery termagant meant that, he took a steadying breath. Where's your driver? He glanced about, almost hoping to see that fellow when he did. That way, he'd know the chit wasn't as foolhardy as he feared. As you can see, this particular conveyance is stuck, and as such, he's gone ahead to reach the other carriage. He'll return shortly. Latimer closed his eyes. On what did you base that estimate, Livian? She smiled. Optimism and hope. Optimism and hope. The winsome radiance that rang in her musical voice proved as sexually potent as the lady's virginal state. She didn't have a bit of necessary fear or mistrust in her bones. Latimer opened his eyes and found her flitting about like a butterfly, a bright spot of bright upon an otherwise dreary landscape. There it is, she cried out. Heedless of the mud, grime, and sludge, Livian bolted back in his direction and then veered sideways where he strangled on a swallow. What the hell are you doing? He barked, already bolting over to head her off. Never tell me you haven't climbed a tree, she rejoined in her always sunny tones. Even with skirts and all, she'd already managed to make it several branches up before he reached her. Actually, he hadn't. That fact, however, would certainly only lead to an exchange, not on livestock this time, but tree climbing. Why in hell are you climbing a tree now? He may as well have saved his breath. The way Livian furrowed her brow and scrunched her nose up in deep concentration, she'd cease to see or engage him. He gritted his teeth. She's going to make me climb after her. Bloody hell. Latimer caught a branch a few feet above him. Using his upper arms, he hauled himself up, passing Livian as he went, and seated himself on an enormous perch. He folded his arms. Her eyes widened. Brava! She lauded, continuing her slower, more careful ascent. You have climbed trees, Lachlan. This was my first. Adorably breathless, she frowned up at him. Braggart, she muttered. Several curls fell across her brow. She flattened her lips and blew. The loose tendrils fluttered and then fell promptly back into place. Not giving her the satisfaction of a quarrel, he reached down, caught Livian under her shoulder, and hauled her onto the makeshift bench next to him. She gasped. Why, I don't need you breaking your neck, darlin', he said drolly. Why? You? He stared at her. It's just, Given we're strangers, she noted, pumping her legs gently, like she sat atop a swing and not an ancient limb some 10 feet from the ground. I don't suppose it should matter to you either way. Latimer frowned. No, it actually shouldn't. And it. His brain, however, wouldn't, nay, couldn't finish the rest of the lie. I've got enough blood on my hands, he said roughly. Whereas I don't need yours on them too, sweetheart. The jaunty movement of her graceful limbs drew to a slow stop. I'm sorry. Latimer curled his fingers sharply into the gnarled wood. She is sorry. I'm a complete bastard. A winter wind gusted. How awful you should carry so much, Livian murmured. When surviving required that of you. He tensed. Just what she'd been apologizing for hit him. Unnerved, Latimer grunted. My bonnet. He gave her a confused look. What? Livian pointed, and he followed that gesture. An enormous, wide-brimmed straw and thoroughly soaked hat dangled forlornly at the end of a branch a foot below them. Covered in leaves and brush as it was, he'd failed to see it until now. A fast familiar annoyance where this woman was concerned, flared to life. That's why you're out here on your own? He gritted out. For a bloody hat? Au contraire, she said again, and lifted a finger and wagged it at him. This is not just any bonnet. My nephew gave it to me as a birthday gift. Last night, I lost it in the storm. I had to retrieve it. I'm sure your nephew would rather have his foolhardy aunt alive than lying on a muddy road with a broken neck she got trying to rescue that hat, he said deadpan. Ah yes, but I wasn't fetching it for Alex, but because of what the gift means to me. That quiet admission froze him on the spot. Would the woman you're headed to meet and soon marry have ever had any sentimentality over a gift some child gave her? Having met the Duchess a handful of times, he could say with absolute certainty she wouldn't have given two shites one way or the other. Nay, she'd have had a milliner make her a dozen more and finer quality ones, at that. Lachlan? Livian's halting voice snapped him out of those irrelevant ruminations. Latimer propelled himself down to the lower limb. In a handful of seconds he'd managed to free an article so cherished she'd gone out on life and figuratively and literally limb. Livian clapped happily. Huzzah, Lachlan. You've done it! She hopped up with a speed that sent his heart plummeting. Will you have a care, sweetheart? He hissed. Oh. Latimer gave the article a deft toss. He managed to land the coveted piece with accurate precision upon the top of the carriage. Then he reached up and hauled Livian down and into his arms. The instant her body melded to his, fire blazed to life within him. Battling back his desire, Latimer wrapped one arm about Livian's waist, anchoring her against his chest. With painstaking care, he eased them down the tree until, at last, their feet touched the ground. Neither he nor Livian, however, made any attempt to move. They remained that way, she with her arms folded about his neck. And for the hell of him, Latimer couldn't take his gaze from her mouth or chase away the memory of the sweet taste of her upon his lips. Livian's lashes fluttered, and she edged her neck back. Latimer smiled smugly. Remembering my kiss, are you, darling? He asked, filled with all pleased male satisfaction. It wasn't just yours, she said, breathless. It was our kiss. A fresh surge of blood rushed to his shaft and sent Latimer into a full, agonizingly painful cockstand. God, with her feisty spirit, strength, and confidence, she was breathtaking, and Latimer found himself compelled by Livian Lovelace. He hungered for her, this slip of an innocent woman, in ways that were nothing less than perilous to his sanity, body, and most important of all, to the business he had planned with the Dynevor and the Duchess. Disconcerted, Latimer set Livian away from him and hitched himself onto the base of the carriage door. He fetched her hat. Latimer whipped the article at her, and she caught it adroitly against her chest. I'm not always going to be around to play nursemaid for you, darling, he jeered. That'll be your husband's job. Only, that intended jibe sent a savage fury roaring to life within Latimer. Her eyes flashed fire. How dare you? Easily, he said with a tight smile. Livian gasped. You are incorrigible. Why the hell should he care either way about this vexatious beauty belonging to another? Because you want to fuck her. That's all there is to it. And the idea of some other man laying claim to her body first set off a primitive response within. Need I remind you, I'm a grown woman. Aye, she was pure, desirable, scorching hot beauty, begging to become a woman in every sense of the word. Oh, he didn't need a reminder on that. His body's hungering for her kept him all too aware. Hunger sent his nostrils into a full flare. Dismissing him outright, Livian headed to the log blocking the road, as pure as they came. There wasn't a doubt in his mind that while he stood lusting after her, she remained wholly and infuriatingly immune. Make no doubt, if Livian were aware of the churlish thoughts churning in his head, and all the debauched things he'd like to do to her here and now, she'd have never turned her back. No, instead, the lady found herself wrestling with the end of a thin, but unrelentingly strong, branch from the fallen tree limb. Latimer swiped a hand over his face. "What the hell are you doing?" Bertha used to say. "Trees are sanctuaries," she explained, without ever pausing in her efforts. The yew is the oldest of them all, a sacred part of the winter solstice. If you know how to speak to them, you must also listen and learn the truth from them too. Latimer waited for her to finish. It soon became apparent she'd found that response a suitable explanation for whatever latest madness this was. And she took a break to briefly explain. Its branches burrow into the ground. Over there, it sprouted new trees. See? He found himself looking to the area she was motioning to. The old tree. The original tree lives inside. Livian went back to work. It is revered by the Celtic because the yew represents death and rebirth and it falling. Lachlan, she said, breathless from both her efforts and the passion with which she spoke. It bringing me to stop here, at this point in my journey, happened for a reason. And what reason is that? He couldn't keep himself from asking. She shrugged. I'm not yet certain. That's one of the reasons I'm taking it with me. She paused. Or part of it. This tree is more than 1,000 years old. This fallen branch, at least hundreds and hundreds, and it fell at this moment. And in this time, in my path, means something, she said wistfully. Soon the villagers will likely come and chop it up, burn it for firewood, and it will be lost forever. Livian finally managed to wrest free the branch. She gave a triumphant little shout and spun, holding that piece aloft. At least, I have this. Humming softly to herself, she bent the piece neatly and tucked it inside her jacket. Women craved riches. They wanted to be draped in the most luxuriant silks and satins and velvets, and dripping in diamonds and jewels. Except this woman. This woman? She sought to preserve. Kindling? Furthermore, she thought nothing of putting herself in harm's way to do so. A grown woman, he muttered under his breath. You don't have the sense God gave a child, Livian Lovelace. Why are you being so rude? Indignation would have been better, preferable, than the actual hurt bleeding from her eyes. Why? Latimer gnashed his teeth. Why? Why? Something about her drove him stark, raving, mad. His patience snapped. You go running around like a damned child, without a brain in your pretty head, sweetheart, Latimer blasted. You're a romantic, a dreamer, and with the careless way in which you go about life, it's a wonder you've lived this long. Would some fancy knob have the strength or capability of seeing her safe? Latimer would wager his fucking life the bloke wouldn't. His rage spiraled. You need to spend more time thinking with your damned head. He jabbed a finger into his forehead several times. And not your foolish heart. No. The lady required a lesson, and it was one Latimer would be all too happy to provide. Chapter 13. Livian stared at Lachlan in consternation. Even as she wanted to rail at him for his condescending, judgmental, set-down, something held her back. How could he go from tender, teasing, smiling, gallant man in one instant, and the next a surly, snarling beast? Livian couldn't quite precisely pinpoint what it was that had set him off. What she did know was, he didn't scare her. Funny, yesterday at this same time, she and Lachlan were but strangers, and now she stood here alone with him, unafraid, and also able to ascertain she'd said or done something to displease him. Her foolish heart. Maybe he was right after all. Livian lifted her chin. You're being deliberately ugly, Lachlan, she chided. And I do not like it. You think this is ugly? Lachlan tossed his head back and laughed, the sound strained and forced. All the while she peered at him. Then it hit her with the weight of 1,000 bricks. Warmth stirred her heart. "You were worried about me," she whispered. His cynical amusement cut out. He gave her a harsh once-over. "I don't worry about anyone but myself." "I trust you believe that, Lachlan," she said softly. But believing it to be true and actually feeling that way are entirely too diff. He took a slow, sleek, predatory step toward her. Her mouth dry, she tried to finish. Too different," Lachlan continued, coming. A feral grin formed on his hard, beautiful lips, transforming him from mesmerizing mortal to savage, a mythical werewolf. "Things," she managed to get out on a pitchy squeak. Like a hunter, he stalked Livian, his prey. The hard, unflinching gaze he had trained on her didn't elicit the fear she knew he intended to rouse. No, shamefully, wickedly, wantonly, the heat of his feral gaze melted her inside. She found herself reflexively backing away, not out of fear, but from the power of her craving for him. Her back collided with her sister's carriage and ended her retreat. Still, Lachlan continued his slow march forward. The punishing turn of his lips said all too clearly just how much he enjoyed himself. Lachlan Latimer, fiercely primal, wasn't a man to be teased. Oh, he might have revealed a gentlemanly side, but a savage beast slumbered within him, all the same. With that, he stopped, so that they were inches apart, but also close enough she had to crane her head to meet his fierce gaze. He lowered his lips close to her ear. Heat poured from his body in slow, undulating waves that rolled through her, and she gave thanks for the carriage at her back that kept her from sagging. "Do you know what kind of harm could have come to you out here on your own, Livian?" He jeered, singularly unaffected by her. I could have fallen in the mud? Oh wait, I did that, and it turns out I'm quite all right. That is, with the exception of my muddied skirts." Livian strove for teasing lightness, but the breathiness of her voice ruined those efforts. Every nerve ending in her heated body remained on high alert of this man and his nearness. He chuckled. "Oh, it'd involve your gown, darlin'," he whispered, harshly against her ear. Lachlan moved so quickly he pulled a gasp from her. "But it'd involve some fellow pinning you like this," he taunted. Before she knew what he intended, he drove his body into hers and pressed her against the conveyance. Instead of repulsion, the forceful way with which he handled Livian caused the most shameful sharp ache between her legs to deepen. She bit her lower lip. He wasn't finished goading her. He'd grabbed these same skirts, he purred. "Just like this." Gripping said fabric in his right hand, he unceremoniously yanked the material up. A cold blast of air hit her bare legs. Her breath grew ragged. Livian attempted to swallow, but her throat failed at that once rhythmic up and down movement. "Then, he'd part you this way," he growled that warning. Even as he reached for her knee, before he could even demonstrate, Livian moaned low and long and parted her legs for him. Lachlan froze. His nostrils flared, and his eyes blazed with raw fire, giving him the look of an animal. Then, he brought his mouth down on hers in a punishing kiss. Moaning, Livian opened herself to him, surrendering in every way. At some point, the anger had gone from his lesson, to be replaced with that gentle, but firm control that threatened to drive her mad with desire. "You've never come, have you, Livian?" he asked hotly, while ravaging her mouth. "That is," he both taunted and tormented, "you've probably touched your sweet Quim a lot. But you've never had a man make you scream as you came." His crude speech sent a shameful flood of heat rushing between her legs. Equally titillated and mortified, she attempted to bury her head against his shoulder. Laughter rumbled through his frame and shook hers. Lachlan caught her right hand and dragged it to his mouth. "Why?" He shifted his attentions to the seam of her wrist, and lightly bit and sucked where her pulse pounded. "As beautiful as your fingers are, darlin', your body wants to know what it is to have a real man, isn't that right?" She whimpered. "Let me show you the way, darlin'," he urged thickly. "Please, please." This bold, powerful, virile man should beg her. "Yes," she rasped. She'd never have a loving husband who burned for her and only her, but she'd know what it was to feel actual passion with Lachlan. It would be enough. It had to be. Before she knew what Lachlan intended, he reached between her buttocks and pressed the heel of his palm against the juncture of her thighs. "Lachlan!" She cried out his name. the call of her desire stark and beautiful, in the absolute countryside quiet. Masterfully, Lachlan stroked her. He slid his long, calloused fingers slowly and gently inside her wet channel, and then back, over and over. Like a crazed wanton, her entire being tunneled on the agonizing ache. Biting her lip, she pushed herself against Lachlan's hand, rocking into him. More. Whined. I need more. He chuckled. You want more? Did I say that out loud? She panted. Only with your body, sweetheart, he said, his voice equally strained. No words needed. Lachlan withdrew his fingers and she cried out. Her hips bucked spasmodically. It's how I know you want something hard between your legs, he whispered, sucking on her earlobe. Taking her by the hips, he guided her astride his oak-hard thigh. Ride me, sweetheart. Ride me like I'm your favorite mount. She should be horrified. She should be repulsed, shocked, disgusted with him, but more, horrified at her own wantonness. For his wicked words set her burning to scorching levels that threatened to set her ablaze from the inside out. Just like he'd instructed, she began to move on him. Gripping the globes over her buttocks in a tighter, more delicious hold, he helped her find the rhythm. Good girl, he praised. Livian's breathing grew shallower, then deeper. She bit her lip. Her entire being remained tunneled on the keen ache between her legs. Lachlan's respirations came just as harsh and fast, as if just giving her pleasure was wreaking the same, dizzying effects upon him, and drove her to a new level of madness. You know your way around horses, he crooned. I'd love to have you astride me, riding my big cock. Livian moaned into his mouth. Her movement took on an increased urgency. She rocked wildly against Lachlan. She was so close. He burrowed his face against her shoulder, and with his tongue, lips, and teeth, skillfully worshipped her collarbone. Livian bit her lip hard. Body. She dimly registered the metallic tinge of blood that filled her mouth. Making soothing sounds, Lachlan took the wounded flesh into his mouth and drank away those crimson drops she'd shed. Despite the chill of the afternoon, sweat beaded at her brow. Her movements grew jerky and frantic, and she desperately surged towards a place of wonder. You're so close, love, he promised huskily. I feel the way your thighs are quivering, and the way you're grinding your sweet cunny on me. Those naughty words unleashed a fresh wave of molten desire within her. Lachlan took her hips hard in hand and helped Livian rock back and forth. There you go, love, he crooned. Let yourself have what you really want. You? I want you. Livian tensed. Her body climbed to an impossible precipice and then hovered at the edge of some exquisite gloriousness. Whimpering, Livian hung there, suspended, her exigent need agonizing. He slipped a long finger under the globes of her buttocks and toyed with her nub. Come, he demanded. That domineering command sent her body plunging from the peak and into a full crisis. Lachlan! She screamed his name again and again. Lachlan! Livian sobbed as she ground herself against his thigh. I don't want this to ever end. She wanted to feel this magical bliss forever. Alas. On a shuddery gasp, Livian sagged atop Lachlan's leg. Panting and fighting for air, she gripped the lapels of his soft wool cloak, and she descended slowly from the high she'd climbed to the stark, cold reality of what she'd done. She stilled. Oh, God. The forbidden things Lachlan had done to her would be seared in her soul, mind, and body forever. But he was still a stranger, and she'd allowed him, nay, begged him to pleasure her. What was worse, she couldn't bring herself to regret having done so. There seemed to be only an absolute right in her meeting him again here, at this very spot, that had halted her journey last night and brought them together. To Livian, her and Lachlan's chance encounter had been ordained by the stars. Having him touch her and teach her real passion on this same road that had brought them into one another's lives had been an incontrovertible moment. Reality, in the form of a sharp biting winter breeze, came rushing back to greet Livian. For him, on the other hand, what transpired here on this fateful road had been born of anger, annoyance, and more painfully, his desire to teach her a lesson. Yet, in this instant, Lachlan ran a hand in slow, soothing circles along the small of her back. It didn't make sense. None of this did. How could it feel so comfortable, So right, in the arms of a man she barely knew. And also a man with whom she'd shared secrets and parts about her life and past she'd never revealed to any other soul. A belated shyness managed to make its way to the surface. What did one say after a moment such as this? Did a lady simply go about conversing with the man who'd thrown her world upside down, like nothing had happened? Miss Lovelace. A young voice piped in the distance. Bennett Driver! Bloody hell! With an ease, skill, and efficiency that bespoke a man who'd found himself in the very position he now found himself with Livian, Lachlan set her away from him. In short order, he smoothed her skirts, rearranged her hair, and tidied his own rumpled garments. Cerise, Lovelace. Unable to meet Lachlan's eyes, Livian cupped her hands around her mouth. I'm H here. A lad, he groused, giving his head a disgusted shake. This is who you think is going to protect you. Ah, but you know as much as I do, Lachlan. Regardless of age, no one who had to live in the ruthless streets of London is, or ever was, really, a child. Striving for a calm she didn't feel, Livian managed to somehow draw her lips up in a smile. Despite your earlier annoyance and name-calling, Lachlan, I was never really alone. Oh no, sweetheart. He cast a lewd glance up and down Livian's person, one that somehow cheapened what they'd done. What about when I had you pinned against the carriage and riding my leg? Her heart quivered. No, his coarseness proved it had only mattered to Livian. You are horrid, she said quietly, hating the telltale tremble of her voice. His expression darkened. I never proclaimed to be a gentleman. You're just the one who keeps insisting I am. Pain lanced through Livian's heart. She stared blankly at this man who'd brought her body to exquisite heights and showed her true passion. Why is he saying these things? Why is he behaving this way? He clearly sought to shock her, to remind her of his badness. But she drew back. He is afraid of me? Or believing he is in fact good and decent? Do you know what I think, Lachlan? She asked, sotto voce. I think you keep talking about how wicked you are, not for me, but so you can convince yourself you're bad and not the good, honorable gentleman you are. Would a gentleman stick his fingers in a lady's cunny, darlin'? He asked crudely. Livian didn't so much as flinch. Likely not, but with what both know to be true about noblemen, neither can we say that with absolute certainty. As for me, she shrugged. I'm not a lady, and I'd venture an actual one wouldn't have allowed those liberties. Fury blazed to life in his eyes. Miss Lovelace! They spun. Glaring daggers, and a knife in hand, the small boy looked back and forth between Livian and Lachlan. You again. Caleb snarled and lunged towards Latimer. Stand down, Caleb, she said firmly. This is Mr. Latimer. I know who that one is. Her small but valiant protector growled. Hauled me from the roads and carried me like a sack, he did. Caleb, a veritable David against a Goliath, jabbed the tip of his weapon at the mountain of a man beside them. Do I need to cut you, Latimer? Even with the implausibility of that threat, Lachlan lifted his palms up and took a step back. You'll have to ask Miss Lovelace, he demurred, showing a small child the same due deference he would a grown man. And it was all done for Livian. She fell hard, fast, and completely, irrevocably, heels over toes for Lachlan Latimer. Well, Miss Lovelace? Caleb slid a glance her way. Should I do it? Livian spoke around a well of emotion in her throat. There'll be no need for that. Mr. Latimer's been a gentleman. Her small protector frowned. A gentleman? Oh, yes. She flashed the gentleman in question, a small, secretive smile. Nothing but. Over the top of the boy's head, Latimer's eyes widened. Still with this? He mouthed. She waggled her eyebrows. Less reason to trust him then, Caleb mumbled. Lachlan chuckled. On that, we can agree. Oh yay. The tow-headed boy angled his chin at Lachlan. What do you know about it? Everything. Caleb gave him a quizzical look. Lachlan grunted. I grew up in the Dials. Own a business now. The little boy's eyes went bright. Gore. Do you now? And just like that commiseration of two people who'd been born outside the peerage, Caleb found a tie that bound him to Lachlan. He peppered the proprietor with questions. The only hint of Lachlan's discomfort, sharing those personal details, came in the way he slightly traded weight from his left to right foot. And yet, he did so for little Caleb. As if he felt Livian's eyes upon him, Lachlan glanced over. She couldn't even care he found her staring. His thickly hooded lashes revealed nothing more than an opaque gaze that he swiftly shifted over to a prattling Caleb. Caleb, he dropped a knee beside the boy. Can you do me the greatest favor and service? As little Moira in the stable yard had earlier that morn, the boy grew several inches taller under Lachlan's attention. Of course. Your mistress? She needs protecting. Protecting? Livian sputtered. The magic daze he'd cast effectively quashed. Boy and man alike ignored her. I'm going to escort you and Miss Lovelace back to the inn. When there, you are to remain with the lady until her driver returns. His high-handedness forgotten, Livian's heart sped up. Lachlan cared enough that he'd see her safely back. Caleb gave an eager nod. Will do, sir. That means you don't let her out of your sight. The romantic bubble popped. Livian tossed her arms up. Of all the most ridiculous, a solemn Caleb placed a small hand over his heart. I understand, Mr. Latimer. Lachlan nodded. I knew you would. He held his hand out, and this almost proved too much. For the sight of his larger palm, and then a much smaller one, set off a maelstrom of emotions within her breast. Ones where she imagined the kind of father Lachlan would be. He would be loyal, and a staunch protector. And the woman who stole his heart, he would love fiercely and passionately, and confer that same love on any children they had. Livian felt Lachlan and Caleb watching her, and found herself too cowardly to look at the man who, in just a sliver of a moment of time, had wrought havoc upon her existence. Clearing her throat, she stretched her own fingers out, in the same way he'd done for Caleb. Laugh, she caught herself. Mr. Latimer, D. He hesitated, then placed his palm around hers, enveloping her hand in such warmth it was impossible to feel the cold. Thank you so much, Mr. Latimer, for your concern. Miss Lovelace, he murmured. Lachlan drew his hand back so quick her fingers reflexively curled. Taking that unspoken cue, Livian took Caleb by the hand and headed back towards the inn. She'd gone several yards before she found herself looking for Lachlan. He followed some 4 or so paces behind Livian. Then it occurred to her. He is keeping his distance from me. He's making sure we're no longer alone. To Lachlan, she remained nothing more than a vexatious chore he happened to pick up last evening. What should you be? A voice in her head needled. Despite the way in which the world had been tipped off its axis for her, the fact still remained. She was nothing to him. They each had their own lives, and at the end of this surreal interlude, she'd meet her husband, he'd have his new business, and they'd each only harbor the memory of what had passed here, not they. Livian, Livian would. And Livian, even for the hardships she'd faced throughout life, had never felt more miserable. Chapter 14. Latimer should have left. He should have taken his arse the rest of the way to the Duchess of Argyll's, and gotten on with the business of a betrothal, a marriage, and the ultimate prize ownership of his newest club, the Devil's Den. But he hadn't done any of those things. Instead, he sat at the same table, in the same taproom of the same inn, where he and Livian Lovelace spent last evening alone, speaking. Only this time, he had an entire taproom of the same drunken villagers for company. Tankard in hand, Latimer considered the stairs leading to the rooms above. When he'd instructed Caleb to keep an eye on his mistress, Latimer anticipated a show of defiance and fury. He had anticipated not only would Livian defy Latimer's instructions within an instant of being back at the old inn, but that she would set herself up in the taproom. At which point, she would have of course found him seated there, just as he'd been since he returned from the old muddy road, and just as he'd been for the rest of the damn day and now night, reliving the unbridled way she'd ridden his leg and fingers and called his name. Since he'd parted ways with the innocent temptress, he'd had a massive cock-stand that wouldn't quit. No, if anything, his erection grew more violent and painful with every passing minute and thought of her, which made it all for the best that they didn't cross paths again. Wonder of wonders, in steering clear of him, the spirited chit proved to have a brain in her head after all. Latimer gave his head a rueful shake. He should be pleased as a pig in dung. He took a swig of ale, but he'd be lying to himself if he didn't acknowledge. He kinda hoped to find her down here. Some fancy lord's sister she is, Felchen says anyway. A patron's words cut through Latimer's ruminations and were followed by protestations from another fellow. Latimer went stock still. Not a sister, Tom's, one man was saying. Believe he said sister-in-law, Livian. All his attention snapped on high alert. A third fellow piped in. You fools. She's not a young miss. At being questioned, Tom's bristled with annoyance. Ain't old either, Scott. Ain't my point, Scott said, like a wizened elder counseling the young. With the way she looks and dresses, if she's an earl's sister or sister-in-law, she'd be married. The purveyor of information managed to silence the previously confident lot. Dwayne. Latimer narrowed his eyes on the trio of men. Engrossed as they were in their discussion, they failed to note the lethal glare Latimer fixed their way. For if they had, they'd have known not only to shut their bloody, reckless mouths, but the greater peril they, with each word spoken, found themselves in. The fool who'd die first this night pressed his point. No knob's gonna let one of his own, sister or sister-in-law, go journeying alone through the country. Tom scratched at his receding hairline. Dresses fine, like a lady. Murmurs of assent went up around the group. Scott dug in. You know who else dresses fine like a lady? A crackling, incandescently hot fury blazed to life within Latimer. He seethed. Dead. Oi. Tom's, clearly, the village lackwit, needed further clarification. Who? Mistresses, you dolt, came Scott's exasperated, answering reply. Mistresses do. Another chorus of ahs went up, swallowing Latimer's savage growl. I'll kill Scott here, and now and then finish off each of his friends for having discussed Livian Lovelace. But, oh, there would be no buts about it. They were dead. Each and every last one of the sorry sods. All the men including. Latimer looked to the fellow seated to the left of Tom's. Scott, the leader of the sorry sods, let out an exasperated sigh. What is it, Eli? It's just if the woman is in fact some fancy lord's mistress. Eli spoke slowly, like he was talking himself through the puzzle. Then why is she stranded here? Stranded. Latimer's entire body tensed. They know she's alone. Her brother-in-law, the Earl. Latimer added that other stranger to his rapidly growing list of men he'd kill. The man whose identity he'd find out and make pay the price for not having himself properly looked after Livian. Done with her, he is, Scott was saying. Why else would he leave her? Which means one thing. Latimer gnashed his teeth. Do not say it. Do not say it. What's that? The older, fatter Scott kicked the legs of his chair back and preened. She's in need of a protector. Eli snorted. And you think some fine lady who is a fancy toff's mistress is going to take up with you now, instead? Thunderous laughter met the somewhat wiser Eli's question. If Latimer weren't splintering apart into shards of icy fury, he might have joined in at the sheer stupidity and arrogance of the bastard. Color splotched Scott's fleshy cheeks. What's so diverting about that? He asked, indignantly over the raucous mirth. Unlike you sorry chaps, I'm a squire. That managed to quell Squire Scott's detractors. In fact, the pompous prig continued, giving his lapels a tug. I'm going to say goodbye to you commoners and pay a visit to the lady myself. We shall see who is laughing when I'm enjoying the chit's company. With wide, stupid eyes all on him, the fleshy squire hefted his big frame out of his chair and sauntered off. Latimer narrowed his eyes on the unsuspecting dead man. Then, when Squire Scott began his ascent, Latimer set his tankard down. It had been some time, but he headed after his latest kill. He found the old fool standing in the middle of the hall, twiddling his fat thumbs, and glancing back and forth at the doors on either side of him. Which room were you in, Lovey? Scott muttered, still slightly winded from having climbed the brief set of stairs. Looking for a certain lady? Gasping, the squire whipped around so quickly his corpulent belly swayed, as if in slow motion from side to side. When he faced Latimer, bright crimson stains splotched the squire's bewhiskered cheeks. Latimer folded his arms at his chest and glared at the shorter, by almost a foot but fatter than 5 stone, squire. Aye. She's your lady then? The gentleman whined. No. Relief took the place of the lackwit's earlier fear. Latimer held the other man's beady eyes. Nor is she yours, or will ever be yours, he whispered, cracking his knuckles. Alas, Scott proved too arrogant and stupid to know the danger he was in. "Ah, you want her too?" the fool said in his whiny tones. He drew his paunch up. "I have no problem sharing her. I'll even be the gentleman, and let you have a go at her." For Latimer was upon Scott, in 3 long strides. He had hands around his neck, before the last of the crude words left Scott's fleshy lips. Scott's florid cheeks grew puffed, and his mouth moved as he tried to get words out. Latimer drove the fat bastard backward and pinned him against the wall. "Have you ever tasted your own blood, Squire Scott?" he snarled. The gentleman's eyes bulged. Terror bled from their depths. Latimer feasted on that fear, growing stronger, more powerful. "If you think of going near her, if you speak her name or mention she was here." Latimer tightened his hold upon the other man's neck until guttural, death-like rasps spilled from his quivering lips. "If you so much as think of her, I'll make you wish I killed you this day." He released his hold some. Even as Scott attempted to suck breath into his lungs, Latimer brought his fist back and delivered 3 rear hooks in rapid succession, catching the squire's right cheek. Blood gushed from the squire's broken nose. His eyes rolled to the back of his head. Crazed, Latimer let go of the unconscious bastard and gave 6 rapid jabs before the unconscious shitsack hit the floor. Bloodlust pumped through Latimer's veins. His chest heaving, his pulse racing, he stood over the squire's fat, inert body. He wanted to rip his jacket and shirt open, bare his chest, beat at himself like a savage animal, and then descend upon the one who'd dare besmirch Livian all over again. He wanted to drag out the battle, toy with Scott, like the filthy, inferior prey he was, pulverize him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him, and then feast upon his remains. Shaking, Latimer scraped a hand through his damp hair. What is happening to me?" Except he knew, and it wasn't a what, it was a who. Something about the winsome beauty, a bloody stranger to him almost 2 days ago, had Latimer all twisted up in knots. His pulse hammered in his ears, and the sounds of taproom revelry came muffled as if down the length of an enormous empty hall. For him, a man who'd always been in full control of himself, his feelings, thoughts, and emotions, and didn't give a shite about anyone or anything beyond himself and his business goals. Livian's ability to get under his skin and stay there represented the greatest peril he'd ever faced. Go. Do I flee. Get the hell out of here. Save yourself. It's what he'd always done first, and best look after his self-interests. Latimer needed to get away from Livian and fast. He had business to see to. Hell, a duchess to marry. Livian, the doe-eyed, clever, spirited beauty, stood in the way of everything. With that sobering reminder, he took a quick step toward his rented room and stopped on unsteady feet. Disoriented, Latimer looked down at the softly moaning, still knocked out bastard. Were he to leave Livian to her own devices, any harm could and would befall her. Mad. Why? "I'm going, Lachlan." That soft, hesitant, but familiar musical voice penetrated the chaos spiraling inside him. Wordlessly, he turned. Livian, attired in a modest white wrapper and nightshift, stood there. She looked from Latimer to Scott and finally settled her big, luminescent, innocent eyes on Latimer. Fuck. No. Livian couldn't sleep, nor had it been the sounds of a short but violent fight outside her rooms that accounted for her sleeplessness. That afternoon, after she'd returned with Caleb, she'd returned above stairs and thought about Lachlan, the way he made her feel, the way he worried about her, the wicked and wonderful way he'd made her body come alive with passion, and the dream of a life with someone like him. No, not someone like him. Lachlan, she ventured, when he remained stock still, his eyes glazed with rage, shock, and something akin to confusion. Worriedly, she hurried from her room and rushed over. "Are you all right?" she asked as she reached him. "Did he hurt you?" Why? Her question ended on a shuddery gasp as he took her wrist in his hand. "Does it look like he hurt me?" he asked sharply. Unnerved by this tightly coiled and never-before-seen side of him, she floundered for words. "And no," she said, shaking her head. "Damned right he didn't, sweetheart," he barked. Lachlan released her with such alacrity and force, she stumbled. "Because I wasn't his target." He peeled his lip up in a sneer. You, however, darling, could have been. Livian puzzled her brow. This, again. And yet, instead of being affronted, she felt warmed all over, inside and out, that he should care about her well-being. Lachlan, she said softly, resting her palms upon his lapel. I assure you, I was in my room. The door was locked. He was looking for you, sweetheart, he hissed. Like I said, one of these days, I won't be there to protect you. She released a frustrated sigh. Not everyone means me harm, Lachlan. How was it possible to be equal parts touched and irate with a person? God, you're maddening, he bit out. Which makes us a fine fit, as at this given moment, you are making me mad. The sounds of heavy footfalls and approaching voices cut short the remainder of their quarrel. With a quiet curse, Lachlan grabbed her again, this time by the hand, and steered her into her room. He closed the door and locked it, just as footfalls reached the main landing. Never relinquishing his hold, Latimer kept Livian anchored between his hard body and the sturdy wood panel. The feel of his broad-muscled chest against her, and his oak-hard thighs pressed to hers, sent a rush of memories of what they'd done together, flooding in. Desire pooled between her legs. Her breathing, in perfect match to Lachlan's, grew shallow and ragged. Livian stared at Lachlan's beautiful hard mouth and tipped her chin up in a reflexive plea for his kiss. His dark, sooty lashes swept low, and he dipped his head. Muffled discourse broke out on the other side of the door and stopped Lachlan in his tracks. Livian bit the inside of her cheek to keep from crying out in misery and frustration at the loss of his embrace. Is he dead? Lachlan pressed a finger against her lips. Nah. Blubbering. He is. I think he's groaning. While various voices chimed in with questions and explanations, Livian laid her cheek against Lachlan's chest and welcomed the white radiant heat that poured from his body and into hers. Against the flat of her belly, Lachlan's shaft hardened. Livian's breath caught. He wants me too. After that moment of passion between them, earlier in the day, with Lachlan's cold mockery and insistence that he'd been teaching her a lesson, she believed him indifferent to her, and it had broken her heart. Her eyes slid closed, only to discover she'd been wrong. Get him up, lads. That booming order brought her crashing to the moment. Guess the lady did not want his attentions after all, one man said. That supposition was met with a bevy of laughter that grew distant and then faded altogether until only the harsh rasp of her and Lachlan's mingled breaths remained. Then, the weight of the last words those men had spoken hit Livian. Guess the lady did not want his attentions after all. Stunned, Livian laid her palms upon Lachlan's chest. You knew he intended to hurt me, she whispered. You followed him and beat him to protect me. He grunted. Grunted. Livian opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words to speak as a new discovery occurred to her. You didn't leave, she whispered. His expression turned black. Do you believe I'd let anyone harm you? That protective, possessive counter-question liquefied her. And no, she said, unsteady as she'd never been. That isn't what You didn't leave this afternoon. Latimer stared dumbly back. He had the look of a proud buck who just found himself in a hunter's crosshairs. You stayed because of me, she repeated, her voice catching. Oh, God, help me. I am never going to be the same. The icy smile to curve his lips quashed all that foolish, romantic hope. You're making more of it than there was, darling. I was in the right place at the right time. Ah, like you. I had problems that kept me from getting on the road today. Oh, she said dumbly. Of course. Livian stuck her hand out. No. I wanted to thank you again for coming to my rescue. He gave a gentle smile. I don't need your thanks, Livian. Had he been curt, it would have been easier to bear than this heart-wrenching tenderness. When he made no move to accept Livian's handshake, she let her arm fall. She drew in a steadying breath. Either way, you have my gratitude. And here she'd been doing a fine enough job of holding herself together, only to have that quaver to her last word give her away. Maybe he didn't hear it. No, he heard everything. Maybe he'd pretend he hadn't heard it. Maybe he wouldn't say anything. And there was a Lord after all. Or maybe there wasn't. For Lachlan released her. Goodbye, sweetheart. Tears pricked her eyes, and she swiftly averted her gaze, cringing at the idea of Lachlan seeing them and worse, knowing the reason for her misery. Sweetheart. Her heart would never not sing, just even remembering the husky, gravelly way he spoke that endearment to her, and for her. Goodbye, she said softly. He moved his gaze over her face, all the while looking as if he wished to say more. Without another word, he left. Unmoving, Livian stared at the panel. This is for the best. In fact, it would have been best had he left earlier in the day. Whatever madness raged between them could not be explained, but of a certainty, there could never be a relationship with Lachlan. Why, as it was, she had a future bridegroom awaiting her. And Lachlan would go. See to whatever business required he make the journey to Kent in the godforsaken heart of winter. Why, if that weren't yet another reminder, she and he were nothing more than strangers. Tomorrow, they would part ways. Livian would go off to meet and marry some stuffy, staid, pompous lord. That unknown still for now gentleman would be the one to kiss her and touch her and do all the wondrous things Lachlan had done to her. Except it wouldn't be at all the same. That cold, proper, unfeeling lord would lay between Livian's legs and bed her with the sole intent of getting an heir on her. Bile burned her throat. Closing her eyes, she swallowed frantically to keep from tossing up the contents of her stomach. There would only be Lachlan Latimer. Long after he'd gone, the memory of his arms would live in her heart, mind, and soul. She wanted the memory of more than just his touch and kiss. I want all of him. Livian hugged her arms tighter around her middle, fighting the rising tide of sorrow, anger, and regret. Before she let logic rear its head and talk her out of it, she yanked the door open and raced outside. Livian staggered to a stop. Outside her room, with his legs stretched across the hall floor, sat Lachlan. "Darlin'?" he asked, coming quickly to his feet. "Is everything all I want you to spend the night with me?" she blurted. Lachlan frowned. "I'll be right here," he promised, gesturing to the place where he'd set himself up as her sentry. "My protector. My guard. My love." "No way." She cleared her throat. "Forgive me. I know what we did earlier was wrong. And that is, what I'm asking. What I'm trying to ask is even more scandalous." Lachlan stood and brought his lips close to hers, and she gasped. He cupped Livian by the nape. His hand spanned the entire width of her neck. A giant of a man, he could snap her like a twig. And yet, he handled her with an infinite tenderness, stroking the pad of his thumb over the spot where her pulse pounded for him. That juxtaposition stirred a familiar ache between her legs. Wide-eyed, she stared at Lachlan. "It's all right if you wanted my embrace then, darlin'," he said roughly. His powerful gaze pierced her soul. There's no shame in that. His hold upon Livian was so unwaveringly strong and possessive, it unleashed a fluttering within her belly, like that of 1,000 butterflies flapping their wings as one. A sigh slipped out, and Livian tipped her mouth up to his. "Then, what I'm really trying to say is, spend the night with me." Lachlan's fingers tensed at her nape. "Livian," he said slowly, his voice strained. "I don't know what you're asking of me." Yes, he did. He'd make her say it anyway. "Find it, D." Livian found the strength to speak in clear, solemn, unwavering tones. "My husband is going to be a gentleman who will most certainly see me as his inferior. To him, I'll be nothing but property. A vessel he uses to continue his line. There'll certainly be no passion, no tenderness." With every word she spoke, the menacing glint in his eyes grew blacker and blacker. Livian took Lachlan's hands in hers and drew them to her breast. "I want to know what it is to be loved, desired, truly desired." In the absence of romantic love, she'd settle for pure, unbounded passion. No, not just with any man, but with this one Lachlan Latimer. Before her courage deserted her, Livian lifted her chin. "Before I give myself to a husband, I want to know what it is to be held in the arms of a real man, Lachlan. A true gentleman who will see to my needs, not just his own." And this marked her last chance. "So will you?" she asked shyly. "Make love to me?" Lachlan's harsh, angular features went taut, his body tensed. With an excruciating deliberateness, He untangled his hands from hers. Livian, dot. He spoke as gently as he might to a child, which somehow proved even more painful than his non-response. You don't know what you're asking. I do. When her rebuttal came too vehemently, Livian repeated herself in calmer, more collected tones. I do. You don't though, darlin'. Lachlan's voice came strained. You're young at the look she gave him, he wisely corrected course. You're innocent, he said bluntly. You've never lain with a man, and to do so, it'll only complicate things for you. She frowned. Complicate things in what way? A ruddy flush blotched his cheeks. Virgins. Hell, most all women romanticize things in their head. You've bedded virgins? She asked, already almost sure he hadn't. Lachlan blanched. Hell, no. I know, she said gently. I was teasing. It didn't help. Lachlan had the panicky look in his eyes of a man ready to bolt. Virgins will take a carnal act, Livian, and call it making love, and then go about confusing desire for love. I won't do that, Livian said softly. She couldn't. She'd already fallen in love with him. Lachlan leveled a flat, implacable stare upon her. You won't be able to help yourself, sweetheart. Livian feigned breeziness. I didn't take you as arrogant, Mr. Latimer. For men myself included, Livian, he said bluntly. Women are all the same. Sex is all the same. Women, especially ladies, he continued. They get their feelings involved. I've witnessed it firsthand, after my partner bedded an innocent miss. What did that get him? A heartless, consummate bachelor, whose business mattered more to him than anything. He answered before she could. Chained to that chit forever. Chained to that chit? This cynical side of him gave her pause. It reminded her that admire Lachlan, though she did, he was still a stranger. My sister once did extensive research on your club and its proprietors. How I wished I'd given more attention to those pieces she'd ultimately collected and written. Given what I know of Mr. Dumont's reputation, she said soberly, he does not strike me as a man compelled to do anything. He arched an eyebrow. And isn't it possible he is in fact, in love with his wife? It was the wrong thing to say. Talking to a jaded, experienced man about love hardly strengthened Livian's argument. Sure enough, Lachlan's expression grew shuttered. Then, it hit her. I'm all but begging him to make love to me. No, I am begging. Livian recoiled. An agonizing embarrassment started in her belly and swiftly spread. Lachlan didn't want to bed her because either he, 1, didn't desire her, or 2, he might desire her some, but not enough to take the chance he'd risk being stuck with Livian for the rest of his life. I see, she whispered dumbly. She wanted the floor to open up and suck her under to escape the utter humiliation and pain of Lachlan's rejection. Unable to look at him, Livian lowered her eyes and made to enter her room. Lachlan shot an arm out quickly across the door jamb, blocking her escape. He placed his lips near her shoulder. The gentle sough of his breath, combined with the rough scratch of his stubbled cheeks, sent Livian's eyelashes fluttering. And what exactly is it you think you see, love? The chore of answering his amused question came more of the web of desire Lachlan wove about her senses than embarrassment. You don't want me? Lachlan chuckled. Is that what you think? He lightly nibbled her neck. Livian sank her teeth into her lower lip. What had he said? He urged. Oh yes. Is that what you think? It is what I know. He trailed a path higher over her heated flesh. Oh God. How was it possible for a person to make her feel this way? Drawing her deeper under his spell, Lachlan alternately licked, kissed, and nibbled at her nape. Oh, I want you, love. If you knew how much, you'd run screaming and never look back. Never. Abruptly, he spun her around and propelled her against the door jamb. Passion blazed in his eyes. There's no such thing as making love. There's only fucking, he said bluntly, vulgarly. His words, intended to shock, only sent her body climbing to a fever pitch. She took in a breath. Yes, Lachlan. Livian twined her fingers about his nape and went up on tiptoes until their gazes met. I want you to fuck me. Her cheeks immediately flamed hot at having spoken those words. A feral gleam lit his stare. I fear, darling, you don't know the half of what you're asking me to do. Like I told you, I'm no gentleman. As if he sought to drive home that point once and for all, Lachlan took her hand and dragged it between them. He pressed Livian's palm over the long, steely length, tenting his trousers. Do you feel that? He jibed. Did she feel that? Her breath hitched. She'd never felt anything as hard as his shaft. Like it possessed a life force of its own. The rock-hard muscle pulsed and throbbed under her fingers. I'm hot for you, Livian, he warned. And I don't think I can name anything I've ever wanted more than to lay between your legs and bury myself deep inside you until you're screaming my name and coming. Lachlan's forbidden husky avowal rent a plaintive moan from Livian. I want that too, she said thickly. His expression darkened. This won't be anything but sex, Livian. For me, there'll be no feelings involved. We aren't something more. We're nothing. We're nothing. I know. I just wish we could be. That silent yearning would have sent him running. Don't say you weren't warned, darling. The same roguish half-grin on his lips turned his warning into a promise, more powerful than any words. He didn't say anything more, though. He waited in silence and patience, and Livian knew he waited for her to make the first move. This man she'd feared at first, and fought, who'd only been gentle, even when disarming her. She nodded shakily. I would like that, she stuttered. For you too, that is. Bringing her shoulders back, Livian made herself speak the whole of it without stammering. Would you? Please, the request hadn't even fully left her lips, and Lachlan's mouth was on hers. Never breaking contact, Lachlan drove them into the room and shoved the heel of his boot backward. Thwack. Bye. That crash of the door closing came muffled. He consumed her like she was his last meal on earth, and he intended to take her with him to the grave and beyond. That's a question that should never leave your sweet lips, darling, he rasped, between each hard, masterful slant of his lips over hers. You're a queen, Livian. She wasn't, but when he said it in his low, roughened baritone, she could believe it. Don't you beg any man for anything, he ordered, and certainly not for sex. I'm sorry, she said, gasping for breath. She'd disappointed him. Those are the other ones, he growled, biting at her lower lip. Moaning, her head fell back. Any man, current company included, should bloody bow down at your feet and fucking beg to kiss your hem. Livian knew they were just words of worship in the throes of passion, but God, when he spoke them, she could believe herself to be the desirable woman he exalted. He filled his palms with her buttocks and dragged her against his enormous length. Not a single fellow on God's green earth deserves you. Knobs are stupid as hell, and I'm all too happy to be the recipient of their neglect. But I'm not a lady. That distinction, which mattered most to the men in the world she'd been thrust into, didn't matter to this man. Lachlan didn't dress things in pretty, polite words. He possessed a directness and rawness she'd yearned for in the man she'd one day marry. Such wouldn't be her future, but Lachlan Latimer offered a waking dream, and she was content to take even that smallest but most beautiful of scraps. Drawing herself up on tiptoe, she twined her arms around his thickly muscled neck, held firm, and kissed him. A stranger by the definition of the word, whom she'd confided more with than she even had her own sister. The back of her legs collided with the bed, this same bed where she and Lachlan first met. I won't do any more than you want to do, darling, he promised. She whimpered. She wanted to be even closer to him. I want all of it, Lachlan, she said. I want you. Same, darling. Same. Why? In one fluid motion, Lachlan shoved her wrapper off and lowered her nightshift. The chaste article slithered down around her legs and settled in a cotton puddle at their feet so that she stood naked before him. Lachlan paused only long enough to run a hungry, appreciative gaze over her person. Instead of shame, Livian felt the same power Eve surely had known with her sway over Adam. God, you are perfection, he rasped, dragging his mouth over her neck and collarbone. She sighed, that breathy exhalation dissolving to a hungry moan as he scooped her under her buttocks. Relentless in his tormenting, Latimer sculpted his fingers into the flesh, massaging her, gripping her hard. The ache between her legs grew sharper, and of their own volition, Livian's hips moved, as she sought some relief. Let me feel how wet you are for me, darling. I'm going to bury my fingers inside your slit. Then, with that crass promise, Lackland slipped a finger inside her damp channel. Her moan melded with his groan. Oh, sweetheart, you're drenched even more than you were this afternoon. Whimpering, mortified, she buried her head in his shoulder. Still, in Lackland's arms, and with him stroking her with his fingers, her body didn't care more about decorum than it did satiation. She rocked furiously against him. Got it. Yes, do. Chuckling, Latimer placed a kiss against her temple. No, hiding. And none of this shyness, he chastised. Not from you, love. Love. Yes, I want to be your love. Abruptly, Lackland, as if hearing her outrageous yearning, ceased his exquisite ministrations. Livian cried out. Oh, sweet Livian, he hoarsely promised. I'll give you everything you've ever dreamed of and more. With that, he glided another digit inside her. She cried out, You need more than my fingers inside you, darling, or my leg to relieve yourself with. This time, you want my big cock. Ah, his shocking words only sent a fresh wave of heat flooding to her core. She bucked uncontrollably against his fingers. Her body was climbing, straining toward some goal she didn't fully know but intuitively understood. You want more than my touch, he rightly predicted. And me? I want to feel my naked skin against yours, sweetheart, he purred like the lion, king of the jungle. I want that too, Lackland, Livian entreated. Too desperate for him to care, she again begged. Where this man was concerned, she had no pride. He straightened and began to remove his clothes, and Livian knew a virtuous good lady would have looked away. She couldn't have if her soul's place in heaven relied upon that modesty. Riveted, she watched freely and boldly. He shucked his jacket first. Then, with a speed that hinted at a shared franticness, he tugged his white lawn shirt, free of his trousers. As he drew the fine article overhead, each defined rock-hard muscle of his abdomen, and resplendently broad bare chest rippled. Livian's mouth went dry. With Lackland's olive-hued, battle-scared skin and light matting of crisp, dark curls, he bore the splendor and virility of heralded warriors from long ago. You're beautiful, she whispered. Beautiful? He chuckled. That's a first for me, love. Then the women you've kept company with are as daft as they are dumb. Suddenly, Lackland's eyes grew dark, and all levity vanished. He shoved his trousers down and kicked them to the side until he stood, completely naked before her. Curiosity pulled her focus to that organ she'd never seen, and only touched through a layer of clothing. She froze. Assailed by a mix of awe, reverence, and horror, she stared at Lackland's thick, rampant member. Under her wide-eyed, unblinking gaze, that swollen, angry-looking organ grew to impossible lengths. That's not big, Lackland, she blurted. It's enormous. A strained laugh shook Lackland's body. Darling, you're great for a man's pride. Even when she finally married, a nobleman whom she still did not yet know, there'd never be another man for Livian, other than Lackland Latimer. She'd allow herself to mourn that later. For now, she wanted no reality intruding on this moment. Lackland joined her in bed. Part your legs for me. That harsh order fired her blood, and she let them splay for him. He rewarded her obedience by roughly caressing her hip. Good girl, he growled. Do good girls really let a man touch them so? She breathed shakily as he came down over her. Another gentle laugh shook his frame. The best girls do. Lie back, sweetheart, he ordered, settling himself between her legs. The night has only just begun. On the heel of that dizzying promise, he lowered his mouth to her right breast and drew the swollen, sensitive tip deep inside. She cried out. Her hands came up reflexively, and she tangled her fingers in his dark, cropped locks. Closing her eyes, she gave in to the feel of his mouth on her. He sucked, licked, and flicked his tongue over the sensitive peak. All the while, with his other hand, he tweaked and tugged at the previously neglected tip. Lackland, she moaned, holding his head closer, never wanting him to stop. Incoherent moans and pleas tumbled from her lips. The throaty, wanton quality of her voice, one she didn't recognize as belonging to herself. You know, darling, he rasped, I think I've changed my mind. I like the sound of you begging, as long as I'm the one you're pleading for. Inflamed by that possessive allowance, Livian's hips went shooting up. You like my mouth on you, he crooned. Yes. Let him believe it was the things he did to her body, and that alone, and not the dream of belonging to him, that set her afire. Parting her legs, he reached between them and pressed the heel of his forefingers against the throbbing ache at her center. He stilled. Livian wept, but he was only sliding lower down her body. Lachlan stopped when he lay with his head between her legs. Dazed, her eyes heavy with passion, she struggled up onto her elbows. What are you doing? Oh, sweetheart, you don't even know the half of it, he said thickly. With that enticement, Lachlan pressed his nose against her mound of curls and inhaled deep. You smell so sweet. The vibration of his voice sent a delicious humming to her core. Do you trust me, sweetheart? More than anything or anyone, she said, her voice catching. Passion blazed brighter in his eyes. I'm going to kiss you here, Latimer said huskily. He dragged a finger over the slit between her legs and then followed his tongue along that same path. Livian's brows shot up. I'm going to lick you and eat you like the finest dessert you are, darling. That wicked promise sent a fresh flood of heat rushing between her legs. Lachlan chuckled, the sound pained and strained, and only slightly mirthful. That made you come a little bit. He caught the gleaming fluid that had seeped onto her thigh with a finger and licked. How sweet you taste, love, he praised. I want more than a taste, love. I want the whole thing. Snarling, he buried his face between her legs and set to work delivering on all the promises he'd made. There was nothing patient or gentle in the way he worshipped her with his mouth. Panting and gasping, she lifted her hips, grinding herself against him. Slow, love, he coaxed, his breath a sough upon her heated center. Savor it. Yes, he coached when she adjusted her thrusts. Just like that, darlin', he praised as she relaxed and lifted slowly into each stroke of his tongue. Closing her eyes, Livian gripped the sheets, held on for dear life, and surrendered herself fully to the wonder he wrought. All the while, Lachlan slipped his tongue in and out of her, simulating the mating movements. He licked at her nub, and the slight, gentle sucking pulled a strangled cry from her throat. As I predicted, love, he panted, sweeter than even the finest wine. Lachlan filled his hands with her buttocks and brought her closer to his mouth. He flung himself more deeply into the carnal task. He stroked her with his tongue, probed her. And as his efforts took on a greater intensity, he drove that hot brand of flesh inside Livian's aching channel. Incoherent with need, Livian thrashed her head back and forth. But joy. But gasta kind here. But me. He growled as he feasted on her. The rumbling reverberations caused her to cry out. She'd never felt anything like this. There'd never been anything like him. There'd never be anyone like him, and would never be again. Refusing to let the sorrow of that sobering realization rob her of this otherworldly feeling, Livian thrust aside the maudlin and focused on the now. While he licked her, he pressed the heel of 4 fingers against her opening, driving her mad with desire. Her speech dissolved. But cat. Yes. More. We. It was too much. The pressure between her legs mounted, a sensation she now, because of this man, knew meant her body was close to a glorious rise and fall. I need it, Lachlan, she begged. What do you need? He taunted like a dark devil who'd been put on this earth to tempt a lady to sin. Tell me, Livian, he impelled. What do you need? Livian tangled her fingers in his silken hair and gripped him hard. I want. She bit her lip. You. I want you. To come, he ordered. Reaching up, he laid his enormous hands over her breast and played with the stiff peaks. Say it, Livian. You want to come. I want to come, Lachlan. She screamed his name a prayer and a plea. I want to come. Her words ended on an anguished, frustrated sob. My sweet, beautiful Livian. His husky silken dominion penetrated a haze of beautiful suffering. Yes, I am forever yours, and only yours. Lachlan stopped. No! She wept. Gripping Lackland by his glossy black hair slick with sweat, she attempted to force him back to that place she needed him most. He was too strong. A strangled cry of desperation tore from her lips. "Oh, my girl," he vowed, his breath coming as hard and strangled as her own. "I'm going to make it even better for you." "Impossible." Lachlan's body shook with laughter. "I'll take that challenge," he said, his voice strained, and she was all too happy and eager for him to. Chapter 15. Panting, his heart pounding, Latimer climbed between Livian's supple thighs, the only place he needed to be. Fuck. He'd never felt like this. Hell, it had never been like this mad, hallucinatory sex. Not with any of the wild, inventive bed partners he'd slaked his lust with and brought to climax. Something about Livian Lovelace, however, scorched him inside, so he could think of nothing but her. He positioned himself at the entrance of her cunny. Beads of sweat trickled from his brow and landed on Livian's high, plump breasts, and her satiny flesh bore a like glimmering sheen. He continued to tweak and tug her nipples in a way he'd quickly learned she loved. She moaned low in her throat, purring like a hungry kitten, and rolled her hips in an intrinsic invitation. The artless way in which she revealed and reveled in her desire caused his ballocks to tighten painfully. It was all Latimer could to do keep from coming like a green lad with his first whore. Latimer gritted his teeth and threaded his fingers through her soaked curls. He continued teasing her and working her, drawing her closer to that peak of wonder. His breathing grew shallower. The need to bury himself deep inside this woman and lose himself completely, warred with sickening dread at this disinhibition he'd never before suffered. All the while, his mind was in riot. He'd always taken care to see his lovers pleasured, but when had he ever put their needs and longings in front of his own? What was so special about her? He gritted his teeth. After you fuck her then, it'll end. It was merely the thrill of initiating this sweet, supple virgin to the wonders of love-making that made him want, as he never had before. To be the first to not only initiate Livian to the wonders of sex, but to show her and teach her was its own special kind of aphrodisiac. Unbridled lust and virginal bewilderment glazed Livian's all too trusting eyes. "Lachlan," she supplicated. I don't know what I need. But I do, darlin'," he promised, his breath shallow. "And I'm going to give it to you. So you know. So that way there's no wondering, when you feel this hot urge again, exactly what it is you need." Latimer spoke that as an audible reminder that she was just any other bed partner, and a woman he had no claim to. Except the thought of Livian, years from now after she'd birthed some fancy lord a handful of babes, taking lovers and having her needs met by those rakes and rogues, likely patrons at Latimer's club, didn't help, nor did the hurt that filled her doe-like eyes. Rage blackened his vision, leaving him momentarily blind. He gave his head a hard, clearing shake. With a shaking hand, he took his cock in hand and guided it gently into her opening. "I need to be inside you, darlin'," he panted, humbled by that truth and entreaty but too hot to care. "Tell me you want that. As much as me, please." "Yes," she said, raggedly. "I want it more than anything." "Impossible, love." He slid himself inch by agonizing inch, stretching her until, at last, he'd fully seated himself. It took the will of Zeus, but somehow, Latimer kept himself from the crazed hungering to fuck her senseless. Sweat slicked his brow. Having had a taste of Livian and her innocence, Latimer discovered the temptation that'd leave a man to betray his friends, partners, business goals, and aspirations. "Does it hurt, love?" he asked, his voice as graveled as broken glass. "In no way." Livian's lashes fluttered. The captivating blue pools of her eyes reflected back his own savage desire. "It feels so good." Her expression grew shy. "You feel so good inside me." Christ. Dot. She was going to kill him. Then, he began to move. To allow her to adjust to the size and feel of him, Latimer went slowly, at first. But with every deep, languid glide, the tension melted from Livian's slender, lithesome body. Folding her arms about him, she held tight. With ever downward thrust of Latimer's hips, she lifted hers in eager welcome. "You feel so good, love," he panted. Keeping his weight resting on his elbows, He slowly drove himself into Livian's welcoming entrance, taking her slow. With Livian's eyes closed, her brow scrunched up, and ragged breath sputtering from her damp crimson lips made fuller by his mouth, she looked adorably engrossed in the pleasure she found. "Look at me," he demanded. Her long, golden eyelashes fluttered and lifted. "I want you to watch me as I make love to you." He recoiled and sighed. Where the hell had that come from? "You come, mule. I want to see the exact moment I touch you so high and deep you reach your climax." Latimer found his own hungering reflected back in Livian's glazed eyes. She gave a juddering nod. As one, they began to again move together, their bodies in synchronic harmony, found the rhythm as old as time. Her channel gripped his cock, tighter than any leather glove he'd had on his fingers. Her cunny pulsed around him. "She's so close. I'm so close." Gripping Livian's hips hard, he pushed himself deep within, giving her as much as she could take, and then withdrawing. Mindless, he rocked himself inside the only place he wanted to be, over and over. And Livian, clever Aphrodite that she was, not only learned but mastered the movements to meet Latimer passion for passion. His balls drew up so tight, he gritted his teeth. All the while, Latimer pumped himself inside of her. He kept his gaze fixed on Livian's flushed face. Her creamy, flawless cheeks glistened with the natural sheen of her body's exertions. The soft way her lashes rested upon her cheeks gave her the look of sleeping beauty, but juxtaposed against tensed, strained, fragile features, bespoke a woman so very close to climaxing. His pulse throbbed within her channel. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself deeper, and she took all of him, not only without complaint but with a keening moan of encouragement. Livian's lashes fluttered, and her passion-glazed eyes met his. "Lachlan," she begged. "I know what you want, sweetheart," he promised, increasing the length and speed of his strokes. "And I'll give it to you. But first, I'm going to make you wait." She whimpered. "Nua. I see cannot bear this." Her sexy plea drove him mad with lust. To keep from coming, he reminded himself he was the first to enter her body and show her pleasure, and he'd be bloody damned if he didn't make her come first before he found release. Never mind whether he'd finished ahead of his partner, had never mattered to him before. This was different. A virgin was different. Livian is different. His mind balked and shied away from that devil's taunt. Her gyrations grew erratic, and his fear fled. Their bodies both took on a frenzied, out-of-control rhythm, as they let lust drive them. Her tight sheath squeezed him tight. Latimer groaned. "You're magnificent, love." Incoherent with need, she keened his name. "Lachlan Doughty." "Oh, hell." Latimer gnashed his teeth. "You feel so good, Livian." He'd never felt anything like being buried inside this woman. Lust. Dot. It's only lust. Livian's slim, graceful body grew more tense. Her eyes went wide, her gaze grew inward. "Al Lachlan?" she panted, her voice pitchy with confusion. "Aw, my darlin' is afraid," he cooed. "Don't be. It's going to be even better than when you humped my leg." Livian gasped. Her cunny convulsed around his cock. He hid a smug smile. She loved when he talked dirty to her. His arrogance proved as fleeting as his rapidly shredding self-control. Growling, Latimer didn't let up. "Come for me, love," he coaxed, driving inside her. His breathing grew raspy, guttural. He couldn't last much longer. She tested him as he'd never been tested. And knowing her as forbiddingly well as he did, he knew just what to do and say to send her over. He took Livian's mouth in a deep kiss. She moaned and tangled her tongue with his. "I want to feel you pulse around my cock, Livian," he enticed between each kiss. "I want you to scream my name while you come." Livian's movements grew jerkier. "She's close." Latimer bit the silky lobe of her left ear. "Be a good girl now," he rasped. "And do that for Livian stiffened." "Lachlan!" she screamed, arching wildly, taking his length deep inside her as she came. Unrelenting, Latimer filled her body with deeper, harder strokes, while she cried and wept and pleaded. And then even as she collapsed in sated surrender under him, he continued driving himself higher and higher towards a climax. You are so fucking perfect," he rasped. Lust left his speech punctured. She stared up at Lachlan with luminescent eyes, glimmering with an emotion that would have scared the everlasting hell out of him had he been capable of anything other than the feel of her. Then he couldn't take any more. His body stiffened, and at the last possible moment, he managed to pull out. Thundering his release to the rafters, Lachlan came in large, spurting arcs over the flat, creamy expanse of her belly. With a guttural groan, he collapsed above Livian, catching himself by his elbows. He lay with her sweet body framed under him. His ears buzzing in vision spotted from the force of his climax, Lachlan struggled in vain to get himself to rights. He'd made love to her. There'd been nothing like it like her. Reality whispered forward. Tensing, Lachlan rolled off of Livian's sweet body and drew her against his chest so he couldn't see her. He didn't need to see her. Now, he could purge himself of this untenable fascination with Livian Lovelace. That was the last thought he had, before he drifted off to a deep, black, dreamless sleep. 6 hours later, the Georgia Inn the following morning, with the sun not even a hint near to touching the horizon, Latimer went about finishing up his ablutions. In a reversal of roles from yesterday, when Livian sneaked off and left him without a word, he now prepared to do the same. Buried under the blankets the way Livian was, Latimer couldn't make out a hint of the spirited beauty who'd for a brief time bewitched him sleeping there. He'd bedded any number of beautiful women, and left, without so much as a backward glance. After he'd spent the night making love to Livian, he'd had a warm bath summoned. Now, while she lay sated, he let himself recall all the wicked things they'd done together in that same small wooden tub. In that bed. Against the wall. He'd never bedded a virgin. Ladies didn't fuck men like Lachlan Latimer. Women raised on the streets either had that scrap of flesh so valued by the peerage stolen when they were girls, or sold it for food to eat, or a temporary place to call home. Tossing aside the rag he'd used to rinse himself, he finished washing with the remaining buckets of water that had since gone cold. Leaning over one, he splashed that chilled water at his face. A familiar bleating snore split the quiet. That shuddery, exhausted exhalation harkened back to his first and volatile meeting with Livian Lovelace. Lachlan's lips curled into a wistful smile, and he stared at the spot where she slept like the dead before he caught himself. His grin vanished. Bloody hell, since when had he become the muddled sort? It had merely been this stolen interlude where the world, his responsibilities, and impending marriage had faded away. The eventuality of his marrying Argyll's mercenary stepmother and being tied to that duchess repulsed him, but as it was, the Duchess of Argyll was a necessary evil. With that reminder, Latimer searched around for something to write with. His gaze landed on that book Livian had clutched protectively close in the tap room. Heading over to the leather volume, Latimer hesitated. Another soft snore filled the room. He stole a look at the lady's sleeping figure to confirm she still slept and returned his attention to her book. It wasn't that he was snooping. Curious, maybe. But that didn't account for the reason he found himself opening the old, leather-worn copy to the page where Livian effed a pencil as a placeholder. A red, red rose by Robert Burns. Oh, my Louvre is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my Louvre is like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. He skimmed the rest of that poem, written in the small but flourishing scrawl of Livian's hand. And fare thee weel, my only Louvre. And fare thee weel a while. And I will come again, my Louvre, though it were 10,000 mile. A pit formed in his gut. Latimer immediately slammed the book shut. Whack. The. He glanced back. Livian, however, continued sleeping. With a rapidly increasing ill sensation, Latimer made himself open the book again. If ever two were one, then surely we. If ever man were loved by wife, then thee. If ever wife was happy in a man, compare with me, ye women, if you can. I prize thy love more than whole mines of gold, or all the riches that the east doth hold. My love is such that rivers cannot quench. And Bradstreet Latimer thumbed through the rest. As he did, that sick sensation in his stomach grew. Where when as death shall all the world subdue, our love shall live, and later life renew. Edmund Spenser this time, when he shut the journal, he did so with a quiet, faint, indecipherable click. It was an accumulation. Some poems and romantic sonnets in their entirety. Single, quotes, or verses. Some original thoughts. Ones Livian recorded because she is a hopeless romantic. Sweat slicked his palm. As if you hadn't known that from the very start, Latimer castigated himself. He needed to get the hell out of here. Shite. He needed to have gotten the hell out of here a day ago. He stilled, registering footfalls outside before they even stopped outside his Livian's room. His company had arrived even sooner than expected. Given the hefty price Latimer paid a villager in the tap room and the man he'd fetched on Latimer's behalf, it shouldn't come as any surprise. Though, if Latimer were being honest with himself, it felt a whole lot more like disappointment. Unnerved, Latimer drew the door open to reveal Darren, one of 6 guards who'd followed Latimer when he'd left Forbidden Pleasures. Neither man spoke until Latimer slipped out of the door. Before he did, Latimer, with a possessiveness he'd never experienced before, carefully drew the panel closed enough that the guard couldn't see Livian sleeping. Problem. May. Darren's harsh, gravelly cockney possessed the quiet only a man who'd survived the dials could manage. What? Of a sort. What? Just not in the way the other man meant. The woman in there, he explained, sotto voce. Her name is Livian Lovelace. His muscles knotted. Why did it feel like a betrayal to reveal her identity to one of his most loyal men? I want you on her until she arrives safely at her destination. Keep your distance. She's not to be harmed. Darren didn't need to know anything more than that. Aye, sir. The guard also knew better than to ask questions. After giving Darren a few more directives, Latimer returned to Livian's chambers and closed the door behind him. Though some 5 inches shorter than Latimer witnessed enough of the brawny man's skill with knife and gun to know he could cut down a man 2 feet taller and 20 stone bigger. As long as Darren was tasked with watching after Livian, no harm would befall her. So what accounted for this impotent fury at Darren being the one to watch over Livian? You're going fucking mad. Firming his jaw, Latimer avoided the unsuspecting beauty buried under the covers. He found a clean page in her book and carefully, quietly rent the sheet. Latimer hesitated, then grabbed an entirely too small charcoal pencil. He frowned at the scrap. Adiserve, hier he bien territoire. Anamor fraud ziwe, no one p. Livian needed new pencils. Why the hell hadn't her sister or brother-in-law, or anyone else, for that matter, gotten her new ones? Annoyed with both the people in Livian's life and himself for caring either way, Latimer hurriedly wrote. He read through his words several times. Where some had trouble saying goodbye or parting ways, Latimer hadn't ever suffered from that weakness for the simple fact there'd never been anyone to say goodbye to. Strange, then, how he found himself suspended there, stealing one last look at Livian's slumbering form. Then, Latimer collected his things, quietly exited, and left Livian Lovelace. Chapter 16. Outside the Duchess of Argyll's front drive, Livian remained seated inside Verity and Malcolm's carriage, staring at the note in her hands. Since discovering Lackland's short note, written in bold, confident slashes, she'd read it so many times she'd committed them to memory. Livian, last night, I took care to see you aren't left in a bad way. But there is no guarantee you aren't. On the chance you are, send word to me at the Albany. Take care, darlin'. Emotion wadded in her throat. Take care? Livian trembled. How perfunctory. How impersonal. How cold and emotionless. Why would you expect anything different? He'd never professed more or proclaimed to feel anything for her. That reminder did nothing to ease an ever-growing pain inside her chest. P.S. I had one of my guards fetched. You won't see him, but rest assured someone's watching over you. You'll be safe. Someone watched over her. Just not Lackland. Livian's lower lip quivered, and she took it between her teeth to stop the shaking. He cared enough to make sure Livian was protected. He just hadn't cared enough to do it himself. She angrily wiped away several tears. Why should he have, though? He'd worried after her in the same way he would any other woman. That's just the manner of man Lackland was, and also one of the reasons she'd fallen so hard and so fast for him. Livian ran her fingertip along the endearment by which he'd referred to her, one of them. Darlin' and sweetheart. A sad smile pulled her lips at the corners. Funny how, before Lackland, she'd have traded her left pinky finger to have a man refer to her so, only to find the very one who'd done it in a way that made her heart race, when to him, it was nothing more than a casual throwaway. Livian's blurry gaze went back to the top line of Lachlan's note. I took care to see you aren't left in a bad way. Cringing, she curled deeply into herself, as if her carrying his child would be something atrocious. An anguished sob spilled out, which to him, it clearly would be. You stupid chit. Lachlan never professed to feel anything for you. She'd been the one, secretly dreaming of him and imagining a life for herself with Lachlan in it. Liar. She brushed away a tear. A large part of her believed, no, hoped, the time they'd spent together meant as much to him as it her. He'd never, however, lied to her. He'd been brutally, bluntly honest from the start to the end. Women are all the same. Sex is all the same, Livy. That startled, happy cry penetrated Livian's grief. Swiftly folding the note, Livian managed to tuck it inside, just as her sister, Billy, wrenched the carriage door open. Liv, the younger woman's wide smile vanished. You all right? She demanded, already reaching up, and lifted Livian out a seemingly impossible but impressive feat, considering Billy was nearly as fey a young woman as she'd been the child who'd come into her and Verity's life. Livy, what happened? Her sister asked worriedly. I'm fine. Livian mustered a smile. I'm just tired is all. Billy scrutinized her, with suspicious eyes, better suited a woman, 30 years her senior. Livian held her breath. Billy, having spent just over a decade of her life pillaging in sewers to stay alive, had more reason for wariness than the oldest, most life-hardened man. Livian, however, seemed to have passed her sister's test. Let's go, Billy said, leading the way. It felt so very good being with the younger woman. Someone who truly loved her. It was the wrong thought to have. Fresh tears pricked her lashes. I have bad news, Billy said, without preamble. Splendid, Livian muttered. Just what I was hoping to hear. From the corner of her eye, she caught Billy's smile. The guests are still in breakfast, and the Duchess wants you there now. Now? Livian echoed. Billy nodded. Now. Livian cast a dubious glance down at herself. I'm sure she'll allow me a brief reprieve so that I can change into my garments, and not make her first appearance like the rumpled, low-class woman she still was, and would always be, regardless of the outcome of this house party. On the contrary, Billy's eyes hardened at the corners. The lady is clear in what she wants and demands, and doesn't like being countered. Livian tensed. Has she been unkind to you? She demanded. Because favor needed of the powerful peeress or not, Livian wouldn't keep the company of one who dared treat Billy, or any member of her family, as lesser. The Duchess has been exactly what you'd expect a Duchess to be, Billy said. They made their way up the stairs toward the painted pale blue double doors being held open by a pair of gold-clad, bewigged footmen. She hasn't treated me any different than she has any of the other guests here, Billy added just as they reached the entrance. Fortunately, given the hour, many of the guests have already left the breakfast room. Perhaps another time Livian would have been entirely focused and fearful of the impending exchange. Instead, she found herself being rushed along by Billy, who was all too happy to fill the silence with details of the guests and anything and everything Livian had missed. The absolute inanity of each revelation managed to slowly carve away the vicious anguish and allowed Livian to focus on something other than Lachlan's rejection. As they walked arm in arm, Billy spoke quietly. The Duchess's house party is a peculiar gathering. Is it? Is it? From the corner of her eye, she caught her clever sister's suspicious gaze. Aye? On? There's a strange mix of knobs and gents. Hardly any other ladies, that is aside from the mothers and sisters and daughters. Livian kept her features in a perfect mask. Oh? Billy grunted, clearly not appeased. She continued anyway. Marquis of Culross, he's got 2 hellcats for daughters. He's a widower, but his troublesome scamps are the best part of the whole affair. She hugged Livian's arm. That is, of course, until now. Livian returned that side embrace, welcoming that showing of love from her sister, and after the ease with which Lachlan walked out of her life, desperately needing it. Billy proceeded with her rundown. The Earl of Dunkirk seems like a good enough chap. Viscount Bridport gives me the collywobs. Baron Linley leers at the dessert the same way he does the other guests' female kin. They neared the breakfast room and Billy hurried through her cataloguing. Wakefield is here, sporting his usual grim. My favorite mount died, and keeled onto his favorite hunting dog look. Livian's lips twitched. Stop. You're smiling, Billy pointed out. Ah, so that had been what her sister intended. I'm smiling at your wildly colorful description, Livian pointed out. The gentleman does not deserve that unkindness. Before they entered, Billy placed a hand upon her arm. Livian stared at her questioningly. There's one more guest. The only interesting one. Even more interesting, he's the only self-made man. The Duchess of Argyll hasn't let him away from her side. I thought he was the lady's plaything, but there's been whispers about a formal arrangement. A self-made man. I don't know why she... Livian's mind immediately went to another self-made man. Oh, God. Her heart fresh cracked and broke all over again. I cannot... Livy? Before her sister could ask any more questions that Livian didn't want to think about the answers to, she looked to the handsome footman stationed at the entrance. Taking Livian's cue, the servant stepped forward and announced in a booming voice, Miss Livian Lovelace. All previous conversations taking place around the table came to a jarring stop. Well, nothing could distract a woman from a broken heart faster than finding herself a low-born oddity with a room of gentlemen staring her way. Through the singular, most humbling moment of Livian's existence, which considering her life, was saying a great deal. The guests rose in polite greeting. They considered her with haughty, blue-blooded expressions that made it clear they'd found her wanting. Livian's feet twitched with the overwhelming need and urge to flee. The echo of Lachlan's voice, husked with passion and wry amusement, pierced her misery and grounded her. Yea. Well, in fairness, it remains doubtful whether the highborn lords are actually capable of truly thinking. Her lips tugged up at the corners. Livian managed to look around the room. She stopped, her gaze locked on the familiar gentleman staring back, and the entire room melted away. She'd thought she'd never see him again, but here he stood. Joy and disbelief swept through Livian. Why is he here? Except, only one thing made any sense. Tears of happiness filled her throat. He is here for me. His angular cheeks and hard, square jawline bore no hint of stubble, and his previously tousled dark hair was now drawn neatly back. But there could be no mistaking this man's identity. His gloriously masculine features, however, revealed no hint of a like exaltation. Lachlan's expression bore an impassivity that cut right through her. The smile on Livian's lips grew painfully strained in what felt like a grotesque grin, and then fell altogether. Is he not happy to see me as I am him? Or, perhaps it was his being here amidst noble guests he took exception with? Confusion clouded her head. What are you doing here? She whispered. Gasps filled the room. Blinking slowly, Livian came careening back to the present, and the late reminder she and Lachlan were not alone. Oh God! Dazed, she looked up and down the 30-foot-long breakfast table. Each of the Duchess of Argyll's distinguished guests stared at Livian with rabid horror and sick delight. Livian, however, had grown accustomed to those looks years ago. They didn't matter. Livian swung her gaze back to the one man who did, the only man who'd held and would ever hold her heart. She recoiled. Ah! Stiff and expressionless, Lachlan possessed the same air of coldness and tension as the rest of the guests. What is happening? The Duchess called out. Miss Lovelace? There was a question, as well as a warning, within the woman's frosty, imperious voice. Livian looked to her hostess, the same woman who'd been so gracious as to host this entire affair for Livian's benefit, and took in glaring details that in Livian's earlier shock failed to escape her. Seated at the head of the table, two men flanked the Duchess of Argyll's sides. One older, one younger, but each man, with the scars upon their skin and menacing, midnight black garments, possessed an aura of power. Livian could care less about the sneering fellow on the Duchess's left. No. Livian stared with a sick fascination at the exquisite, worldly Duchess's gloved hand upon Lachlan's naked fingers. The older woman's touch bespoke both intimacy and a proprietary claim she exerted over a larger-than-life Lachlan. Livian went motionless. Then the Duchess smiled. I trust you are tired, my dear, the woman was saying. Livian couldn't make out the excuses her grace now made to explain Livian's graceless entrance. A wave of horror kept battering at Livian, and it was only a moment before that violent tide sucked her all the way under. Oh, God. Livian's chest constricted. Her skin went clammy the way it had when she'd contracted pleurisy, and breathing proved an even greater chore now than it had then when her lungs nearly failed her. Livian stared, transfixed by the sight of Lachlan's arm held covetously by that elegant, all-powerful woman. Her stomach revolted. As if staring in on someone else's horrific life, Livian backed away slowly. It was too much. I'm going to throw up. Before Livian mortified herself further by casting up the contents of her stomach, she somehow managed to walk out. She walked stiffly and briskly, and with no real intent. Tears pricked her lashes, and Livian, to keep the occasional footman from seeing those drops, fixed her gaze dead on at nothing in particular. That way, she didn't have to relive in her mind the memory of some other woman intimately touching Lachlan suggestively, proudly, possessively. Livian quickened her stride. Her breath came hard as she set off furiously down the corridor. It was too much. Livian took the corner at the end of the hall quickly, and finding no dutiful servant standing by, she let herself in a pretty parlor that mocked Livian with his cheery brightness. The minute she'd closed the panel, she sagged against the door. She'd thought to never again see Lachlan Latimer, the fierce warrior who'd defended her, watched over her, and who'd awakened Livian to the wonders of love-making, seated at the head of the table beside some other woman. Why? Why? And as that question repeated, a frantic mantra in her mind, there were 1,000 different reasons for that entreaty. Chapter 17. Latimer seethed. It had been 3 damned hours, and Latimer hadn't managed to snare a single solitary bloody moment alone with Livian. The same, however, could not be said for Livian and that arse, for far. If the bloody bastard accidentally brushed his fingers over the lady's forearm one more time, he was going to have to fly over and separate the shite-sack's limbs from his lanky body. The Viscount leered long and hard at the delicate crevice between Livian's breasts. Latimer growled. It's official. I'm going to fucking kill him here and now. The gall of that one. The Duchess of Argyll raged with the measured, polite restraint only an English lady could manage. Can you believe the audacity, Mr. Latimer? I, seated next to the Duchess, Latimer not only decided on the bastard's fate, Latimer also contemplated all the ways in which to end the doltish, brash, lean to the point of gaunt, Earl of Forfar. I cannot, he gritted out between powerfully clenched teeth. Surely Forfar wasn't Livian Lovelace's future husband. He flexed his jaw. That would certainly account for the blighter's familiar touch, an errant caress. In a flash, Latimer recalled all the ways he himself had run his own hands over Livian's slim, graceful, naked body, and her low, soft siren's moans as he entered her deep and rocked himself inside her until she'd come. It had been one hell when the man who'd one day have the exclusive luxury of possessing Livian's body was an unknown face. It was an unremitting, deeper, blacker, fresh hell, knowing just what man would receive that gift only Latimer had known once, but that Livian's husband would know forever. The Duchess leaned toward the young gentleman at her other side and tapped his knee. What say you, Dynevor? She inveigled. About what? Bloody hell. With a slight shift forward, the Duchess effectively cut off Latimer's previously unrestricted view of the scene at the other end of the sunny, plushly ornate drawing room. About what? The Duchess rebuked. I asked if you've seen anything more reprehensible. By the lady's breathless state, she sounded titillated at just the prospect. The Earl chuckled, a laugh rough and coarse like he'd taken in too many cheroots in his short life. You know I have, your grace. Argyll's mother-in-law giggled. Yes, I do. She gave the boy a playful swat. I meant, amidst polite society. As one, the pair followed to where Latimer's gaze already currently rested. Livian sat on a white-upholstered satin sofa beside the hearth. The seat next to her, along with the single matching armchairs, was occupied by coxswains hanging about Livian. Latimer narrowed his eyes. Then, there was the Earl of Wakefield, one of Forbidden Pleasure's greatest clients. Obscenely rich and not ruled by vice, Wakefield had proven to be so skilled and generous with the women he took to his bed. The Cyprians at Forbidden Pleasures vied for the handsome Earl's attentions. Now, that grave gentleman stood like a possessive protector at Livian's shoulder, glowering at the other lords. He stilled, and an equally contemptible possibility slithered forward about the handsome fellow's relationship with Livian. Livian and Wakefield. Now, that match made far more sense. Wakefield, handsome, intelligent, loyal brother and son. He could hold his liquor, and won too much at the gaming table. Seething, he added Wakefield's name to the growing list of noblemen he intended to end before this godforsaken house party reached its conclusion. As if he'd sensed the threat, the Earl looked about the room. His gaze alighted on Latimer. He'd hand it to the Earl. Wakefield didn't so much as bat a lash at the lethal glare Latimer had fixed on him. "You have been rather quiet on the whole matter, Mr. Latimer," the Duchess murmured. Silently cursing, Latimer, forced to end the stare-down, looked away first. "I'm not one who partakes in gossip, Duchess." The woman to whom his marriage would secure Latimer's next great legacy regarded him curiously. "I hardly believe it constitutes as gossip, given you were, in fact, the one publicly shamed." "Shamed? What the hell was she talking about?" "By Miss Lovelace," she said exasperatedly. Latimer tensed and suddenly wished he'd paid closer attention. Bloody hell. The last thing he'd ever do was center the powerful Duchess's wrath on Livian. In a bid to diffuse the Duchess's ire, Latimer displayed a casual, half grin. "One would have to care about society's opinion to be shamed, Duchess," he drawled. "You should know by now I like Dinevor here. Don't give two shites." He made no attempt to blunt his speech. "Damn that right." The young Earl, sporting a drink despite the hour and respectability of the affair, lifted his glass of brandy. The Duchess ignored the younger man. "You may not care, Mr. Latimer. Correction. I do not care, Duchess. I, on the other hand, will not have anyone look down upon me or suffer unwanted attention," she said stiffly. "And certainly not by a young woman reliant upon my generosity." Livian reliant upon the Duchess of Argyll's generosity? A muscle rippled along Latimer's jawline. His clever, gorgeous queen would never find herself at anyone's mercy, and certainly not Argyll's capricious mother-in-law. Generosity. What of Livian's family? "I have affixed a dowry to the lady." "A dowry?" He reeled. "What the hell? Furthermore, I am the one responsible for the pairing between Miss Lovelace and her future husband." Struggling to digest that revelation. But her brother-in-law? The nobleman? "What of him?" the Duchess asked. Nothing. I can't make sense out of anything." The Duchess gave Latimer a censorious look. "As I was saying," she continued, "given our mutual goals and aspirations, their betrothal and marriage, your reputation and how others treat you, and how they look upon you, very much affects me, Mr. Latimer." Possessed of the requisite curls and flaxen curls, the Duchess of Argyll had the look of an angel, but the glint in her eyes revealed a darker, more sinister lining underneath. As such, he carefully considered his response, knowing what he said would directly impact Livian's relationship with the Duchess. "I wouldn't say the lady shamed me, Duchess," he said, shrugging. "I'd say Miss Lovelace appeared more shocked than anything at my presence here, which is the obvious reaction any one of your fine guests would have met me with if they were capable of an honest reaction. Methinks you defend her far more than she deserves." "I don't know the lady," Latimer said. He lifted his shoulders. "You, on the other hand, invited her and claim you've shown her generosity. As such, it would strike me, given your benevolence, there had to be something by which the lady recommended herself to you before now." "She's not a lady," Dinevor muttered. Latimer whipped a furious gaze in the forgotten, until now Earl's direction. To hell with the Devil's Den and any partnership, he'd kill the little bastard here and now. "And Dinevor?" the Duchess asked in whiny tones better suited to a cantankerous child. "Like myself, or Latimer here," the Earl gestured his snifter in Latimer's overall direction, "ain't no gentleman." That was, with the exception of the title, the little brat had been born with. To keep their future business plans intact, Latimer shut his mouth tight to keep from pointing out that not-so-insignificant detail the future Marquess all too often forgot. Lord Dinevor tossed back a swallow. "We've got an affinity for the ones like us," he explained to his captive audience of the Duchess. "Not the way you did Steele." "Steele?" Latimer asked, all too happy to steer the conversation anywhere that was away from himself. "The Duchess's sweetheart," Dinevor explained. Before he went and married my sis, the Duchess sluiced a murderous look on the young man. Your point? You had feelings for a man outside your station? But men like me and Latimer here? We don't suffer the headache of caring about anyone in any way. Dynevor looked to Latimer to back him up. Isn't that right, Latimer? There's some truth there, he murmured. There should be more. After the only men he'd let close and called friends betrayed him, Latimer had been damned certain he'd never again worry about anyone but himself. See? Dynevor said to the Duchess. People like me and Latimer, we don't like anyone. We? Why, thank you, Dynevor, the Duchess said dryly. I'm endeared. If I'm no different than Dynevor or Argyll, what accounted for this bloody infernal obsessive worrying about Livian? Bah! The Earl scoffed. You don't like anyone either, Duchess. That's why you, me and Latimer, get on so well. The Duchess appeared somewhat mollified by that. What Latimer and I do have is a kindred connection to people who know something about having lived on the streets, or had a hungry belly and no fancy connections to keep us safe. In Dynevor's reasoning, the Earl, just like that, demonstrated not only what set him apart from other gentlemen, but a maturity and understanding of the world that could only be taught by the London streets. Ah, the Duchess sat back. You are saying Mr. Latimer holds a soft spot for Miss Lovelace because she is a common person? Latimer's gaze drifted back to Livian, who'd said something that had the men around her in stitches. The lady was about as common as Queen Cleopatra, of years past. Latimer has as much of a soft spot as me, Duchess. With that, the younger man again lifted his glass Latimer's way. I believe the respectable company you keep, Your Grace, refer to Latimer's benevolence as pity. Latimer curled his fingers into the rolled arm of the chair, as if he could ever pity a woman of Livian's strength, convictions, and goodness. The Duchess inclined her head in clear understanding. I should then extend the same grace to Miss Lovelace? The day's setting sun glinted off the haughty woman's diamond-studded tiara. That is even more than I already have, throwing this affair in her honor. Lachlan frowned. In Livian's honor? What the hell? I'm definitely not saying that. Dynevor snorted. For that matter, I could care less how you treat some mousy chit marrying outside her reach. Do what you want with that one. A dark curtain of rage fanned Latimer's vision. To keep from ripping the bloody sard's throat out, Latimer concentrated on breathing. A bored-looking Dynevor, having said his piece, went back to sipping his spirits. Wanting to end the miserable blighter's life here and now hardly portended the start of a long, healthy partnership. A delicate palm came to rest upon Latimer's knee. The Duchess gave him a light squeeze. He stiffened. And what of you, Mr. Latimer? She purred, inching her deft fingers higher and higher up his thigh. What about me? He remained singularly unmoved by her embarrassingly public display. If anything, her possessive show bored him. Should I show Miss Lovelace grace on your account? Latimer tensed. The Duchess was giving him some manner of test, of which his answer would determine whether Livian found herself the recipient of the Duchess's ire. Oh, my account? He said carefully. She dug her long manicured nails sharp into his leg. He winced. He'd angered her. With his disinterest or evasiveness. What I'm saying, Mr. Latimer, is, given our arrangement their arrangement, this marked the first time business affairs had left him ill. I, too, should show greater benevolence for people like you. People like me. He hid a wry grin. You don't need to look to me for answers, Duchess. With the contributions you've made to various charities throughout London, and your willingness to welcome people like me into your orbit, you epitomize grace. As intended, Latimer's words had the desired effect. Cheered out of her earlier ill humor, the Duchess preened under his praise. Latimer didn't let up. You certainly don't need answers from two cynical bastards like Dynevor and myself on how to treat anyone, especially not an innocent, unworldly woman like Miss Lovelace. That description of Livian seemed to further mollify the jaded widow. And yet, as the Duchess resumed conversing with Dynevor, Latimer allowed himself to look freely upon the charismatic young lady across the room and the earnest gentleman vying to speak with her. He hooded his lashes. What the jaded Duchess of Argyll didn't and couldn't realize, Livian's innocence was the drug that drove Latimer mad. Chapter 18. With all the guests having sought their rooms to rest before the formal dinner later that night, Livian stayed hidden in the Duchess of Argyll's elegant music room. Curled up on the broadwood grand piano bench, Livian stared sightlessly at the gleaming keyboard. She had never taken herself as a shining example of good or held delusions. She'd lived a life without sin. Neither, however, had Livian believed herself so bad as to be deserving of God's wrath and ire. Alas, along the way, she must have done something to earn her Maker's enmity, for nothing, absolutely nothing, else could explain the everlasting hell he'd thrust her into at the Duchess of Argyll's house party. It had been one thing when she'd planned to come find a gentleman to marry, but that had been before she'd met Lachlan. For a fleeting time, she'd had a taste of what life could be like if she had a husband such as he in it. God had put Latimer in Livian's life, and then took him away in the cruelest, most vicious, unendurable way imaginable, in a way where Livian would missing words, for there could be no doubt. Latimer had an intimate relationship with the Duchess of Argyll. A fresh wave of misery cut all the way through Livian. Tears threatening. She touched the edge of her finger so gently to a cream-white ivory. Barely any sound emanated from an instrument grander than anything Livian herself had personally owned. "Ah, Miss Lovelace." A soft, sing-song voice swelled around the majestic room. "I'd hoped to have a moment alone with you." With a gasp, Livian came to her feet so quickly, she stumbled. Her hip collided with the keyboard, and she accidentally set a discordant symphony into motion. Livian rushed to collect herself, and sank into the requisite deep, deferential curtsy. "Your Grace," she murmured. The Duchess offered a radiant smile that did not match the edge in her shrewd eyes. "This is where you've been hiding, my dear." Livian's heart and stomach went pitching dangerously. At the same time, "I stumbled upon your music room," Livian said evenly. She carefully watched the other woman's approach. "I hope you do not mind. I took the liberty of availing myself of your pianoforte." In fact, that's precisely what she'd done. In her earlier misery, she'd run and only raced into the room in question to avoid discovery by approaching guests. "Not at all, my dear," the Duchess of Argyll exclaimed. The woman didn't walk, but rather floated and glided over the parquet floor, with each graceful step that brought them closer reminding Livian of her inferiority. At last, the Duchess reached Livian, stopping just to the side of the gilded instrument. Both women assessed one another. One noble-born who'd enjoyed every luxury. The other, Livian, and "I must make my apologies to you, Miss Lovelace," the Duchess said graciously. "I regret you were caught unawares at breakfast earlier this morning." Guardedly, Livian considered the generous benefactress whom she'd met through her half-brother. They'd met any number of times before. The Duchess had only ever been gentle, warm, and welcoming. Something about the woman, however, rang untrue. "There is no need to apologize, Your Grace," Livian murmured. The beautiful widow inclined her head. "That is gracious of you. You see, Miss Lovelace, I was so eager for you to join the festivities I'd assembled, I fear I failed to think about how you'd respond to all my guests." Hot! And Livian was Joan of Arc risen from the grave. There wasn't a thing this regal woman before Livian did without carefully planning each and every last detail. Nor did Livian fail to also hear something more in the Duchess's overemphasis. "My lady?" Livian ventured. The Duchess glided closer. She started to speak, and then glanced about. Livian tensed. When the woman turned her focus back, she favored Livian with a charitable smile. "I trust it was not discomfiting for you find yourself presented before the other guests in such a way," she demurred. It hadn't been, until Livian discovered Lachlan there. That's when it had all fallen apart. She opened her mouth to give assurances. "Truly, many people would have the very same reaction you did to finding Mr. Latimer in attendance, my dear." "Ah!" Livian's muscles tensed. "And my lady?" This time, her voice emerged threadbare. "Come now, Miss Lovelace," the Duchess said succinctly. "You needn't deny it. Your disdain for Mr. Latimer was clear to all." Oh, God! Her heart thundered against her ribcage. She tried to explain but couldn't put her thoughts together to give the other woman anything that made sense, anything that wasn't absolutely devastating and damning to Livian and Lachlan. God help Livian, the Duchess had more than enough words for both of them. "I'd expected, Miss Lovelace, this time." The Duchess openly frowned. "Given your own auspicious beginnings, you'd find yourself capable of more grace to one of Mr. Latimer's origins." "No," she cried out. "Huh." Just like the obnoxious lords who'd surrounded Livian a short while ago, who'd assumed her response and reaction to be one of horror, the Duchess too had reached the same opinion. "It was not that, your grace." "What other conclusion would her grace draw, though?" "It wasn't that at all. I neither know Mr. Latimer, nor anything about him." It was the hardest lie she'd ever given, denying she'd never met the only man whom she'd ever loved. The Duchess scrutinized Livian. Some of the lady's irritation dissipated. "Forgive me, Miss Lovelace. It is not my intention to upset you. You must have assumed I'd included him as a potential suitor and husband for you, and given Mr. Latimer's background. Oh, what a world that would have been, one where after their fateful meeting, she and Lachlan, a man and woman each in search of a spouse, were brought together here, only to find one another." She couldn't hold back a pain-filled smile. The Duchess sighed. "I'm so jaded by my own life. I sometimes forget how easily shocked or offended people are, and also how innocent and guileless young women are." Guileless women, like Livian. That was the conclusion the Duchess of Argyll reached. Livian could have laughed. "Again, no apologies are necessary, your grace," Livian said softly. "Truly." "Oh, and they weren't." Livian's gaze drifted over the Duchess's intricate diamond-studded coiffure to the flames in the hearth. In her mind's eye, Livian saw the different, older and cruder hearth Lachlan had lain before, when they, two strangers at the time, shared the last room at an inn. "Normally, I'd be more patient and understanding." The Duchess released another sigh. "I fear, however, since Mr. Latimer's arrival, and seeing how he's been looked down upon, I've become increasingly short." The young widow grew by bounds in Livian's estimation. "As Mr. Latimer will be my husband, any slight against him I simply cannot tolerate," the Duchess explained. It took a moment before those words registered. Livian shook her head. "Your husband?" she echoed dumbly. "I should have known better than to judge you. It is simply since Mr. Latimer arrived, we faced nothing but censorious looks and whispers." Anger hardened the Duchess's eyes and she began to pace. "In my own household, no less." Livian recoiled. "Precisely, Miss Lovelace," the Duchess exclaimed. The lady's graceful strides grew quicker. "You share my outrage. And as kind-hearted as you are, Miss Lovelace, I know what you are thinking." The regal noblewoman couldn't, as Livian herself couldn't put a single rational thought together around the incessant humming in her ears. "Your Grace?" Livian's voice emerged distant, far, and weak. "The gall of each and every one of these distinguished peers," she hissed, slashing a hand about. "They will accept my invitation and be recipients of my hospitality, and yet would denigrate Mr. Latimer, the man I will make my husband." The widow fairly hummed with an outraged energy. A buzzing filled Livian's ears. She gripped the side of the pianoforte to keep from collapsing. "I will not survive this." Livian's face buckled, right along with her heart, soul, and stomach. And she gave thanks the Duchess's rage had become so inwardly directed. Lachlan's business, the business he hadn't clarified that he needed to see to, suddenly made sense. "But you are not that way, Miss Lovelace." The Duchess's soft praise recalled Livian from the perch of despair she hovered upon. "As such, you have my apologies for my displaced anger when you entered the breakfast room. I trust Mr. Latimer, and I may count on your support." "You have to say something. Anything." The Duchess gave her a hesitant look. "I know, given his pursuits, you may not feel entirely comfortable, Miss Lovelace." Livian had to say something, if for no other reason than to end this torturous exchange, so she might find a corner and lick her wounds. Livian found her voice. "Indeed you may. You have only shown me kindness and grace. Even if you hadn't, I still would not judge Mr. Latimer." She made herself smile, and forced a lightness she'd never again feel. "The gentlemen I do find wanting are the very guests who'd cast aspersions upon Mr. Latimer, though they are most certainly members of his club or other similarly scandalous ones." Her Grace drew back. "I had not considered that." A smile built slowly on the Duchess's full lips. "You've given me something to think about, Miss Lovelace." Livian's throat worked uncomfortably. "Defending him as you do, you must love Mr. Latimer a great deal," she said thickly, hating herself. Hating Lachlan more. Just days ago, he'd made love to Livian like she was the only woman in the world. Love him? Love him? The Duchess laughed like Livian had told a jest to rival the great bards. Her radiant eyes twinkled. "No, my dear. When you reach my years and experience, you come to realize the rarity of love. Then, why are you marrying him? She silently screamed. Why, when I ardently love him and yearn for him, and would lay my life down for his happiness, should you get to have him? Perhaps that desperation accounted for Livian's unwitting entreaty. But, do you not believe, your grace, that in joining yourself forever with one whom you do not love, you are doing your heart, and Mr. Latimer's heart, great injury? I did not say I do not believe in love, Latimer's future wife corrected. Confounded, Livian shook her head. I loved once and lost mightily, Miss Lovelace, the Duchess gently explained. Pain etched the corners of her grace's eyes. And one only has one great, true love, she said thickly. Would you not agree? Yes. I cannot say with any certainty, your grace. The Duchess flashed a sagacious smile. I respect Mr. Latimer. I admire him. She paused. I definitely desire him. Bile climbed Livian's throat, and she fought to keep from throwing up at the worldly woman's feet. Alas, the good Lord wasn't done torturing her. And I know Mr. Latimer desires me, Lachlan's bride-to-be said, breathless. Which, after falling in love, and losing one's true love, is a small, but very important, consolation. And Livian knew the exact wicked thoughts playing in the other woman's mind. Livian knew because, in the matters of lovemaking, she herself had been the recipient of Lachlan's masterful skill and rapt attention. Please, go. Please. The Duchess must have remembered herself. A rose-pink blush filled the woman's strikingly high cheekbones. Forgive me. The glorious beauty made her apologies. Though I trust, given the reason for my house party, Miss Lovelace, you, yourself should have a greater understanding that not all unions are born of love. Livian's mind went blank. How quickly, how easily she'd forgotten her own motives for being here were no different than the Duchess's unidealistic ones. Fortunately, her gracious hostess steered this excruciating conversation to an end. I trust you are tired, Miss Lovelace, she said. May I escort you to your rooms? Livian didn't trust her legs to keep her upright for much longer, let alone be forced to march beside Lachlan's betrothed. Would you mind terribly if I remain a bit longer? To keep the Duchess from seeing the tears building in her eyes, Livian glanced down at the grand instrument. It has been so long since I've played. Anything I have you are free to make your own, Miss Lovelace. A fresh slash of grief cut across Livian's heart. Keeping her head bowed, Livian sank into a deep curtsy. When the Duchess had gone, the delicate tread of her footfalls fading into nothing, Livian stayed frozen that way. She couldn't move. She couldn't so much as breathe. For if she did, she'd break and shatter like the immense needle-like icicles hanging outside the window frames. He is to be married. It had been one hell pining for Lachlan, and the future that would never be with him while hating the eventual woman who'd bear his name and children. It was an altogether unremitting, black, hopeless, one coming face to face with the woman he would call Mrs. Lachlan Latimer. Suddenly, the chore of keeping herself together proved too much. With a convulsive gasp, Livian crumpled against the pianoforte. She clutched onto the side and hung on for all she was worth. All the time he'd been with Livian, Lachlan had been intended for some other woman. She sucked in deep, jerky breaths. She hated him for hurting her so. On what grounds is there to hate him? A tear slipped free. No. Livian brushed the drop away. Another was there to take its place. If Livian were truly being honest with herself, however, she had no reason to resent Lachlan. After all, he'd never promised her more, he'd never promised her anything, other than a night of passion now. She just happened to know why. She took in an uneven breath and fought to compose herself. The last thing she could handle was for someone to discover her this Livian felt him before she heard or saw him. Elated and anguished all at the same time, she looked up and found him, all in black, framed in the doorway. A palpable, sizzling energy stretched from across the space that divided them. As Lachlan reached behind him and drew the door shut, neither of them looked away. Click, da-da. No. That slight turn of the lock closing proved as painful as it was exhilarating. Then, with a sexy languor so patently him, Lachlan pushed away from the door and strolled over. Unblinking, Livian stared at him. She followed his approach, and thought of the last guest here, his future wife who'd taken the same stroll. A mental image melded together in her head of Lachlan and the Duchess, their bodies, his all-masculine hardness and hers sensual, voluptuous curves moving together in exquisite harmony. I definitely desire him. Livian tried to get breath through her cinched lungs. And I know Mr. Latimer desires me. The excruciating, hellish reverie continued wreaking havoc on her sanity as she saw Lachlan parting the Duchess's legs. I need to be inside you, darling. Her lungs and throat burned from the weight of her sorrow. Tell me you want that. He'd slide his length deep inside the striking widow. I want you to watch me as I make you come. So deep he touched her to the very core. I want to see the exact moment I touch you so high and deep, you reach your climax. And misery touched every part of Livian's soul. She dug her fingertips into a talon-like grip that punctured the Duchess's opulent instrument and would leave lasting marks of Livian's broken heart here for all time. She managed to open her eyes and found Lachlan standing before her. He dropped an elbow atop the pianoforte. We meet again, sweetheart, he murmured. Yes, they did. At your betrothed's estate of all places, she said, somehow managing to keep her voice from trembling. But not her heart. That bloody, stupid, hurting organ mocked her with her pain for a man she'd known only the shortest while. She isn't my betrothed, he murmured. Not yet. Not yet. Until this very instant, until she'd heard it from this man's lips, there'd been a fledgling hope inside Livian that the Duchess of Argyll's words had merely been a hope she had for a future with Lachlan. This confirmation from Lachlan was insupportable. She'd never survive this pressing grief. Why? Why? Why would he marry her? Livian wanted to scream, sob, and tear at her hair like the wailing women who mourned the dead. How was it possible for him to wear the same casual half-grin he had when they'd sat across from one another at the St. George? At her silence, Lachlan quirked a lazy eyebrow. Not even a hello, darling, he drawled. Confounded, she just stared at this man who owned her heart. How was it possible he should be so unconcerned? Alternately, Livian wanted to rail and beat her chest, rage and pound at his broad, powerful one, and weep enough tears to fill the world's oceans. His grin slipped into a full frown. Unhappy to see me, darling? I know Mr. Latimer desires me. Livian eyed him sadly. Is that what you believe, Lachlan? She asked softly. Perhaps it was better, after all, that there wasn't to be a future between them. Not when he knew her so little as to think that. Lachlan quirked one corner of his mouth in a boyish grin. Well, you certainly don't look happy, darling. There it was again, that endearment he had for her, uttered in that bold, assertive way. Or maybe it wasn't just for her. She briefly closed her eyes. Maybe he'd spoken so to all his previous lovers, and one day would, or maybe already did, his future wife? She found Lachlan studying her with concern and some other emotion she couldn't name. Sweetheart, he said gruffly, and reached for her. Recoiling, Livian rushed around the other side of the keyboard and put the enormous instrument between them. Shock replaced Lachlan's earlier lightness. You think I'm going to hurt you, Livian? Do I? Her words trailed off, and she shook her head. You already did. Had she brought a knife down upon his chest, he couldn't have appeared more gutted. What are you talking about, love? 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 A madness-tinged giggle bubbled past her lips. Then, understanding lit his dark eyes. Because I didn't say goodbye, he grunted. Thank God, that was the conclusion he'd reached, and not the actual one which would shred the last bit of her pride. I just thought, he continued when she didn't speak, because you left the same way I thought. Tears burned her eyes. You thought what? She entreated, desperately trying to understand. You didn't like goodbyes either, darling, he said, his voice pained as she'd never heard. She didn't like goodbyes to anyone. Parting from this man had left a gaping hole in her heart that had never properly healed. You shouldn't be here with me, Lachlan, she said woodenly. The Duchess, his future wife, her guests. Lachlan traveled an impenetrable gaze over her face. You want me to leave? She nearly cackled, like the madwoman love had turned her into. Are you to be married? Livian made herself ask. He grunted. Details haven't been worked out. Drowning in anguish and fiery jealousy that had gripped her from the moment she'd seen Lachlan with the possessive Duchess, Livian instead fed her anger, otherwise she'd fall apart. You didn't at any time believe that to be an important detail to share with me, she whispered furiously. Fire flashed in his eyes. Latimer closed the gap between them so quickly, she gasped. He took her firmly by the wrist and drew her close, his strong fingers scorched, his touch a brand he'd imprint all over her. I have to marry the Duchess. He had to? She shook her head. Why? She hated the frantic plea. Latimer frowned. I'm forging a partnership with Dynevor. Our business relationship will be cemented by my marriage to the Duchess. The Duke of Argyll's stepmother, she said numbly, beginning to understand. You'll have a new club and revenge. He nodded. Precisely. What more could you want? She spat bitterly. There was no way Livian could compete with either. Lachlan's eyes formed thin, razor slits. What with this holier-than-thou judgment from you, Livian? She gasped. I didn't say anything. You didn't need to. He sneered. You wear your emotions on your sleeve, love. How dare ye? His cynical laugh drowned out the rest of her charge. You find this amusing? Livian gritted out. She made another attempt to free herself of his touch. Lachlan gripped her more tightly. Oh, I find it utterly hilarious, sweetheart. Snarling, he drew her so close their bodies touched. Here you are, angry with me for not telling you about my arrangement with the Duchess, as if you don't actually have your betrothed here, waiting. Lachlan speaking of his impending marriage made it all the more real, and had he not held her, she'd have crumpled into a ball at his feet. At least I told you, she whispered. Color splotched his cheeks. Guilt? Lachlan gave her a slight, but still gentle, shake. What of you? He ordered. What of me? She cried softly. What of your betrothed, Livian? For far is it? For far? That pompous, uncharitable gentleman who'd been all too comfortable besmirching Lachlan's name until Livian had put him in his place. You truly believe I would marry a man like Forfar? She asked, cut up by that assumption. His thick lashes dipped. No, he said, his baritone all silky steel. I believe you're too intelligent to ever give yourself to one like Forfar. Who is he then? She furrowed her brow. Lachlan slipped a possessive arm about her waist and crushed her body against his. She emitted another shuddery gasp. Who? Me? He seethed. Heat blazed between them. The light in Lachlan's eyes shifted and darkened, and he gripped her tighter. Who is he, sweetheart? The fine gentleman you'll marry? We. Only. There wasn't a we yet. There wasn't even a betrothed. We. She sought for some way to explain. She was so desperate that she didn't actually have a bridegroom lined up, that she was so undesired and wanting, any willing men would be gathered for her to choose from. Yes, Livian? He harshly prodded. Tell me about you and your future husband. The already biting edge in his tone grew teeth. There's nothing to say, she murmured. The glint in his eyes became grimmer, lethal. You don't want to tell me about him. She'd discovered in the short, but most intimate time she'd ever spent with anyone, Lachlan would never hurt her. She shook her head. No, do. I really don't. Good, Livian, he whispered, because I find I don't care to think about the bloody bastard now or ever. His mouth covered hers, and this kiss was the same possessive, overwhelming one of their parting. She opened for him, and Latimer swept inside to claim her as she ached to be claimed by him. What are you doing? She moaned, even as she twined her arms about his nape and twisted her fingers in his hair. I think that should be clear, darlin'. His already hard member throbbed even harder against her. You're to be married, she whispered against his lips. Hers was a reminder for herself as much as for him, and one he answered with his own charge. That didn't stop you before, when you were the only one to be married. Yes, but this is different, she rasped, meeting each angry slash of his tongue against hers. He growled his frustration. I don't want to talk about my future wife or your future husband. No, neither did she. More specifically, she couldn't let herself think about him and the Duchess. And yet, how could she not? Soon Lachlan would marry, and be joined with some other woman in name, body, and soul. She'd care for him. Bear his children. Sorrow sucked her out of the aching bliss she'd thought to never again know with Lachlan. He trailed a path of kisses down her throat. "You're pulling back from me, darlin'." Lachlan sounded like the young boy who'd had his favorite dessert snatched away. If she could have smiled, she would have, drawing forth an inner strength she hadn't even known she possessed. Until now, she edged herself away from him. "Don't we have a problem, Lachlan?" Livian begged. She searched her gaze over each and every one of his beloved, hard, square features. "Isn't it wrong we want to make love while sharing the same roof as our future spouses?" He held her gaze. "Only if we let it be. Only if we let it be." An ache grew between her legs, her body reminding Livian, taunting her, tempting her, with thoughts of all the ways in which Latimer brought her to the greatest peaks of pleasure. So, this was the real struggle that had brought Adam and Eve to that greatest fall. It hadn't been an apple, after all. Like the devil who'd sensed her weakening, Lachlan cupped her face in his right hand. Against her will, against all better judgment, Livian closed her eyes. She leaned into his caress. "Neither of us are married yet," Lachlan murmured, sliding his knuckles along her cheek. "Nor am I officially betrothed." With an agonizing slowness, he caught the edge of her hems and inched them up. "We cannot do this." Her protestation sounded weak to her own ears. "Why?" He tempted like Satan himself, biting at her lower lip, sucking it. She moaned. "I've already told you why." "Yea?" "No." Lachlan gave her another little bite. This one, harder. "I decided those weren't good enough reasons, sweetheart." "You decided?" "Yes. Yes." An anguished laugh spilled past her lips. Lachlan swallowed that telling sound, keeping it for him, keeping it to them. Were anyone to hear? Scandal would rain down for both of them. Would that be so bad? That desperate corner of her soul that marked Livian, her mother's daughter, whispered. Lachlan skimmed his hard, calloused palms up her calves and knees. When he reached her thighs, he sank his fingertips into the flesh, and she moaned long and low. What would be so bad, darlin'?" he whispered against her mouth. All the while he brought her skirts higher and higher until they were sprawled around them. Her center, bare before him, drenched and aching, and from just the faintest of touches and the power of his kiss. Like he'd heard Livian's innermost thoughts and sought to see for himself, Lachlan teased her with his fingers. She bit her lower lip to keep from crying out. He slipped a finger inside her drenched channel. "Oh, your cunny is weeping, love." Livian moaned, and wrapping her arms tight about his neck, moved urgently against his hand. How mad he could drive her with just the whisperings of his wicked words and the slightest of touches. Lachlan chuckled, though that low sonorous rumble sounded strained. "I can feel how much you've missed me, darlin'." More than he could ever know, and not in the ways he spoke of. "I've missed being inside you too, love." "That's not all I want," she silently cried. "I'll help you, darlin'," he soothed. "We'll help each other. Would you like that?" he asked, his voice hoarsened with a passion to match her own. She nodded shakily. "I knew you would," he said, sounding enormously relieved. Lachlan released himself from his trousers. His enormous erection sprung free. Like the tart Livian was, her mouth watered. She rocked her hips. "The sight of my cock makes you hungry," he purred. "Doesn't it, sweet?" He seated himself at the piano bench and then caught Livian by the skirts. Gripping her hems, Lachlan edged them up again, slowly, seductively, exposing each swath of skin to the cooler air. Her lashes grew heavy, and she undulated, begging with her body when she couldn't get out the words. Lachlan touched that special place inside her that quickened her desire. "I want you to ride me, love," he cajoled. "Ride me like I taught you." He was already drawing her astride him and helping ease Livian onto his length. He paused. "Tell me you want this." "More than anything," Livian said thickly. "Not anything." His heart. She wanted that more. The Duchess, Livian's future husband, all of it, be damned. The other woman didn't even love him. Livian, on the other hand, would love this man until she took her last, living breath. She'd come into the world with nothing. She'd allow herself this. The one and only man she wanted or ever would. Livian sank all the way down until Lachlan stretched and filled her to the hilt. He groaned. "I can't be slow this time, love," he whispered, kissing her violently. because they were no longer alone, tucked away from the world, hidden at an old inn in Hitchin. Here, they remained on the fringe of polite society and discovery. What wickedness dwelled within Livian that such a thought should fuel her desire? Lachlan tipped his hips up and rocked against her. "Lachlan, please," she begged, panting. Pat. "Sk," he scolded. "You know what I like to hear her, darlin'. What do you want?" "What do we both want?" "To make love," she rasped. "Make love to me?" Chapter 19. Fuck. Damn Siri. The accurate answer had in fact been fuck. Latimer didn't make love. This lady? Livian. She was different in any and every way from any woman he'd ever known, and every time he had her in his arms, proved unlike any other time before her. With a hiss, Latimer lifted his hips and plunged himself up inside her hot, tight center. "Lachlan?" she cried. He gritted his teeth. Bloody hell. Nothing would ever feel as good as being inside this woman. And it would be unlike this with any woman after her. "The Duchess, don't you mean?" A needling devil in Latimer's voice jeered him with the fate he'd never wanted. And wanted even less now. He shoved thoughts of his future, of Livian's future, far from mind, and lived in the moment. Men born in the streets were taught that from the very start. No day was promised. Breathing heavily, Latimer took Livian's mouth in a punishing kiss, swallowing her sultry groans. "God, there's not a woman like you." He panted between each kiss. She moaned into his mouth. "You said all women were the same." "Yea, but I hadn't met you, sweetheart." Those truthful words Latimer let slip terrified the everlasting hell out of him. They also sent Livian into a frenzy. Keening and weeping, she rode him as he begged. Or maybe his words had nothing to do with her body's wild response. Aye, that made more sense. As he plunged himself inside her over and over, and his cock ached, his panic eased. When all was said and done, Latimer had been the one to teach Livian about sex. That was the sole reason for this all-powerful connection between them and his fascination with her. Unlike Dumond, who'd gone mad for his virginal partner, the knowledge he'd been the first to possess her would not only be good enough for Latimer, but also all he needed after she was gone from his life. They'd part ways, and he'd relish in knowing it had been he who'd schooled her in bed sport, and how emotions had absolutely nothing to do with coupling. When in the throes of passion, men and women were as base and primordial as untamed beasts. And a beast was what he was now. His hips lifted of their own volition. Perspiration built at Latimer's brows. He gave her more of what she needed. She whimpered his name. Groaning, he shoved her bodice down and palmed her breasts. "I want another taste of your big nipples, love," he panted. He pushed the silken soft mounds together and raised them to his lips. Latimer flicked his tongue back and forth quickly over each pebbled peak until Livian's speech dissolved. "Lachlan," she rasped. The way she made his name an entreaty sent the temperature of his blood soaring. The shock of seeing her had hit him with the reminders of all the salacious things they'd done at the St. George. He didn't need bloody words. He just needed to be deeper inside her, and now. Then they could be done with one another. Grunting like the animal he taught her they were, they moved as one. Breathing hard, he sank his fingertips sharply into Livian's buttocks and forced her eyes open. "If you think this feels good, love, wait for what's to come," he promised huskily. "What is T2? You, Livian. You are." Without ever taking his eyes from hers, Latimer gripped Livian's hips and eased her slowly off his length before guiding her downward the same moment he thrust. Moaning low and long, Livian let her head fall back. Latimer molded his fingers into her supple hips and kneaded the flesh as she rode him. As Livian slid down his length to meet each of his upward thrusts, her breathing grew more ragged. Their bodies settled into the rhythm as old as time. He jerked his hips up and she sank onto his length, taking him deeper and deeper, over and over again. With their arms wrapped about one another, Latimer and Livian strained to get closer. Their sweat-slicked bodies came together in an unholy frenzy. "Lachlan," she begged. "You want to come so bad," he whispered, jerking his hips up hard enough to pull an anguished cry of desire from her lips. He swallowed the rest of her lusty scream. "Shh, darlin', we cannot make noise," he enticed. "Or we'll be forced to stop, You don't want that, do you? She panted and keened. Of course you don't, he crooned. You love when I'm filling you. Livian grew crazed, rising and falling violently on his cock. Somehow, through the agony of unslaked lust, a tight smile formed on Latimer's lips. Words may have failed the beauty in his arms, but with the violent way she rode him, like a prize stallion she'd tame or die trying, none were needed from the enchantress. His smug, male amusement proved short-lived. His cock twitched and the ache in his buttocks grew. Gritting his teeth, Latimer drew on a lifetime of strength and restraint to keep from spending. Wanting her to climax first, hers mattered most and more. Her unbridled passion threatened to drive him mad with lust. Before Livian, none of his encounters touched his soul, and now, every sexual encounter between Livian and Latimer went all the way through his soul. Their thrusting took on an erratic frenzy. Sweat slicked their skin. At the noisy slap of his flesh against hers, his balls drew up so tightly, he gritted his teeth to keep from driving hard and fast until he flooded her with his seed. Would you even be able to stop where a guest or servant passed by and hear us making love? He tempted her with the forbidden. Or would you come long and loud for all to hear? Livian's eyes grew almost feral. As he'd known would happen, the wicked painting he'd given sent her over. Latimer swallowed her screams as she wept in his mouth, and came in long, rippling waves. The walls of her tight channel clenched about him. Their rhythm took on a greater urgency. They arched and strained and mated like the beasts he'd told her they were, while Latimer felt like the weakest mortal as he made love to her. He jerked. Duane, in Tiwa, a magerator. Command, unsoused ainchvai, do. With a stunned gasp, he found himself coming with her in an orgasm so explosive his feet curled up and cramped, and white light flashed in his vision, blinding him. Yes, he hissed. So, fucking. Good. Groaning, he kept coming in deep, unending rivulets, flooding her with his seed, just as she reached a second climax, and collapsed in his arms. They remained that way, clinging to one another. Their ragged, uneven breaths filled the music room, then settling into a soft, more measured tempo. Good, he whispered, kissing her lips. She rested her head upon his shoulder, and gave one of those shy little nods that would never not drive his desire through the ceiling. Burying his head against the curve of her neck, Latimer sucked and suckled her skin, wanting to mark her. Nay, needing to. So the world knew she belonged to him, if even just for this short time. Latimer held her, his arms wrapped about her trembling frame, the same way she held her slender limbs about his quaking body. Their ragged breaths came in a matching time, until time passed, and their breathing returned to a slower, sated cadence. When had sex ever left him shaken? Never. Never. The actual and immediate answer was it hadn't. All he knew was, in his entire existence, not one single thing had felt more right than being in Livian Lovelace's arms. It was a place he didn't want to leave. But with the power of his orgasm fading, the threat on the other side of that locked door loomed greater. Reaching between them, Latimer fished a kerchief from inside his jacket. Still not ready to set Livian away, he continued to hold her while he gently wiped the remnants of his seed and her juices from between her legs. After he'd finished, Latimer placed a kiss on Livian's shoulder. And another. And another. Oh, God, Lachlan. What have we done? Those words were whispered so faintly, it took a moment for Livian's horror-laden whisper to register. With frustrating ease, Livian scrambled off his lap so swiftly, she knocked his arms free and stumbled backward. She tripped over her skirts. Latimer shot a hand out and caught her before she tumbled onto the floor. Hey now, love, he said soothingly. Wild-eyed, she stared at the place where Latimer's fingers circled her wrist. Horror wreathed every expressive line of her ivory complexion. Gasping, she jerked herself free of him. This should not have happened, Lachlan. In the greatest irony of Latimer's miserable life, a vice cinched hard in his chest, in a place that felt dangerously close to where his heart resided. I don't know, sweetheart, he drawled, striving for relaxedness on the outside, all the while failing on the inside. A few moments ago, it's all either of us wanted to happen. Yes, she rasped, her eyes wild, errant curls hanging about her face. Desire compelled us, but that is all it was and is between us. A dark, unpleasant feeling sent his belly churning. "Oh yes, Livian," he jeered, his voice sharp and riddled with frustration and anger. "And here, I thought at the inn, you declared us friends." "You were right," she whispered. She stared at him with her big eyes filled with such pain it nearly ended him. Unable to find his voice and ask for clarification, he shook his head instead. "Men and women can't be friends," she said softly, sadly. He narrowed his eyes. They'd been more than that, but that had been back in Hitchin, which seemed a world away. "And I want to go back to that." "We are more than that, Livian," he said quietly. A palpable tension built in the very air they breathed, so that there wasn't enough between them. Livian turned her palms up. "We weren't really anything, though." Fury blazed to life within him. "The hell we weren't, sweetheart." A hiss exploded out from between his painfully gritted teeth. "You said it, Lachlan," she gently reminded. He drew back. "What the hell are you talking?" "At the St. George's Inn," she explained. "This isn't anything but sex. There'll be no feelings involved. We aren't something more. We're nothing." "Nothing." Latimer drew back. He shook his head, but it continued to spin. "I couldn't have said that." But he had. "I just didn't realize how bloody wrong I'd been." Something primal raged within feelings that weren't lust, but somehow even more omnipotent. "Back at the St. George, you and I were nothing," Livian quietly repeated, and he wanted to kiss her senseless to keep her from again uttering that godforsaken and hellbent wrong phrase. She flashed him a sad smile. "And here, Lachlan?" Livian waved a graceful palm around the gilded music room. "At Her Grace's house, we are less than nothing." "We are less than nothing?" As she'd so accurately pointed out, he himself had been the first to speak those words. They'd been a throwaway reminder for the both of them, that after they parted ways, they'd cease to be. "I'm losing her." "Losing her?" "Losing her." That would mean Livian Lovelace belonged to him in some way. She didn't. Panic grew. "We never were," he growled, not realizing he'd spoken aloud words he'd only intended for himself. "I know that, Lachlan," she said achingly. "That is what I'm—" He swung his gaze to Livian's, and her words trailed off. He wasn't capable of being hurt or wounded, and yet whatever this tearing in his chest felt a good deal like what he imagined it would feel like. Latimer fought to slog his way from this quagmire and reached for anger to pull himself out. "What's this about?" he demanded. What are you?" "Throwing my words in my face," he said sharply. "I'm not throwing them in your face, Lachlan," she implored. "You were clear with me from the start, and have remained so. I'm grateful for that honesty. I've always known exactly what our relationship is and was, just as I've known all along the only thing that matters to you is wealth, power, and revenge. All that matters to me is—" Latimer released a malignant, scornful laugh. "Here you are, all morally affronted about me marrying for business reasons when you not only allowed the Duchess of Argyll to put a dowry on you, but pick your husband out for you." Livian paled and drew back. "What?" she asked weakly. "I didn't." She shook her head. "You didn't what?" he lashed out. "Ask for it. Want it? Either way, it didn't keep you from taking what you desired, a rich, lordly husband whose household you can watch over, for the steep price of your dignity and body." Latimer raked a scathing glance over her person. "And for this reason, we are no different. So do stop pretending as if we are, Livian." His harsh, lengthy admonishment left a heavy silence. Livian finally found her voice and finished her earlier sentence as though he'd never interrupted. "No, you." Shock and shame transformed her glorious features into a sad mask. "I didn't know Her Grace fixed a dowry on me." Livian's humble and truthful confession knocked the wind out of Latimer's sails. "You didn't know," he repeated carefully. "That's why I've received so much attention from Her Grace's guests," she said softly, and Latimer knew she'd ceased to see him and spoke only to herself. "Now it makes sense." "That isn't true, love," he said gruffly. "You're clever and witty and damned riveting. That's why." God, how he despised the low opinion she carried of herself. As it was, they wouldn't bother throwing their cap at a woman who'd already been declared for. Her eyes clouded. Livian blinked like she'd finally recalled she wasn't alone. "There is no betrothed, Lachlan," she murmured. "I don't understand," he said carefully. Livian avoided his eyes when even the night he'd stormed her chambers, she'd boldly met his stare. The Duchess of Argyll was gracious enough to host a gathering with eligible bachelors in the hopes I might find a husband amongst them. "Are you bloody joking?" he asked on an incredulous whisper. Livian lifted her head enough to flash Latimer a sheepish smile. "I wish I were." She lifted her shoulders in a far too accepting shrug. "I'm not some noble lady like the Duchess or some grand, even a good catch for some gentleman," she said so matter-of-factly. "As such, it is not as though I can go about making any match." Reeling, Latimer stared dumbfounded at the queen before him. Rage briefly blinded him. How could Livian not know her worth? "I'll not tolerate that disparagement of you, from anyone, Livian Lovelace," he said gruffly. "And least of all from you." "Come, Lachlan," she gently chided. "You know I'm right." "I know the entire bloody ton combined can't hold a candle to you," he spat. "That is what I know." A watery smile formed on her lips. "Oh, Lachlan, I actually do believe you mean that," he grunted. "Hell yes, I do." "I lied earlier," she murmured. Latimer's brow dipped. Livian went up on tiptoe and placed her lips next to his ear. "You are, and will always be, the dearest friend." She placed a fleeting kiss upon his cheek. Then, without another word, without a backward glance, Livian quit the music room. Latimer stood there, staring at the door long after she'd gone. Funny. She'd relented from her earlier claim they were nothing. She'd called Latimer her dearest friend. And goddamn his miserable, selfish, blackened soul to hell for wanting far more than to be Livian's dearest friend. Chapter 20. God. He despised the peerage. He despised their idea of entertainment, their high and mighty attitudes. Which is perhaps why, in the midst of the Duchess of Argyll's latest after-dinner party games, he found himself looking frequently at the door for a sign of the absolutely only person in this bloody residence who felt the exact same way he did. "You seem distracted, Mr. Latimer," the Duchess whispered. Lachlan quit his search for the woman whose company he wanted, and looked instead to the woman he'd spend the rest of his days with. His gut clenched into vicious knots. The Duchess of Argyll leaned up and whispered close to his ear. "I shall take your silence as a yes, then, Mr. Latimer," he grunted. "I didn't take yours as a question, Your Grace." "No," she remarked. "I suppose it wasn't." As other guests enthusiastically threw themselves into the game at play, Latimer folded his arms at his chest, and for the Duchess's benefit, stared at the ridiculously trite action taking place at the front of the room. With a low, throaty laugh, the Duchess settled long, cloying fingers upon his upper thigh. "Oh, now you're just pretending," she whispered. Wholly unmoved, he made a discreet attempt to free his leg. The Duchess tightened her grip and leaned up and in, pressing her large breasts against his sleeve. "Do you know your former friend, the current Duke of Argyll, attempted to seduce me? He spoke of the forbidden. Me betting my stepson, and he betting his dear stepmama," she said throatily, rubbing herself against him like a cat in heat. "I rejected him, of course, but not before I teased him with a promise of what would never be he and I, as lovers." "Teased him?" he drawled. The Duchess lifted her lust-filled gaze to Latimer's and blinked confusedly. She'd been so lost in her licentious imaginings, she'd forgotten Latimer's presence. "You know what I mean," she purred. "Do I?" The Duchess giggled. "You'll make me say it, you dear man." I ensured he got hard and remained that way. The lofty peeress was so smug in her place over Latimer in this world and their arrangement, she didn't think anything about openly lusting over Latimer's mortal enemy. A muscle ticked at the corner of his right eye. God, how he abhorred her and all these depraved, lofty bastards. The Duchess tapped her fingers rhythmically upon his leg to grab his attention. Her eyes twinkled. "You needn't worry. There is nothing between me and the current Duke of Argyll. Not yet." As cunning as arrogant, she'd mistaken his silent disgust for jealousy. Undoubtedly, the Duke and his dear stepmama would at last bring their years of unslaked lust to a culmination after the Duchess married Latimer. On the contrary to her wrongly drawn conclusion, Latimer couldn't muster a shred of rage, or, for that matter, even the slightest hint of annoyance at that certainty. He'd never feel anything remotely close to possessive about this woman. There was, however, a young lady who the mere thought of her with another seared in Latimer's veins like a poison in his blood. And there would be someone noble and respectable to take her for his wife. No, it'd be one of the gentlemen here now. Latimer did a sweep of the gentlemen who'd been brought forward as potential bridegrooms for Livian to choose from. Flaring his nostrils, he fought to slow his breathing. A task that, as he looked about at the men who'd potentially be Livian's husband, became a task to rival Atlas's overhead hold on the earth. Each one, current members of Forbidden Pleasures, and of a certain few, eventual members of the Devil's Den Latimer, knew each man's vice. Lord Forfar would strap Livian spread-eagled, face down upon a four-poster bed, and whip her until crimson crisscross stripes marred her satiny soft flesh. The echo of her imagined cries, not of pleasure, but sorrow, flooded his mind. They threatened to drive him beyond the point of insanity. Sweat slicked his skin. No! He'd sooner kill the bastard than let her marry one such as Forfar. Which left who as a potential groom? A fellow like Wakefield. Lord Wakefield, who'd teach her to use her mouth on him the way Latimer hadn't, and would now spend every last of his waking days on this earth, dreaming of. Latimer knew best how to pleasure Livian. As much as she'd spoken about wanting a partner in her husband, she would want to be a partner in that same man's bed. The Cyprians fought with each other to have exclusivity of Wakefield as their lover, because of how generous and skilled and gentle he could be, or rough as they wanted him to be. An acrid taste filled his mouth. In Livian, the Earl, any man would find his every dream come true, and more, in the arms of his young wife. An animalistic growl exploded from his chest, just as the room erupted into cheers at the latest completed game of charades. As the swell died down, the Duchess made soft, soothing sounds. I really did upset you, Mr. Latimer. He glanced at the place she looked. At some point, he fisted his palm so tightly, he punctured the skin. Pinpricks of blood seeped through his knuckles and ran down the sides of his hand. Fuck. I'm losing control. What would the mercenary shrew say if he admitted he'd nearly gone mad in public from the thought of not her, but Livian, with another? You needn't be so angry, she said softly, attempting to loosen the death hold his fingers had upon the palm of his hands. One small slip of a spirited, otherworldly beauty had shaken Latimer, as he'd never been, as he'd never wanted to be, or, for that matter, believed himself capable of. If he were to construct an empire to shatter his former partners, the last thing he could afford was to be a stark, raving lunatic with absolutely no self-control. Latimer ignored the woman whom he'd come to this god-forsaken event to make his wife. Keeping his eyes forward, he drew his hand out from under the Duchess of Argyll's and withdrew his handkerchief. Latimer pressed that black fabric against the crimson remnants. No need for that, Mr. Latimer, the Duchess said quietly, while the assembled guests decided amongst themselves on their next parlor game. She pulled her glove off and took Latimer's improvised bandage. The white of her satin twisted with Latimer's black and slithered to the floor where they lay in a tangle of light and darkness. He stared at those scraps at their feet. Latimer and Livian. That is what the warring cloths represented. The Duchess pressed her immaculate palm to Latimer's blood-stained one. As I said, you needn't worry. A feral light gleamed in the lady's eyes. I have no doubt, Mr. Latimer, when we are married, you will keep me so sated and filled every night that I will not even be able to think of any other man but you. Sophisticated and worldly, any man would long to claim the beautiful Duchess. That was any man, other than Latimer. We're both aware if we go forward with a union, ours will be primarily a business arrangement, he said evenly. The Duchess trilled another sultry laugh. Are you suggesting the sort of arrangement where we do not share one another's beds, Mr. Latimer? She wrapped her hands about his arm and whispered into his ear. That you haven't thought about taking me? The prospect soured his stomach. Ah. When he didn't respond, an unbecoming splotchy blush filled her taut cheekbones. Do you expect me to believe you do not desire? The other guests at last, and loudly, settled on a new parlor game, saving Latimer from any further haranguing. With everyone drawn vigorously into the latest one, the Duchess renewed her wheedling. I see. A memory slipped in of a time when a different woman spoke those words. And what is it you think you see, Your Grace? He said flatly. What exactly is it you think you see, darling? The Duchess flashed a smile. You fear I'll betray you with Argyll. Like a praying nun in church, Livian folded her hands. You, Lachlan, are afraid to speak with me. Sweetheart, he drawled. I'm not afraid of anyone. I didn't say you were afraid of me, she clarified, but rather, you are uncomfortable around. The Duchess's cloying, affected tones robbed Latimer of the rest of his remembrance. Legends swirled out the Duke of Argyll's prowess. She purred in a useless attempt to incite Latimer. I trust knowing he wanted me in his bed does increase your excitement with mine, and your arrangement, Mr. Latimer. Argyll beds so many women. It's a wonder his prick hasn't rotted off. The Duchess of Argyll laughed. The throaty sounds of her amusement blended with the raucous crowd who'd at last managed to correctly guess the two women prancing about were in fact cats. We have that in common, do we not, Mr. Latimer? Our loathing for the current Duke of Argyll. That was the only thing they had in common. Unlike Livian, who knew something of struggle, and being an outsider to the peerage, and you and I are very similar, Mr. Latimer. The Duchess inaccurately noted from the corner of her lips. Are we? He asked evenly. Quarreling with the woman who'd secure his position in the next great gaming empire was hardly a promising start to their future. A suggestive glimmer entered her eyes. Is there, perhaps, some other fun we might sneak off in search of for ourselves? She invited. He opened his mouth to issue a polite declination when another clamor filled the room. All the guests present openly deciding who should be the first chosen for the newest parlor game. His gaze caught on the Earl of Wakefield, who'd been just as distracted and disinterested in the night's entertainment. Her Grace, a young woman cried, followed by a flurry of like cries, clapping hands, and stomping feet. You must be first. Glowing under the sudden adoration turned upon her, Lady Argyll touched a palm to her chest, and gracefully demurred. As your hostess, I mustn't. Bloody fabulous. The Duchess was as tenacious as poison. Ah. But I say as our hostess, you must lead us in blind men's bluff, your grace. The Duke of Roxbury's deep, commanding voice cut through the noise and silenced the room. At that moment, with all eyes on the commanding bachelor duke, Lord Wakefield climbed to his feet and quit the parlor. Latimer cursed under his breath and contemplated his move. The Duchess, mistaking the reason for his annoyance, slanted a coy glance at Latimer, and then sailed gracefully to her feet. If you must insist, your grace. As she slipped out from the aisle and made her way to the front of the festivities, more accolades and clapping met her every step. With the grasping peeress thankfully gone, and the room conveniently preoccupied, Latimer stood and went in search of Livian. Chapter 21. Livian hadn't even attempted to muster the will to force herself to take part in the Duchess's evening parlor games. How could she have? How could she face Lachlan again? No, not Lachlan. How could Livian bring herself to watch Lachlan and his future wife together? Livian took in a shuddery, painful breath and hugged her arms about her middle. The answer was, she couldn't. Standing in the same music room where she and Lachlan made love earlier that day, Livian stared out the floor-to-ceiling length crystal windows at the Duchess's exquisitely manicured gardens below. Mother Nature, in another grand display of fury and displeasure, had ripped open the skies and let the rains fall violently from the heavens this time, at the Duchess of Argyll's country estate. You seem sad, Miss Lovelace. That quiet murmur startled Livian from her thoughts. Gasping, she spun around. The ever-charming Viscount Forfar stood framed in the entryway. Even as he kept his distance and stared patiently and kindly, his presence stirred the same unease that had dogged her during and after every exchange she'd had with the gentleman. He expected a greeting. And yet, when Livian failed to respond, he quirked a golden eyebrow. She found her voice. My lord, she said, dipping a curtsy. You were missed in the parlor. Her heart sped up. Lachlan the Viscount quickly quashed any such delusion on her part. By me, my dear. Her heart promptly fell. What did you expect? He'd come here and speak about Lachlan looking about for you. From the start, Lachlan made it clear there couldn't be anything between them. He was on the cusp of a formal announcement being made to declare his and the Duchess of Argyll's impending wedding. When faced with a choice between a commoner like Livian and a regal lady born to the peerage, a man always chose the latter. Tears pricked her eyes. As a bastard, that truth flowed as a reminder in Livian's veins. Click. Dot. That slight snap of the door quietly closing reached within Livian's anguished musings. Lord Forfar rested his back against the door panel. Flashing a teasing smile, he reached behind him and locked the door. All the pain and regret over Latimer faded, as the same instincts of self-preservation that had kept she and Verity alive kicked in. Never say you are disappointed to find me for company, sweet. Sweet. Tosh. With the skills and warnings and lessons Livian's brother-in-law instilled in her, she'd learned not to fear any man, and she hadn't. She hadn't until the night she'd awakened to discover a nighttime marauder, Lachlan Latimer, looming ominously over her. From that meeting on, to what Livian knew would be the remainder of her life, there'd never be a man stronger, more powerful, or more formidable than Lachlan. This gentleman before Livian now, the affable, smiling Viscount Forfar, though, somehow stirred an even greater disquiet than Lachlan ever had as a menacing stranger. "You are very quiet, Miss Lovelace," Lord Forfar noted, and with the smile in his voice, one would think he'd found Livian's silence of the utmost hilarity. Forgy Livian stopped herself from giving him an apology he didn't deserve. "I sought some time to myself," she said, pointed in her words and in the look she gave the door panel behind the Viscount. "Ah, I see. I should have realized as much." Livian frowned. Despite her desire to not engage him, she found herself seeking clarification anyway. "My lord? I've noticed you do enjoy time alone, Miss Lovelace," he remarked ponderously. He'd noticed that, but not that she wanted him gone. Not that she'd expected anything different. "Did you?" she asked carefully. "Oh yes." Lord Forfar began a slow, casual walk away from the panel. "I notice a great deal." He paused. "Especially where you are concerned, Miss Lovelace." Warily, Livian eyed the meandering path he took, keeping her gaze on his every move. "I do not know what to say, my lord." Even with some 4 or 5 paces between them, Livian's tension remained heightened. At last, Lord Forfar stopped his almost predatorial stroll and dropped his hip on the curved edge of a camelback sofa. A warning bell tinkled somewhere in Livian's brain. "Here, you've been so very good at conversing, only to go silent, now," the Viscount teased, like a fat cat toying with his prey. "It is hardly appropriate for us to have any discussion here, alone." Livian gave him a cool once-over. "Though being, as you pointed out, a gentleman, you require no reminder that it is inappropriate for a man to approach and speak to an unmarried lady." He chuckled. The emptiness of that laugh sent an icy tendril up the ridge of her erect spine. "Given your upbringing, Miss Lovelace, it is a wonder you know any rules of propriety." She stiffened. The jeering emphasis in that single word conveyed, when it came to his earlier display of respect, the Viscount was done with the pretense. "You forget yourself, Lord Forfar." She infused the iron-hard warning Bertha used to turn away creditors. The Viscount chuckled. "Here, I'd hoped you would be appropriately flattered by the close attention I'd paid you and your movements, Miss Lovelace." The Viscount's lips, full and soft, and better suited a lady, curled into a teasing smile. "Or, at the very least, curious as to what it is I noticed." She weighed her words. "It would be presumptuous of me to either assume, my lord, or ask questions into your musings. As such, I must be left to merely ponder." Lord Forfar pressed a hand against his chest. "Why, Miss Lovelace, are you flirting with me?" This time, the warning bells in Livian's head blared. "My lord," she managed to say calmly, "I am no flirt." Carefully, Livian eyed the distance between Forfar and the door. "No. Throughout the day you certainly have not been one. At least, not freely and fairly with all the gentlemen." He gave another sly grin. "But then, perhaps given your upbringing, you have different rules for men outside noble ranks." She went still. "You see, Miss Lovelace, Livian, may I call you?" "No. You may," I also discovered, Livian. "You like to sneak about." He waggled thick, bushy eyebrows, putting her in mind of caterpillars crawling over his face. "Imagine my surprise when I heard you," Forfar jabbed his fingertip at the ground with each word to follow, "in this very room." Livian's stomach roiled. Oh God. Knowing the Viscount had been an invisible voyeur to that beautiful and last intimate moment she'd ever share with Lachlan, cheapened something that had been so very special. "Nothing to say?" he asked, with a merry smile. "You'd go all shy on me now, my dear." He made its sking sound. I'd expected better from you. That is, given the way you panted and begged, Mr. Latimer. A strangled sound became lodged in Livian's throat. Worry not, I'll not pass judgment on you. If you were a lady, perhaps, I'd feel differently. But given you and Latimer are animals from the streets, you can't control your urges. His vulgarity against her sailed off Livian. She didn't give a bloody damn what one such as Lord Forfar said about her. But what he'd said about Lachlan. Blistering rage coursed through her. You aren't fit to lick the soles of Mr. Latimer's boots, she spat. If that were true, we'd have something in common then, wouldn't we? Given Latimer will only tup you but wed the Duchess. Forfar's blow found its intended mark right square in Livian's solar plexus. She struggled to find herself, and by the derisive glee in his ice-blue eyes, he knew it, too. Given your low opinion of me and my upbringing, Lord Forfar, she continued in harder tones, why don't you find some other virtuous, respectable young lady to bestow your attentions upon? Now, if you'll excuse me. Livian took a purposeful step toward the door. The Viscount slid into her path, effectively stealing her escape. Ah, why would I do that, Livian, when I've already found the woman, albeit not a lady I wish to marry? He ogled Livian. She stared at him. Then it hit her. Me? Me? She laughed in his face. Why ever? Would you want to wed a woman you clearly despise? On the contrary, I do not despise you, Miss Lovelace, he declared. No? She drawled. Certainly not. His features conveyed his upset. You are clever, spirited. He gave her a suggestive look, passionate. Her skin crawled. Suddenly, for the first time since she'd been cornered, Livian found herself truly afraid of the gentleman and what he could do. With a feral grin, the Viscount made his way slowly, predatorily, in Livian's direction. All the while, she sought to distract him, to keep him from what evil intentions he clearly had planned for her. The dowry, she said coolly, recalling what Lachlan revealed earlier. I trust it must have been a generous amount indeed if you'd consider lowering yourself to marry me. Extremely generous, the Viscount confirmed. The Duchess settled a sum no man could turn his nose up at, and certainly not a fellow in debt like me could afford to. As Lord Forfar approached, Livian inched towards the hearth, until the fireplace tools were within reach. They stopped. In a bid to distract the Lech, Livian continued talking. You do realize, nothing you do will compel me to marry you. Forfar smirked. Oh, I believe I can think of something that might. Rape, she said bluntly, trying to throw him off. So close. The George III, gilt metal poker, was nearly in reach. Come now, Miss Lovelace. I heard your lusty cries and pleas earlier. You might put up a show because you crave darker pleasures than a real lady, but you will enjoy my attention immensely. He smiled. With the way Latimer and the Duchess were pawing at one another in public, for all to see before I came in search of you, you're in need of a new lover. That vicious painting he'd made for Livian sent a jolt of misery throughout her body. The Viscount's astute gaze went to Livian's trembling fingers and the fire tools she was so close to. Livian made a desperate grab. In one swift lunge, he was upon Livian, and caught her wrist in a large, punishing grip that pulled a pained gasp from her. Let me go, you bastard, she hissed, wrenching her arms in a bid to escape his hold. He's got it, gosh. Say, Keinem, Gotters, K. Touch, Ga. Amusement danced in his soulless blue eyes. Only one of us is a bastard, and we both know it is not me. Livian dragged her knee up quick and caught the Viscount square between the legs. Pain ravaged his features. A long gust of air hissed from between his teeth. As she'd intended, Forfar lost the firm grip he had on her. Groaning, he pressed his spare hand over his injured buttocks. This time, Livian managed to wrestle her arm free. She punched him hard in the cheek with such force, Forfar's head snapped back. He stumbled and tripped, and just managed to catch himself. Livian bolted. The Viscount shot his leg out, tripping Livian. Crying, Livian stumbled and went flying. Shoving his palm hard against her back, Forfar hastened Livian's collision with the floor. Flecks dotted her vision, and blackness pulled at the fringes of her eyes. Livian battled unconsciousness, knowing if she didn't win, the Viscount would use her in ways she'd only given herself freely and lovingly to Lachlan. Lachlan, who'd never used violence against her, and never would, not on any woman. Forcing herself up onto her elbows, Livian dragged herself slowly backward, retreating like the cornered animal the Viscount had turned her into. Lord Forfar roared with sick, twisted amusement. "You are a bloodthirsty wench," he praised. "Look at the fight in you. I've never had a base-born bitch, but between your spirit, the dowry the Duchess fixed on you, and the show you and Latimer put on earlier, I find myself looking forward to tupping you daily." "I will never marry you," Livian spat, the cadence of her breathing harsh and uncontrollable. Her back collided with the same window she'd been staring out before Forfar's arrival. Trapped. Deh. The Viscount stopped. Like Andromeda to his heinous Cetus monster, Forfar towered over her. Dread sent her throat closing up. He flashed an even white supercilious grin. "Oh, you are a delight," he marveled. His gaze and expression turned dark. Lowering himself down, Forfar climbed astride her. "No," she screamed. "Please. Stop. Please. Please." Sobbing, Livian put up one more desperate but futile fight. The kick she aimed at the Viscount's groin glanced off his thigh. As he lowered his mouth to force her kiss, Livian thrashed her head back and forth. "Please don't." "Bitch," he hissed. Drawing his arm back, he made to slap her. Closing her eyes, Livian recoiled onto the floor. But the blow never came. Suddenly, the Viscount's body was gone from Livian's. Stunned, her eyes flew open, and she followed Lord Forfar's body as it sailed several feet through the air and then came down on the pianoforte bench. The mahogany wood shattered into 1,000 broken pieces. Livian's savior brimmed with such a terrific rage, and beyond human lethality, the corded muscles of his back, arms, chest, and trunk thick thighs bulged, his hard lips twisted up in a cold, humorless smile. Relief brought Livian scrambling up onto her elbows. Lachlan stood as the 12 biblical angels of vengeance merged into one man, his sanguinary gaze on the wrongdoer moaning and whimpering at the base of the same pianoforte where Livian and Lachlan made love. "Lachlan," she whispered, "she is all right. She is all right. I got to her in time." Or had he? Crazed, his heart thundering, Latimer frantically moved wild eyes over the courageous, strong woman now curled up in the corner like some hurt, fragile animal. The white lace hem of Livian's pink satin gown lay in a wispy tangle around her legs. Her lustrous golden hair hung in a sloppy tangle about her quaking shoulders. Latimer, his tongue thick, his throat tight, tried to get out the question he didn't want the answer to. Did he? But God help him, he couldn't. His words failed. Just as Latimer, by not being here to protect and defend when Livian needed him most, had failed. Livian, his iron-willed, glorious queen, found strength enough for both of them to speak. He did not, Lachlan. The heady weight of relief that filled him lasted only an instant. From the corner of his eye, he caught a slight flash of movement. With a feral grin, he turned his gaze on the prone man at his feet. Lord Forfar swallowed loudly. "Please, Latimer." "Dotty May." Pain left the Viscount's voice, strained and weak. "You know yourself. She's a hot piece." She wanted I with a thunderous roar of fury. Lachlan descended on the witless whoremonger. Wrapping a hand about the front of Forfar's slender neck, Latimer hauled Livian's attacker up. "You'll die this day, Forfar," he growled. Latimer punched him square in the face again and again, long after Forfar's body went limp. He didn't relent. Demented, his breath coming in short, violent spurts, Latimer continued battering the sod. Blood gushed from the Viscount's nose like a spigot. All the while, an uncontrollable, all-consuming, blinding rage consumed Latimer. Sweat dripped into his eyes. That burning hatred coursed hot in his veins and drove out all reason. Through the crazed, unceasing drumming that filled his ears, that vulgarity Forfar hurled at Livian echoed over and over. "Bitch. Bitch. Bitch. Oh." The heartbreaking sound of Livian's weeping and pleas continued in Latimer's mind. He'd never shake the memories of them. "Please stop him. Please. Please." What? Latimer let Forfar go, and the bastard's limp body collapsed against the floor. There was a brief break in the agonizing re-echoing of Livian's cries and entreaties. But the torturous remembrance of her prone with Forfar bent over her haunted him. Panting, Latimer ground his fist into Forfar's flat belly. "Please, don't," she begged. His vision blank, Latimer delivered another solid jab to Forfar's stomach. He, who'd prided himself on being a master of restraint and self-control, thrummed with a savage energy. He'd killed plenty of men in his life. No one who hadn't deserved it, and never anyone who hadn't attacked first. Regardless, the same way some fellows got off on murdering the way others did sex, Latimer had only ever ended another man out of necessity. That primitive instinct buried deep within all that whispered, "Kill or be killed." Even then, Latimer hadn't relished having those thugs' blood on his hands. Until now. Until Lord Forfar. Mr. Latimer. For until Latimer took his last dying breath, he'd recall the sigh of Forfar hovering over Livian, about to deliver a silencing strike. Now, he understood the savage bloodlust that led a man to not only kill, but revel in his opponent's fall. Mr. Latimer. Latimer, even panting and growling like the savage animal he'd been turned into, couldn't erase the echo of Livian's earlier pleas and weeping. Those plaintive wails of misery grew louder and fiercer in his mind. "Lachlan, please. Please." Wait. Latimer didn't let up, but something through the mayhem reached across a black tunnel. "Lachlan, please." Not Forfar. Not Latimer. Rather, his Christian name, and which had only ever been spoken by one person. One woman, that was. Latimer faltered. "Livian," he whispered. Those anguished cries and pleas weren't a hellish torture chamber echo. "Lachlan," she wept. Livian's touch, delicate as the fragile flutter of a butterfly's wings, penetrated Latimer's stark, raving madness. "Lachlan Doughty." Hands trembling, he looked at his slick, crimson-stained, bruised, and swollen hands. Dazed, he stared unblinkingly at Forfar's bloodied, pulverized face. Scrabbling with his sweat-slicked messy hair, Latimer hung by mere threads of sanity, and tried to free himself of the fog. "Mr. Latimer." The call of his name continued to shift, between his given one and surname. Back and forth, one sharp and angry, the other doleful and imploring. "What is happening?" His gaze ultimately went first to the plaintive creature, whose wails threatened to drag Latimer down in the sea of tears it shed and drown him completely, in depths of its sorrow. He froze. Livian's tear-streaked face and bloodshot red eyes met him. The implication sent Latimer recoiling. "My God. I was saying, she's crying. Because of me." His body tautened, his arms spasmed. "Livian," he whispered raggedly. He reached out for her, needing to know she was safe. Before he could, strong, powerful fingers gripped Latimer about the arm and hauled him away. "Good God, man," someone commanded in a crisp, clear King's English that Latimer recognized but couldn't place. "It is enough." Some gentleman, the Earl of Wakefield, urged the Duchess of Argyll over. "Get her out of here, Duchess." Spent from the physical exertions of beating Forfar to a pulp, and muddled by the sight of the Duchess of Argyll, folding an arm about Livian's waist and escorting her away. The whole time he watched Livian pass by the world, spun dizzyingly around Latimer. "I need her. I need to verify she's safe. I need to assure her I'll never let anything happen to her again." Latimer jerked against Wakefield's hold. "Livian!" Latimer's voice emerged as nothing more than a croak. "I need to know she doesn't hate me. That she isn't afraid. I need to see with my own eyes." "Livian!" he thundered as she and the Duchess reached the entrance. Livian paused and looked back. The sight of her stricken features sucked all the air from his lungs. "Come, Miss Lovelace," the Duchess said firmly. Liv Wakefield tightened the grip he had on Latimer. "Would you shut your fool mouth, Latimer?" he snapped. "Are you trying to bring the bloody household down?" That warning, along with the click of the door, closing behind Livian and the Duchess, managed to, at last, jolt Latimer fully back to his senses. Wakefield released him and sank to his haunches next to the moaning, battered Viscount. While the Earl evaluated the fallen man's condition, Latimer scraped a hand through his mussed hair. Christ, Duddy. Yes, well, I'd been doubtful about the Creator's existence, Wakefield prodded and poked the other nobleman. But given for far lives after the vicious beating you handed out, there must be a God at least, one looking out for you, Latimer. He looked up. He lives but will likely regret it as much. He lightly slapped Forfar's face. I don't care, Latimer snarled, his fury climbing all over again. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd agree. I would not, however, see you hang for one such as this one. Glaring blackly at the Viscount, the Earl slapped him firmly on the cheeks. Wakey, wakey, you cockchafer. With a groan, Forfar struggled to open his eyes. I'm dead, he moaned, his words garbled by his swollen mouth and broken teeth. Unfortunately, not, Wakefield said, coming to his feet. You live to sin another day. The pair of knobs forgotten, Latimer took several long strides to go find Livian. Don't even bloody think of it, you shitfire, Wakefield hissed. Or by God, I'll beat you down myself. Stiffening, Latimer turned. The same twisted rage that had gripped Latimer now consumed the other man. Because of Livian. To believe he'd ever respected the prig and former patron. The sadistic, green-eyed monster sank its fangs into Latimer. You really think you can stop me? He sneered. No, the Earl said with more of that blunt honesty that, when he'd been a patron, earned Latimer's appreciation. I'd try and come damn close, but you're not going after her because you know to do so would be calamitous for the lady's reputation. Latimer wavered. Furthermore, Wakefield said, hammering home his point, the last thing she needs after having watched you nearly kill Forfar, setting aside the fact Forfar deserved it, is to clap eyes on your sorry, blood-covered self, Latimer. The Earl looked pointedly his way. Latimer followed the other man's gaze. Red pecks and streaks of Forfar's blood marred Latimer's white cravat. His black jacket contained even blacker stains left by the Viscount's blood. I cannot see her like this. No, that's right, Wakefield agreed, confirming Latimer had spoken aloud. Go, Ott. I'll handle Forfar. Only half hearing the other man's assurance, Latimer made a beeline for the door. Oh, and Latimer? He glanced back. Take the servants' entrance. It won't be good if you are seen by anyone in your current state. No, Pidem is it yawn. Livian, shall. She mattered more than anything. And that was the absolute, sole reason Latimer found himself doing as the Earl of Wakefield ordered. Chapter 22. Wordlessly, the Duchess escorted Livian through a labyrinth of secret corridors that led directly to Livian's chambers. This is a secret panel to your rooms, Her Grace said, sotto voice. I must return to the parlor before guests begin to notice so many have gone missing. Thank you, Livian whispered through a tear-clogged throat. The Duchess appeared as though she wished to say more, but with a tight nod, she headed back in the direction from which they'd just come. The moment she'd gone, Livian let herself inside the suite shared by she and Billy. Billy, busy reading at the window seat, glanced up. Shock filled the younger woman's eyes. Gore Livy. Tears pricked Livian's eyes. The young woman gave up the pretense of lady's maid and became the friend and sister she'd really always been. Livian had never been more grateful for her presence. I'm fine. With Livy's throat and mouth as dry as parchment, she fumbled to get that lie out. Who's the sod? That single hissed curse in Billy's Cockney packed a whole host of emotions: shock, outrage, and a horrified understanding about the fate her mistress had found herself. Livian squeezed her eyes shut. That horrifying fate she would have met had Lachlan failed to arrive when he did. Billy growled. I'll bloody kill him. No, he was. You'll die this day. Forfar. Taken care of, she settled for. Latimer see to it? Livian managed a nod. Her sister grunted in approval. Let's get you seated, Livy. Billy slipped an arm through hers and helped her over to the bed. After Livian sank onto the edge of the mattress, Billy dashed to the armoire. Not many of them, the young woman said, snatching both pretty panels open. You don't need me to tell you that. Billy flipped quickly and efficiently through the garments hanging there. But, Lachlan Latimer, Billy continued, directing her soliloquy into the corners of Livian's closet. He's a good one, he is. Yes, Livian managed. Yes, Lachlan Latimer was just that. Honorable, dependable, loyal, honest. A short time ago, with her own eyes, she'd witnessed his transformation into the ruthless killer he'd once insisted to her that he was. But he wasn't. He was good, and kind, and gentle. That same trembling that had started with an earlier returned. Livian hugged herself tight to keep herself from splintering apart. With rage contorting Lachlan's exquisite face into a macabre mask of death, he'd been prepared to kill for Livian. He would have. Death by savage beating had been the fate Forfar would have met if Livian and Lord Wakefield hadn't stopped him. Lachlan would have forfeited his life to defend her honor, and she didn't want that of him, or for him. Everything passed in a blur. A bath arrived, and Billy helped Livian through her ablutions. A short while later, after Livian was dressed, and her hair lovingly brushed and plaited by her sister, a knock sounded at the door. "Enter," Livian called out over Billy's protestations. The Duchess slipped inside. "If we might speak alone, Miss Lovelace?" she said without so much as a greeting for Billy. Billy's face hardened. Miss Lovelace would benefit from rest. At that bold challenge, the Duchess finally spared a look at Livian's younger sister and frowned. "That won't be necessary, Billy," Livian said on a rush. "I am fine." Billy hesitated. "Aye, Miss Lovelace." Dropping a curtsy, Billy hastened from the room. After she'd gone, the Duchess contemplated Livian's white gown, trimmed in purple hibiscus, she'd just donned. Livian fought to keep from squirming under the other woman's eagle-eye scrutiny. White, she mused as if talking to herself. I remember when I, too, wore white. Of anything she'd anticipated an inquiry about Livian's well-being, an update on Lord Forfar, a discussion about the potential scandal brewing remarks about Livian's gown had not been something she'd considered. The Duchess of Argyll gave her head a little shake. She shifted an all-knowing gaze back to Livian's. "You're an innocent, Miss Lovelace." "Not anymore." Never, however, would Livian regret giving herself to Lachlan. "Nothing to say?" the Duchess said when Livian remained silent. "There are many ways in which a young woman may be innocent. Or not. Yeah. She'd never been. Not as this woman or even Livian's own sister always thought. And now that she'd made love to Lachlan, not in so many ways. Ah, yes. That is very true." The young widow took the liberty of venturing closer. "I know that from experience." She stopped when only 3 or so feet separated them and gave Livian another probing look. "You believe I don't? I can see as much in your eyes, Miss Lovelace." She paused. "Just as I can see in your eyes. What a poor liar you are." Livian tensed. For such an offense, men had the luxury of calling other men out. "I am no liar, Your Grace." Somehow, she managed to keep her voice even. The Duchess pressed a palm against her ample chest. "Oh, Miss Lovelace, I did not mean to offend you." "Well, you did," Livian said carefully. Though the regal peeress had been so generous as to open her home and assist Livian in an attempt to secure a husband, Livian had too much pride to allow her, or for that matter, anyone to question her honor. Honor? This, from the woman who made love to the Duchess's soon-to-be betrothed. Livian's heart spasmed. "Forgive me for offending you." "That was not my intention, Miss Lovelace. All I intended to point out was how much we have in common." The Duchess truly believed she, a noble-born woman, and Livian, a bastard born to a bigamist, had anything in common? Imagine that, after everything that transpired this evening, Livian found herself fighting a smile. "You think I am wrong," the astute peeress remarked. "No, Your Grace." Livian didn't think. She knew. "I would not say that." Ah, maybe not out loud anyway. Unnerved, Livian struggled to maintain eye contact with the older, shrewder woman. "No need to worry, Miss Lovelace." Amusement rang in the widow's musical tones. "I can't and shan't be offended." "Very well. I believe it would be fair to say that, given our backgrounds and circumstances, we are not at all alike." The Duchess seized on Livian's words. "And that is it exactly." She jabbed a long gloved finger in Livian's direction with such ferocity she nearly poked her in the chest. "You look at your origins and see yourself as one who has known a hard, cruel life." Displeasure lent a tightness to the austere lady's countenance, which somehow managed the seemingly impossible. It contorted her beauty into a thing of ugly. Before Livian stood a potential, and terrifying enemy. Livian, however, had known enough fear and uncertainty to be uncowed by the lofty Duchess. "Yes, Your Grace," Livian began softly. "I went without food. There were too many times we didn't have wood to heat our fires, and even more winters I shivered badly from the harsh, cold London rains and the infrequent, but always freezing, snows." The Duchess remained still and expressionless as Livian spoke. "Even having survived through all that, Your Grace?" Livian continued. "My life was neither hard nor cruel. I had the love, and still do, of family. Family whom, after this heartbreak, she'd need more than ever." A slow, hideous smile brought the young widow's lips tipping up in a macabre rendition of amusement. "How fortunate you were then." The other woman sounded anything but happy at Livian's avowal. At last, the Duchess of Argyll let go all pretense of warmth or mirth. "Given that heartwarming soliloquy, Miss Lovelace, it appears your life has been charmed. It now occurs to me that you were the one with a storybook life." Livian bit the inside of her cheek to keep from pointing out there'd never been a storybook Livian had come across or read about which featured the bastard daughter of a bigamist. "I gather you are trying to say your life has been anything but," Livian murmured. "I'm not trying to say it," the Duchess snapped. "I am saying it. Do you know anything about my past?" She knew some. Yet again, Livian found herself treading carefully. As one who finds herself frequently spoken of and about, she said, "I would never dare engage in any such gossip or discussions about anyone." Her Grace stared a moment, and then tossed her head back and howled with laughter. "Goodness, my dear, you are far more skilled with prevaricating than I'd given you credit for," she declared, wiping the amusement from the corners of her eyes. It appeared, with the Duchess's clear desire and appreciation for directness, she and Livian shared some common ground after all. "I'm aware of your father's history, Your Grace," Livian said, with a gentleness the bitter widow clearly both needed and deserved. "And in that, I stand corrected and ask your apologies because we both, regardless of our stations and birthright, know what it is to be daughters to dishonorable fathers." The Duchess's throat worked several times. The proud, formidable, seemingly unflappable hostess displayed her first sign of vulnerability. Graciously, to allow the proud woman to compose herself, Livian averted her gaze. Only after the Duchess cleared her throat several times did Livian allow herself to look up. "I'm not speaking about my father, the Earl," her Grace said flatly, her tones as chilled as her gaze. "I'm referring to my marriage to the Duke of Argyll." Livian started. As the daughter of a nobleman, or I'll allow the legitimate daughter of a nobleman, the Duchess clarified with a matter-of-factness that erased any hint of meanness. "Certain responsibilities were placed upon me. My heart belonged to one man, and yet he was an orphan who'd been raised on the streets." A bitter, anguish-laden laugh exploded from the older woman's lips. "And I, of course, the daughter of that immoral Earl, had no choice but to marry another." Grief so strong contorted the dowager's features, and in a remarkable uncharacteristic crack in her composure, the Duchess whipped her face away. Livian felt the woman's sorrow as if it were her own. She needn't point out there'd actually been a choice. If she'd loved that man enough, the Duchess would not be suffering still all these years later. When the Duchess again spoke, she did so with her usual aplomb. The Duke of Argyll was a very handsome man, charming. Young and old ladies alike lusted after him. As for me, the Duchess's expression darkened. With every fiber of my being, I despised him. He was a debauched, vile reprobate, still in love with his dead wife. Livian felt another stirring of pity, and she understood what accounted for the beautiful woman's icy veneer. The Duchess's crimson-painted lips twisted into a grimace. "Whenever his Grace visited my rooms, which he did nightly, he'd make me pretend to be his late wife." Horror filled Livian. It mattered not that I came to him a virgin. Her words came faster and faster. "He introduced me to a lifestyle he claimed the previous Duchess loved. He vowed I would come to crave such an existence." The Duchess caught herself. She drew another deep breath and passed her palms over her cheeks. A sick, cancer-like poison infiltrated Livian's veins and spread like fire throughout. Lachlan had spoken of a business partnership. But what the Duchess's confession revealed was this match meant something more to her. "You love Mr. Latimer," Livian said, her tones flat to her own ears, her body hurting inside. "That is what you heard, my dear." Latimer's wife-to-be laughed. "We've only just met. I'm not some starry-eyed ninny who believes herself in love with some man I just met." The look she slanted Livian's way couldn't have been clearer. Livian's heart pounded uncomfortably in her chest. "That is, unless one believes in love at first sight." A sudden, and patently overdramatic, understanding dawned in the Duchess's eyes. "Never tell me you do, Miss Lovelace. Where love is concerned, there is no set time frame that makes sense, Your Grace," she said softly. "For there is nothing at all rational about the emotion. In a single moment, one can find oneself going about their everyday life, only to next find oneself face to face with a stranger whom their soul binds to." How strange to think how terrified of Lachlan Latimer she'd been, only to have lost herself so completely to him. Livian's eyes slid shut, and you're almost instantly filled with the most profound, unimaginable, all-powering emotion that is love. It defies all logic and reason, and leaves you twisted so you don't know which way is up or down. "That's not love, Miss Lovelace." The Duchess's bluntly cold avowal snapped Livian from her warm haze. "What you described is lust." Livian stayed quiet. Be it the years her Grace had on Livian, or the lady's elevated station, the other woman had convinced herself she was the wisest and only true knower of all matters related to the heart. The Duchess bowed her head. "My apologies, Miss Lovelace," she murmured. "Given your earlier life until your sister's marriage to the Earl, and the nature of your father, I'd not taken you for naive. Given the warmth you'd shown me and the work you've done to help those outside your station," Livian quietly remarked, "I'd not taken you as jaded." The Duchess's eyebrows arched with something, a cross between surprise and admiration. With a cool smirk, the Duchess wandered casually about the guest rooms, and touched her gaze upon the various knickknacks and furnishings, scattered about as if she herself weren't the owner who had lent the rooms to Livian. The other woman stopped at the vanity, and picked up one of the few items which, in this palatial holding, didn't belong to her. The Duchess of Argyll casually fanned those yellowed, tired pages. Dumbly, Livian stared at the ancient, beloved copy of poems she'd handwritten, now held in this diffident woman's hands. Suddenly, the Duchess stopped her finger at the top corner. The loud rising sequence split the uncomfortable silence as she riffled the pages. Not even Verity dared touch Livian's private collection. Only Livian knew its contents. Livian and Lachlan. And now, this woman. They three, Livian, Lachlan, and the Duchess, completed a trio of the most twisted triumvirate. Livian, who loved Lachlan with all she was, and Lachlan who cared for her but loved his business, which would lead him to marry this grand beauty, a woman who now so heedlessly handled Livian's cherished belonging. Livian wanted to throw her head back and howl her fury and grief, and Haim. The Duchess's musings slashed across rapidly spiraling sorrow. "Your Grace?" she asked, dumbly. "It appears I needn't have asked. That the answer to my question was here all along, Miss Lovelace," the Duchess teasingly chided. Confused, Livian shook her head. With a knowing glint in her too beautiful for words eyes, the Duchess carelessly wagged Livian's book. At the latest offense on her journal, Livian winced. Either not noticing or caring about Livian's concern over that handmade volume of poems, the Duchess of Argyll held it aloft before her, the way she might a church hymnal at Sunday sermons. "As you like it," the Duchess recited. "No sooner met but they looked, no sooner looked but they loved." The Duchess paused a moment and lingered there. "Oh God!" Livian curled her toes tight into the floor. Her Grace resumed reading. "No sooner loved but they sighed. No sooner signed but they asked one another the reason." The Duchess's fervent oration climbed to the rafters. "I'm going to die. For this poem is me, and the Duchess needn't look far to know. No sooner knew the reason but they sought the remedy." The beautiful widow briefly moved her gaze from the page to Livian. The Duchess of Argyll snapped the volume closed, and without taking her eyes from Livian, she finished the recitation. "And in these degrees have they made a pair of stairs to marriage." In a display of power and control, the sophisticated widow drew Livian's leather journal against her chest, and wandered with deliberate slow steps back Livian's way. All the while Livian's head, heart, and stomach revolted. "Oh God, she already knows. She knows I am madly, deeply, in love, and will forever belong to Lackland. At least, Livian's heart and soul would. The exquisite beauty before her would belong to him in all the ways Livian never would. In name, in the eyes of God, with the world as witness to their blessed union sanctioned by the Church. The Duchess would soon be Mrs. Lackland Latimer. Ah, she would share Lackland's bed and know the heady power of his touch. Livian's stomach muscles seized. She fought to keep from doubling over, pounding the floor, and howling like one of the wailing women of old. Wordlessly, the Duchess of Argyll held Livian's book out. This belongs to me. While Lackland wouldn't, his future wife couldn't take this from her too. With greedy fingers, Livian snatched it back. Now, safely returned, and in her possession, how strange to note the emptiness of this triumph. I'm not a fool, Miss Lovelace, the Duchess said frostily. I'm aware you've been fucking Mr. Latimer. Mortification sent Livian's entire body ablaze with heat. We? What is that, Miss Lovelace, I'm wrong? I shouldn't speak so crudely. You can't believe such profanity? Unlike Livian, the refined and worldly Duchess managed an equanimous composure as she spoke. And the we, I take to mean you and Mr. Latimer? Livian flinched. The Duchess snorted. What I do, however, happen to notice missing from your stuttering is a denial, which is fine, she said over Livian's attempt to choke out a denial. He is a handsome man. One might even say savage. In hearing the Duchess speak of him so, Livian's rage knew no bounds. He is none of those things. Livian seethed. Come now, I saw him, covered in blood, standing over his battered prey, and rage bulging from all those magnificent strapping muscles. He is a good man, and you'd make him out to be a beast when it is the Viscount deserving of your ill opinion. Livian spat. Ill opinion? The Duchess of Argyll's lips formed a little mow. Once again, you mistake me. You, dear child, she said gently. In such superior tones, they set Livian's teeth on edge. You may have shared Mr. Latimer's bed, but you are as innocent as the day you were born. I'm not disgusted by Mr. Latimer. I find myself lusting for him. Livian wanted to claw the Duchess's heavy desire-filled eyes from her head. That is all it is, Miss Lovelace, she said, still as infuriatingly patronizing. You had him between your legs, and you have taken that to mean you are in love with him. Women of my age and experience know the difference, as do men of Mr. Latimer's age and experience. In other words, Livian was a mere child, while Lackland and the Duchess of Argyll shared a like sophistication. Livian's gut seized at the other woman's accurate reminder. I trust if you consider all your exchanges with Mr. Latimer, the Duchess remarked, this time, more matter-of-fact than cruel, you will see he is a man of the world. He loves the work he does. He loves sex just as much. And he can, just like me, separate emotion from love-making. Unlike Livian, who couldn't. The older woman didn't even bother pointing out that unkind detail. Livian already knew it anyway. Lost in misery, Livian hugged her arms around her middle. The Duchess no. The soon-to-be Mrs. Latimer rested a graceful hand upon Livian's shoulder. Somehow, even while aching inside, Livian managed to look at the Duchess. I've been passed over before, the young Duchess quietly continued. That defection saw me marked as an object of society's pity and scorn, Miss Lovelace. I am so sorry, Your Grace, Livian murmured, as the emotion that thickened the other woman's mouth indicated just how much she'd been hurt by that shame. As for Livian, she didn't give two jots what society had to say about her. I just want him. You misunderstand me, Miss Lovelace. What I mean to say is this. If you tell me Mr. Latimer declared his love for you, she ventured with worried eyes. If that is the case, I bid you tell me, Miss Lovelace, she said, too emphatic for her sincerity to be feigned. Livian bit the inside of her lower lip. The Duchess lightly squeezed her shoulder. If your feelings are reciprocated, I will not pursue my connection with Mr. Latimer. Ew. I would not let myself come between two people in love. A sorrowful smile quivered on the Duchess's lips. I was a victim of such, and I would never be so cruel. The gloriously beautiful peeress was making it impossible to hate her. You have my assurance, Your Grace, Livian spoke softly. Laugh. She caught herself. Too late. Where I'm concerned, Mr. Latimer's heart is not engaged. Sadness filled the widow's eyes. But yours is. Livian could not force a denial from her mouth. Her lips quivered into a strained smile that hurt her face. The lie, however, was too much. The Duchess of Argyll made for the door. Before she could go, Livian called out, "Your Grace." Lachlan's future wife looked back, a question in her eyes. "Does it become easier, Your Grace?" Livian asked, the unlikeliest person about her all-encompassing grief. "The pain?" Livian found herself speaking, nay, rambling on before the Duchess could answer. "My sister, she is very much in love with her husband, Lord Maxwell, and his love for her runs just as deep. And my mother did not know about my father's sordid past, and simply believed his heart belonged entire to her. As such, I do not know anyone who had theirs broken as Livian's had been. That is, through her misery." Livian caught the flash of pity in the Duchess's eyes. This time, Livian managed to compose herself. She drew in a jagged but steadying breath. "Did you ever find yourself not hurting so? As if someone reached inside the wall of my chest and squeezed the organ until it ceased to beat." "I wish I could lie to you, Miss Lovelace," the Duchess said gently. "It doesn't." Of course it doesn't. She'd not expected it did. She'd just hoped. There are days that are better. There are people whose company you come to enjoy in distractions and diversions, and at those times, the thoughts come less, and you almost make it through the day without wondering if and why. And the Duchess must have seen something in Livian's eyes, for she stopped abruptly. "There was no one else for me, except the one I'd love forever. But you are young, Miss Lovelace. As young as you were when you fell in love?" Livian asked without acrimony. "Yes, well, I was several years younger," the Duchess allowed. "But our relationship stretched the course of our lives. He'd made his affections known to me, whereas Lachlan hadn't done so to Livian." A fresh wave of grief washed over her. All that to say, the beautiful widow hurried to explain. "You are a young woman, and when you leave, it is my prayer for you, Miss Lovelace, that you discover these days were but trapped in a whirlwind of first love and the excitement of romance." Livian held her tongue. If prayers worked, then, even now, she'd be strolling the vast ducal halls with Lachlan, while the peers played their games. Tears rose at the brim of Livian's eyelids, and she blinked furiously. The gloriously beautiful peeress was making it impossible to hate her. "Thank you, Your Grace," Livian said, her voice thick with emotion. "Oh, Miss Lovelace." Sadness filled the other woman's dulcet tones. "If there is anything I might do, anything, please, tell me, and it is yours." The Duchess meant if there was anything she could do for Livian, other than abandoning her eventual marriage to Lachlan. "I want to leave," Livian whispered, her voice breaking. Before the request even left Livian's lips, the Duchess put up a protest. "Please don't, Miss Lovelace." "I must, Your Grace. For self-preservation." Livian's shattered heart and tattered pride couldn't take any more of a beating. "You must stay. There are so many good gentlemen present. Honorable ones who would make you a decent match, and more importantly, among them, one whom you might find yourself falling in. I must insist," Livian cut in with a stern incisiveness that managed to penetrate the powerful peeress's adamant pressuring. "My father was a lech of the worst sort," the Duchess whispered. "You have my most solemn vow. I am not one to tolerate those vile fiends." Therefore she dropped her voice to nearly inaudible tones. "If this is about the Viscount, I've already sent him packing. I've ensured his silence in a way that he'd never dare speak about anything that happened. Or," Livian saved the woman from having to say anything more. "Thank you, Your Grace." In an unexpected reversal of roles, the Duchess found herself struggling for words the same way Livian had throughout their entire, painful exchange. "I am grateful to you for opening your home to me and attempting to help me find a husband. I have not been as gracious to you in the ways you deserve, no?" the Duchess interrupted. "Please, none of that. As I said, I hold no delusions that mine and Mr. Latimer's arrangement is any sort of love match." There appeared another fissure in some chunk of her heart that hadn't completely cracked. "Please, will you see my carriage readied, Your Grace?" The Duchess's high, noble brow furrowed. "There's absolutely nothing I can say, Miss Lovelace," Livian rejoined with a gentle question. "Given you shared that, at some point in time, you found yourself precisely where I am now, I'd ask, would you stay? At last, Livian managed to break through. I understand, Miss Lovelace. Before visiting you, I spoke with Lord Wakefield. He was adamant you leave my house party and insisted on accompanying you. I explained I'd speak with you and let the decision belong to you, and not some well-meaning gentleman who comes in to save the proverbial day. Lachlan. It had been Lachlan who'd saved her, and... oh God. Thank you, Your Grace. Please convey to Lord Wakefield. I would be grateful for that. The Duchess hesitated. She passed her gaze over Livian and appeared to consider something else she wished to say. Lord, help me. I will never survive this. The pain of never again seeing him threaten to swallow her whole. But the day he married the Duchess, Livian would die inside and never, ever recover. Livian managed to smile, desperate for the other woman to leave. She sank into a deep curtsy. I should begin packing, Your Grace. Livian needed her gone so then she could be free to break down and sob herself into nothingness. Then, wonder of small wonders this day, the Lord took mercy on her. For her Grace nodded. After the Duchess departed, closing the door with a faint click, Livian stared at the oak panel. This one ornate and painted pink and carved of flowers, but also just a door, and in that, it brought Livian full circle on this journey. The door that had opened at the St. George's Inn, and Lachlan sailed through, forever altering Livian's life, now gave way to the closing of this panel. It marked the end of what she and Lachlan shared, and the beginning of his future with another woman. All the life, all the energy, and all the hope and happiness completely left her body. At last, Livian surrendered to the heavy weight of her sorrow. She sank to her knees, and the dam within her broke. She wept. Great big, gasping sobs that shook her body with a force that sent her sagging all the way to the floor. Drawing her knees close to her chest, she cried ugly tears that hurt her all the way through. And she welcomed that pain. Any pain was a distraction from the reality of all she had lost. No, what she'd never known with Lachlan, but desperately wanted with him. Through the noisy sounds of her misery, Livian dimly registered a faint click. Hope, born of the deepest despair, brought her up quickly and sharply onto her knees. Oh, Livy, Billy whispered. The girl quickly shut the door behind her, and in an instant, Livian found herself enveloped within the younger woman's arms. Clinging to her friend and sister, Livian wept against her chest. Billy didn't say anything. Unlike the Duchess, who'd been all too content to fill voids of silence, Billy, from a shared background, understood sometimes words were not needed. That usually, they weren't at all. They remained that way until somehow, with Billy conferring comfort, and Livian absorbing every bit of love her sister offered, Livian's tears finally ceased. In continued silence, together, she and Billy hurriedly packed their belongings, until the room bore no traces that either of them, two women born outside the ton, had been there. And then, they left. Chapter 23. As soon as Latimer stepped inside the breakfast room the following morning and took one glance around at the 7 assembled guests and found the woman he sought missing, he turned around and walked out. Flexing his jaw, Latimer took furious strides through the Duchess of Argyll's home. He was going to burn the fucking house down. In fact, he already would have done so, had the one person he had been waiting to see for some 12 hours now wasn't inside the goddamned mausoleum. He'd given Livian the space she asked. He'd followed the Duchess's guidance, that he allow Livian to have time to process what had happened to her, and not be pressed to discuss it. And so, he'd stayed up the entire bloody night. He'd paced his room. He'd done push-ups. He had practiced his exercise regimen. All the while, each minute of the night crept by, until the sun appeared on the horizon, and began its ascent to usher in a new day. Growling, Latimer increased the pace and length of his footfalls. The maid he happened by paled, widened her eyes, and took off running in the opposite direction. Another time, he would have felt a modicum of guilt at scaring the young servant. Not at this moment. At this moment, as he took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time to reach the guest suites, he didn't have the compunction to care. Latimer headed quickly down the hall and made straight away for that ridiculous pink door. As he stopped beside it, he pressed his ear against the panel. Just as last night, only silence greeted him. Not the endearing rumbling snores, but rather an eerie quiet. Propriety, allowing Livian her space, being witnessed by any potential passers-by, all of it, be damned. Latimer grabbed the door handle. "Good morning, Mr. Latimer." That pleasant, sultry greeting interrupted him. Silently cursing, Latimer turned to greet the Duchess. "Good morning, Duchess." The urgent need to see Livian and verify with his own eyes she was all right demanded he ignore the powerful peeress. But there still remained the matter of his business and potential peril to his future endeavor, were he not careful in how he proceeded. The Duchess of Argyll wore a wide smile. Most fiancés would take exception at finding her future bridegroom about to enter another woman's bedroom. She wasn't his fiancée. As of now, she was nothing to him. And that is how I want it to be. I don't even give a shite about the club. Latimer froze, barely noticing as the elegant noblewoman approached. I don't care about the club. I don't care about my business. Or defeating Argyll and Dumont. They didn't matter. None of it did. She did. Livian. Too. That realization didn't terrify. Instead, it brought with it a welcoming warmth that spiraled through his being and soul that had been cold, until her. The Duchess of Argyll stopped before him. "Mr. Latimer, I do say, you seem a world away," she said with a bemused smile. Latimer was. The only place he wished to exist was within Livian's shadow, so close their souls moved and walked in harmony. "I've come to ask after Miss Lovelace, Your Grace," he said bluntly. What else could he say, given the fact she'd walked upon him about to storm Livian's room? She inclined her head in understanding. She arched a blonde eyebrow. "Mr. Latimer, surely you know, you could have just sought me out to do so." Hers wasn't a question. But then, people like her didn't ask questions. Given her lofty rank and bloodlines, she made assertions. "I'm here now," Latimer said coolly. "I can verify for myself." He made another grab for the door handle. "I'm afraid you can't do that, Mr. Latimer," the Duchess said, a frown in her voice. A servant exited one of the guest chambers down the hall. When she caught sight of the lady of the house speaking with Latimer, the girl dropped a curtsy, ducked her head, and hastened into the very room she had just left. "Alone," the Duchess glared. "I know you were not born within the ton, Mr. Latimer," she said in frosty tones. "But you are about to make a scene, and embarrass me mightily. Everyone knows we are to be married. I will not have you gazing at another woman's door like a lovesick swain. You can fuck whoever you want when we are married, even beforehand, but I demand your discretion, or I will absolutely ruin you." Fury should follow such a direct threat. No one spoke to him so. Men like him knew better than to let anyone make a threat against them. The certain-to-be bad discussion due between them regarding Latimer's decision to not join with her in marriage would require some delicacy, and couldn't, and wouldn't, happen outside Livian's door. "Your Grace, Miss Lovelace is fine," the Duchess said brusquely. "I spoke with her at length last evening, and she displayed stoicism, grace, and strength throughout. God, I love her so much." What the hell was wrong with Latimer that it had taken him so long to see it? Except, he knew. He'd never known love, and, as such, hadn't believed such an emotion existed until Livian. "Thank you for sharing with me, Your Grace. But you have no intention of leaving." "I have no intention of leaving," he said, even though hers had been more of one of those non-questions. "She is not here." His mouth tightened. Rather she'd led with that. Livian had seen Latimer crazed and contorted into the bloodthirsty monster that lived inside of him, and had since his birth to some unknown whore on the streets. "If you can tell me where I can find Miss Lovelace, I would like speak with her," Latimer said, not even bothering to mask his impatience. "I would, if I were able to, Mr. Latimer." Given her lack of forthrightness thus far, he found that assurance rather impossible to believe. "If you will excuse me then, Your Grace." He'd already wasted enough time speaking with her. "Mr. Latimer?" The Duchess squeezed an extra syllable into his name, and with the slight up-tilt, transformed hers into a question meant to stop him. "What is it, Duchess?" He squeezed those words through gritted teeth. The sly widow curled her lips into a feline-like smile, and he was to be her bloody mouse. She took her damn time answering. "What is it?" he snapped. "Well, why, God." And here he believed he could spend the rest of his life living with a woman who danced around words to gain control. Unlike Livian, who shared Latimer's ability to not sugarcoat or play games about her thoughts. It is just. She wandered on slow, deliberate, graceful steps toward Latimer. What I should have said is that Miss Lovelace is gone. Latimer stared at the Duchess. Gone? He echoed dumbly, his voice queer to his own ears. She nodded. Gone. Eh? Latimer shook his head, but when that did nothing to clear the fog, he rubbed his fingertips against his temples. What do you mean? Gone. Gone, she repeated, as gleeful as a devil seen stealing souls during a Sunday sermon. As in, she is not here, Mr. Latimer. As in, she departed. A peculiar droning, like a hornet's nest, that had been kicked loose inside his brain hummed between his ears. When he spoke, his voice came muffled from all that humming in his head. Where? I'm afraid I cannot say, she demurred. The respirations of his breathing grew jagged, shallow. I. You can't? Or you won't. I'm afraid I cannot say, because I do not know the lady's destination. What I do know about Miss Lovelace is that she requested I see her carriage readied, and given she was my guest and not a child, I did as she bade. Latimer took a step back, and then another. His mind clouded. He stopped in his tracks and did a small circle where he stood. Except, he still couldn't get his bearings. She'd left because of me. From seeing the level of violence I'm capable of, she'd run. Or, what if it was not that? What if there had been another reason to drive her from this place, and the dead of night? The questions continued coming, all with no answer. A queasy feeling settled in his chest. Why Miss Turmast? Once said. Why did she go? He whispered. I believe that should be apparent. No, Mr. Latimer? Now she was asking questions. On the heel of that, his mind raced, and the tightening in his chest grew more vicious, more suffocating, so that even getting breaths into his lungs proved to be an unconquerable chore. Latimer took several furious steps towards her, and the Duchess retreated until her back collided with Livian's door. What did you say to her, Your Grace? He hissed. What did you do? How dare you? She exclaimed. You dare ask me what I did? You presume I'm in some way the one who hurt her? How about you look no further than yourself, Mr. Latimer? She said with icy vitriol. Latimer staggered back, and the Duchess took advantage of having thrown him off kilter. You, Mr. Latimer? She spoke in a quiet, controlled whisper. Do you take me for some kind of fool? Do you believe the minute I saw your face when she first walked in the room, and her response that I didn't ascertain exactly what had happened between the two of you at some point? No. You both gave yourselves away countless times in a short time. She snorted. And while you are in my own household, here to court me, no less. Bloody hell. I didn't intend to hurt you. She snorted. Do you truly believe I'm one who could be wounded? Genuine amusement filled her voice. You know my past as much as I know yours. I ended up married to the debauched Duke of Argyll. I lost the love of my life. My father was a debaucher who raped innocent young girls. And yet you flatter yourself into thinking I care one way or another that you, a stranger I just met, are taking your pleasure with other women. The Duchess shook her head. No, Mr. Latimer, she said, her voice hushed. You are the one who toyed with an innocent lady's affection. Dumbfounded, Latimer shook his head. I didn't you? She interrupted sharply. What did you expect after taking Miss Lovelace's virtue? Did you truly believe she was any match for your skill and experience with a woman? He tried to speak. His voice came from a distance. You didn't seduce her, Mr. Latimer. She winged up an eyebrow. Or you didn't set out to seduce her. For those are two very different things, both of which ultimately mean the same thing. It hadn't been mindless lust that bound he and Livian. The minute their worlds collided, he and Livian were destined for one another, maybe long before that, since the beginning of time. Her expression instantly hardened. Let us be clear about one thing, Mr. Latimer. I am not the one who hurt Miss Lovelace. She ran her eyes derisively over him. You managed to do that all on your own, without any assistance from me. That accurate barb proved all the more vicious for the brutal truth to it. Everything hurt inside. Everything hurt on the outside. He'd been so sure nothing else mattered more than asserting his place in the gaming hell world. He believed it so much he'd spent these past days with Livian, seeing them as finite, when the truth had been there all along. If she left or wed another man, and if Latimer were separated from her forever, he'd cease to be. There was no life without her in it. Except, that's precisely how he existed in this hellish nightmare alone, with her gone and out of his life. If you tell me, despite the affection you clearly carry for Miss Lovelace, that your business matters more to you, the Duchess said quietly, and if you are still willing to enter into a union, I will still hold to the agreement we haven't yet discussed, but that Lord Dynevor would like us to enter. I'm a woman who was in love with another man. You are a man who is himself clearly in love with another. We share that in common. In sharing those similar grounds, we'd certainly share far more than the majority of couples in polite society. She'd marry him still. Everything he wanted for his financial and revengeful future was still within reach. The only problem was, at this moment, Livian was not, and Latimer couldn't live without her. The Duchess of Argyll moved her shrewd gaze over Latimer's face. I see, Mr. Latimer, she murmured. Forgive me, he said solemnly. I did not. The look she gave Latimer turned lethal. He'd said the absolute worst and wrong thing to the self-assured peeress. A proud woman such as Lady Argyll wouldn't take kindly to rejection. She'd take even less well to being an object of pity. Now that we have sorted through all of this, she said, stiff as stone, pack your belongings, Mr. Latimer, and remove yourself from my property at once. The Duchess of Argyll started to go. Wait, Latimer called out, unable to stop himself. Not that he would have allowed pride to get in his way. He had already made that mistake once, and it had nearly cost him Livian. It might still cost you your lady. The voice inside his head delighted in tormenting Latimer. For a moment, he believed the regal Duchess wouldn't turn back, and he'd now just ascertained he wasn't too proud to beg either, if need be. Finally, after an eternity, the Duchess faced him. Yes, Mr. Latimer? Her features were so even, and her voice so calm, one may have believed she'd already gotten over her ire. Latimer made himself speak calmly, and measured so as to not further offend. You are certain you cannot tell me where she is? I'm afraid not, she answered with so much glee there could be no doubting how very much she was enjoying this moment. Certainly, he deserved both her loathing and the pleasure she found in taunting him. He'd not been forthright. But then, in fairness, he'd not been forthright with himself about Livian until now. His mind continued spinning out of control. Livian, being the person she was, would always put other people's well-being before her own. Given her sister and brother-in-law were expecting a new babe, she'd want to go to them. But would she, given the circumstances that had prompted her to return home? Which raised terrifyingly insidious thoughts about Livian on the road once more. He'd forced his way inside her rooms, be it unknowingly, that a woman rested her head there. What if on this latest journey it were some other man, a dishonorable one, with vile intentions? Sweat slicked his skin. The hauntings continued coming. Strong as she was, and had proven against the Viscount's assault on her, last night had proven her vulnerability. Had Latimer not arrived when he had? Bile climbed his throat, and he attempted to forcibly thrust the imagery parading in his mind of the bloody nobleman or some other man who exerted his influence and force over her. Forced her against a wall, yanked her skirts up. A tortured moan gurgled in his throat and spilled from his lips like the last gasping breaths of a dying man. And I am. For surely there could be no greater anguish than the waking hell he found himself trapped within. He, who'd been stone cold and incapable of loving or feeling, now found himself crumbling. Latimer dragged his hands through his hair and tugged at the ends. Mr. Latimer? Crazed, he looked frantically at the Duchess. I can offer you some assurances about Miss Lovelace, she said. The slow, dull thought of his heart picked up in tempo and hammered hard at his chest. Yes, Latimer rasped. You are most likely concerned about the young lady's well-being. However, you may rely on Miss Lovelace being in very capable hands. The Earl of Wakefield provided the lady with a personal escort. She paused and flashed another taunting smile. Last evening, he choked out. With that hate-filled, knife-like jibe, the Duchess took her leave, and Latimer found himself thrust deeper into hell. Chapter 24. No sooner met but they looked. No sooner looked but they loved. Tucked away in the reading nook which overlooked her brother-in-law's sprawling gardens below, Livian continued to stare at the same inked quote written in her hand and read by the Duchess of Argyll nearly 1 week earlier. No sooner loved but they sighed. As a small girl, she dreamed of the ideal home. There'd be a devoted father, one who didn't leave. There'd be a doting and equally loving mother. And of course, in this dream world she'd imagined, both she and Verity lived within it. No sooner knew the reason that they sought the remedy, with the sounds of her sister's laughter filling the parlor awash in sunlight, and the echoing joy-tinged mirth of Verity's husband, Malcolm, Livian finally dwelled under a roof like the one she'd always imagined for them. Love has no limits, no color, no time. As a girl, the part she'd failed to recognize was that she wanted such a future for herself, one in which she had a man who loved her. And in these degrees have they made a pair of stairs to Mar, and who not only loved her, but respected her enough to give her and their children his name and protection. What you looking at, Aunt Livy? Livian's book tumbled to the floor. Her chubby-cheeked, dark-haired nephew rescued the little volume in his even littler fingers. This? Livian took the copy from him. This is only my favorite book in the entire world. She tickled him in the ribs until he giggled and squirmed. I made it myself. James's eyes rounded in cherubic, childlike innocence. You made book? Well, I didn't write the poems myself. Livian patted the cushion. When I was a little girl, your mama and I had no money, she explained when he'd scrambled to join her. Then Mama found Papa in sewers, he said excitedly. Exactly. Livian dropped her voice for dramatic effect. But before your Papa, bad men came and took all our most treasured things. Even though Livian recounted the same story Verity shared countless times with the boy, James's eyes remained as wide as ever. Mama's crystal pens. Yes, her crystal inkpot and pens. Gone, Livian said, infusing all the old heartache into her telling. And Auntie Livy's books. I was so sad. Do you know what your mama did? He shook his head wildly, sending his curls bouncing. Your mama gave me this one. Livian fanned the pages so he could see the words written there. And a membership to the circulating room so I could take out as many books as I wanted. She'd let me use her pens to copy the poems, sonnets and stories I loved, and have them forever in this very book. James flashed a smile. Mama is hero. Yes, Livian murmured. Yes, she is. Together, they looked across the room to where Verity and Malcolm sat. Oh, hell. Mama and Papa look worried, he whispered. The devoted spouses were engrossed in a conversation Livian would have wagered her soul had everything to do with her. As if she and James drew their attention, Verity and Malcolm looked over. Livian's sister and brother-in-law wore the same serious expressions they'd had on since her arrival. Without taking her eyes off Livian, Verity said something to Malcolm. Livian's brother-in-law slid a discreet glance Livian's way. Bloody hell. Why? Her nephew asked, bringing her attention right back to her tiny partner. Me. Livian leaned close to her nephew. Do you know what I think? He gave his head another big shake. I believe they are thinking up all the fun things they wish to do with you, she said, rustling his wild mane of hair. James giggled. At that childlike exuberance and playfulness, Livian found herself laughing real, genuine laughter. Don't you? Such was the power of children. Clambering up onto his knees, he took his tiny hands and messed her hair in like return. No, silly. A thought slipped in of an imagined child. A wide-eyed, innocent, smiling little boy of her own, but with Latimer's dark hair. Her joy vanished like the mist rolling off the streets and absorbed into the sky. This is what they're talking about, James said. Before Livian could look around, her nephew pressed each of his index fingers against the corners of her lips and pulled them outward. My muff. Again. He giggled. Silly. Auntie Livy du toy. James yanked her mouth down at the corners and kept her face frozen like that. Your frown. They talk about your frown so much. Splendid. Have they? Ironically, were it not for the firm way he dug his fingertips into her cheeks, Livian would have smiled. Peering at her, James squinted hard, then guided Livian's lips up into the desired position. Apparently pleased with his efforts, he beamed. Mama! Papa! James cried. I made Aunt Livy smile. On that damning, mortifying declaration, James used the same fingers holding Livian's lips in place and steered her face for all to see. Livian's stomach sank. Everyone, Verity, Malcolm, Billy Hell, even newborn babe, Evangeline, who Livian could count on both hands the number of times she'd seen the baby's eyes open, stared, and with varying degrees of sadness, worry, and confusion. This is why she hadn't wanted to come. Not only did she have her sister and brother-in-law and Billy fretting about her, but now, Livian's young nephew. Livian attempted a real smile, but it felt more like a pained grimace. In perfect and alarming harmony, that trio across the room stood in unison. Avoiding Livian's eyes, Billy rescued their young niece from Verity's arms and hurried out. Verity, on the other hand, headed over. Oh, hell. Billy had given a vow of silence to not discuss Lord Forfar's attack with Verity. Were Malcolm to find out, he'd absolutely kill the Viscount. Livian would never bring that suffering down upon Verity's family. Billy well understood that, which could only mean they knew about Lachlan. As her sister marched over like a determined general, Livian briefly eyed the door, but her wiry brother-in-law stood blocking all hope of escape. When Verity reached them, James launched himself into his mother's arms. "Mama!" While mother and son embraced, Livian came reluctantly to her feet. Verity touched her nose to James's button one. "I see you are enjoying time with Aunt Livy. I make her smile, Mama. She's not sad now." James turned quickly to Livy and pointed. "See?" "Oh, double drat." James's grin dipped. She sat again. Verity kissed his cheek. "Would you mind if Mama had some time with Aunt Livy? Your papa wishes to take you climbing." James let out a little whoop and took off running. "Bye, Aunt Livy," he shouted, without looking back. "Goodbye." James had already sailed out. Livy stared wryly after him. Ah, the ease with which a man left started early then. In a clear display of brotherly support, Malcolm nodded at Livian before closing the door behind him and his son. Verity claimed James's earlier seat and caught Livian's hand. "Join me? Do." Livian lifted an eyebrow. "Do I have a choice? Since you arrived, it is as though you've gone out of your way to avoid me." She stared at Livian with wounded eyes. "Never say, you do not wish to speak with me?" Ah, this performance she recognized all too well from her younger days. When they'd been on their own, and Verity needed Livian to do something she didn't want, she'd turn those sad eyes her way. "It is not that at all," Livian assured. "You've only recently had a babe, Verity. You don't need to be looking after your younger, unmarried sister too." Verity's expression grew earnest. "But I haven't, Livy, and that is why I have no idea what happened to bring this great sadness to you, or how to fix this." Livian cried. "This is what I'm talking about, Verity. This is why Livian had gotten it into her head in the first place to find a husband of her own." "I don't understand, Livy," Verity begged. "You gave me everything," Livian continued, this time getting her emotions under control. "When I was a girl, you were a sister, mother, and even father to me. And then, when we learned Bertha betrayed us and you sent her away, you assumed that same role. But I wasn't a girl at that point anymore, Verity. I was a woman whom you were still looking after. Now," she said, "I'm even older, and you still have the same sense of obligation." Her sister protested. "I do not feel I have to watch over you, Livy." Verity traced her gaze over Livian's face. "I want to. I love you. We are family. We look after each other. You are no responsibility. You are my friend. You are my sister." Livian sank onto the seat next to her. "But you don't see me as just a sister," she beseeched. "You see me as your little sister." "That is ridiculous," Verity said exasperatedly. "Of course, I realize you're not a child." Her sister still didn't see. "Recognizing I'm now grown and treating me that way are entirely two different things, Verity," Livian said quietly. They were at an impasse. Livian tried a different approach. As a reporter, Verity dealt in, and with, facts. "Why did I have a London season?" Confusion creased her elder sister's brow. "I'm not sure what you're asking." "I thought it was time." Her words trailed off. When Verity didn't continue, Livian quizzed her again. "Did I have a London season?" "Yes." Verity latched on to Livian's reminder. "Why would I have done that if I did not see you as a woman?" "You were a romantic," Verity said. "And I knew." I thought her eyes grew stricken. Livian pushed her. Did I ask for a London season? Verity's lips moved. I cannot remember. Didn't she? Or the better question being, did she not want to? Either way, Livian remembered well enough for the both of them, period. I can. And vividly. I never asked to be presented before society, for the simple reason being, I never wished for that. Verity continued to fight the truth in front of her. But when I met Malcolm, and we found ourselves living in his London townhouse, you were so excited for me. You were filled with such eagerness about my marriage to Malcolm and the new life. Yes. That is true. Livian paused. Can you tell me when you were 18, 19, 20, 21? Livian continued, hammering home. 22, 23, dreaming about a London season, and marrying some haughty, lofty nobleman. Verity remained close-lipped. Proud, resolute, and obstinate as the London streets were unforgivable. Livian's elder sister always struggled mightily to acknowledge the times when she was in, or had been, in the wrong. Livian opened her mouth, but Verity put up further resistance. If that were the case, Livy, then why did you not tell me? If you had been honest with me, I would have absolutely told you I needn't suffer through have a season. Exactly. If our roles were reversed, Verity, she said quietly, and I was your elder, newly and happily married sister, urging you to have a London season, what conclusion would you have reached? Verity recoiled. No, she whispered. You actually believed I was underfoot. She supplied. I was underfoot. I always was. You had a career you loved, and work you needed to see you over the years, and in that time, Bertha was my mother. She was my caregiver. How could you doubt my love? Verity whispered. For how Verity's expression shattered, Livian may as well have struck her in the face. I would do anything for you, Livy, die. Absolutely any. Livian gave her sister's hands another, firmer squeeze. I know you love me. I know you would lay down your life for me, but I don't want you to continue to sacrifice for me. If I let you, you'd have me about until your babes are old and gray. She ran her gaze over Verity's ravaged features. But, Verity, you always put me first. It's time you are able to live without worrying after me. Verity took that in with a lengthy silence. We were never really innocent, though, Livian said quietly. You were the older sister, but we were both born to the same circumstances. We were, and are, bastard daughters to a nobleman who turned out to be a bigamist and who never deserved our mother's heart. Livian and Verity looked at one another, and in that instant, they were more than sisters. They were two women united over a shared past. With a long sigh, she dropped her head sideways and rested it against the thick lead window pane. A sad smile played about Verity's lips. And here I saw you as the romantic one. You were the whimsical one. I feared if I didn't guard you closely, you'd suffer a painful fate like mother. Verity's gaze grew more inward, more introspective. When, in actuality, you saw far more than I ever did. You knew more about mother and the Earl. A slow, anguished understanding emanated from Verity's revealing eyes. Perhaps all along, in doing so, I sought to protect myself from all those truths. There was no perhaps about it. That's precisely what her sister had done. Undoubtedly, there had also been a large part of Verity needing to feel some sense of control in their out-of-control existence. Livian moved closer to Verity. She wrapped an arm around her big sister's shoulders and drew her in. Do not even say it, Livian cut her off. You have absolutely no reason to apologize to me. When our mother died, you were given an impossible task. You were forced to grow up. Another sibling, any other sibling, would have been resentful. You cared for me and loved me like the older sister and mother we both needed. Verity edged away and looked at Livian. I am here now, Livy, her sister said earnestly. I finally see you. I hear you. I'm listening now. Please, tell me the reason for this infinite sadness you've carried around since your arrival. Livian scrubbed her hands up and down her face. This is precisely why she hadn't wished to come. She'd known the minute she arrived, she'd not be able to conceal the all-consuming misery that engulfed her since she left Lachlan. Her sister rested her palms upon Livian's hands, and with an infinite tenderness, Verity drew them away from Livian's face and guided them down to her lap. You called me out, and rightly so, for failing to treat you as an equal and friend, Verity said pragmatically. If you wish for that relationship, then you need to see me as an actual friend. Friends and sisters do not see the other as a burden. It's not that I don't want to tell you. Livian struggled around her thick throat. It's that she didn't know how to speak about Lachlan without falling apart. Her sister gently persisted. I won't attempt to fix anything you need fixed. Verity paused and flashed a teasing smile. That is, unless you ask me. Too emotionally drained to feign shared amusement for her sister's behalf, Livian looked out the window instead. The Duchess was, she grimaced. Is, she corrected herself, hosting a house party. Yes, yes. I was aware, Verity said, nodding. Like a makeshift mirror, the window pane reflected back her sister's visage, and Livian dipped her stare to the grounds below. In order to share, it was easier if Livian didn't face her. What I didn't mention, Livian began quietly, is the Duchess did so on my behalf and at my request. I asked for her help in finding a husband. Livian felt her sister stiffen. You also know, Livian continued, on my travels to the Duchess of Argyll's, my carriage became stuck in the middle of a storm. And Livian closed her eyes and remembered back to that volatile night. I met someone, and I will never be the same. Before speaking, Verity sat with that information for what Livian recognized as a difficult amount of time for her sister, the investigative reporter. Someone? Her sister repeated back carefully. Tears welled in Livian's throat. She attempted to say Lachlan's name. When she couldn't get those 4 syllables out, Livian gave a juddering nod instead. Then, after several false stops and starts, Livian at last found her voice. His name is Lachlan. And when the words came, they continued coming. And coming. And coming. She started with her decision to employ the Duchess's help and the fraught journey which led to Livian's fateful meeting with Lachlan, and then she shared the special moments she'd spent with him. The bond they'd forged. The way he defended her. The way it had felt being with a man who hadn't been born to the peerage and understood in every way what it was like to be born outside the noble ranks. When she finished, the roles reversed once more, and Livian found herself sinking against her sister's side. Verity wrapped an arm about Livian, drew her close, and held her. As promised, her older sister didn't attempt to fix the situation. The irony wasn't lost on Livian. Had Verity possessed a magic wand, and could, with a flick of her hand, provide Livian with Lachlan's love and a future with him, she would have happily tasked her with the assignment. Sadly, there had never been any magic stronger than love or a broken heart. Chapter 25. For as long as he'd been alive, Latimer despised the nobility. Never had that aversion been stronger than now with Livian gone, and the Duchess having done everything in her power to keep Lachlan from her. Gritting his teeth, Latimer pressed his knees against the mount he traded for at one of the coaching inns along the route to London, and urged the chestnut stallion to a faster gallop. Do not think of Wakefield. Do not think of him. No matter how much he fought, tortured musings flashed in his mind. The roguish Earl of Wakefield, and the obsessive way in which he'd watched Livian. That same man, who'd preyed on her vulnerability, whisked her often. He'd given Wakefield had been one of Forbidden Pleasure's best patrons. Latimer's knowledge of the bastard extended to the man's lusty appetite in matters of sex, and his preferences, and the way the Cyprian spoke freely of the Earl's prowess and generosity. What kind of lover he'd be to Livian, a curtain of rage fell across his eyes, briefly blinding. The task of breathing so onerous his lungs ached. It was too much. An animalistic shout exploded from his chest. Underneath him, his horse whinnied with unease. In the dead of the London night, the sound of his jealous rage bounced off stucco and stone townhouses and echoed in Latimer's mind, taunting him with his absolute hopelessness. I'm going mad. When he finally reached Wakefield's, Latimer jumped down before his mount came to a full stop. He tossed the reins to an opportunistic young urchin who'd seen Latimer coming. Without breaking stride, Latimer tossed a hefty purse at the boy's chest. The child caught it with a jingle. There will be more? Latimer gritted out, even as he raced up the steps of Wakefield's bachelor residence. Hatred and fury and rabid jealousy pumping through his being, Latimer tossed the door open with such force it flew back and hit the wall with a loud thwack. The second butler, a man 2 decades past due retirement, who'd been slumbering on the bench there, released a juddering snore. By the time the befogged older man finally got himself fully awake, Latimer had already reached the top of the stairwell and disappeared down one of the corners. Demoniac fury consumed him. "I'll kill him." His nostrils flared. Latimer didn't waste any time. He hooked a quick right and made his way down the hall. As he went, he threw open door after door after door on either side of the corridor. That hungering to kill raged inside. Behind him rose the old butler's belated hue and cry for other servants. That healthy rage consumed Latimer the entire way, right up until he reached the last door on the left. Latimer staggered to a stop. Unlike the silence behind all the previous doors, from within this room rose a cacophony to bring down the house. Desire-filled screams and wild moaning combined with the deeper, hoarse groans of a man. Latimer jerked like he'd been shot, and God help him, he'd prefer death to this. All his muscles knotted up, and a hiss exploded through his teeth. Paralyzed briefly by hatred, rabid jealousy, and anguish the likes of which he'd never known, the likes of which he'd never believed himself capable of, threatened to bring him to his knees. Whatever Wakefield did to Livian sent her cries climbing to a higher fever pitch. And where he'd tossed open each door before this one, Latimer couldn't bring himself to move. For he knew exactly what tableau he'd witnessed unfolding in that room. For all the ways in which he'd prided himself and believed himself incapable of feeling anything at all for anyone, he had discovered too late, and in the worst possible way, how terrifically wrong he'd been. He was a fucking coward. His own body mocked him with the sudden discovery of his own frailness. His legs shifted under him, and to keep from collapsing, he pressed his damp palms upon the cold oak door panel. Sweat slicked his entire body. Latimer's harsh breaths joined and twisted in some kind of sick symphony, with Lord Wakefield's grunting and Livian's guttural pleas, her voice nearly unrecognizable from lusty huskiness because of Wakefield. Something stung Latimer's eyes, and he squeezed them even more tightly shut to stop the unfamiliar sensation that blurred his vision. A cold sweat dripped down Latimer's clammy cheeks, that moisture confusingly hot. Tears. My God, I am crying. For the first time in his miserable number of years, he cried, actual tears. I'm gonna make you suffer. I can't suffer more than this. Look how wet you are for me, love. When you come, I'm gonna lick you clean. Dimly, through horror and acute misery, Latimer registered the distant muffled thundering of Wakefield's servants nearing the main landing. The need to beat Wakefield, brutally, savagely, proved greater than Latimer's need to protect himself from the debilitating scene of Livian with another man. With shaking hands, Latimer let himself inside and recoiled. The horrific, carnal tableau before him was more than soul-crushing. Wakefield lay between Livian's thighs. The speed and force with which the other man plowed her, over and over again, sent the younger man's taut arse flexing. His pendulous balls slapped wildly against her flesh. With a roar, Latimer sprinted across the room. The Earl only noted his fun had been interrupted, too late. When his gaze locked on Latimer, shock filled the other man's flushed, perspiring face. Latimer? He strangled out, his indignant voice rough from his vigorous bout of love-making. What the fuck are you? Wakefield's question ended on a sharp gasp, as Latimer hauled the other man away from Livian. Bastard, he hissed. I'll kill you. Throwing the Earl to the floor, Latimer quickly stood over him, hauling back and striking the stunned Earl repeatedly in the face over and over again. From somewhere, a primordial roar soared around the room that combined with Livian's cries and shrieks. Me? Those are my shouts. The only thing that dwelled inside was the subhuman need to destroy. To kill. Wakefield had put his hands on her. He'd made her cry out, in ecstasy. The manacles of rage and jealousy made Latimer careless. Wakefield brought a knee up sharply and caught Latimer hard between the legs. His vision went black and little pricks of white light danced in his eyes. The other man pressed his advantage. He caught Latimer once more with a knee and brought Latimer's writhing frame to the floor. My God, Latimer, what the hell is wrong with you? The Earl said between gasping pants. I'll fucking kill you, Latimer rasped through that blinding pain. Except, in a reversal, Wakefield proceeded to hand down the same exact beating Latimer dealt him. Or he tried to. The Earl got 4 punches in before Latimer managed to jerk his head back and strike his forehead against the younger man's. From behind them, Latimer registered a rush of footballs. A moment later, they were separated. It took 4 of Wakefield's guards to hold Latimer back. Kiwa. And even then, while Wakefield casually but quickly went about drawing his trousers on, Latimer managed to shake free 2 of them. Given his exertions from the long ride from Hitchin, physically drained from his fight with Wakefield, and emotionally drained from having lost Livian, proved too much. Latimer's legs gave out, and were it not for the stronghold Wakefield's big servants had on him, he would have collapsed to the floor. Wakefield looked to his men. They instantly released him. Latimer fell to his knees. Beat, hurting, and spent in every way, he sagged. Towering over him, the Earl glared. "Are you bloody mad, Latimer? Invading another man's household, storming into his room while he's betting his lover? His lover. Livian. All." Finally, Latimer brought himself to look at her, not knowing what he expected needed to see. Fear. Shock. Annoyance. Disgust. He cocked his head and stared blankly at the dark blonde woman who sat, her back pressed against the headboard, and a silk sheet drawn close to her ample chest. The lady gawked at Latimer. His muddled mind attempted to put together the facts he was seeing with his own eyes. Ones at odds with all the mental images and conclusions he'd reached on his way here. The young woman's fine hair, too fine to possess even a hint of curl. Her hair, a shade of blonde, 2 or 3 hues darker. His soul, his heart, so fucking relieved, so light, that a shake started in his chest and spread through his entire being. It is not Livian. Sinking onto his haunches, Latimer proceeded to laugh. "It is not Livian," he rasped. "She isn't Livian." The other occupants in the room exchanged horrified and wary glances. Crimson color splotched the Earl's cheeks. "Good God, no!" Wakefield denied with such force. Latimer's laughter tripled. "It is not Livian," he said again, afraid if he didn't keep reminding himself, the perplexed figure in Wakefield's bed would shift and transform into the spirited, clever, witty woman he'd mistaken her for. Wakefield said something to his servants, and those men immediately quit the room. "If you'll excuse us a moment, I'll be right with you, my dear," Wakefield said to his increasingly annoyed bedmate. Latimer doubled over, sobbing this time with absolute hilarity and relief. Muttering to himself, the Earl grabbed Latimer by the arm and dragged him to his feet. "In my office now." Under ordinary circumstances, Latimer being several stones heavier and a couple of inches taller, could have easily overthrown Wakefield. Right now, his relief proved too profound. When they reached the Earl's office, Wakefield propelled Latimer inside. That hard shove sent him stumbling a step, and also managed to clear Latimer's head. The minute Wakefield shut the door behind them, Latimer didn't waste any time. "The Duchess of Argyll indicated Miss Lovelace left with you. Wakefield. Am I to take that to mean her Grace lied?" Any fabrication on the angry peeress's part would have been far preferable than Livian having willingly gone with. "She did not," Wakefield said tersely. "I escorted Miss Lovelace from her Grace's house party." Fresh fury coursed through Latimer. "None." He took an angry step toward the other man. Yes. I know. You've said it before." Wakefield scoffed. "You'll kill me." The mocking derision sent a wave of heat climbing up Latimer's neck. "Oh, please," Wakefield said, sounding positively bored. "Spare me your outrage and show of anger, Latimer. You have the audacity to storm my household like some raged lunatic when you made it quite clear." The Earl's voice climbed. "Your intentions for the lady were anything but honorable." "As if yours were," Latimer exploded. "I saw the way you could not take her eyes from her." Wakefield snorted. "Of course, I couldn't." A low growl started again in Latimer's chest. "You bloody fool," the Earl snapped. "Miss Lovelace is my sister." Latimer rocked back on his heels. He opened and closed his mouth several times to say something, all to no avail. He tried again, with minimal success. "Your sister?" Latimer's mind raced. All knew the Earl of Wakefield had but 2 sisters, one married to the Duke of Banbridge, the other the Earl of Stanhope, and the previous Earl of Wakefield sired Livian, Latimer said on an exhalation. A muscle in the other man's jaw worked. Still reeling from his discovery, Latimer recounted in his mind everything Livian had revealed about her journey. Her need for a husband. The desire to avoid being a needy relation. All along, there'd been a wealthy caregiver. Latimer followed the path Wakefield took to his tidy, well-stocked sideboard. Fury sent his fingers curling into tight fists. You could have easily seen Livian was comfortable and cared for, Latimer snapped, his ire climbing. You could have set her up somewhere. Instead, "Oh, please, spare me your indignation," the Earl interrupted, fetching a decanter and glass. Wakefield didn't even bother turning as he made himself a drink. Liquid hit the Earl's glass. "I believed her marrying some lord was a horrible idea." "Ah." Latimer tensed. The Earl paused his pour. "Not because I believe Miss Lovelace to be inferior. She isn't. There's nothing noble about a nobleman," he said. Brandy in hand, Wakefield turned and dropped a hip on the corner of the Chippendale sideboard. "But then," he drawled, "there's nothing really noble about men, in general, eh?" He sharpened a deservingly disdainful look on Latimer. A flush heated Latimer's neck. "I deserve that." Wakefield took a swallow of his spirits. "No, you deserve a bullet." "Aye," he said, under his breath. "And far worse. Latimer should be drawn and quartered for how he treated Livian." Wakefield toasted him. "On that, we can agree." Agony cleaved at his inside. Latimer dragged a shaky hand through his hair. He'd taken her innocence. Yes, she'd freely given herself to him and asked him to bed her, but she'd been an innocent lady in every meaning of the word. Even now she could be carrying his child, and never once had he told her how much she meant to him. A peculiar blend of grief and longing brought his eyes weighted closed. "I want that. I want to see Livian big with our babe and spend my life making her and that innocent daughter, with Livian's enormous eyes and big blonde curls, smile." His throat worked. "Where is she?" "I escorted her to the Earl and Countess of Maxwell's country seat." Of course. It would be the last, but only place she could truly turn. Not anymore. I am her future. I am her pillar, as she is mine. That is if she will allow me to share a life with her. Hey, she would. Even if he had to spend the rest of his days convincing her of his worth. Steel infused his spine, and Latimer looked to Wakefield. Thank Wakefield's snort cut across the rest of his expression of gratitude. "I've not told you this to help you, Latimer. You're no friend, and I certainly don't take you as worthy of so much as licking the scum from Miss Lovelace's boots. Furthermore, you're wasting your time," Wakefield said, positively gleeful. "Maxwell isn't like me. He won't show you mercy. You won't make it through the front door. He won't be able to stop me," Latimer said, and turning on his heel, he rushed from the room and continued his quest to find, and this time, win Livian Lovelace. Chapter 26. "This is Sewer, Livian's nephew," James explained, jabbing his broken charcoal pencil at the page he currently colored on. Laying face down on her stomach across from the boy, Livian stopped shading her latest drawing and put all her attention on her nephew's amorphous sketch. "Ooh, I see that," she said. "Tell me all about it." "This is Papa's toffer stick." "Miss, Mum simply caperdian. Tosher stick." Kidnapped as a child, Livian's brother-in-law had survived not on the streets of London, but under them. He'd used a mighty staff to rummage through sewers in search of lost treasures, and from them built a fortune for himself. "And this?" "Noth," Livian asked, pointing her pencil tip at the scribblings near the stick. "That's me," he said, returning to his scribbling. "I get treasures with Papa and Mama. With Papa and Mama Dat." A fresh, never far, wave of grief sent her heart into a full convulsion. Too many times she'd dangerously allowed herself to imagine a different future for herself. In it, there'd been she and Latimer, and a small babe of their own, a big dark-haired little boy cut in his father's image. But there was no Latimer, and she'd learned several days ago there would be no babe. That fact should have left Livian with only profound relief, but instead, only emphasized how similar she was to her mother, for she'd been desperate for even that most special piece of him. Tears filled her throat, and she swallowed roughly. Maybe that was just the power of love, the all-consuming, all-powerful emotion, stripped one of pride, logic, and left one desperate. "What yours, Aunt Livy?" Her nephew's question piped through her sorrowful musings. Livian shook her head and attempted to clear it. What's that, dear heart? James paused and stabbed his rapidly dulling pencil at Livian's rendering. Is yours a stick too? She followed that point to her page and stared blankly at her image. Using his palms, her nephew pushed himself up into a seated position. A big stick, he said, holding his small, chubby arms far apart. A stick. Livian stared at the enormous oak tree, with its severed limb lying on the charcoal ground she'd drawn. Yes, she murmured softly, as much to herself. A stick. A tougher one? He quizzed. Not a tosher one like your da used in the sewers to find treasures, she said, in whispering suitable for a grand story. A different kind of stick. As intended, James's eyes formed huge circles. Livian touched the little speck she'd marked on the page. You see here? He nodded. That is rain, Livian explained. And here, she pointed to a jagged strip. This is lightning. Did it boom too? Yes, thunder and lightning. The storm was so big. She stretched her arms wide like he'd done earlier. Were you scared? He whispered. No, don't used to that. Livian quickly assured him. It was a wonderful storm. James pressed his hands on either side of her picture and lowered his nose to the paper. He peered closely at Livian's image and then lifted a concerned gaze to hers. It broke the stick? He pointed to the bolt of lightning and fallen limb. Not at all, she said softly. It made the stick. Seeming content with Livian's explanation, her nephew returned to his own drawing and left her with the memories of that fateful night. A fierce rainstorm and an ancient branch which had forever changed her life. One violent tempest upended her entire existence. Had the tree not broken, had it not stormed, she would have continued on to the Duchess of Argyll's and met Lachlan Latimer there. But in that alternate, almost story, they would have both known their intentions. His for the Duchess's and Livian's for some other man. It wouldn't have mattered. They'd been destined for one another, in that way, and in every way. At least, her heart had been destined for his. The connection between them was undeniable. They were a man and woman, moving amidst a world neither of them belonged to, and bonded over that tie. Yes, they would have found their way together, regardless. And the outcome would have also always been the same: Latimer choosing the Duchess, because ultimately, his life's energy, efforts, and love belonged to the career he'd built from the nothing streets of London. Tears pricked her eyes, her vision blurred. Why I allowed myself to be a glutton for suffering and sadness. Don't cry. James scrambled onto her lap. He slapped his small, charcoal-stained palms against her cheeks and squeezed them. You'll get better at drawing. Then a few, she said, through her scrunched mouth. Ah, my two favorite artists. Livian and James looked up. Looking like two women on a mission, Verity and Billy stood in the doorway. Hell. Now. Mama, James squealed. Toddling to his feet, he went ambling over as quick as his chubby legs would carry him. With a great deal less of her nephew's enthusiasm, Livian stood. Billy took Verity's newborn babe just as James reached his mother. I've been drawing, he cried happily. Verity scooped the boy up and hugged him close. I cannot wait to see your latest masterpiece, she crooned, touching her nose to James's button one. Aunt Livy sat again. All eyes went to Livian. Splendid. She resisted the urge to squirm under those inquisitive stares. Is she? Verity gently asked her son. He gave a big nod. Her stick made her sad. The trio comprised of her two sisters and small nephew stared all the harder at Livian. Yes, well, Livian said, striving for breeziness, as you know. Art has never been my greatest talent. Except, she instantly regretted that admission as her family took that as an invitation to join her. Marching his way back over, James scooped up Livian's page and shook it at his mother. Her stick looks good to me. As Verity and Billy silently scrutinized her work, Livian bit the inside of her lower lip. They were both clever enough to gather the meaning of the picture. It was all Livian could do to meet their knowing gazes. While both women made a show of studying it, Livian couldn't keep herself from shifting back and forth. Well, I for one, believe it is a fine branch, Verity praised from behind the page. Thank you, Livian mumbled under her breath. Not that she need answer. The other women were quite fine carrying on all by themselves. Don't you agree? Verity asked Billy. Oh, yes. Catching her chin between thumb and forefinger, Billy gave it a longer look. It tells a story, does it not? Yes, Verity exclaimed. That is what I was just thinking. Billy murmured. Refusing to let them get a rise out of her, Livian folded her arms at her chest and stared mutinously ahead. All the while James, too young to pick up on sarcasm, swung his little gaze back and forth between his aunt and mother. Apparently tired at last of the discussion over his aunt's artwork, he returned to the floor and resumed working on his sketch. Why, this is not just a stick, Verity cried out like she'd just discovered fire. It appears to be an enormous branch the storm broke loose, and it fell here, on what looks to be a road, Billy cried out. Livian snatched the sheet back from both of them. I am so happy you're having fun at my misery expense, she gritted out instead. As if roused by the tension sweeping the room, James stirred. Making soft, soothing noises, Billy rocked the babe back to sleep. Livy, he's not worth this, Billy said bluntly, catching Livian off balance with unexpectedly forthright punch. Verity gave a nervous laugh. Billy, what? He isn't. I met the fellow. He clearly cared about Livian, but not enough. A fresh spike found its way through Livian's now always aching heart. Verity sighed. So much for subtle, Billy. Yes, well, we've all done enough tiptoeing here. We've allowed Livian to grieve, but we are not doing her any favors by allowing her to suffer over a bloody dolt, too stupid to realize he's found the best thing in his sorry existence. Seeming to suddenly remember her presence, Billy looked at Livian. You're better off without him. Such were just assurances made to make women with broken hearts feel better. Nothing, however, could. Not really. Love isn't that easy, Verity explained. Billy snorted. If it isn't, then it's not really love. Unable to face her pitying sisters, Livian wandered to the window overlooking Verity and Malcolm's vast rolling hills and pastures, still green, despite the winter's hold. Yes, well, I'm so glad I have you both for that reminder and this very helpful discussion, she murmured. Now, I can freely put him from my thoughts. The thing of it was, not thinking of Lackland didn't make losing him easier. It just made Livian all the more miserable. The best moments of her life had been the scant few she'd spent with him. Squeezing her eyes shut, she hugged herself more tightly. When she opened them, from within the window, she caught the glance Verity and Billy shared. We hate seeing you this way, Livy, Verity implored. This is precisely why she'd not wanted to come home. This is precisely why she, with the Duchess's assistance, concocted a plan to marry. She wanted a home of her own, one where she could live freely and freely feel her emotions, and not worry about her sisters worrying after her, a grown woman. I'm sorry, I've made you all sad, Livian whispered tiredly, without acrimony. No, Verity and Billy insisted at the same time. Verity said something to Billy. A moment later, Billy placed Evangeline in the left crook of her mother's arms. Billy stretched a spare hand down to James. Come along, little man. Let us find new tocher sticks outside to sketch. Squealing, the boy abandoned his work and raced off with Billy. Another private discussion with her eldest sister, too, in the same week. Determined to head this one off, the moment Billy and the babes were gone, Livian raised her palm. Speaking with you alone about Lackland doesn't serve any purpose. It changes nothing as such. I'd rather I didn't expect speaking about him would help. Verity cut her off quietly. Nor did I believe doing so would help your heart heal. There are no magic words, and no ways to erase the pain of a broken heart. She'd not expected that. Oh. Verity joined Livian at the window and stood shoulder to shoulder, staring out. I only want you to be happy, Livy, and yet, I know I'm powerless to make you so. There's nothing I can say to erase the pain or make you forget him. Sadness lent a husky quality to Verity's voice. I cannot give you him, but I can give you something else you deserve and crave. Furrowing her brow, Livian looked at her sister. Verity reached inside the front of her white apron, and from within the pocket, extracted a key. She held it out to Livian. When Livian didn't immediately take the small scrap of metal, Verity pushed it against her palm. Her confusion deepening, Livian peered at the ornate key, and then her sister. I don't willow house. Verity cut off the rest of that question. It is a small property that still belongs to Malcolm's family. It is a mere half-day's ride by carriage from here. Wall, I will miss you. Miss, you are always welcome here. We are your family. Before Malcolm, I wanted only independence and a secure existence. I cannot give you Mr. L. Latimer, she said, her voice catching. But I can give you this. Ah, Malcolm and I both can. At that depth of love and generosity, a sob slipped out. Verity, she said thickly. She made to return that great gift. I cannot, you can, her big sister said, firmly folding Livian's palm around the key. And you will. Your heart has been broken, but I do believe whatever hopeful insight her sister intended to give was interrupted by shouting somewhere below stairs, Bram and Fowler's voice, furious as Livian had never heard them. There came a long silence, so long that Livian wondered if she'd merely imagined the always unamiable pair's raised voices. Except, there it came again. A second time this time. Louder, but not Bram and Fowler this time, rather Malcolm's shout. What in blazes? Verity whispered. And the tender exchange between them, cut short, Livian and Verity took off running. Chapter 27. After a wild goose chase all over the southeast of England, Latimer arrived at the Earl of Maxwell's Kent estate, dusty, sweaty, bearded, tired, and all out of patience. The pair of enormous, burly old men who opened the double white doors eyed Latimer suspiciously. Latimer sized them up. One fellow reached a soaring 7 feet in height. His partner, mere inches shy of that, would be the last barrier between Latimer and Livian. That's fine and good. Having come to her, prepared to move mountains for Livian, it appeared he'd have to do just that. When neither man made a move to admit Latimer, or for that matter, speak, Latimer fished a calling card from his jacket. Good morning, he began. I'm not usual to get visitors here, Bram, the bigger of the giants interrupted. Bram scratched his bald pate. He's not one of the fancy sorts, Fowler, his partner acknowledged. There is that. The strange pair studied Latimer. Based on their size and rough edges, he'd automatically taken them for threats. It became increasingly apparent they were anything but. Having identified the fellow known as Bram as the one in greater control, Latimer opted to give him the calling card. I've come to request a meeting with Miss Lovelace. The servant peered intently at the scrap in his fingers. He asked distractedly. The fellow could not read. He'd been illiterate once, too. The majority of those born in the streets never learned the skill on account. There wasn't a need. Lachlan Latimer, he introduced himself. To see Miss Lovelace, he repeated. The unconventional pair narrowed their eyes on Latimer. Both men frowned at the same time. No one comes here and gets to see Miss Lovelace without going through the Earl first. Bram flicked the card at Latimer, and the rectangular scrap bounced from his chest and hit the floor. They sure don't, Bram's associate reiterated. Looking squarely at Latimer, Fowler cracked his knuckles. Latimer stared down at the piece between them, and resisted the urge to sigh. It appeared he'd have to move mountains for Livian after all. Given he'd climb into the pits of hell and battle Satan himself, taking on the Earl of Maxwell's big servants would be a minor skirmish. Bram took a step nearer Latimer for the first time, using his height to intimidate, or at least trying to anyway. It'd certainly be deterrent enough for any other man. What business you got with Miss Lovelace anyway? Bram asked suspiciously. But it is hardly my place to share personal details pertaining to Miss Lovelace with uncles, Fowler piped in. Where are the lass's uncles? Uncles. That gave Latimer pause. Taking down two big, overprotective, angry uncles would only complicate things even further. Fowler? Bram? Is there a problem? That unexpected intrusion brought Latimer and the lackey's gazes up to the top of the staircase. With just a single glance at the well-built, elegantly clad, well-spoken figure marked the stranger as nobility. He'd asked the question of his men, but kept his hard stare on Latimer. The Earl of Maxwell, then. Livian's brother-in-law, This one's come to see Miss Lovelace, Fowler called up. The man's gravelly voice boomed by nature. The Earl narrowed his eyes. Has he? No words were needed to confirm. Not only did Maxwell know Latimer's identity, but also that he'd caused her pain. Yes. Well, he'd not expected winning Livy would be easy. He cleared his throat. My, do you know this one, boy? Bram asked over Latimer's intended greeting. Loosely, Maxwell called down. He is a recent acquaintance of Miss Lovelace. A look of understanding instantly filled the previously clueless fellow's eyes. Is he the reason for Miss Livy's being sad? Fowler whispered. The Earl snarled. I suspect he is. The previous harmless expressions of the big men turned lethal. Bram cracked his knuckles. Latimer firmed his jaw. Forget moving mountains. He was going to have to kill for Livian. It was fine. Fine. He'd murdered men before, and would happily do so now, if it meant having a chance to beg her forgiveness. Permission to kill him, Malcolm. Bram boomed in jovial tones that belied the threat in his hardened eyes. And deny me that pleasure? Maxwell called. I think not. As their expressions fell, the Earl softened that denial. I will? Though be sure and leave him alive enough for the two of you to have a go at him, he said coolly, heading down to meet Latimer. The Earl's promise appeared enough for the older men who fell back and waited with eager eyes in the shadows. The moment Maxwell reached Latimer, he gave him a hate-filled once-over. The bloody fucking gall of you to arrive on my doorstep, you rotten piece of shite. That crude greeting better suited a showdown in the Dials than an Earl's country estate. To the man's credit, he calmly delivered those icy insults to Latimer, with a life-hardened, hate-filled grin. Alas, in Latimer's fight for Livian's love and hand, murdering her beloved brother-in-law would prove a complication. As such, Latimer called forth every scrap of restraint. Several inches past 6 feet, Latimer wouldn't be short by any stretch of the imagination. Maxwell, however, had an extra inch even on him, and now used that slight height advantage to give Latimer a scathing once-over. Latimer, however, had spent the better part of his life being treated and viewed as a lesser this time, given how he'd wronged Livian. He happened to deserve it. Latimer cleared his throat. We've not had the pleasure, of course, we haven't, you bloody bastard, the Earl icily chided. I wouldn't be caught tossing aside coins at your ridiculously depraved club. He sneered. Furthermore, you've got a pair of ballocks on you to refer to our meeting as a pleasure. He deserved Maxwell's loathing and far worse. I'm here to speak with Miss Lovelace, Maxwell, he said, keeping his calm. No, sir. Latimer's jaw rippled. So, this was how it was going to be. Her brother-in-law was going to make him work for it. That was fine. Latimer deserved that. I understand if you understood anything at all. You'd have known not to waste your time coming to my goddamned household and asking to see Miss Lovelace. Has Livian indicated she doesn't want to see me? Latimer's use of her given name served its intended purpose. It knocked the Earl off balance briefly. Maxwell retorted with a question of his own. Do you truly believe she wants to? I don't know, Latimer acknowledged. Emotion made his voice rougher than usual. She would have every reason not to. A dark rage contorted the Earl's features. That's enough reason for me to have your worthless arse thrown off my property. Hearing their master's cue, Bran and Fowler stepped forward. He was going to be turned away without even having a chance to see her. Desperation, despair, and fury sent a growl rumbling in his chest. I'm not leaving until she herself tells me to go to the devil, Latimer warned, bracing for battle. Permission to kill him now? Bram issued that plaintive plea. She won't have the pleasure of doing so because I'll kill you before I let you see her, Maxwell bellowed, bumping his chest against Latimer's. Keeping calm in the face of the other man's uncontrollable fury, Latimer smiled coldly. If you believe Livian wants you making choices for her and needs you to protect her from me herself, or anyone, you don't know her as well as you think you do. The Earl hauled back to strike Latimer. Malcolm! That shout froze the other man. Silence descended over the foyer. Lachlan died. Livian's whisper was the first to penetrate the unnatural quiet. His heart hammering, Latimer glanced up. Livian stood at the top of the stairs beside a dark-haired, willowy woman, whose body positioning marked her as a sister even if her coloring did not. All of his focus, every muscle, every nerve ending stretched and strained toward Livian. Oh God! Her skin was pale, where it had always been filled with lively color. Her gaze, stunned, When last it had been hurting and pained. Everything seized up inside him. Funny, he'd spent dozens of hours searching for this woman, rushing for her, and found himself without a single goddamned word except for one. "Livian," he said hoarsely. "What are you doing here?" She whispered. "Fighting for you." "He's leaving, Livy," Maxwell spoke with a quiet and calm that defied his earlier lack of restraint. Livy died. That moniker hardly suited the fierce, proud, strong woman who'd stolen Latimer's heart. "Isn't that right, Latimer?" The Earl prodded, jabbing his elbow hard against Latimer's side. "I am," Latimer promised. "That is, I will, if that is what you want." "It's very much what I want," the Earl snapped. "It should be obvious. I'm not talking to you," Latimer said, without taking his gaze from hers. "I'm talking to Livian. Say something. Say anything. Give some indication you are happy to see me. That you want me here. Tell me you love me even a smidge of how deeply, madly, and wholly I love you." The confusion in her expressive eyes deepened, revealing nothing more. His panic spiraled. "Livian," he stretched an imploring hand up toward her. "Please, I'd ask you to hear me out." "You don't have to." Maxwell made that vow to his sister-in-law before Latimer's plea fully left his mouth. "No," Latimer said, not taking his gaze from Livian's. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to. Not because Maxwell here or I ask it of you. I can only beg you to hear me out." Livian and the young woman beside her exchanged glances. "She's going to send me away. But then, why wouldn't she?" Latimer's muscles convulsed. Livian said something. The Countess nodded. A moment later, she held a hand out to the Earl of Maxwell. Livy would like a moment alone in the foyer with Mr. Latimer. A moment alone. In the foyer. He dragged an uneven hand through his hair. Neither of those portended the eager welcome and joy of a woman who wished to see him. The Earl and his two men gave Latimer a warning look before joining the Countess above stairs, and then slipping down the hall until Latimer and Livian were alone. Alone, with 36 steps between them. Livian stood there, uncertain as he'd never seen her. Not even that first night he'd stormed her rooms and roused her from bed, and then gripping the gold railing, she ventured downstairs with equally hesitant strides. He drank in the sight of her all-regal beauty and grace, even with a dusting of charcoal pencil on each of her high, proud cheeks. If he reached his arms out, he could hold her. That whisper of rosewater that clung to her filled his senses, and he inhaled deep of the heady scent. "I want you more than I've wanted anyone or anything. I love you." She, on the other hand, he could not make heads or tails of what she was thinking, and it was eating him up from the inside out. Latimer and Livian spoke at the same time. Livian, they instantly stopped. He took a deep breath. "Please," he motioned to her, allowing her to speak first. Livian moved her gaze over his face. "Why are you here?" she asked softly. "To see you," Latimer said, finding his way as the words were finally coming. "I wanted to see you. I needed to." Her eyes glittered. "I see?" That gave him pause. The matter-of-factness in her tones indicated she did, in fact, see, but nothing in her voice, expression, or dazzling irises gave any hint of happiness. He creased his brow. What was she? Livian drifted close, and when she spoke, she did so in the hushed tones of a woman clever enough to know her protective kin were close at hand, and straining to listen. "I am fine." What exactly did that mean? Was she saying she was better off without him? When had he ever been at sea and so confused about anything? "Fine? Nay," he echoed dumbly. A pretty, pink blush filled her cheeks. The becoming color chased away that deathly pallor of before. "I'm not with child," she said, her voice so hushed it took a moment for his mind to register what his ears had heard. "Not with child. Njod, meaning there'd be no wee babe born of the times they'd made love. I've had my menses." "Oh," he said stupidly, his voice wooden and hollow to his own ears. It was for the best. She would have felt trapped and scared and lost, and would likely have taken his offering for her, as him feeling obligated to do so. Even knowing that, however, didn't erase the enormous stab of regret for the child who'd not be. Not that I expected you would marry me because of that, Livian said on a rush, misinterpreting the reason for his silence. Her words sent an arrow through him. As I said from the beginning, Lachlan, when I asked you to make love to me, I didn't hold any expectations. The poison-filled barbs kept coming. You should have, he rasped. You absolutely should have. His beautiful warrior princess bristled. I beg your pardon? She asked indignantly. You deserved better, sweetheart, he hissed. You deserved a man who'd respect you and honor you, and treat you as his bloody queen. His voice emerged sharper and harsher than intended. Livian went silent. Latimer's guilt this time over a different, but just as heinous offense threatened to overwhelm him. God, he was fucking up this entire exchange. He scraped a hand over his face. I've never been one for pretty words. A harsh, ironic laugh burst from his chest. Hell, I even mocked them. Now, for the first time in my miserable existence, I find himself wishing for just a scrap of Argyle's charm. She stared at him in abject confusion. Latimer let his arm fall to his side and tried again. I meant to do so sooner, but, he grimaced, you were quite hard to find. Her lower lip quivered. Why were you look? I wanted to speak to you, love, he said. But before I did, I had business to see to. Business, Livian repeated woodenly, knowing she sounded like one of those brightly colored parrots Verity and Malcolm had taken her to see back when the couple first married. I had business to see to. She briefly closed her eyes and swallowed convulsively. Of course. That's what drove Lachlan. That's what mattered to him. That's what he loved. Why then had he come? Livian opened her eyes just in time to catch Lachlan departing quickly through the door. Wide-eyed, Livian stared after him. He is leaving? A small hysterical giggle bubbled past her lips. Since they'd parted, since she'd left, she'd alternately mourned the loss of him from her life and tortured herself with hopeless dreams and fantasies of him coming to her. In those greatest of dreams, both waking and sleeping, he'd have arrived as unexpectedly as he'd done this day. In them, he dropped down on his knees, professed his love, and vowed Livian mattered more to him than the powerful connections the Duchess of Argyll provided, or the grand gaming club he intended to build. None of those happiest of dreams, however, had ever ended with him. Turning on his heel and leaving as quickly as he'd, by God, did he just walk in and walk out? Her brother-in-law's booming voice carried downstairs. Let me kill him now, boy, Bram pleaded. Shh, Verity whispered. If her heart wasn't breaking, and her mind not muddled, she'd have laughed at the farcical exchange unfolding above, just out of sight. Livian hugged herself in what had become an all-too-familiar, lonely embrace. How funny. These past weeks, she'd convinced herself that just seeing Lachlan one more time would be enough to ease the hurt, only to a low, raspy pant, cut all the way through her anguish. Out of breath, Lachlan, arms overflowing, angled his muscular frame back inside. Livian's eyes widened, and her eyebrows went shooting up. Squatting, Lachlan set the enormous burden in his arms at Livian's feet. Wide-eyed, Livian's arms went slack, and she let the useless limbs fall to her sides. Been carrying this, he said when he'd straightened. She stared at the familiar branch, large enough in size to be an entire tree. How? She whispered, unable to form complete thoughts, and trying to make sense of the cherished item at her feet most importantly. Why Lachlan had gone out of the way to find it and bring it to her. Why? Unless, not allowing herself to hope, she wrenched her gaze from the branch and returned her focus to Lachlan. I thought it had been chopped, she said, her voice thick. Yea, I may have set it aside before anyone could get to that. He scrubbed the back of his arm across his forehead. Why? She asked quietly when he didn't say more than that. Pit. Slightly panicked-looking, Lachlan turned his palms up. I think, he grimaced. No. Oh. I don't think I know. Even back then. Even after only just meeting you, Livian, he said hoarsely, moving his gaze over her face, that my life was never going to be the same. His eyes filled with so much emotion, locked with hers. That you were meant for me as much as I was meant for you, sweetheart. Her breath caught, and she touched her fingers to her mouth. I've been a bloody arse, Livian. Lachlan stared at her with ravaged eyes. At every step of the way, I fought it. Unnerved as she'd never seen him, Lachlan rocked on his heels. His gaze skittered about the foyer. Because men like me don't believe in love. Because we've never been loved. But then, there you were, sleeping in my room and fighting me like a priest fighter. And there'd never been anyone like you. There never will be love. Livian's mouth trembled. Love? Noon. How many times had she welcomed that endearment from him, and wished it had been spoken in truth? As it was now. He stepped around the cherished remnant, the cause of their first meeting, so that no barrier stood between them. His steady gaze radiated warmth and something that looked very much like, I love you, Livian Lovelace. Love? Love. Livian's breath hitched. It looked like love, because it was. You... love... me? She whispered, her voice catching. Ah, sweetheart, he said gruffly. I fell in love with you that night on first sight, and I want to spend every goddamn minute of my life making you smile, and making myself worthy of you. Lachlan's cherished visage blurred under her tears. A sob burst from her lungs. Aw, sweetheart, he begged. Please, don't cry. He used both thumbs to wipe the tears from her cheeks. But, despite his pleas, Livian couldn't stop weeping. The Duchess. Your club groaning. Lachlan swallowed her up in his arms and drew her to his chest. There'll be another club. But you, Livian, he rasped, pressing a hard kiss against her temple. There's only one you. His words ran through her, painting her with warmth and lightness and joy that left her light and giddy. Cupping his hands at her nape, Lachlan edged back and crouched down so he could look her in the eye. You are my life, Livian, he said, continuing to run a worshipful gaze over her face. And without you in it, there's nothing. I don't want anything except you as my wife and partner in life. I've been a stupid shite, and I certainly don't deserve you. He fell to a knee. Livian gasped. Please, Livian, marry me. Let us be a family and babes, he rasped. I want a dozen little girls who all look like their mama, and have your spirit. And if you don't want any babes, he rambled, then that is fine too. You will always be enough for me. You will forever be all I need or want. I do want them, she said through laughter and tears. Strong, proud, obstinate, honorable boys like their papa. Lachlan scrambled to his feet. Fine, both, he allowed, with all the confidence of a man who truly believed they had the power to deem it so. I will devote every single moment of my life to your happiness, and your wants and wishes, and I only want you, Lachlan, she whispered thickly. I love you. Emotion glinted in his eyes. You do? Yes, she cried, her tears dissolving into laughter. How can you not know that, you silly man? Because I've not been a silly man, Livian. I've been the bloody stupidest one. Damned right he has. Bram and Fowler's muffled mutterings reached Livian and Lachlan. There came another loud shushing from Verity, and then silence. No, my lady, Lachlan called up without taking his eyes from Livian. They're right. He stroked his palm over Livian's cheek with such tenderness. Another powerful swell of emotion threatened to consume her. Whoa. I've been a bloody stupid arse. No more, Livian. I am damaged from life and imperfect in every way, but I am yours, in every way, and any way you'll have me, my love. Livian caught Lachlan's spare hand in her own. You are real in every way, and that is why I love you. We are each imperfect souls, but together, twining her fingers with his, she raised their joined palms. We are perfect, she said softly, placing a kiss upon the top of his hand. Tears glinted in his eyes. This strong, powerful, formidable warrior moved to tears because of her. I love you, Livian Lovelace. Lachlan's voice came gruff and hoarse. Forever and always. And as he leaned down, taking her mouth under his, Livian closed her eyes and kissed him in return. Forever and always. Be sure and check out Christy Caldwell's next scorching Regency romance, exclusive to Amazon. The Wolf of Mayfair USA Today best-selling author Christy Caldwell weaves a sensuous tale of innocence, lost in this blistering romance about a young woman on the run. And the lecherous cad. She can't seem to resist. Want to know the stories about other characters you met in Lust the Bad Earl? Wrath. The Devil Duke's 7 Deadly Sins, Series, Book 1. Featuring Miss Edith Caldecott and Edward de Vesey, the Marquess of Malden, Duke of Craven. An eye for an eye, once a respectable, sought-after bachelor and do-gooder, Edward de Vesey, the Marquess of Malden, took a fall to rival Satan's. A single decision cost him everything, including the gaming hell he helped build. From past betrayals has sprung a new man, one who is merciless, cruel, and incapable of pain. Now, Malden is applying every lesson he learned from his partners on the art of ruthlessness and raising a fortune to build an empire. And he will have revenge against those who wronged him. Righting a wrong, having watched her eldest sister perish, Miss Edith Caldecott is no stranger to loss. Society may be content to accept Evie's death as an unfortunate twist of fate. Not Edith. She spent years digging to discover who was responsible. Now she's taking matters into her own hands. To avenge her sister, she'll require the help of a man who has his finger on the pulse of evil. An unlikely partnership. What begins as nothing more than a relationship born of vengeance slowly dissolves into something sinful, decadent, and dangerous as Edith falls deeper under Lord Malden's spell. When further betrayals come to light, Edith realizes she's crossed a bridge too far. But the damage is done as she's found herself falling for the last man who'd ever give Edith his guarded heart. Heat level, scorching. Length, novel The Devil and the Debutante. The Heart of a Duke series featuring Lady Faith Brookfield and Rex Dumont, the Marquess of Rutherford. A dastardly villain, Rex Dumont, the Marquess of Rutherford, rules over London's most wicked gaming hell, forbidden pleasures. His black-hearted peers might spend their evenings in polite society, but they spend their nights gambling their wealth, land, and secrets away at his tables. No man can turn him from his chosen life of decadence and debauchery, not even his domineering and disapproving father. A daring young woman, Lady Faith Brookfield, hasn't forgotten the night she entered forbidden pleasures and crossed paths with the dark, seductive gaming hell owner. That night, however, she discovered more than a dangerous attraction. She also uncovered dangerous secrets, ones that can avenge past wrongs against her aunt and save other young women from suffering a similar fate. A dangerous gamble in order to save his gaming empire. Rex has no choice but to pursue the innocent debutante for the secrets she holds. Can true love ever be born in treachery and deceit? Accustomed to a world where the house always wins, Rex must wager all he owns on the greatest gamble of all, love. About the author Christy Caldwell is the USA Today best-selling author of the Sinful Bride series and the Heart of a Duke series. She blames novelist Judith McNaught for luring her into the world of historical romance. When Christy was at the University of Connecticut, she began writing her own tales of loved ones, where even the most perfect heroes and heroines had imperfections. She learned to enjoy torturing her couples before they earned their well-deserved happily ever after. Christy lives in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she spends her time writing, baking, and being a mommy to the most inspiring little boy and empathetic, spirited girls who, with their mischievous twin antics, offer an endless source of story ideas.